The feeble facade of a head-chopping maniac versus the weepy, pathetic vine-like, supporting female character. Upon awakening, Su Ruanruan finds herself transported into a post-apocalyptic narrative. Within this tale, the male protagonist dons the guise of a weakling while harboring the tendencies of a ruthless executioner. She, on the other hand, is the detestable supporting character who callously abandons him amidst a horde of zombies. According to the story's conclusion, her fate is to be mercilessly dismembered. Note that the female lead is utterly inept throughout the narrative. Chapter 1, Su Ruanruan is acutely aware that her time is limited. As a mere cannon fodder character who has thrust the male lead into the midst of the undead, no matter how vigorously she strug. Less, her destiny is to be crushed by him as one would an ant. Of course, before such a grim end, he is likely to toy with her. Yet this is of little consequence now, for she understands that her demise is imminent. Faced with the prospect of being gruesomely hacked to pieces by the male lead, Su Ruanruan would rather embrace death on her own terms. Ruanruan, even if you are starving, you cannot consume sleeping pills. The man crouched before her admonishes gently, his strikingly handsome visage exuding an air of calm. Clad in fitted camouflage attire, he possesses a tall, athletic build, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist while a tattered old backpack looms behind him. The fabric is thin, and one can faintly discern the shape of its contents. Su Ruanruan knows it conceals an axe. This man, wielding that very axe, has carved a path through the apocalypse, reigning as a sovereign in a world devoid of moral constraints where the strong prey upon the weak. A refined and handsome man wielding an axe, indiscriminately attacking others. Su Ruanruan smiled and thought the author must be suffering from some peculiar delusion. 3 days prior, Su Ruanruan had traversed into a novel titled Reborn to dominate the apocalypse. In this tale, the protagonists are reborn, joining forces to conquer the desolation of the world. At least at that moment, Su Ruanruan was an advocate for the couple. However, she never anticipated that one day she would find herself witnessing a romantic moment in real time. Were it not for her awkward identity, the dire environment, her abysmal character setup, and the male lead's ruthless demeanor, Su Ruanruan would undoubtedly be moved to tears. Yet now, she was already terrified to the point of weeping. In the narrative, Su Ruanruan's role was that of the male lead's false white moonlight, essentially his pampered girlfriend. The man crouching before her was named Lu Shiming, the male protagonist of the story. Lu Shiming's appearance was impeccable. He possessed a scholarly handsomeness, radiating an ethereal charm. He resembled the moon suspended in the autumn sky, or the delicate snow resting on the pines during winter, exquisite and untouched by the slightest imperfection. Throughout the entire narrative, one could argue that the harshness of the apocalypse and the coldness of human relationships were rendered irrelevant in the presence of the male Lu. This was clearly a tale of a seemingly fragile creature masquerading in a world of chaos, yet in truth, he was a relentless executioner, indulging in his psychopathic ascension. According to the text, the body she now inhabited, that of Lu Shiming's false white moonlight, had once pushed him into a horde of zombies for her own self-preservation prior to his rebirth. Su Ruanruan Lu Shiming returned from his rebirth, and the first matter at hand was naturally to deal with her. The male protagonist's ferocity was akin to that of the colossal beast Godzilla. Determined to take matters into her own hands, Su Ruanruan resolved to end her life, fully intent on not implicating the male lead even by a finger. Thus, she swallowed half a bottle of sleeping pills. Though the male protagonist was exceedingly ruthless, it mattered not, she was on the brink of death. A blissful smile graced Su Ruanruan's face. The man leisurely remarked, "Fortunately, this bottle of sleeping pills is a mere facade, crafted from flour." Su Ruanruan. Alas, she had procured them from a reputable pharmacy. "Oh, just look at the manufacturer above. Here, have some water." The man grasped Su Ruanruan's chin and poured a mouthful of water into her. Su Ruanruan smacked her lips, finding it rather sweet, and instinctively leaned in for another sip, only to be halted by the man. "Water is in short supply now, bro. We must conserve. Once we reach the nearest survival zone, hope shall be within our grasp." Su Ruanruan gazed pitifully at the bottle of water, still immersed in the agony of having ingested fake medication. She understood that the male lead, Lu Shiming, upon his rebirth, had inadvertently acquired her own space. In the future, he would unlock formidable, unparalleled abilities in this world. Su Ruanruan recalled that within the male lead space, there existed an abundance of resources. It was akin to a paradise beyond the mundane. Most importantly, there lay a sacred spring within. Even if one were to cling to life by the slimmest of margins, by soaking in the essence of resilience overnight, the following day could herald a return to vitality. Su Ruan mused that she might never partake in such a revival. Contemplating this, she could only solace herself by licking the moisture from her lips. Though she narrowly escaped death on her first encounter, Su Ruan recognized that numerous opportunities lay ahead. Observe that formidable zombie with a single blow, it could shatter her skull. Witness that agile undead with one kick, it could extinguish her life. Standing by the window for half an hour, she felt a sense of satisfaction, bestowing upon them the names mindless and miserable, before being enveloped by loose shimming into her sleeping bag. The man cradled her gently, attentively tucking her in. Trembling with fear, Su Ruan gradually succumbed to slumber, her breaths coming in soft gasps. In the depths of darkness, the man slowly opened his eyes, his gaze resting upon Su Ruan's face. It was a visage of innocent fragility, reminiscent of a delicate parasitic flower that could thrive only in his shadow. At least, that was how loose shimming perceived her in his previous life. He sheltered her, escorting her to the survival zone, only to be pushed into a horde of zombies by her at the threshold. It was then that he realized she was a toxic bloom. To declare affection would be an exaggeration. His interest in her was rather minimal. Perhaps it was simply an attraction to her countenance. For once Lu Shimming discerned her true nature, his interest waned entirely. Yet he did not anticipate her resolute act of pushing him into the horde of zombies. And as for resentment, he felt none. Even upon awakening to such a visage, he found himself devoid of any interest. Lu Shimming was inherently a solitary and aloof individual. His entire being was cloaked in a guise that delved deep into his very marrow. To the casual observer, he presented as a gentleman, gentle, cool, and benevolent. Yet only Lu Shimming himself was aware of the indifference that coursed through his veins. In the obscurity of the night, the man's hand slowly ascended, resting upon Su Ruan's delicate neck. The young lady's neck was slender and pale with but a slight twist. It could easily meet the same fate as the headless zombie from earlier. However, Lu Shimming refrained from taking action, merely applying gentle pressure, as if caressing a cherished pet. He pondered what a dreary end it would be to perish, thus wouldn't it be far more intriguing to truly live, to experience the cruelty and despair of this apocalypse? The following day, Su Ruan emerged from her sleeping bag, invigorated, ready to resume her observation of the outside world, only to discover that the two zombies she had previously set her sights on had vanished. Where had her dim-witted and displeased companions gone? Ruan, it is time to set off. The man, despite his cool demeanor, possessed captivating peach blossom eyes, his smile both sentimental and detached. Ruan, we have but a single bottle of water remaining. There appears to be a small supermarket nearby. Shall we venture in to procure some supplies? The man furrowed his brow, seemingly troubled by the situation. Had it not been for Su Ruansoft's awareness of the truth, she might have been easily deceived. Isn't there a plethora of poultry and fish hidden within your idyllic sanctuary? Thus, the burden of hardship rests solely upon her shoulders. With a sense of disillusionment, Su Ruansoft gazed at the small electric scooter that Lu Shimming had somehow procured, plunging into a deep state of bewilderment. Do we not possess a car? I apologize, Ruansoft. I cannot drive. Very well, I believe you. Silently, Su Ruansoft mounted the beloved little motorcycle of the male protagonist. Lu Shimming sat at the front, and the scooter emitted 2 beeps, causing the nearby zombies to tilt their heads in curiosity. Su Ruansoft felt an overwhelming sense of danger. She suggested, shall we wear helmets? Lu Shimming responded, all right. Zombies lack vision, they navigate based on sound. Su Ruansoft initially believed that sitting atop this flimsy contraption would surely lead to her demise. To her astonishment, the zombies appeared as if they were blind, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Even as they moved at a snail's pace, Su Ruansoft pondered. She found the situation rather peculiar. Then, she discovered that the foolish and distressed figure she had encountered yesterday lay lifeless in the street, having met a grim fate, clearly struck down by an axe. Su Ruansoft was filled with dread. It turned out that these zombies were not blind, rather, they were consumed by fear. Yesterday, That man had single-handedly cleared the entire zombie-infested street while she was lost in slumber. Su Ruanruan swallowed hard, her throat constricting with effort. First it was her feet, then her hands. Finally, her head. It was anything but clean and tidy. Oh dear. Su Ruanruan was frightened to tears. Liu Shiming comforted her. Ruanruan, do not be afraid. However, Su Ruanruan's sobs only intensified. Upon arriving at the small supermarket, Su Ruanruan was astonished by the bustling scene within. Why did everyone appear to be crammed in like sardines? She tiptoed and soon realized that only one area was particularly congested, while the surroundings remained quite spacious. Su Ruanruan speculated that there must be something enticing drawing in the crowd. As she approached, she discovered that her assumption was indeed correct. A male zombie, nearly flattened by the throng, was clad in a blood-stained suit, tall and handsome, with a distorted expression as he pressed his face against the glass, almost resembling a zombie in distress. Had it not been for Su Ruanruan's discerning eye for charm, she would not have recognized him. It seemed that even zombies possessed a sense of aesthetics. A horde of female zombies surged forward, clawing and jostling towards the male zombie, while the male zombies in the corner shrank back in dismay.
Awa.
Stop pushing, for heaven's sake.
Awa.
This supermarket isn't your private property. What's the harm in a little crowding? Yet, when Liu Shiming leisurely dismounted his electric scooter and removed his helmet, the movements of the female zombies abruptly halted. Su Ruanruan contemplated the situation. These female zombies must have caught a whiff of fresh human flesh and decided to attack. Come on, let me experience the brutal reality of this apocalypse. Su Ruanruan stood tall, bravely confronting the zombies. The female zombies roared with frenzied rage, their gaze piercing through her and locking onto Liu Shiming, who stood behind her. That handsome male zombie had already been trampled beneath their feet. Su Ruanruan thought to herself, "Wait, hold on. She's far more tender. Don't you have any thoughts about that?" Attempting to expose her arm, she was gently deterred by Liu Shiming, who adjusted her sleeve with care. Ruanruan, be cautious of infection. Feeling a sense of injustice, Su Ruanruan pouted, believing she was being insulted by the zombies. All of you are clearly blind. Why are you still so enamored with handsome men? Could a mere sniff reveal their attractiveness? With widened eyes, Su Ruanruan edged closer to Liu Shiming. In this filthy apocalypse, he exuded a faint, refreshing scent like a handful of fine snow in winter or a cool breeze in summer. Roar. The zombies in the supermarket could hardly contain themselves, yearning to taste the flavor of the handsome man. The male zombies huddled in the corners were now charging madly, joining the fray with the female zombies. Trapped inside, they could only continue to batter against the glass doors. The scene was harrowing yet spectacular, reminiscent of elderly patrons clamoring for discounted groceries. Though Su Ruanruan yearned for death, fear still gripped her heart. Has the world of zombies become so merciless? Is there truly no place for someone of her caliber to exist in this realm? Fear not, Roro. We shall not venture to the supermarket instead. We will head to the warehouse. The warehouse is typically deserted even if there are zombies. They are far fewer than in the supermarket. Liu Shiming skillfully navigated through the undead, guiding Su Ruanruan to the warehouse adjacent to the supermarket. The warehouse door was locked, clearly indicating that it was uninhabited. It bore an ancient iron padlock, secured with a robust chain. Liu Shiming wielded a brick, striking for 10 minutes, yet the lock remained steadfast, leaving him feeling quite feeble. Su Ruanruan remarked, "Esteemed one, this seems excessive." At last, after another 10 minutes of relentless effort, the lock finally succumbed to his onslaught. Turning towards Su Ruanruan, the man offered a radiant smile. A cool breeze swept through, tousling his dark hair that had fallen across his forehead, glistening slightly with perspiration, revealing his strikingly handsome visage. Su Ruanruan was momentarily captivated by his stunning features, an overwhelming desire for release swelling within her. "Please, let her perish. Spare her from further torment. Ruanruan, you search for food, while I will seek out water." Liu Shiming and Su Ruanruan parted ways within the warehouse. Obediently clutching her backpack, Su Ruanruan pondered for a moment before grabbing a bag of chips, munching as she searched. She resolved to at least become a well-fed specter.
Ah.
Indeed, her favorite was the lime-flavored chips. After finishing a bag, Su Ruanruan suddenly noticed a disturbance at the entrance. To her astonishment, a zombie had slipped inside, drawn by the enticing aroma. As Su Ruanruan recollected, it was she who had entered first, thus it was Lu Shiming who had failed to secure the door properly. She gazed longingly at the bulging biceps of the zombie, preparing herself for a valiant demise, yet upon witnessing the grotesque visage of the creature, with one eye hanging precariously, she could not restrain her tears. She was overwhelmed, sobbing uncontrollably. Beside her, a row of helmets lined the shelves. A fierce struggle between her primal instinct for survival and an equally potent desire for death raged within her. Amidst her tears, she began to place helmets atop the heads of the zombies. The helmet-clad zombies could no longer bite, seemingly rendered deaf, flailing about chaotically. Then, an influx of additional zombies surged into the room. Su Ruanruan ascended the shelves, continuing to weep as she adorned the heads of the approaching zombies with helmets. It was all too much for her, sobbing pitifully. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a vehicle barreled into the scene. The vehicle bore the scars of numerous tribulations, suggesting it had endured many a calamity. One more collision, and it would surely meet its demise. The helmeted zombies were sent flying as a woman emerged from the vehicle. She donned a fitted green military uniform, a long firearm slung across her back. Her hair was tied into a ponytail, revealing a face that exuded cold indifference and intensity. With her sharp phoenix eyes, she commanded an air of authority when narrowed. Su Ruanruan recognized her instantly. This was the protagonist, Maniac. Born a Special Forces soldier with a robust physique, she now possessed the formidable power of lightning. The apocalypse has only just begun, and those with extraordinary abilities remain few and far between. Individuals like Maniac, a woman of rare talent, are even more exceptional, especially given her formidable electrical powers. With each pull of the trigger, she dispatches the undead, bullets piercing through helmets as zombies collapse with a mournful groan. Alas, her beloved companions have all perished. Su Ruanruan weeps bitterly, feeling that her hopes of survival have receded further into the abyss. Yet, how could the protagonist possibly find herself here? Should she not be awaiting the demise of this insignificant cannon fodder, only to later encounter the male lead in a safe zone, where they would reign supreme with audacity and impudence? As Maniac surveyed the warehouse, her gaze fell upon Su Ruanruan and Lu Shiming. While Su Ruanruan was besieged by zombies, Lu Shiming had been lurking nearby, merely spectating. It was only upon Maniac's arrival that Lu Shiming approached slowly, a worried expression etched upon his face, as he assessed Su Ruanruan from head to toe. "Ruanruan, are you alright? Do you not already know whether I am well or not?" Su Ruanruan sobbed, collapsing into Lu Shiming's embrace. Maniac, a reincarnate, understood that to survive in this desolate world, one must possess a steely heart. She had no intention of rescuing anyone. Her sole desire was for resources. Moreover, this pyro-man who appeared utterly incapable and a woman whose tears resembled those of Adele. Icate Flower was clearly a burden, destined to be devoured at the first sign of danger. Maniac had no intention of extending her hand to save them. Yet, unexpectedly, the man suddenly spoke up. "I have space to store supplies." Maniac paused momentarily, swung the car door open, and commanded, "Get in." Lu Shiming wrapped his arms around Su Ruanruan and slowly climbed into the vehicle. Maniac mused, "One might think you are on an outing. Could you hurry the hell up?" The irate heroine was online, unleashing her fury. Su Ruanruan promptly scrambled inside. "How are you going to get out?" Su Ruanruan inquired, sitting upright, her delicate brows knitting at the sight of a horde of zombies pressing against the car window. "I have a plan," Maniac replied, producing a large loudspeaker from seemingly nowhere and tossing it forward. The loudspeaker landed with a thud and sprang to life. "Mommy, I want to eat roasted sweet potatoes, big chunks." Delicious, incredibly sweet roasted sweet potatoes. The zombies were instantly drawn toward it, evidently having a peculiar fondness for roasted sweet potatoes. A cluster of zombies surrounded the loudspeaker, scratching helplessly. Su Ruanruan observed the warehouse, now devoid of any zombies, and thought, "Goodness, how ruthless." Maniac explained, "Zombies have poor vision. They rely entirely on their hearing and sense of smell to locate their prey." Afterward, he glanced back, meeting the heroine's gaze that seemed to convey, "Do you two useless fools understand?" Su Ruanruan felt a sting of humiliation. "How large is your space? How much can it hold?" While driving, Maniac inquired of Lu Shiming. "Not large, around 20 square meters. He lied. He was lying. His secluded paradise is infinitely expansive. Su Ruanruan widened her eyes, struggling to hold her breath, her eyelids turning red. Lu Shiming said, "I'm sorry, Ruanruan, for not telling you about this from the beginning." Then the man reached out and gently embraced her. Su Ruanruan bumped into the axe tucked in his backpack and instantly wilted. "Ruanruan, I will protect you." Su Ruanruan's spirit sank even lower. "You are." Anayang hesitated before speaking. "This is my girlfriend," Lu Shiming said, a faint blush appearing on his fair face. Su Ruanruan was taken aback, wishing she could award this gentleman an Oscar on the spot. "I am heading to the survival zone. What about you?" "We are also going to the survival zone," Lu Shiming replied. Anayang pondered for a moment. "From here to the survival zone, I will take 8 and you 2 of all the supplies collected. I will protect you both to the survival zone." Su Ruanruan leaned her small neck forward, wedging herself between the 2 seats in the front, and sternly accused, "You are so dark." "Heh." The female lead scoffed. With a swift turn of the steering wheel, Su Ruanruan heard a sharp crack from her fragile neck. She immediately burst into tears from the pain and turned to Lu Shiming to complain.
She is bullying me.
Lu Shiming looked at her with a mix of tenderness and regret. "I'm sorry, Ruanruan. I can't fight her." Su Ruanruan cried even harder. "You are deceiving me." Lu Shiming had long since mastered the methodology of utilizing the spatial spirit spring. He had secretly trained his body in conjunction with the spring for an extended period. Even the protagonist, Anayang, a specially trained soldier, was no match for him in hand-to-hand combat. Su Ruanruan couldn't help but exclaim that this was the essence of the male lead's halo. Despite his seemingly frail appearance, he possessed the strength to vanquish the female lead with a single blow. Anayang, growing impatient, asked, "What do you think?" Lu Shiming nodded. "It's good." Thus, amidst Su Ruanruan's woeful lamentations, the 2 protagonists reached a tacit understanding. A 20 square meter space, indeed, qualifies as a spatial realm and has the capacity to accommodate quite a number of items. Adhering to the principle of resourcefulness, Anayang accepted Lu Shiming's presence and then turned his gaze towards Su Ruanruan. It was at that moment she truly felt devoid of any worth. Su Ruanruan thought. "I sense a distinct disapproval in your gaze towards me." Anayang was a man of few words, and Lu Shiming was not particularly loquacious either. Meanwhile, Su Ruanruan remained enveloped in her sorrow, utterly disinclined to engage in conversation. After half an hour, Anayang furrowed his brow and remarked, "My car was just damaged." Lu Shiming paused for a moment, then replied, "A friend of mine lives nearby." "He has many cars," Anayang inquired. "Is he reliable?" Lu Shiming offered a gentle smile. "Yes." This dependable friend, named Zhang Zhihao, had grown up alongside Lu Shiming after the tragic loss of his parents. In his previous life, Lu Shiming had been an upright and virtuous young man. Lu Shiming placed immense trust in his childhood friend, seeking refuge with Su Ruanruan by his side. According to the unfolding narrative, at that time, Zhang Zihao had unexpectedly acquired earth-based powers. Lu Shiming rejoiced for his brother, however. He was unprepared for the betrayal that followed, as his brother seized the heirlooms left by their mother, claimed the space, and even sought to take his girlfriend. "I have had enough. Why must you excel in every aspect? You are more handsome, achieve better grades, and are far more popular. Even Su Ruanruan has been won over by you." In truth, it was Su Ruanruan who had confessed her feelings. Yet, in Zhang Zihao's eyes, this distinction bore no significance. Zhang Zihao reveled in this apocalyptic world, a realm devoid of law, akin to a primordial forest. Here, the strong reigned supreme, as long as one possessed power, they could ascend to dominion over this world. Once Zhang Zihao acquired strength, he promptly turned hostile towards Lu Shiming, condescendingly gesturing and speaking down to him. Lu Shiming endured the affront. However, matters escalated when Zhang Zihao developed an interest in Su Ruanruan, intent on possessing her by force. Had it not been for Lu Shiming's desperate efforts to escort Su Ruanruan to safety, she may not have survived to reach the sanctuary. Naturally, devoid of Lu Shiming's protection, Su Ruanruan struggled to thrive in the survival zone. She was undeniably beautiful, particularly in this desolate world. Yet a woman who was both lovely and inept could only be relegated to a mere plaything. With a deep sigh, Su Ruanruan cradled her delicate neck, lamenting the harshness of this world upon her. Upon arriving at Zhang Zihao's residence, they found themselves out of fuel. Zhang Jihao's residence is a solitary villa. And the courtyard. 3 peculiar earthen walls rise mysteriously from the ground, oddly protruding within the exquisite surroundings. Before knocking, Yang gazed at the walls with an unusual expression for a full minute, then remarked, "I suggest you refrain from casually disclosing your spatial matters to others." Liu Shiming inquired, why, and Yang offered a sardonic smile. Unbeknownst to them, the two were blissfully unaware of the harsh realities of the apocalypse, embodying a tragic innocence. Sometimes, the human heart is far more terrifying than zombies. Su Ruanruan nodded fervently. "Oh, protagonist, open your eyes and behold this one beside you is the ultimate pervert." Lu Shiming contemplated for a moment, then gently nodded. "All right," presenting himself as a naive and affable soul, seemingly inviting trouble. Turning to Su Ruanruan, he said, "Bro, you must help me keep this a secret." With trepidation, Su Ruanruan pushed aside the backpack that Lu Shiming had leaned against her. Whether intentional or not, the rigid handle of a large axe pressed against her cheek. Deprived of sustenance, Su Ruanruan was visibly losing weight at an alarming rate. Lu Shiming could easily encircle her slender waist with a single hand. Yet, traces of baby fat remained on her face. Her soft cheeks, round and plump, paired with her large, misty eyes, rendered her a pitiful figure, akin to a helpless doddering vine in need of support. "I shall keep it confidential." Su Ruanruan's keen eyes caught sight of a small opening on the backpack, subtly revealing a hint of an axe's blade. "It must be intentional. It surely is intentional. This is a threat. It must undoubtedly be a threat. Ruanruan is truly obedient. Please kindly put away that large axe. I have a fear of metal." Chapter 3. The one who opened the door was Zhang Zihao's girlfriend, her cascading waves of hair framing a face adorned with light makeup. It was evident that she was faring quite well in this harsh, apocalyptic world. Lu Shiming? The woman stood behind a small door made of 3 earthen walls, her expression one of surprise. Duanjun cast a glance at the 3 disheveled individuals and hesitated to open the door. "Shiming, what brings you here?" Zhang Jihao asked, somewhat taken aback. He had presumed that someone as frail as Lu Shiming would have succumbed to a zombie bite long ago. Lu Shiming offered a pale smile. Zhang Jihao's gaze first roamed over Yang, then settled on Su Ruanruan. The young girl, clad in an oversized camouflage outfit, timidly hid behind Lu Shiming, revealing her pair of beautiful, clear eyes. "It's Su Ruanruan." A spark of recognition illuminated Zhang Jihao's face. Before the apocalypse, Su Ruanruan was the goddess of the campus. Her innocent visage reminiscent of a celestial being, capturing the hearts of countless admirers, Zhang Jihao included. Yet, regrettably, the campus goddess had become involved with the campus god, Lu Shiming. In the presence of his idol, Zhang Jihao, at a loss for words, prepared to let them enter. Duanjun, however, appeared somewhat displeased. "How do we know they haven't been bitten by zombies? Then let us conduct a check." Previously, Zhang Jihao had always followed Lu Shiming's lead. But now his demeanor had shifted noticeably. He had evidently positioned himself as the leader. Men inspected men, and women inspected women. Upon finding no anomalies, Zhang Jihao graciously allowed them to enter. Although Lu Shiming and his companions were not bitten by zombies, they bore slight wounds on their bodies. "My girlfriend is a nurse. Let her administer some medicine to you." Su Ruanruan subtly took a step back. Yang inquired, "What are you doing?" She mentioned a broken needle. Yang was puzzled. But Lu Shiming understood. He reached out, seemingly helpless, and gently patted Su Ruanruan's head. His beautiful, slanted eyes narrowed, exuding a profound and chilling darkness. "Allow me to tend to Ruanruan's wounds." Lu Shiming was enrolled in the nation's foremost medical school. His exceptional talent and brilliance had made him the object of desire for many esteemed professors. However, this did not alter the fact that he was currently but a barefoot doctor. Su Ruanruan pondered, given how adeptly the male lead slices watermelons. Why does he not apply his skills at a pig farm? Seemingly attuned to Su Ruanruan's thoughts, Lu Shiming gently poured half a bottle of disinfectant over her injury.
"Ah."
Su Ruanruan yanked at Lu Shiming's hair, crying out like a pig. "How could you be so cruel?" Duanjun immediately jumped up. Yang, appearing accustomed to such antics, coldly stated, "My surname is Ni, written with the character for watch and the character for sun." Duan Zhen retorted, your parents have quite the peculiar taste in names. And I Yang, your mother. And I Yang frowned and turned to Zhang Jihao. Our vehicle is broken. We require a car to reach the survival zone. And I Yang got straight to the point. You intend to go to the survival zone? Zhang Jihao replied with a smile. Coincidentally, we are also preparing to head there. We can go together. And I Yang did not anticipate that in his quest for a vehicle, he would encounter two burdens. Zhang Jihao also recognized that An Yang possessed formidable strength. Yet no matter how powerful he was, it paled in comparison to Zhang's supernatural abilities. With this thought, Zhang instinctively glanced towards Lu Shiming. The latter appeared frail and despondent, seemingly overwhelmed with fear and despair in this apocalyptic world. It was only when he looked at Su Ruanruan that a flicker of tenderness emerged. After all, as the young master, it was a miracle he had survived thus far. Zhang Jihao wore an air of arrogance. After years of striving, he finally found himself above Lu Shiming. With his chest puffed out, his gaze shifted to Su Ruanruan, who donned a white tracksuit. Duan Zhen was tall and statuesque, while Su Ruanruan was somewhat shorter and significantly slimmer. She sat demurely on the sofa, her head bowed, revealing a slender, fair neck. Her milk-white skin radiated a beauty reminiscent of withering peach blossoms. Zhang Jihao swallowed hard. Duan Zhen let out a huff, but dared not speak further. Lu Shiming, ever considerate, retrieved a bottle of water and offered it to Su Ruanruan. She lowered her eyelashes and attempted to twist the cap, but it wouldn't budge. She tried again. With all her might. I got this. Lu Shiming effortlessly twisted open the bottle and handed it back to her. Su Ruanruan felt certain that he was doing it on purpose. Indeed, when she looked up, she was met with several disdainful glances, most notably from An Yang. I didn't tea, I was framed. Su Ruanruan thought indignantly as she sipped the water, only to choke. Cough, cough. Take it slow, softa. No one is competing with you. She found herself in a challenging predicament. After a long day, everyone was resting at Zhang Jihao's villa. Su Ruanruan shared a bed with Lu Shiming. Initially, Su Ruanruan aspired to maintain her image as a pure and virtuous fairy. However, on the very first night after her arrival in this new world, she was startled by a zombie that crawled into her sleeping bag, shattering her composure. Consequently, Lu Shiming insisted on sleeping beside her, claiming it was for her protection, assuring her he would never lay a hand on her. Faced with the imposing presence of the small axe behind him, Su Ruanruan reluctantly acquiesced. Each night thereafter, Lu Shiming would snuggle into her sleeping bag, and she gradually grew accustomed to this arrangement. Now, sharing a bed felt utterly familiar. After all, every time she closed her eyes, her mind would conjure the image of that zombie's head, and only the fierce male lead could provide her with a semblance of warmth amidst the impending darkness of death. Countless times, Su Ruanruan fantasized about the moment when she would no longer witness the dawn of a new day. Suddenly, the man beside her stirred. A wave of anxiety washed over Su Ruanruan as she strained her neck to see. Come on, I'm all cleaned up. Just end me. The man quietly got out of bed, opened the door, and stepped outside. Su Ruanruan? Oh, he merely went to the restroom. But wait. Isn't there one in the room? Instantly, she opened her eyes and stealthily followed him. Peering over the railing from the second floor, she observed Lu Shiming descending leisurely, seemingly heading for the kitchen. Lu Shiming. The woman he was with exuded a captivating allure, a stark contrast to Su Ruanruan's own style. The silk robe she wore slipped open, revealing skin that had just been cherished. Duan Zhen was somewhat intoxicated. She reminisced about the first time she encountered Lu Shiming. At that time, the man donned a simple white shirt and black trousers, the collar meticulously buttoned to the top. He stood beside Zhang Jihao, completely overshadowing him, who, under normal circumstances, might have held a bit of dignity. The flickering candlelight pales in comparison to the celestial bodies. Approaching, Duan Zhen provocatively loosened her robe. Su Ruanruan swallowed hard, admiring his impressive physique. Lu Shiming, unwavering in his gaze, calmly remarked, "It's chilly at night. You should wear more clothing." TSK. Truly lacking in romantic sensibility. Su Ruanruan shook her head and inadvertently bumped into the railing, producing a loud thud. Yet, this small sound was drowned out by Zhang Jihao's entrance. Zhang Zhihao resided on the first floor. Duan Jun hurriedly rose, her smile somewhat strained, concocting a clumsy excuse. I think Lu Shiming's necklace is exquisite. I just wanted to borrow it to take a look. Half of Lu Shiming's face remained shrouded in darkness, making it impossible for Su Ruanruan to discern his expression, prompting her to stretch her neck, her head dangling over the railing. It's a keepsake from my mother. I'm merely observing. It will be returned. The living room fell into silence. The very essence of a tragic scenario was unfolding before Su Ruanruan, sending her heart racing with exhilaration. Very well. The man's voice was as cold and misty as a mountain enveloped by the soft sunlight after a winter rain. Distant and frigid. Lu Shiming turned and ascended the stairs. Clang, something got caught. Wait, no. Her head couldn't possibly be that large, could it?
Ruanruan?
A voice of confusion emerged from beside her. If I were to say that I am sleepwalking, would you believe me? What's the matter?
Well,
I suppose you wouldn't. Su Ruanruan displayed a profound expression, revealing her desire to simply admire the scenery. Lu Shiming crouched down, his hand resting lightly on her neck, applying just the slightest pressure. A chilling sensation surged from the soles of her feet, ascending to the crown of her head. She trembled with trepidation, her eyelashes quivering. Would she, in the blink of an eye, lose her very essence? Contemplating this, she closed her eyes and instinctively drew her neck inward, then further in.
Come now.
Do not pity me merely because I am a delicate flower. Lu Shiming gazed down at the hesitant little creature, his previously somber eyes suddenly deepening like an unfathomable abyss, swirling and churning, ready to engulf all in its path. Everything remained unchanged, except for her. Don't move, I shall assist you. The man's expression was consistently gentle, yet his actions were far from tender. He pressed down on Su Ruanruan's head, pushing it down, and then pulling it back. With a dull thud, Su Ruanruan was rendered unconscious. Damn it! Observing her limp form wedged against the railing, Lu Shiming leisurely withdrew his hand. Truly, she was remarkably fragile. Hidden within Lu Shiming's necklace was a realm of space. In a previous life, Zhang Zhihao had acquired Lu Shiming's necklace, but failed to cherish it. He carelessly crushed it underfoot, only to be injured by its remnants. The necklace, stained with blood, transformed Zhang Zhihao into the master of that space. With the acquisition of this realm and extraordinary abilities, Zhang Zhihao ascended to become the leader of a survival zone, basking in glory for a considerable time. However, in this lifetime, he was bereft of such fortune. The necklace had long been swapped by Lu Shiming. It was his mother's keepsake, now safely tucked away in his space. The necklace. Ah, the necklace. Zhang Zhihao hurled it to the ground and stomped on it fiercely. Without slippers, he crushed the necklace, the sharp shards piercing his foot. Hurry up and show me. Zhang Zhihao glared menacingly at the woman curled up in the corner of the room, her face bruised and battered. Duan Jun sobbed as she crawled over to reveal her injuries to Zhang Zhihao. Chapter for the following day dawned clear and bright, with scattered zombies in the vicinity. Fewer in the remote areas. It was evident to any observant soul that Zhang Zhihao harbored feelings for Su Ruanruan. Yet, in the face of Zhang Zhihao's approach to Su Ruanruan, the timid Lu Shiming dared not utter a word. Zhang Zhihao let out a derisive laugh, settling beside Su Ruanruan, striving to soften his tone, fearful of scaring this delicate flower. Ruanruan, what are you doing? Su Ruanruan sat alone on the sofa, while Lu Shiming was engaged in planning a route to the survival zone with Ni Yang. The young girl lowered her head, casting a timid glance at Zhang Zhihao, cautiously revealing a small bottle, her voice soft and gentle. Food. Zhang Zhihao, entirely captivated by her beauty, failed to discern what kind of bottle it was and simply asked, "Can I have a little to eat? Are you very hungry?" Su Ruanruan looked at Zhang Zhihao with profound sympathy. They were both mere pawns in this harsh world, uncertain of who would perish first. Caught in Su Ruanruan's gaze, Zhang Zhihao felt a wave of tenderness wash over him. He couldn't shake the feeling that the woman before him appeared even more enchanting than the day prior. Yes, he was ravenous, insatiably so. Zhang Zihao's voice carried an odd tone, his eyes glistening with desire. Observing Zhang Zhihao in such a famished state, Su Ruanruan hurriedly extended the items in her hands towards him. Then, please indulge yourself, she urged. Zhang Zhihao, entranced, lowered his gaze, failing to discern the words inscribed above. Su Ruanruan reassured him, "No worries, this is merely a replica crafted from flour." The soft, delicate timbre of the young girl's voice lingered near his ear, and Zhang Zhihao felt that even if offered poison, he would not hesitate to partake. He tilted his head back and consumed it in one swift motion, then licked his lips, his gaze fixated on Su Ruanruan's fair, tender cheeks, her fragrant, supple figure, and with an entranced look, he remarked, "Delicious."
Meanwhile,
Anai Yang and Lu Shiming had already devised their route. She gazed at Lu Shiming in astonishment. "Is your memory truly this remarkable? You can recall the map after just one glance?" According to their character design, Lu Shiming possessed an exceptional intellect, surpassing all others. In response, Su Ruanruan clarified, "No. It's about treading upon it." Thus, whatever Lu Shiming intends to accomplish, humanity cannot thwart. Zhang Zhihao rose to his feet, casting a sidelong glance at the map, casually asserting, "On the way to the survival zone, we will pass a small supermarket. Let us procure some supplies then." His tone was not one of negotiation, but rather akin to a command. Anai Yang countered, "Our recommendation is to visit the larger supermarket 20 kilometers away." Ever since Zhang Zhihao had acquired his extraordinary abilities, his confidence had surged dramatically, and he had grown accustomed to being lauded by others. Encountering Anai Yang and his oblivious group caused an immediate sense of frustration. "Are you unaware of the multitude of zombies lurking within large supermarkets? The smaller ones harbor no shortage of them either." Anai Yang, with an impassive expression, retorted. Zhang Zhihao narrowed his eyes in a menacing manner. "Those who conform shall thrive, while those who oppose shall perish." He was determined to demonstrate to these individuals what true strength entailed. His extraordinary abilities were on the verge of eruption. "I have already consumed everything," Zhang Zhihao remarked, his countenance darkening. Despite possessing unique powers, he had never ventured out to scavenge for supplies due to his fear of the undead. He had yet to master his abilities fully. The terror from his first outing, when his powers spiraled out of control and nearly led to a zombie siege, still haunted him. Thus, he remained confined within his villa. Fortunately, just before his provisions ran out, Anai Yang and his group arrived. "What do you mean?" Anai Yang suddenly crossed his arms, his expression icy as he directed a piercing gaze at Zhang Zhihao. Zhang Zhihao responded, "Aren't we on the same team? I provided you with transportation. Shouldn't you share some supplies with me?" His tone was imbued with a sense of entitlement. After a moment of silence, Anai Yang retrieved a box of water and a bag of food from the rear compartment and handed them to Zhang Zhihao, stating, "One vehicle in exchange for these." Zhang Zhihao squinted, perplexed by the implication. "Is this really all you're offering?" Anai Yang asserted his position firmly. Suddenly, Zhang Zhihao let out a cold chuckle. "You seem unaware of my true capabilities." In an instant, a line of earthen walls erupted beside him, rising dramatically as if crafted by cinematic special effects, reaching a height of approximately 1 meter and 30 centimeters. Anai Yang's expression remained unchanged, as if she had already surmised the situation. The atmosphere was tense, charged with an imminent confrontation. Suddenly, Lu Shiming reached out, placing a hand gently on Anai Yang's arm. His touch was light, devoid of force. Yet Anai Yang inexplicably found herself calming down. Indeed, they possessed the means to navigate their circumstances. Why squander time on this fool? Zhang Zhihao seized all of Anai Yang's group's provisions and water, then drove away with a triumphant air. Anai Yang let out a derisive laugh. Finally, they were on their way. Anai Yang took the wheel, for she was the only one capable of driving. The timid couple sat in the back seat, with Su Ruanruan busily filling an empty bottle with candies. Lu Shiming raised an eyebrow, questioning the absence of the sleeping pills. "Have you consumed them all?" "Yes." Su Ruanruan nodded. "Earlier, Zhang Zhihao mentioned he was quite hungry, so I gave him everything." Lu Shiming, with his elegant hands, turned the pill bottle delicately. "How many did he take?" "All of them," Su Ruanruan replied. Lu Shiming chuckled softly. "Is that so?" A sudden unease washed over Su Ruanruan. "Were those pills not a mere ruse?" she inquired cautiously. The smile on Lu Shiming's face deepened, his gaze towards Su Ruanruan imbued with an almost tender incredulity, akin to a spring breeze melting the winter snow. "Indeed. Not long after setting off, Anayang discovered the road ahead was obstructed by a long line of vehicles. Vague silhouettes of armed soldiers, carrying rifles, were discernible. Let's go take a look, Lu Shiming suggested unexpectedly. Just as Anayang was about to maneuver around the blockade, she abruptly halted the car. Duanjun's makeup had already smudged, her face a portrait of despair as she wept like a distraught woman. Behind her, Zhang Zhihao appeared even more deranged. Duanjun rushed towards them, pleading desperately, "Please, I beg you, save Zhihao." Zhang Zhihao knelt on the ground, retching and soiling himself, emitting an unbearable stench. Armed soldiers, vigilant and alert, disembarked to investigate. Has he ingested something bad? Su Ruanruan pressed her face against the car window, contorting it in an effort to elevate her presence, attempting to greet her hapless companion. Regrettably, the unfortunate soul was too preoccupied to acknowledge her. After a moment of frantic pleas, Duanjun abruptly rose and dragged forth a large suitcase, filled to the brim with food that had been taken from them. The armed soldier accepted it with pleasure and proceeded to check on Zhang Zhihao's condition, summoning others to assist in loading him onto the vehicle. Duanjun staggered aboard after him. One of the armed soldiers noticed Anayang's vehicle and inquired, "Are you also heading to the survival zone?" The window was tapped lightly. Anayang replied, "Yes." The soldier's gaze flicked over Su Ruanruan's face, revealing a hint of admiration. He then gestured towards the rear of his vehicle, saying, "You may surrender your supplies and accompany us to the survival zone." Behind the large armored vehicle, a multitude of private cars were crammed together, resembling a vast mobile buffet for the zombies. Just as Anayang contemplated refusal, the soldier added, "We are collecting supplies from the survival zone. There are special abilities on board." Anayang's eyes sparkled with interest, and he acquiesced. The armored vehicle housed 3 individuals with extraordinary abilities. As long as one contributes supplies, regardless of the quantity, they can follow behind to the survival zone. Observing the multitude of dead weight, Su Ruanruan felt that this was tantamount to courting death. She found it rather amusing. However, how could a protagonist of such intellect choose to accompany them on this perilous journey? Surely, she did not genuinely believe that this armed vehicle was a bastion of safety? Anayang drove the vehicle, swaying gently as he trailed behind the convoy. Before long, the cacophony of so many individuals inevitably attracted a horde of zombies. The current zombies had yet to evolve, still exhibiting their foolishly adorable undead appearance. Su Ruanruan joyfully waved her hands in greeting. Her excitement intensified as the zombies began their frenzied wails, embarking on a self-service feast. Attempting to open the car window to offer the zombies a snack, she was firmly restrained by Lu Shiming, who held her head down. Despite her earnest struggle, she persisted in her desire to bond with the zombies, only to be ruthlessly suppressed by Lu Shiming. The armed vehicle suddenly accelerated, prompting the private cars to hastily follow suit. Those unable to keep up were left behind, surrounded by the ravenous undead. Thanks to her exceptional driving skills, Anayang skillfully maneuvered through the throng, maintaining close proximity to the large armed vehicle. After navigating through this wave of zombies, only a few stragglers remained behind the armed vehicle. Upon arriving at a gas station, the armed vehicle came to a halt. The soldiers, noticing the few remaining stragglers, exchanged disdainful glances. Some private car owners approached to protest, claiming, "We provided supplies to you. Were you not supposed to protect us?" In response, a soldier raised his weapon and shot the protesting car owner dead. The other agitators turned pale with fear. The soldier sneered, "We merely allowed you to follow." The crowd simmered with unexpressed rage. Failure to follow will lead to certain demise. However, by adhering, there remains a glimmer of hope for survival. Su Ruanruan suddenly grasped the reality. Their intent was merely to procure supplies, devoid of any inclination to safeguard these individuals. But why did the female protagonist choose to accompany the armed vehicle? Su Ruanruan turned her gaze to see Anayang engaging in conversation with an armed soldier. With a cigarette perched between her lips and a gun slung across her back, Anayang's profile exuded a cold yet striking allure. The soldier, visibly flushed, gazed at her with admiration. Su Ruanruan pondered, is she flirting with a young soldier? Given the scarcity of abilities among the extraordinary, it was indeed improbable for 3 powers to exist within a single armed vehicle. Ultimately, and Yang concluded, I believe that survival zone might be quite feasible. Truly, she was the epitome of a cold-hearted and ruthless heroine, possessing remarkable foresight, transcending mere flirtation with the young soldier. Su Ruanruan felt genuine admiration for Yang. She rushed over, maneuvering past Yang, only to be seized by her. Hey, why do you always target the easy prey?
Su Ruanruan exclaimed.
You must be involved in this. What have you done to Zhihao?
What has happened to him?
Duanzhen cried out. He has become foolish. Indeed, Zhang Zihao was truly lost in his wits. At that moment, Lu Shiming stood beside Su Ruanruan, chuckling enigmatically upon hearing those words, a stroke of misfortune amidst the fortunate. Su Ruanruan cast a glance at Lu Shiming, feeling unsettled. Suddenly, 3 burly men approached, armed and imposing. Duanzhen had composed herself, clad in a sensuous, dice-lit gown, languidly leaning against the red-haired man. In just a few short hours, she instinctively ensnared the most formidable man of the convoy. The man, initially reveling in the warmth of soft, fragrant beauty, was suddenly struck by the sight of Su Ruanruan. A look of astonishment graced his face, even before the apocalypse. Such exquisite beauty was a rarity, let alone in these dire times. Su Ruanruan clung to Lu Shiming's sleeve, seeking refuge behind him. The gaze of the crimson-haired man shifted to Lu Shiming, where he beheld the slender waist, fair skin, and striking visage of the latter, whose frail physique elicited a derisive snort, an utter weakling. The onlookers gasped in admiration, while Duanzhen held her head high, basking in their envy. Su Ruanruan recalled that he too was merely a pawn in this tale. Legend had it that his family had cherished a single heir for 3 generations, naming him Wang General. Alas, the roots of the Wang family were severed in a most definitive manner by the male protagonist. Shall we head to the supermarket next door? Wang Zhen extended the invitation. The large supermarket adjacent to the gas station indicated the clear intent of this armored vehicle to procure supplies. After a moment's contemplation, Yang nodded, as they had initially planned to go there as well. Yang addressed Su Ruanruan and Lu Shiming, will you accompany me inside, or remain here? The supplies I find will not be shared with you. Indeed, the female protagonist was devoid of compassion. Su Ruanruan promptly declared, I want to go in.
Wherever danger lurk, there I shall be.
Yang cast a surprised glance at Su Ruanruan. Lu Shiming added, wherever Ruanruan goes, I shall follow. Su Ruanruan retorted, I'm seeking death. Yang cautioned, once we enter, prioritize your own safety. I will not be responsible for you. Su Ruanruan nodded earnestly, resolutely disregarding her surroundings. She would meet her demise on her own terms. Duanzhen gritted her teeth in frustration, her heels clicking against the ground as she departed. A few audacious bystanders, having overheard the conversation, followed suit. Their supplies had been seized by the armed forces, leaving them several days' journey from the survival zone. Without sustenance, their fate was sealed. The temporary squad armed themselves for departure. Su Ruanruan and Lu Shiming, the 2 burdensome companions, trailed in the middle. Wang Zhen's gaze lingered on Su Ruanruan. The young girl donned a somewhat worn camouflage outfit, cinched at the waist with a belt, accentuating her delicate figure. Her disheveled black hair cascaded over her shoulders, framing a pair of captivating, shimmering eyes. Her skin was as pale as freshly fallen snow. Such exquisite beauty. Wang Zhen's eyes darkened. In this apocalyptic world, every desire had been magnified. Unrestrained, they resembled wild beasts breaking free from confinement. This fragile, pitiable, and helpless beauty ought to belong to the likes of them, the strong. Chapter 5. Just before entering the supermarket, Lu Shiming suddenly grasped Su Ruanruan's arm. Burrow, you must protect yourself. He then handed her a kitchen knife, an unsharpened one at that. Su Ruanruan perceived in the gaze of the male lead a grim path, leading her to the afterlife. The male lead was indeed exhausting himself, devising plans for her self-destructive journey. Overcome with emotion, Su Ruanruan embraced the kitchen knife and assured him, yes, I will surely die early and be reborn swiftly. Wang Zhen scoffed, Ruanruan, if you stick with me, I will protect you. Without hesitation, Su Ruanruan took the kitchen knife and hid behind Lu Shiming. The timid demeanor instantly ignited the man's protective instincts. Wang Zhen's eyes turned red as he fixed his gaze on Lu Shiming. Lu Shiming spoke in a gentle tone. Soft is my girlfriend. Wang Zhen scoffed, not for long. He had already devised a plan to eliminate the obstacle and claim the beauty for himself. At the entrance of the supermarket, a few weary vehicles were parked. The lock of the large supermarket door had been pried open, and the entrance was barricaded from the inside. It appeared that someone had already ventured in search of supplies. And Yang remarked, "We can't enter through the front. We'll have to scale the wall." A group of tall individuals effortlessly climbed over the barrier. Su Ruanruan struggled to climb with her short legs, huffing and puffing, dislodging 3 chunks of wall in the process, yet she remained in place.
Lu Qiming stood beside Su Ruanruan,
leisurely rolling up his sleeve to reveal half of his exquisitely fair arm. Soft, allow me to assist you.
I don't need,
Su Ruanruan was abruptly pushed upward by Lu Shiming, tumbling headfirst into the supermarket. Su Ruanruan thought to herself, I'm still alive. I'm truly resilient. A pat on the back for myself. The supermarket was indeed vast. And Yang cautioned, this is the apocalypse, his tone grave and unyielding. In this world, humanity had lost its essence. Now, individuals were using children, the elderly, and animals as bait to seize resources. Oh, a puppy. Before Yang could finish his sentence, Su Ruanruan, standing beside Lu Shiming, suddenly sprang forward with unbridled enthusiasm, as if imbued with a surge of energy.
Niyang,
armed with a gun, nearly choked on his own disbelief. Such a plump dog was clearly bait, was it not? What an extraordinarily naive and innocent individual she was. Su Ruanruan firmly believed that as long as she ran fast enough, she could embrace death itself. With a blissful expression, she held the little puppy tightly.
Come now,
entice her to her demise. Lu Shiming stood there, his expression inscrutable. Ruanruan had always possessed a kind heart. In her previous life, Su Ruanruan was indeed a paragon of virtue, willing to starve herself, or rather, starve Lu Shiming, to support the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the pregnant. The ultimate outcome was that once those in need realized they could extract no further benefit from the pair, they cast them aside. Subsequently, Su Ruanruan would lament Lu Shiming's inability to fend for himself, even in securing food. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Lu Shiming gently discarded the dog, stating, "Only one idle creature is permitted in our home."
Su Ruanruan.
For she had promised that the little puppy would surely contribute in the future. The little puppy happily trotted behind Su Ruanruan as they entered the supermarket together. Inside, the lack of electricity rendered the place shrouded in darkness. When Su Ruanruan finally regained her senses, she was startled to discover she was alone, save for the dog. Confronted with the male lead's meticulous arrangement, Su Ruanruan pondered for a moment and recalled the horde of zombies outside the supermarket that had yet to feast. Be good and seek out that fierce woman with the gun. Pushing the little puppy aside, Su Ruanruan stretched her arms and legs, resolving to sacrifice herself for the zombies. To her surprise, just as she was about to exit the supermarket, she encountered a formidable zombie dog, tethered to a pillar, its massive form exuding an aura of ferocity. Silently, Su Ruanruan brandished a kitchen knife, standing her ground against the ravenous creature, which drooled profusely. Su Ruanruan gazed at the sharp teeth and robust physique of the zombie dog, swallowing hard. She contemplated whether it might be best to end her own life right there. Taking a deep breath, she initiated the confrontation with a ferocious growl. The zombie dog, provoked by her audacity, sprang to its feet. Su Ruanruan was taken aback, letting out a frantic scream. With a kitchen knife in hand, she sprinted away, with her short legs flailing. She yearned for death, yet felt an irresistible urge to survive. All she wished for was that those 4 legs could outrun her just a tad faster, and that the creature would be swift in its attack. Unlike the male protagonist who, despite his clumsiness, had managed to strike at her 17 or 18 times without delivering a fatal blow. In her haste, Su Ruanruan stumbled and fell. The zombie dog let out a howl and charged towards her. Grabbing anything within reach, she raised it to shield her face. "Please, don't bite my face." Suddenly, a series of soft whimpers reached her ears. Slowly opening her eyes, she was astonished to find herself holding a small puppy, which was joyfully licking her. To her surprise, the puppy bore a striking resemblance to the zombie dog. What was this breed called again? Oh, a Siberian Husky. Su Ruanruan, what are you doing? Hearing the commotion, Anai Yang and others rushed out, their expressions turning grave upon sighting the zombie dog. In a previous life, Anai Yang had encountered such a creature. Mutated and exceedingly quick, it could even evade bullets. Cold sweat trickled down his face as he and the others looked on in pale horror at the tender young girl, their expressions betraying a sense of regret. Not a single one dared to step forward to save her. This is the brutal reality of the apocalypse. Su Ruanruan felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. She held her little puppy aloft, fluttering her large eyes, as if to imply, "Do you think this is effective?" Anai Yang's frustration was palpable. Su Ruanruan knew, of course, that it was futile. The ferocious zombie dogs charged towards them, drooling uncontrollably. Overcome with excitement, Su Ruanruan was brought to tears. Whoa! The zombie dog fixated on the little puppy and, quite unexpectedly, wagged its tail and sat down. The little puppy mirrored this gesture, wagging its tiny tail in response. That short tail whisked past Su Ruanruan, prompting her to sneeze.
Achoo.
Little puppy, awa. Zombie dog, awa. Anai Yang, is this what they call the foolish finding fortune? The crowd remained silent. Suddenly, Lu Shiming emerged from the throng of people. He approached Su Ruanruan and extended his hand towards her. The wind carried the putrid scent of the undead, rushing towards them. The man stood there, as if amidst a grove of verdant bamboo, exuding an ethereal beauty, his features akin to a masterpiece. The wind tousled his garments, and his dark hair swayed gently, obscuring his inky black eyes. The hand presented to Su Ruanruan was pale and elongated, exquisite as jade. Were it not for the gruesome backdrop surrounding the male protagonist, Su Ruanruan might have mistaken this moment for a scene from a romantic drama. Alas, this was no romantic tale, but a harrowing reality of survival amidst an apocalyptic nightmare. Su Ruanruan placed her hand upon his. Alas, she had narrowly escaped death once more. How disheartening. After this brief interlude, the group resumed their quest for supplies within the supermarket. Others were also scavenging for resources, illuminating the darkness with their flashlights, embarking on an unconventional rendezvous. On the opposite side, there was a friendly meeting, followed by a brief encounter before continuing on their respective paths. Moments later, someone asked, "Is that you over there?" Su Ruanruan suggested, "Shall we all walk together?" A proposal arose, and after some animated discussion, the leading man approached. "We cannot locate the warehouse." Suddenly, the zombie dog that had been trailing Su Ruanruan let out a howl and dashed away. Su Ruanruan was compelled to sprint after it, followed by the others. With a loud crash, the zombie dog broke through the warehouse door. The crowd stood in silence, taken aback. After all, it was a large supermarket, and the warehouse was stocked with an abundance of supplies. Under Anai Yang's protection, Lu Shiming utilized his spatial abilities to collect resources. Meanwhile, Su Ruanruan was selecting dog food. It wasn't due to a lack of diligence, it was simply unnecessary, as her lifespan was limited. Moreover, the male protagonist's space was replete with supplies, leaving no room for her to contribute. "Do you fancy this flavor?" Su Ruanruan mused as she packed a bag of beef-flavored dog food into her backpack.
Ni Yang, excess pratet.
Scolded Su Ruanruan, "Go fetch some water."
Oh.
Su Ruanruan placed the small puppy into the open bag of dog food. The tiny creature, no bigger than a palm, nestled within the kibble, wagging its tail as it munched away. Water resources were scarce, and a multitude of people had gathered, leading to scuffles breaking out. Su Ruanruan surveyed the chaotic scene, feeling an unexpected thrill at the prospect of joining in. In a brawl, one could easily find themselves at risk.
Chapter 6. Su Ruanruan.
Eager and ready for action, was about to dive into the fray when suddenly, someone seized her by the nape of her neck.
Who is it?
Grasping the slender neck of her fate, Su Ruanruan tilted her head upwards. As she was being dragged along, she heard the words, "Ruanruan, we are heading to the pharmacy now, come with us." "I cannot bear to leave you here alone." "I am perfectly fine," she retorted.
Yet.
Her protests fell on deaf ears as she was pulled outside. The pharmacy was merely a 10-minute stroll from the large supermarket, and Anai Yang suggested against driving, as she was aware of a secluded path that could be taken. Rather than engage in a perilous game of bumper cars with zombies on the main road, it was far more agreeable to traverse the lonely pathway devoid of both people and the undead. Everyone concurred. Oh, I don't. Lu Shiming pressed down on Su Ruanruan's small hand. Reluctantly, she acquiesced, clutching her little dog and leading the zombie dog, her expression one of utter discontent. Accompanying them, besides Anai Yang, Lu Shiming, and Su Ruanruan, were Wang Zhen and his 2 lackeys, making a total of 6 individuals and 2 dogs, squeezed together in the narrow alley. Su Ruanruan gazed longingly at the empty alley, missing her beloved zombie companions. Suddenly, she spotted a child's shoe floating in midair, a delicate pink and white. There must be someone there. It could be a trap. Before Anai Yang could finish her sentence, Su Ruanruan bravely dashed forward. Ni Yang exclaimed, "This foolish girl. Why play the hero? I shall save you." Su Ruanruan swiftly embraced the little brother and tugged with all her might, successfully pulling him down from the tree. Su Ruanruan. Anai Yang raised her gun, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Indeed, a man emerged from a concealed spot nearby. Dressed in a dark green military uniform, with a firearm slung across his back and towering with long legs, he stood there, flanked by 2 backpacks at his feet, presumably filled with supplies. Anai Yang squinted, aiming at the man who stood silhouetted against the light. He moved slowly into view, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Upon seeing his face, Anai Yang froze in surprise. "Captain Xiao, you know me?" The man's face was stern, his hair coarse and short. Unmistakably a soldier forged through rigorous training. How could Anai Yang not recognize him? He was a legend within their unit, her idol. The typically cold-faced woman suddenly felt her cheeks flush crimson, even raising her hand to awkwardly tousle the hair she did not possess.
I
am also part of the Special Forces. My name is Anai Yang.
I know you.
The goddess marksman Anai Yang. Anai Yang's eyes sparkled with delight. Her idol actually knew her. She felt her face grow warm with excitement. Su Ruanruan whispered, "You look like a monkey's bottom now." Anai Yang shot her a fierce glare, only to suddenly recall that Xiaoji stood before her, quickly turning away in embarrassment. You are impressive as well. Do you have supplies?" Wang Zhen quickly noticed the backpacks at Xiaoji's feet and interjected, "We are heading to the survival zone. You are too, right? Why not join us?" "I am a fire-type ability user." Wang Zhen proudly lifted his chin. Xiaoji remained unfazed, replying, "I have my younger brother with me. It's not convenient. We can manage on our own." Anai Yang immediately feigned a melodramatic tone. "Oh ho ho, that's all right. We all adore children." Su Ruanruan. "You woman, how can you possess 2 faces? The little one is truly adorable. Did he get hurt?" Anai Yang turned around. A stiff smile painfully stretched across his face. Forgive this woman. She has never understood the meaning of a kind smile. The child, in his playful frolics, was left hanging here by me to learn a lesson. Xiaoji quickened his pace and scooped up his younger brother, who, with his head bowed and adorned in a bright yellow duck hat, had not uttered a single word throughout.
Su Ruanruan, Basel.
Tilted her head and began rummaging through her pockets. "Would you like some candy?" The little brother remained still. "No duck. How about potato chips?" Su Ruanruan continued her search, like a magician revealing treasures. "What about cola? Chicken feet?" Just as she pulled them out, the little brother abruptly leaned forward, mouth agape like a hungry machine. "Oh dear, the packaging isn't even opened yet," Su Ruanruan exclaimed. Xiaoji swiftly covered his brother's mouth and snatched the chicken feet away. The little brother began to squirm. With an impassive expression, Xiaoji withdrew a feather duster from his waist. The little brother settled down. "Food is precious." Xiaoji returned the chicken feet to Su Ruanruan. She declined, saying, "It's all right. Does the little one like it?" Then she squatted down, asking, "What is your name?" Hee.
What? Su Ruanruan leaned in closer.
Xiaoji's body tensed slightly, instinctively gripping the feather duster. Suddenly, a hand reached out, pale and slender, with clean, bony fingers. Gently tugging at Su Ruanruan's little head, he turned to Xiaoji and remarked, "It seems the little one is rather timid." The man's voice was soft and elegant, reminiscent of a cello's melodic tones. In truth, Lu Shiming was inherently a refined and noble individual. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, Such a person could only be reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. Indeed, he appeared to be quite shy. Xiaoji exhaled a sigh of relief and introduced, "His name is Xiao Baobao. Little baby?"
It's Xiao.
After a brief pause, Xiaoji continued, "I am Xiaoji."
Xiao Ji.
Su Ruanruan suddenly recalled that this was none other than the ultimate antagonist, a pivotal character entangled in love and hatred with the female lead, who ultimately met his demise at the hands of the male protagonist. He was affectionately referred to by readers as Xiao Pig, often teased as the rare little pig among villains. "We have matters to attend to. We must take our leave." Xiaoji seemed disinterested in further interaction, lifting his brother and making his way through the crowd. Wang Zhen let out a derisive snort, while Yang looked on with a sense of regret, nearly peering through Xiao Pig's broad back. By the time they reached the pharmacy, it was already late, approaching the hour when the undead preferred their nocturnal activities. For this group that thrived on nocturnal escapades, Su Ruanruan found it exceedingly taxing to adjust her schedule to accommodate their time preference. "Su Ruanruan, go fetch the medicine."
Ni ang comandet.
With a small bag in her arms and the dog in tow, Su Ruanruan crouched in front of the glass counter, slowly retrieving the medication. Lu Shiming, carrying his tattered backpack, entered the pharmacy's storeroom. Wang Zhen, seemingly nonchalant, followed closely behind Lu Shiming, narrowing his eyes with a hint of danger. Lu Shiming lowered his head and walked into a corner, turning his back to Wang Zhen, idly toying with an object in his hand, producing a series of soft clicking sounds. Wang Zhen let out a cold sneer, warning him to be sensible, or he might spare his life. The man remained silent, continuing to manipulate the item in his grasp. The corner was shrouded in darkness, with a faint glimmer of light barely illuminating the space before him, creating an atmosphere that was both obscure and eerily foreboding. Observing this feeble figure, Wang Zhen's irritation grew as he realized his words were in vain. In a fit of rage, he unleashed his ability. "You shall perish." With a sudden eruption, flames ignited, causing those outside to tense and instinctively glance within. A piercing scream echoed through the air. Su Ruanruan turned just in time to see a figure engulfed in flames burst forth from the darkness. Oh no! The acrid scent of burning flesh filled her nostrils. It was Wang Zhen, who was ablaze. Two companions who had accompanied him rushed over to extinguish the flames. The doctor sighed heavily, declaring it hopeless and suggesting amputation. In his dying moments, Wang Zhen sat up in shock, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Wang Zhen was now reduced to Wang the eunuch. Duan Zhen burst into tears at the revelation, eliciting a pang of sympathy from Su Ruanruan. Zhang Zihao stood in stunned silence, lamenting the loss of yet another fire element user. Alas, such is the fate of our cannon fodder. Su Ruanruan regarded Wang Zhen with the expression of one who has learned from experience. She observed how, by accepting the whims of fate early on and bravely embracing their destiny, one might face the end with less anguish. The loss of a fire element user represented a significant blow to the entire convoy, potentially a consequence of uncontrolled powers that had turned upon their wielder. As Yang astutely analyzed, after all, an ordinary fire cannot possibly burn so rapidly.
Su Ruanruan nadit bigereshli.
The cannon fodder burns itself to illuminate the life of the protagonist. Suddenly, Su Ruanruan caught a whiff of a peculiar scent. She sniffed with her small nose and leaned to the side. Lu Shiming reached out to gently grasp her little head, his gaze lowered, the delicate lashes casting shadows over his dark, enigmatic eyes, hinting at a touch of tenderness. "What is Ruanruan smelling?" Su Ruanruan immediately shook her head, curling up like a timid quail. It seemed she detected the scent of oil. She glanced at Wang Zhen, then at Lu Shiming, shrinking back even more. Oh, dear. She felt like she might perish. In the evening, everyone took turns resting. Su Ruanruan drowsily opened her eyes to see Yang seated in the driver's seat, leaning against the window, holding a somewhat worn wallet, her gaze lost in thought. Through the pale moonlight, Su Ruanruan discerned a photograph within the wallet. It appeared to be a family portrait. Yang was quite alert. Upon hearing a sound behind her, she quickly tucked the wallet away and wiped her face. Su Ruanruan understood that Yang had shed tears. Silence enveloped the space. Yang did not turn around but continued to gaze out of the window, softly uttering, "My parents passed away when I was very young. I grew up with my younger sister. When the apocalypse struck, we had a quarrel, and she ran away from home. As the female lead, Anayong possessed a strong character and independence from a tender age. To deepen her character, the author chose to make her an orphan, adding a burdensome younger sister who constantly required her support. Today, Anayong suddenly brought up this matter, perhaps stirred by the sight of Xiao Ji's younger brother, Xiao Bao Bao, eliciting a profound sense of empathy within her. After a brief pause, her voice quivered, seemingly choked with emotion. She supported her forehead with her hand, half concealing her face, as if grappling with guilt. Silly and innocent, do you think I can find her? The moonlight shimmered gently, and the wind rustled through the trees. A soft voice emerged from behind Anayong, carrying a gentle, watery tone reminiscent of the misty rain in Jiangnan. Yes, you will undoubtedly find her. According to the narrative, Anayong would search through every survivor zone, ultimately discovering her. Su Ruanruan inquired, "What is your sister's name?" Anayong's expression darkened, and after a prolonged silence, she struggled to utter two words, "And I may." Su Ruanruan found the author to be quite remarkable. Suddenly, a shout pierced the air, "Zombies are coming!" Lu Shiming, seated beside Su Ruanruan, immediately opened his eyes, instinctively reaching for the axe concealed within his backpack. His gaze, far from the drowsiness of just awakening, radiated a predatory sharpness, laced with a languid thirst for blood. Excitedly, Su Ruanruan flung open the car door, ready to charge forth. "Little darling, I'm coming." Chapter 7. Who, once again, grasped the delicate neck of her fate. Oh, it was the male lead. What else could be done but to forgive him? Su Ruanruan gazed at Anayong, who began performing reckless stunts in the vehicle, sending her little darling crashing in disarray. The despondency of a salted fish. The physical prowess of ability users surpassed that of ordinary individuals significantly. Although Wang Zhen had been rendered impotent, his powers remained intact. In such a perilous moment, Wang Zhen immediately took the lead as the vanguard for escape, clearing a path ahead. He even collided with several private vehicles that were ahead of him. Wang Zhen's armored vehicle was substantial, sweeping obstacles aside with ease. Anayong followed closely, their journey fraught with danger and excitement. Su Ruanruan crouched by the window, catching a glimpse of what seemed to be a glimmering reflection in the distance. Anayong, there's something shiny ahead. Damn it.
Duck.
Before Anayong could finish his coarse utterance, he suddenly roared in alarm. With a resounding bang, the windshield shattered. Anayong shook off the shards of glass clinging to him, feeling a slight constriction in his chest. Had it not been for that foolishly naive warning, that bullet would have likely struck her face. Wang Zhen, that wretched scoundrel. Another bang echoed, followed by another gunshot. Their tire burst, causing the vehicle to sway precariously from side to side. Anayong momentarily froze, then erupted into a torrent of curses. Lu Shiming pressed down on Su Ruanruan's head with a firm grip. His hand was both cold and large, exerting an astonishing force. Su Ruanruan's face was nearly suffocated against the leather seat, teetering on the brink of asphyxiation. Don't be afraid, Ruanruan. Lu Shiming pressed down even harder. Su Ruanruan struggled vigorously. With an overwhelming horde of zombies, Wang Zhen fired upon the private vehicles for self-preservation. These cars careened chaotically, toppling to the roadside, quickly surrounded by the undead. The scent of blood attracted even more zombies. However, the number of zombies pursuing Wang Zhen significantly diminished. Finally breaking free from her plight, Su Ruanruan couldn't help but reflect on the treacherous and despicable nature of this man. Go on, press down. She braced herself. If all else failed, she could always attempt to suffocate herself. Lu Shiming. With a couple of muffled sounds, the tires of Anayong's vehicle were utterly destroyed. Anayong, filled with resentment, pounded the steering wheel, casting a glance at the quiet couple in the back seat. He then turned his attention to the slow-moving zombies creeping toward them.
Run.
Anayong was the first to leap from the car. Rather than remain seated and await their doom, he preferred to fight with every ounce of strength he had. Su Ruanruan, feeling weak and shaky, followed suit, glancing back at the grotesque creatures behind her. With a sense of tragic heroism, she declared, "I will distract the zombies. You all escape." She was utterly serious about her self-sacrifice. Rushing backward, she let out a startled scream upon encountering the contorted visage of a zombie and promptly turned to flee.
Ah, this is terrifying.
Su Ruanruan sprinted ahead, leading the small group of escapees with her short legs. And Young. Su Ruanruan was indeed in the lead, with the zombie hounds trailing closely behind. Suddenly, a rugged vehicle swayed past them. The sleek body of the off-road vehicle caught the eye, its vibrant colors striking against the grim backdrop. Particularly captivating was the man atop it, refined and handsome, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, reminiscent of a beach advertisement. Perched on his shoulder was an adorable puppy, its little tail wagging merrily. Su Ruanruan paused, astonished. Where did that off-road vehicle come from? Lu Shiming replied, it's stored in the space. Without hesitation, Young leaped onto the vehicle with effortless charm. Su Ruanruan, using her short legs, scrambled up as well. With a tearing sound, the camouflage uniform worn by Lu Shiming was ripped open, revealing his perfectly sculpted chest and abs, gleaming in the light. Beneath the fluttering remnants of fabric, Su Ruanruan remarked, this garment's quality is rather subpar.
Ah,
Do not strike my face. The man, with one hand expertly steering the mountain bike while lifting Su Ruanruan with the other, placed her directly onto the front crossbar. The mountain bike, in its practicality, proved far superior to mere legs. The pursuing zombies ambled behind, while the bike surged forward, swiftly outpacing them. However, accommodating 3 individuals and 2 dogs on a single mountain bike was indeed a challenge. Upon reaching a safe haven, Lu Shiming declared, it appears I have another vehicle in my space. And Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement, but then he lowered his gaze, his expression contorting. Is this your vehicle? The Audi, with its 4-wheel drive and sleek, aerodynamic design, showcased elegance in every aspect. Yet, it was merely a lavishly outfitted electric toy car meant for a 5-year-old child. Su Ruanruan and Young exchanged bewildered glances. Su Ruanruan reached out, asking, what does this button do? The toy car began to sway erratically. Young, feeling a mix of indignation and concern, shot her an accusatory glare before giving it a sharp slap. What on earth is this? Startled, Young delivered a powerful punch downwards, silencing the car. Su Ruanruan timidly suggested, early childhood education music? The toy car resumed its cheerful melody. Come on, let us enjoy. Young sighed. Isn't this music intended for children aged 18 months? The reality remained unchanged. 3 individuals, 6 legs, and 2 dogs with 8 paws precariously piled onto a single mountain bike, swaying as they pursued the armed vehicle ahead, which was currently undergoing maintenance. Although Wang Zhen appeared to be in a dire state, his extraordinary abilities remained intact. The 3 individuals concealed themselves nearby, and Young narrowed her eyes, arriving at a bold decision, to seize the vehicle. Who would confront Wang Zhen? Young surveyed the 2 weaklings around her, then glanced at the zombie dog and the small puppy that were occupied with their own antics. Gripping her weapon tightly, she declared, I shall take on this task. But who would handle the armed soldiers? Ni yang pondered. I will. And who would commandeer the vehicle? Young's expression gradually darkened. I will. Who would drive? Young, expressionless, replied, I will. She felt overwhelmed by the situation. Why had she allied herself with these 2 feeble creatures? The 2 weaklings squatted in the grass, blinking their beautiful eyes at her. Young felt as though she had become a mother hen. With a sigh, she instructed them to stay put. Suddenly, Su Ruanruan reached out and tugged at Young's clothing, declaring that all villains would be struck down by divine retribution. Ni Young scoffed. Do you think this is a television drama? Just as she was about to finish her thought, her expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. She smiled and said, indeed, villains will face divine punishment, while gently ruffling Su Ruanruan's hair. Su Ruanruan felt a twinge of fear at Yang's sinister smile. But what she truly wished to convey was the reassurance that as the heroine, Young would surely emerge unscathed. However, to her surprise, Young ignored her subsequent words and engaged in a lengthy discourse with Lu Shiming. Soon, Su Ruanruan observed Lu Shiming retrieving a bag from the space. Young weighed the bag in her hands, then abruptly stood up and hurled it towards the armored vehicle. With a resounding bang, and Ah Yong fired a shot at the bag. The contents scattered, igniting and showering the vehicle. Su Ruanruan noticed individuals inside the armored vehicle peering out in terror. Yet they remained inside. And Ah Yong unleashed a slender, dark blue current from her fingertips, which crackled and enveloped the entire vehicle in a shimmering blue light. The powder within was iron powder. Given Ah Yong's current ability, the intensity equated to approximately 100 electric batons, insufficient to eliminate the occupants in one fell swoop. Thus, she resorted to cunning tactics. The current was not strong. It merely amplified through the iron powder, spreading to incapacitate those within the vehicle temporarily. What was initially poised to be a fierce battle had transformed into a mere crushing victory. And Ah Yong grasped a wooden stick and first extracted Wang Zhen from inside, then instructed Lu Shiming to release the small Audi. "What are you planning to do?"
Su Ruanruan Basel.
With a cold smirk, and Ah Yong retorted, "When others act unjustly, we too shall not adhere to righteousness." Wang Zhen was bound to the luxurious vehicle, and Ah Yong activated a children's educational music device, using a remote control to send Wang Zhen away, his voice cooing and chirping, attracting the zombies along the way.
Su Ruanruan. Indeed.
The heart of the most ruthless heroine. What shall we do with these people? And Ah Yong pondered for a moment before securely closing the car door. Let us keep them for now. After a brief pause, and Ah Yong turned to Su Ruanruan and Lu Shiming, asking if they had any questions. Just moments ago, and Ah Yong had showcased her lightning abilities before them. She nervously tightened her grip on the gun, having already devised an excuse, claiming it had suddenly erupted and she herself was unaware of its origin. Su Ruanruan inquired, "Is there a restroom on this vehicle?" Oh dear. She could no longer hold it in. Lu Shiming replied, "I'll take you down." And Ah Yong interjected, "Could you two weaklings show me a bit of respect?" After 2 days of travel, and Ah Yong led the group to the survival zone. The area was modest in size, but adhered to a singular principle: the strong prevailed. Upper-tier ability users controlled essential resources such as water, electricity, crude oil, and food, effectively reinstating a communal dining era. Individuals were prohibited from hoarding food, with daily rations allocated based on labor contribution. However, for ability users, the rules were different. They could indulge in these resources without limit, including human resources. In the entire survival zone, along with Wang Zhen, there were only 5 ability users. With Wang Zhen now absent, only 4 remained, making them exceedingly rare. At the entrance of the survival zone stood a contingent of armed soldiers conducting inspections. Not everyone was permitted entry, unless one was an ability user. They were required to surrender all their food. Without provisions, there would be no passage. The armed vehicle belonged to Wang Zhen, and Ah Yong and her companions were certainly not foolish enough to drive it into the survival zone. They left the vehicle a short distance away and proceeded on foot. Before departing, Ah Yong opened the trunk, unaware that Duan Zhen and the armed soldiers were still oblivious to the unfolding events, until a cacophony jolted them awake. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the entrance of the survival zone. A group of individuals promptly drove their vehicles into the area, chattering animatedly about the terrifying events that had transpired 3 days prior. The heavens raged, dark clouds loomed ominously, thunder roared, and lightning struck, reducing Wang Zhen to mere fragments. In an instant, anxiety gripped the hearts of those within the survival zone. Naturally, Su Ruanruan and her companions remained oblivious to the incident, as they were still awaiting their turn outside. Those without abilities were required to surrender supplies, while those endowed with powers were permitted to proceed directly. After submitting their provisions, men stood to the left and women to the right for inspection. A burly man, lacking any supplies, brazenly attempted to seize food from the elderly, the weak, and women. Observing this, others followed suit. Chaos erupted instantaneously, prompting the armed soldiers at the front to lose their patience. They fired a shot, ending the man's life, and declared, "Everyone, behave yourselves." In this apocalyptic world, humanity had been stripped away, rendering individuals less than livestock. The crowd fell silent, trembling as they formed an orderly line. Su Ruanruan found herself squeezed amongst the throng, sighing deeply. Initially, she was meant to stand at the entrance of the survival zone, thrust into a horde of zombies by Lu Shiming, enduring the torment inflicted upon the male protagonist in his previous life. only to be mercilessly hacked apart before being devoured by the undead. Yet now, after struggling desperately for survival, she inexplicably found herself set to follow the plot alongside the male and female leads. A profound sorrow enveloped her. She realized she could no longer indulge in 3 bowls of dinner that night. Suddenly, a thick vine emerged from the inspection room on the left, hurling a bare man out into the open. The man's watermelon-like head plopped onto the ground, lifeless. The armed soldier standing nearby swiftly ordered someone to drag the man away and dispose of him. He had been executed on the spot after being found with zombie bites. Following a bite, the incubation period could last a maximum of 3 days. However, within the densely populated survival zone, there was simply no time to wait that long. Upon seeing similar wounds on your body, you would be immediately dealt with. The massive vine captured everyone's attention. And Yang remarked, "That is an ability of the wood element." Su Ruanruan commented, "It resembles a piece of feces." And Yang replied, "It does look quite similar." Her remark dissipated the surrounding atmosphere of terror, and smiles appeared on the faces of those battered by the apocalypse. Yet, when they turned to look at Su Ruanruan, they were momentarily stunned. Was this a human or a celestial being? The air around them seemed to fall into a tranquil silence. Unbeknownst to Su Ruanruan, she glanced down to see a zombie dog nuzzling at her feet. She suddenly recalled that zombie dogs were typically not allowed inside. What a pity! In an unexpected turn, the zombie dog picked up a puppy and nudged it into Su Ruanruan's arms. She embraced it gently and gazed into the creature's eyes, nodding, "Yes, I will take good care of it." Su Ruanruan then pushed the little puppy towards Yang. "You must take good care of it." With the glow of the protagonist around her, it was certainly better than being accompanied by a mere cannon fodder on the brink of death. Su Ruanruan lifted her gaze towards the vine-resembling excrement, contemplating whether she should inflict a bite upon her own arm. In Chapter 8, Lu Shiming and Yang chose not to reveal their abilities. They submitted their supplies and awaited inspection. Lu Shiming's attire was torn by Su Ruanruan. He changed into a slightly worn light gray sports outfit. Tall and slender, he stood there with a backpack, unknowingly capturing the attention of countless onlookers. Even the female soldier inspecting women's bodies couldn't help but peek. Only his face remained relatively clean. Suddenly, Lu Shiming reached out and placed the hood over Su Ruanruan's head. The hood was large and loosely draped over most of her face, revealing only her delicate, fair chin, framed by a few strands of hair that glimmered like white jade. Lu Shiming took out a bottle of water and offered her a sip, gently wiping her face as well. Instantly, Su Ruanruan, who had been feeling dizzy and disoriented, felt a wave of relief wash over her, akin to a traveler in the desert discovering an oasis. Indeed, water is the essence of life. Su Ruanruan smacked her lips and took several gulps from the water bottle. And Yang licked his parched lips, requesting a sip for himself. Lu Shiming retrieved another bottle of water from his backpack. And Yang remarked, "I'll just have what the sweet and naive one left behind." Lu Shiming replied, "That bottle is specifically for Ruanruan." Su Ruanruan exclaimed, "I wasn't aware of this." And Yang glanced at her, his expression filled with disbelief at her fussiness in such dire times. Su Ruanruan retorted, "I feel as if it's snowing in June." And Yang grabbed another bottle of water. Meanwhile, Lu Shiming was openly tilting his head back, draining the remaining water that Su Ruanruan had left.
Su Ruanruan pretesti?
"Wasn't that supposed to be for me?" The man smiled, refined and handsome, with a demeanor as clear as the moonlight. "I am not just anyone to Ruanruan."
Indeed.
He was not. He was the male lead. After finishing the water, it was finally Su Ruanruan's turn in line. Su Ruanruan followed the armed soldier towards a small inspection room. After casting a glance around and confirming that no one was paying her any mind, she took a deep breath and suddenly bit down on her own arm.
Ah!
The pain was excruciating. This spot was too painful. She needed to try another.
Ah!
That hurt as well. Perhaps a different place. "What on earth are you doing?" The soldier in front, noticing Su Ruanruan's peculiar posture, suddenly became alert and aimed his gun directly at her. Was this woman actually biting herself? And Yang, who was behind Su Ruanruan, heard the commotion and hurriedly followed. The young girl, startled, had her hood slip partially off, revealing her porcelain white face. Her hair was disheveled, delicately clinging to her cheeks. With her large, misty eyes wide open. She faced the dark muzzle of the gun, her gaze filled with trepidation, the corners of her eyes tinged with red as if she were on the verge of tears. Due to the routine inspection, her oversized athletic jacket had been pulled open, exposing her long-sleeved attire beneath. She appeared frail, slender, and delicate. Her black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her ruby lips were striking, glistening like a beautiful and precious porcelain doll. The soldier swallowed hard, nearly losing his grip on the weapon. Such a captivating creature was a rare sight for him. In this post-apocalyptic world, beauty was indeed a sin. And a beauty like Su Ruanruan's was simply unforgivable. Perhaps because they had been together for so long, and Aoyang had not noticed before.
But now,
as she gazed upon Su Ruanruan's face, an ominous feeling washed over her. When did this naive, sweet girl become so stunning and so utterly bewitching? And Aoyang lowered her gaze to her own parched skin, then glanced at Su Ruanruan's dewy complexion. She looked again at her own dry hair. Once more, she gazed at Su Ruanruan's long, flowing hair, reminiscent of satin, gently curling like seaweed. She had retreated into herself. A massive vine slithered closer. Although the male and female examinations were conducted in separate rooms, there existed a shared passage between them, marked by an open door. Through this threshold, a man appeared before Su Ruanruan. He was diminutive, peculiar, and as withered as the parched vine itself. The moment he laid eyes on Su Ruanruan, his murky gaze sparkled with a sudden brightness. Such a stunning beauty stood gracefully before him, transforming everything around her into a mere backdrop. Even the dimly lit room seemed illuminated by her luminous skin. The man was captivated by beauty, and the enchantress before him was breathtakingly exquisite. Her enchanting eyes and delicate lips made her a natural seductress, yet there was an air of innocent naivety about her, both alluring and pure. Her face radiated an innocence that was disarmingly beautiful, even to the point of evoking a desire for destruction. In this apocalyptic setting, such an unnatural longing for obliteration reached its zenith. Su Ruanruan stood as the embodiment of this destructive allure. She appeared fragile, delicate as if she could shatter with the slightest touch. This unique sense of vulnerability, akin to opium poppies, was captivating and magnified infinitely in the wasteland.
Niyang shifted.
Positioning himself protectively in front of Su Ruanruan, a woman clad in military attire emerged behind him. She cast a glance at the vine before turning her attention to Su Ruanruan, instructing her to proceed for the examination. Together, Su Ruanruan and Aoyang stepped inside. The vine's gaze clung to her, as though it sought to extract a piece of her flesh. This nauseating sensation of attachment sent a shiver down Su Ruanruan's spine. Regret washed over her. She resolutely rejected the advances of the vine. It would be better if the male protagonist were to sever her into 18 pieces. In the dim confines of the small room, the woman clad in military attire scrutinized Su Ruanruan from head to toe, leaving no inch of her skin unexamined. In this apocalyptic world, the woman's complexion was strikingly fair, almost excessively so. Her skin resembled the finest white jade, flawless and as pure as freshly fallen snow. The military woman was overwhelmed with astonishment, nearly tempted to inquire about her skincare regimen, yet she refrained. Gazing at Su Ruanruan's visage, she concluded that such beauty must be innate, and she had no desire to humiliate herself further. "What is this?" she queried, pointing at the mark on Su Ruanruan's arm. The mark was faint, merely a subtle impression, yet due to the girl's delicate and pale skin, it was particularly conspicuous. It wound its way intricately upwards, resembling an exquisite tattoo that was impossible to overlook. Before Su Ruanruan could respond, Aoyang interjected, "She has a boyfriend." The military woman paused. Recalling the strikingly handsome and refined man she had glimpsed earlier, a flicker of envy passing over her face, only to be replaced by regret as she regarded Su Ruanruan again. With such a stunning appearance, securing a partner like that was hardly surprising. However, the current state of the world was dire. A man of such beauty, yet utterly powerless, was of little utility. Yet, the military woman cast her gaze once more at the mark, contemplating its wildness. She could hardly fathom that such a genteel man could possess such untamed tendencies. With a wave of her hand, Su Ruanruan and Aoyang were ushered out. Su Ruanruan dejectedly lowered her sleeves, reflecting on her own lack of ruthlessness. After having taken so many sips without even breaking the skin, one might wonder what this has to do with her relationship status. Following the inspection, everyone gathered on the playground, awaiting the address and allocation. The speaker was a person named Papa Vine, whose discourse primarily revolved around self-aggrandizement and belittling others. Once the meeting concluded, Papa Vine approached Su Ruanruan, his face unmistakably marked by a glint of desire. He extended a slender vine, pushing aside the hood that enveloped Su Ruanruan's face. Instinctively, she recoiled in terror, colliding with someone behind her. Lu Shiming raised his hand and drew her into his embrace. The man exuded a refreshing and cool scent, reminiscent of the remnants of winter snow. Su Ruanruan gazed up with her large, shimmering eyes, trembling as she nestled within Lu Shiming's arms. She dared to peek at Papa Vine, only to realize that this man lacked hands, where his arms should have been. There were instead two enormous vines. He adeptly transformed those vines into semblances of hands and arms. It became evident that he was a disabled wood-type supernatural being. "My name is Jingshu," he declared, finally diverting his gaze from Su Ruanruan to Lu Shiming, his expression darkening at the sight of the hand resting on Su Ruanruan's slender waist. In contrast to the wiry Jingshu, Lu Shiming possessed a tall and elegant stature, and even clad in coarse, rustic fabric, he radiated an extraordinary beauty. "This is my girlfriend," Lu Shiming stated with a calm demeanor, his voice imbued with a poised elegance that resonated through every fiber of his being, as if it were an intrinsic part of his very essence. Zhang Shu appeared to harbor a deep disdain for someone so starkly different from himself. What could be concealed within that backpack? As Zhang Shutong casually flicked his vine-like limbs, Lu Shiming's backpack was snatched away and cast onto the ground, revealing an axe within. Ah, an axe? What purpose does it serve? To slay zombies. Lu Shiming's brow furrowed, obscuring his expression. Beside him stood Su Ruanruan, her gaze fixed inward, observing her surroundings with quiet composure. She sensed that the male lead's mood was rather grim. When the male lead was in such a state, it was typically the cannon fodder that bore the brunt of his displeasure. As a recent addition to the ranks of cannon fodder, Su Ruanruan chose to remain as silent as a chicken. Zheng's mocking laughter resonated ominously. "You? Slaying zombies? Have you ever done it?"
Ha ha ha.
"That axe of yours, is it still new?" Su Ruanruan could attest that the axe was far from new. It merely bore the mark of diligent maintenance by its owner. Often, she would awaken in the dead of night to find the man methodically applying baby lotion to the axe, followed by a thorough massage of his entire body. As a tool that had borne the male lead's sweat and blood, Su Ruanruan felt no envy. Should there come a day when he would bestow upon her the same tender care, she would feel as though she were but a heartbeat away from paradise. Of course, Su Ruanruan would be more than willing to ascend to heaven, provided her departure was not marked by cruelty. Zheng stepped onto Lu Shiming's backpack and axe. Su Ruanruan's keen eyes noticed the man narrowing his gaze slightly. A flicker of uncharacteristic ferocity marred his typically refined and composed visage, though it vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. Su Ruanruan began to count the days for Zheng. "Dear, may I inquire which manner of demise you would prefer?" For those without supernatural abilities, sleeping in a communal dormitory was the only option, segregated by gender. Su Ruanruan walked alongside An Yang. Lu Shiming, alone with a backpack, walked in the opposite direction to them. Each morning, he would collect supplies for the day. Daily necessities were distributed once a week, and there were also work duties to fulfill. Su Ruanruan was assigned to the task of coal mining. Indeed, coal could serve various purposes in this apocalyptic world. The survival zone relied on the coal extracted not only for their own use, but also to exchange for precious resources, such as crude oil and water, with other survival zones. It was precisely due to this coal mountain that the survival zone could thrive. This area was colloquially known as the coal district. In addition to manual labor, the survival zone was equipped with an excavator. Su Ruanruan gazed enviously at the man operating the machine, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity. However, the distance rendered her unable to see clearly. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but she constantly felt that the excavator was somehow antagonistic toward her. No matter where she tried to hide, the swirling coal dust seemed drawn to her face. Cough, cough, cough. During the break, the women gathered around the excavator. Su Ruanruan stood on her tiptoes, though it was hardly necessary, as the man towered above the rest. When she pushed through the crowd of women, her hair disheveled and her face smeared with coal dust, she clearly noticed the man's lips curve into a smile. It was a smile of mockery. He was certainly laughing at her. Su Ruanruan felt a surge of indignation, believing she had been insulted. "Aren't you incapable of driving?" she accused vehemently, her finger nearly poking Lu Shiming's face. The man brushed aside her hand, his smile broadening. "I may not know how to drive a car, but I can operate an excavator." Su Ruanruan. "So, you also moonlight as an excavator operator at Lanxiang?" Lu Shiming extended his hand, gently wiping the coal dust from Su Ruanruan's face. However, the more he wiped, the dirtier it became. Then Su Ruanruan noticed the growing mirth in the man's eyes. Clutching her fragile little heart, she resolved to immediately conclude her beautiful life. In the survival zone, the ability users venture out once a week in turns to gather supplies, exchanging the coal they unearth for crude oil at another nearby survival zone. The ability users possess the authority to select their companions for these excursions. The chosen ordinary individuals are essentially bait for zombies. Eager and enthusiastic, Su Ruanruan signed up, unwittingly becoming the center of attention. A fool. Chapter 9. This time, the ability user assigned to procure crude oil and gather supplies was Zheng Shu. He immediately designated Lu Shiming. However, upon glancing at the submitted list, his expression faltered. Why was Su Ruanruan included? She had signed up herself. Speaking of this fool, the person who delivered the list wore an envious expression, saying, "I heard it's because she couldn't bear to part from her boyfriend, insisting on going together. Such a beautiful lady. What a pity. But her boyfriend is rather impressive as well." This ordinary-looking couple had long since gained notoriety within the survival zone. Zheng Shu's countenance darkened significantly, and he promptly shredded the paper with his vine-like fingers. Observing Zheng Shu's fury, the man who delivered the list turned pale and attempted to flee. But he was ensnared by the vines and choked to death. Dispose of the zombie, Zheng Shu grimly instructed the armed soldiers outside. Armed soldiers entered with trepidation, dragging the lifeless body of a man outside. In this realm, the supernatural wielded absolute power. When one was deemed a zombie, they simply became one. Zheng Shu selected Lu Shiming, while Su Ruanruan willingly volunteered. Upon witnessing the list, Yang silently turned away, also opting to join. She remarked, "I am not afraid of you dying outside. I merely wish to participate." "Oh." Su Ruanruan tilted her head, her eyes, like pools of crystal clear water, gazed back at her, untainted and free from any speck of dust, resembling two exquisite glass orbs. In them, Yang saw her own reflection. She slapped Su Ruanruan's head and tossed her a dagger, stating, "It's chaotic out there. I may not be able to protect you. You must learn to fend for yourself." Su Ruanruan waved her hands in a frenzy, attempting to catch the dagger, but it slipped through her clumsy grasp and fell to the ground.
Fool.
"You can't even catch a dagger. What are you capable of?"
Niang exclaimed. Su Ruanruan.
Feeling aggrieved, replied, "I can eat." And Yang could only sigh. Finally, they set off. A few dozen elderly, weak, sickly, and disabled individuals served as bait. As everyone sat in an armored vehicle, the interior was adorned for comfort, yet only Zheng Shu truly enjoyed it. Seated comfortably in the boss's chair while the others sat on the floor, craning their necks as if attending a pyramid scheme meeting. Su Ruanruan leaned against Lu Shiming, stealing a glance at Zheng Shu, who was fixated on her. In the shadows, he resembled a lifeless corpse, vines on his body swaying erratically. After fixating on her, Zheng Shu turned his disdain towards Lu Shiming. Su Ruanruan understood Zheng Shu's desire to immediately roast Lu Shiming like a Peking duck, displaying him atop the car to flutter in the wind. Unfortunately, the expendables, were not destined for such a fate. In the corner of the carriage, the man remained composed, exhibiting no signs of emotion. "Ruansoft, I brought you some bread," Lu Shiming said, producing a loaf from his pocket and offering it to her. And Yang interjected, "Our food is rationed. If you give her that, what will you eat?" Although Lu Shiming had access to supplies, he could not indulge in front of everyone. He shook his head, his tone gentle as he gazed at Su Ruansoft with affection. "Ruansoft's health is poor. She must not go hungry." The people around them were immediately moved to tears, witnessing such profound and unwavering love even amidst the apocalypse. Su Ruanruan thought to herself, clearly, it's you who are picky and reluctant to eat. Ruanruan, please eat.
I saved this just for you.
It's all right, I'm not hungry. Su Ruanruan felt a wave of emotion, almost brought to tears. The bread was hard, dry, and difficult to swallow. She no longer wished to play along with this scheming male lead. The carriage fell silent, save for the sound of Su Ruanruan gnawing on the bread. Everyone wore expressions of despair, for they were on the brink of losing their lives. Even the elderly gentleman sitting beside her, at the age of 70, was crying out for his mother. Sir, you're stepping on my foot. Su Ruanruan tugged at her foot, which was pinned beneath the old man.
What?
Do you want pig trotters? There are none available now. Su Ruanruan. After driving for 2 hours, they arrived at the resource collection point. It was a large shopping mall. Everyone gradually disembarked. An Aiyang tightly gripped the gun in his hand, glanced at Jingshu, and cautioned Lu Shiming. Be careful. Lu Shiming stood there nonchalantly, slightly tilting his head to reveal a handsome jawline and a slender frame, maintaining his facade of fragility. He softly hummed a tune, seemingly in good spirits, even bending down to pat Su Ruanruan on the head. Su Ruanruan rolled her eyes, nearly choking on the bread. The mall's entrance was firmly shut, with only a few security-clad zombies inside. The armed soldiers swiftly dispatched the zombies, allowing everyone to enter and gather supplies. The soldiers had only cleared the first floor. Jingshu pointed towards Lu Shiming, instructing him to retrieve winter clothing from the upper floor. It was evident that other zombies lurked upstairs. Jingshu's intentions were unmistakable. Lu Shiming, with his backpack slung over his shoulders, ascended to the second floor, followed closely by Su Ruanruan. Jingshu's eyes narrowed, his teeth clenched in frustration, his face contorting like a gourd. Jingshu had once been disabled. Born without hands, he was abandoned at an orphanage. Life there was harsh. He was bullied by everyone due to his condition. As he grew older, he survived on welfare, akin to a rat scurrying in the sewers, easily trampled upon. Yet, he never imagined that one day he would regain his hands. He cherished these hands immensely. They bestowed upon him hope, power, and everything he had ever desired. Those who once looked down upon him now find themselves kneeling in supplication. They would even express profound gratitude if he commanded them to kiss his feet. Zheng Shutai relished every moment of this transformation. He was well aware that Su Ruanruan, like other women, would inevitably gravitate towards him upon witnessing his formidable strength and recognizing the harsh realities of a post-apocalyptic world. He could assure himself that with her striking beauty, she would be his sole cherished possession. Zheng lowered his gaze to his hands, a frenzied expression overtaking his visage. In the future, he would wield these hands to acquire even greater fortunes. On the second floor, a wandering security zombie lurked. Su Ruanruan, noticing the elderly gentleman trembling behind her, urged, Sir, please run. A zombie is approaching. Are you feeling unwell? Then you should dress warmly, she exclaimed. Oh dear, from where did I just come? The elderly man not only suffered from poor hearing but also exhibited signs of intermittent dementia, and his eyesight appeared rather dim. The zombie drew perilously close, growling ominously. The elderly man greeted, Huh? Are you here to play? How delightful. The zombie continued its menacing growl. This time, there was a substantial number of bait. Some lingered near Jingshu, attempting to secure their survival, while others bravely confronted their fears, scavenging for supplies in the mall, striving for a glimmer of hope. Strangely, they chose to follow the seemingly frail and most vulnerable man, ascending to the second floor and entering a toy store together. A toy store? What purpose does this serve? Lu Shiming pressed a beautiful Barbie doll into Su Ruanruan's hands, saying, Play with this first. Crowd. And Aiyang, you are all so accustomed to your mundane existence, having never experienced the world. In the face of skepticism, Lu Shiming suddenly turned his gaze, pinching Su Ruanruan's cheek with one hand, playfully teasing her. A few months ago, she had been so starved that she consumed half a bottle of sleeping pills. Fortunately, they were merely placebos. Pausing for a moment, Lu Shiming appeared troubled, but he had heard that even placebos could harm the mind. Instantly, peculiar glances surrounded them. Su Ruanruan. Do you think my head is merely ornamental? I warn you, if you look at me with such eyes again, I might just bite you. Lu Shiming grasped the agitated Su Ruanruan, saying, "Come, have some water." "All right then, I shall quench my thirst before dealing with you." The toy store was expansive, with a dozen individuals crammed together behind the glass door, confronting a zombie security guard outside. An elderly gentleman was engaging it in conversation, an absurd exchange that seemed rather jovial. Lu Shiming selected a squeaky toy chicken, cracked open the glass door slightly, and tossed it outside. The squeaky chicken plummeted to the ground floor, emitting a sorrowful shriek. The zombie guard lumbered down the immobile escalator with its characteristic stiff gait. With the security zombie dealt with, Lu Shiming opened the toy store door and ascended further. The third floor was dedicated to children's clothing. Lu Shiming picked out several delightful little dresses. "Su Ruanruan, I never imagined you harbored such tastes." Lu Shiming replied, "For our daughter in the future." Su Ruanruan. Su Ruanruan opened the window beside her, poking half her head out, her expression devoid of emotion. How high up it was, she felt a twinge of acrophobia. Jumping from such a height seemed a tad too daunting. She prepared to seek another method of demise. The fourth floor was the women's clothing section. Lu Shiming selected several down jackets for Su Ruanruan, who resolutely declined, her gaze fixated on another store. And Ai Yang, suppressing his voice, scolded her. "What are you doing?" "I want to wear mink." "What do you need mink for in this sweltering summer?" After the apocalypse, the weather had grown peculiar, devoid of the 4 distinct seasons, now only a duality of scorching heat and frigid cold. Yet, to evade infection and the undead, everyone opted for long sleeves and trousers. Su Ruanruan clung to the mink, exclaiming, "I want to wear mink. I want to wear mink. This is faux mink. I want it, I want it. Dress so heavily. How will you run if zombies appear?" "That's precisely why I can't run." Su Ruanruan batted her large eyes, unwilling to relinquish her grip on the mink. "Zombies are coming." Suddenly, someone shouted in alarm. From a nearby restroom emerged a zombie resembling a cleaning lady, and Ai Yang raised his gun, only to be struck by the unsettling realization that it was malfunctioning. Broken? How can this be? He reached into the weapon, extracting several strands of green vines. The vines belonged to Zheng Shugan. The crowd had already scattered in a frenzy. An elderly man shuffled in place, moving awkwardly. Su Ruanruan approached him, tugging at him. The cleaning lady zombie, zeroing in on the fair-skinned Su Ruanruan, lunged to bite her. Su Ruanruan felt the pressure on her arm, trembling with exhilaration. At last, she was about to meet her end. "Su Ruanruan!" And Ai Yang bellowed, delivering a swift kick that sent the zombie flying. Su Ruanruan joyfully looked down, only to discover that the cleaning lady was surprisingly young, yet already sporting dentures of poor quality, precariously hanging from her beloved faux mink without even leaving a hole. Su Ruanruan, utterly unhappy. After a brief silence enveloped the surroundings, a frenzy ensued as everyone began to snatch up mink fur coats. After a moment of contemplation, and Ai Yang also joined in, selecting a piece for himself. "Su Ruanruan, could you please show me some respect?" Chapter 10. When those on the first floor beheld the arrivals from the second floor, all adorned in mink coats, the expressions on their faces were truly remarkable. The followers of Lu Shiming revealed disdainful smiles, as if to say, "What do you foolish mortals comprehend?" And Ai Yang suggested to Lu Shiming, "Why don't you wear one as well?" Lu Shiming replied, "It's all right, you all wear them." Su Ruanruan discerned the meaning behind Lu Shiming's gaze. There was no way she would engage in such a foolish act. Su Ruanruan, the flesh may smile, but the hide does not. Upon descending, Su Ruanruan was astonished to find that everyone had subconsciously divided into 2 factions. One group consisted of armed soldiers led by Zheng Shu, accompanied by a few bait individuals. The other was the faux mink brigade led by Lu Shiming. A circle of armed soldiers surrounded Zheng Shu, who wielded a sturdy vine with a menacing glare fixed upon Lu Shiming. Su Ruanruan was somewhat perplexed as to why Zheng Shu held animosity towards Lu Shiming. Could it be due to the protagonist's aura? Lu Shiming stepped forward, presenting the supplies he carried. Zheng Shu commanded, "Put them in the vehicle." Lu Shiming proceeded outside alone, while the faux mink brigade hesitated, clutching the supplies as they followed. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the glass doors of the mall shattered before Lu Shiming.
Su Ruanruan.
Clutching her mink, shielded both herself and Lu Shiming beneath it. Everyone hurriedly sought refuge within the fur. The team of Zhengshu, lacking minks, was struck by shards of glass, blood flowing freely. Zhengshu erupted in fury. Desolation, zombies. That particular creature would smash through doors. Not far off, a zombie stood atop a vehicle, brandishing a massive stone, and suddenly brought it crashing down. It was the very same glass door that had been shattered by its force. The scene was terrifying. Behind the zombie, countless others clawed and lunged forward, pouring in. Zheng Shu wildly wielded his vines while sprinting towards the rear entrance of the mall. The armed soldiers beside him, gripped by fear, fired their weapons haphazardly. In an instant, chaos reigned supreme. The scorching sun bore down, and the zombies moved at half their speed from the night before. The mall's entrance lay in ruins. This was the most bustling part of the district, and swarms of pedestrian zombies surged in. The screams were deafening. The foaming brigade dashed about frantically, their heavy coats causing them to sweat profusely, their faces a bewildering mix of red and pale. I felt as though I might be suffering from heatstroke. I too sensed a wave of dizziness approaching. The sounds of thud, thud, thud echoed. One by one, the foaming brigade succumbed to the heat. Oblivious zombies bypassed these motionless, silent figures. In the midst of their escape, Zheng Shu's team. They wished to feign death, yet their courage betrayed them. At an unknown moment, Lu Shiming retrieved a small donkey from thin air and hoisted Su Ruanruan onto it. Su Ruanruan, anxious, insisted, "We need helmets." Lu Shiming. The small donkey roared to life, with Enai Yang bringing up the rear, Su Ruanruan sandwiched in between, and Lu Shiming at the helm. The three of them were piled atop one another like a cat stack. Lu Shiming took charge of the driving, and Enai Yang handled the rear guard, and Su Ruanruan was tasked with charming the situation. "My head has fallen off, my head has fallen off." Su Ruanruan cried out in a frenzy. "That is merely a helmet, not your head," Enai Yang remarked as he gently patted her on the head. With the helmet removed, Su Ruanruan's vision suddenly broadened significantly. The sweltering summer breeze, infused with the foul stench of zombies, assaulted her senses. Leaning slightly forward, she caught a whiff of the cool, snow-like fragrance emanating from Lu Shiming. Unable to resist, she inhaled deeply, followed by another breath. Beep, beep, beep. "What's wrong?" Su Ruanruan startled. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she hastily turned her face away from Lu Shiming's back. It was then that she clearly observed the distinct imprint of a mask left on his skin. The heat must have caused her to sweat excessively. She truly couldn't be blamed for it. Rubbing her hand over her face, she attempted to erase the mark, only to inadvertently deepen it, resembling the traces of tears. "The power's out." Lu Shiming abruptly halted the small electric scooter with a firm kick. Enai Yang was the first to dismount. Following suit, Lu Shiming stepped off as well. Su Ruanruan, using her short legs, struggled to hop off, when suddenly, the nimble scooter toppled over, pinning her legs beneath it. Enai Yang quickly moved the scooter away. "Are you alright?" Just as Su Ruanruan was preparing to bounce back up, a mischievous idea struck her. What a splendid opportunity to feign injury. "My leg is broken, it's broken. Leave me behind. I beg you." Lu Shiming, who was about to walk past her, interjected, "No, Ruanruan, I will not abandon you. No, please, hurry, and leave me. Otherwise, I might just bite you." With an excited roar, the zombies behind her flailed their arms in pursuit. Su Ruanruan shrieked. Her short legs kicked, only for her to tumble down with a thud. Woe is me! It seemed as though her leg was truly broken. But, alas, it was merely sprained. The barefoot doctor, Lu Shiming, upon conducting an improvised examination, confidently articulated his diagnosis. He then leisurely retrieved a length of hemp rope from his spatial pocket and skillfully bound Su Ruanruan to himself in a matter of moments.
Su Ruanruan, Lexakimbo.
Hung helplessly on Lu Shiming, her expression one of utter despair. "Fear not, Ruanruan," Lu Shiming assured her. "This technique is employed for securing live pigs. It is quite sturdy. No matter how much you struggle, you shall not escape."
Su.
The unwilling pig. Ruanruan. "I know you did this on purpose." Suddenly, A sound akin to a beastly roar emanated from the entrance of the mall. Su Ruanruan lifted her gaze to witness the very zombie that had previously battered the door, now arching its neck in a howling display. Those who returned late were met with a beating from the lead zombie. In an instant, the streets were devoid of zombies.
Truly astonishing.
And Ai Yang, with a solemn expression, remarked, "The zombies have begun to mutate." Su Ruanruan tilted her head. Mutate? Humans may possess abilities, but zombies too can develop powers. Reflecting on past events, and Ai Yang sighed deeply. The abilities of humanity would only grow stronger. Yet the evolution of zombies was an unstoppable force. One day, humans and zombies would indeed become true adversaries. Zheng Shu sat in the armored vehicle, gasping for breath. Having endured the onslaught of the zombie horde, he now resembled a desiccated corpse, drained of all vitality. The armed soldiers around him were few in number, surrounded by a chaotic tangle of broken branches and vines, some of which still writhed upon the ground. Lu Shiming crouched down, carrying Su Ruanruan on his back. With her legs spread apart, Su was forced into an awkward stance. "Could you possibly give me a heads up next time?" She trembled, attempting to tighten her legs. Lu Shiming picked up a green seed, tilted his head in contemplation, and closed his palm. When he opened it again, the seed had vanished. "Why do you always seem to collect such peculiar items?" Su Ruanruan asked. Fearing another zombie attack, everyone quickly sought a defensible location for a temporary respite, then took stock of their numbers. The Zheng Shu team had suffered considerable losses, while the Faux Weasel team remained intact, eliciting tears of relief from them. What fortuitous luck! Exhaustion enveloped everyone as they nibbled on the hard, dry steamed buns before succumbing to sleep. "I'll apply some medicinal wine and massage it. That should suffice." In a corner, the girl rolled up the wide cuffs of her pants, revealing a slender, pale calf. Bathed in the delicate moonlight, it glowed like jade. Her toes painted a lovely shade of pink. The man's hand, fair and elegant, gently cradled her dainty foot. He turned his body to shield her from the gaze of others. Su Ruanruan glanced down, noticing her ankle. Upon closer inspection, it was slightly swollen, but not severely so. Lu Shiming applied the medicinal wine with both hands, gripping her slender ankle and pressing down firmly.
Sure.
Lu Shiming stuffed a towel into Su Ruanruan's mouth and said, "Ruan, be quiet. You might attract the zombies." After a brief pause, he added, "Everyone else is asleep. Don't wake them." Su Ruanruan's large eyes glistened with tears. This was vengeance. It was undoubtedly retribution. After being subjected to treatment by Lu Shiming, the barefoot doctor, Su Ruanruan was drenched in cold sweat and utterly drained of energy. She leaned against Lu Shiming, resting her head on his shoulder, and soon fell into slumber. Lu Shiming reached out and removed the towel from her mouth, gently closing her lips. In the darkness, something seemed to stir. Su Ruanruan scratched her arm and felt a soft, pliable object. Groggily opening her eyes, she found herself staring at a small, tender green vine. This vine was fresh, entirely unlike the ones belonging to Zheng Shu. Its tip was adorned with a slightly curled green leaf, exuding a certain charm. The tender green vine tilted its head. Su Ruanruan mirrored its movement, tilting her head in response. The vine shook its leaf.
Su Ruanruan.
With her mouth agape, she was about to utter a shrill scream when Lu Shiming covered her mouth. "Hush!" Trembling, Su Ruanruan hid in Lu Shiming's embrace. There was a creature here. Lu Shiming retrieved an axe from his backpack and severed the vine. The little vine trembled in pain before vanishing from sight.
Su Ruanruan clung to Lu Shiming, sobbing softly.
The man gently patted her head, his other hand resting on her slender waist, a hint of vibrant green glimmering at his fingertips. The man's eyes were as dark as the profound night, appearing even more viscous against the heavy shadows. He tilted his head slightly, seemingly in a state of confusion. Tender green branches sprouted forth, skillfully slithering down the man's elongated, fair fingers like a small green serpent, attempting to burrow into Su Ruanruan's soft hair. Lu Shiming furrowed his brows and severed it. The tender shoots vanished once more. Lu Shiming closed his eyes, lost in contemplation. He had just collected seeds from Zheng Shu. These seeds could flourish within the space, yet required the nurturing of a spiritual spring. Their growth was not easily controllable. They had a tendency to escape on their own. Lu Shiming's gaze settled upon Su Ruansoft. Moreover, it seemed that they were particularly fond of her, always crawling towards her. Or perhaps they simply favored the living. Lu Shiming squinted slightly and gently patted Su Ruansoft, offering her a sip of water. Sleep now, it's all right. Su Ruansoft, with drooping eyelids, carelessly drifted into slumber in the next moment. She believed she had slept for a long time, yet in reality, it was merely a brief interlude. Lying on her side, she slightly opened her eyes. She beheld the moonlight cascading down from the vast window, as if frozen frost. The man stood there, raising an axe high. Su Ruansoft tightly shut her eyes. Oh no. Farewell, Mama. Tonight she was to embark on a journey. With a resounding thud, the axe fell to the ground, striking the top of Su Ruansoft's head. She instinctively recoiled, the sensation causing her scalp to tingle. A soft, pliable vine fell, sticking to her face, and was cleared away by the man using the axe's handle. Su Ruansoft remarked, "How much do you disdain my face?" Lu Shiming grasped the small vine and threw it out of the window. Then, leisurely settling down, he meticulously cleaned his beloved small axe, applying baby cream before placing it into his little backpack. Observing the remnants of the baby cream on his fingertips, Lu Shiming compassionately dabbed it onto Su Ruanruan's face. He gently touched her forehead, nose, cheeks, and chin. Then, without hesitation, he began to rub her delicate, baby-faced visage. Su Ruanruan, feigning sleep with a stiff neck, thought to herself, a person is not as good as an axe. After a restful slumber, the next morning, Su Ruanruan arose, supporting her rigid waist that had been immobile throughout the night, and softly lamented, "My back hurts." The crowd's impure gazes suddenly converged upon her. "Don't think we are unaware of what transpired last night," Lu Shiming gently remarked. "Where does a child get a sore back?" Chapter 11. As dawn broke, Anayang glanced at Su Ruanruan, who was nibbling on a piece of bread, and hesitantly approached Lu Shiming. Such a naive girl. Has she reached adulthood? Lu Shiming cast a glance at Anayang. Anayang cleared his throat. If she hasn't come of age, that would be illegal. Oh, wait. In this post-apocalyptic world, does it even matter anymore? However, Anayang's wide, phoenix-like eyes betrayed a flicker of concern. Could it be true?
Su Ruanruan appeared exceedingly dulcet.
Resembling a minor. She is of age, Lu Shiming stated coolly, 19. Anayang instinctively nodded before inquiring, and you?
20.
So young, she mused. I am already 25. Anayang reached out and rubbed his face, then walked over to Su Ruanruan, retrieving a box of baby cream from her pocket. Su Ruanruan exclaimed, "You're robbing me." Anayang lowered his voice. "Don't think I don't know you stole it from Lu Shiming as well."
Su Ruanruan bimpered softly.
After tending to his own youthful skin, Anayang departed with satisfaction.
Su Ruanruan felt aggrieved.
Due to the recent zombie tide, the aging armored vehicle had encountered some issues. Everyone could only remain in place, awaiting repairs before continuing their journey. During the days of waiting, Su Ruanruan noticed that she frequently found broken vines in her clothing. Surely, these vines could not belong to Zhengshu. She lifted her gaze towards Zhengshu, who happened to glance back as well. In these days, they had been moving as a group. Zhengshu had not found an opportunity to approach Su Ruanruan. He was captivated, and upon meeting her glistening, doe-like eyes, he was overwhelmed with longing. Su Ruanruan was simply too beautiful, and her allure seemed to grow daily, as if nurtured by some divine nectar, becoming increasingly enchanting. Merely standing there, she evoked a sense of tenderness and a desire to protect her fiercely, even to the point of wishing to see her cry. Meeting Zhengshu's gaze, Su Ruanruan instantly concluded that he was the pervert. When she angrily recounted this incident to Lu Shiming, her face puffed up adorably like a round bun. Indeed, she was a charming little bun. The man with the vines was truly too twisted. Lu Shiming gently moved his fingertips, severing the delicate sprouts of teeth concealed within his sleeve. The man stood there, elegant and handsome, his smile as radiant as a clear moonlit night. Indeed, it was rather peculiar. The details elude me. In light of the vine incident, Zhengshu currently occupies the second position on the list of Su Ruanruan's peculiar admirers, a ranking he is destined to maintain for the foreseeable future. And who claims the top spot? Naturally, it is the beheading enthusiast Lu Shiming. who remains irreplaceable in Su Ruan's heart. Thus, for the sake of her own virtue, Su Ruan has chosen to cling to Lu Shiming throughout the day. She firmly believes that there is no limit to peculiarity, only greater levels of it, and Lu Shiming embodies that greater oddity. Only he possesses the capacity to subdue the most twisted of souls in this apocalyptic world. Moreover, Su Ruan is convinced that Lu Shiming harbors no interest in her. When asked why she is so confident, she attributes it to Lu Shiming's aversion to intimacy. This psychological condition, stemming from his upbringing, has led to his abnormal behaviors. Both of his parents are physicians, and from an early age, they instilled in him the notion that everything is unclean, resulting in his psychological barriers. He is even incapable of kissing. If he inadvertently does so, it triggers bouts of nausea, dizziness, and even fainting. It is said that this trait was crafted by the author to maintain harmony in the narrative. Confronted with such a pure and pristine male lead,
Su Ruanruan prenses her satisfaction.
In the pitch-black night, Su Ruanruan suddenly awakens. As she lowers her gaze, she finds herself face to face with a soft, tiny vine that has found its way into her clothing, wriggling about like an eel. When discovered, she was momentarily bewildered, engaging in a silent gaze with Su Ruanruan. Su Ruanruan, immediately filled with terror, pinched Lu Shiming to alert him, exclaiming, "It's trying to steal my clothes." The man leisurely opened his eyes, and with just a fleeting glance, the small vine vanished without a trace. Su Ruanruan sighed in relief, realizing that the male protagonist had intervened, thwarting a group of perverts. She began to relax, but this relaxation prompted a sudden urge to relieve herself. The temporary haven for everyone was a warehouse devoid of restrooms. To find one had to exit, turn left, and ascend to the second floor, where only a single toilet stall awaited. The group had always preferred to travel in pairs, fearing unforeseen mishaps. And Yang, also roused by Su Ruanruan's commotion, inquired, "What's wrong? Do you need to use the restroom?" Su Ruanruan firmly declined his offer, striding confidently up to the second floor alone, only to immediately shrink back, feeling the enveloping darkness. Aside from the scheduled power supply in the survival zone, the entire city lay shrouded in obscurity. The corridor was both lengthy and dim. Regret washed over her. She wished she had taken Yang's hand and ventured to the restroom together. Reluctantly, Su Ruanruan hesitantly stepped into the restroom, glancing around before swiftly pushing open the solitary door and locking it behind her. The restroom was antiquated, its origins unknown. As she closed the door, she felt it might crumble at any moment. The unpleasant odor within compelled her to hasten her business. However, just as she steadied herself, an unsettling feeling washed over her. Peering down, she caught sight of a tremulous vine extending through a crevice from the small window beside her, its dark, bare tendrils attempting to manipulate the lock. Su Ruanruan gasped in horror and instinctively kicked out in a panic. The long-neglected restroom door was thus shattered by her kick, the entire panel crashing down. Zheng Shu, who had been lurking behind the door, was caught squarely beneath it. He was short and slender, resembling a frail old man. As the door pressed down upon him, he found himself enveloped in darkness. Su Ruanruan, too, was oblivious to his plight. Her mouth agape, paralyzed by fear, she fled the scene, occasionally jumping on the fallen door to express her terror. Zheng Shu nearly lost consciousness beneath the weight. Su Ruanruan burst out of the restroom and collided with a figure. A man leaned against the wall, a tattered backpack slung over his shoulder. He possessed an upright stature, exuding an air of languid grace. A lit cigarette dangled from his fingertips, casting a flickering glow that faintly illuminated his handsome, refined visage. "What's the matter?" he inquired, turning to face her, his features partially obscured by shadow. Su Ruanruan felt a shiver of trepidation. "There's a pervert," she stammered, her complexion pale as she pointed tremulously towards the women's restroom, attempting to pull Lu Shiming inside. Lu Shiming stood firm at the entrance, gently cradling Su Ruanruan's face. "This is the women's restroom." With unwavering resolve, she declared, "Then I shall accompany you to the men's restroom from now on." Lu Shiming remained silent. A sound emanated from within the restroom, causing Su Ruanruan's face to blanch further. After a brief hesitation, Lu Shiming produced a handkerchief, covering his mouth and nose before stepping inside. Su Ruanruan, like a timid quail, tugged at the hem of his clothing, following closely behind, cautiously peering around him. Inside the restroom, apart from the door that Su Ruanruan had broken, there was nothing else. Lu Shiming silently signaled to Su Ruanruan no. Su Ruanruan, feeling wronged, replied, "Perhaps I misjudged." Lu Shiming nodded, preparing to leave, but that small hand tugged at him once more. "I haven't gone to the restroom yet." Lu Shiming remained silent, continuing to communicate with his eyes. "It's pitch dark. Who could possibly see your two glaring eyes?" she exclaimed, her voice tinged with urgency. "I can't hold it anymore." Following this was a long string of whimpers. The girl's voice was soft and delicate, with a lingering tone that conveyed her distress. Lu Shiming's gaze deepened, shrouded in shadows. He swallowed hard, inhaling not the peculiar odor of the restroom, but rather a faint, sweet fragrance wafting from Su Ruanruan, akin to flowers, though he couldn't quite place which kind. It was decadently sweet to the core. The man slowly lowered the handkerchief from his mouth and nose, his voice gentle, like a clear spring cascading over jade. "Then I shall accompany you."
All right.
Su Ruanruan's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. With this guardian by her side, what monsters would dare approach? She eagerly awaited Lu Shiming's departure to stand guard for her. Lu Shiming, too, wore a warm smile as he looked at her. However, Su Ruanruan's expression dimmed slightly as she cautiously asked, "Aren't you going out?" Lu Shiming tilted his head, feigning innocence. "Aren't you scared, Ruanruan? I'll stay right here with you." After saying this, Lu Shiming maintained his gentle demeanor, but Su Ruanruan perceived a devilish grin lurking beneath. "No, not a devil, but a specter, a demon, a perverse creature. I'll turn away. Go ahead, Ruanruan." Su Ruanruan stood in stunned silence. The restroom contained but a single stall, and the door had just been inadvertently damaged by her own collision. She lifted her gaze to observe the slender, elongated silhouette of the man before her, acutely aware of her bladder nearing the point of explosion. Though she harbored a fervent desire for demise, yearning for an early passage to paradise, she was resolutely unwilling to succumb to death by urinary distress. At last, Su Ruanruan let out a desperate cry, realizing that it was indeed possible for a living being to die from such an affliction. With a sudden fervor, she stripped off her coat and draped it over her head, cheerfully commencing her business amidst the enveloping darkness. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Shiming, who observed everything through the transparent mirror, mused upon her antics. Are we to cover our ears and steal bells? Shall we bury our heads like ostriches in the sand? Once she had resolved this pressing matter, Su Ruanruan hastily removed her coat, only to discover that Lu Shiming had vanished. In a state of urgency, she rushed out, finding the man stationed at the entrance, seemingly engrossed in some unknown distraction. Without hesitation, she approached him, but Lu Shiming sidestepped her, leaving her feeling woefully neglected. "Do you no longer cherish me?" She pouted. "I haven't washed my hands. There is no water." From his backpack, Lu Shiming retrieved a bottle of water, twisting off the cap and gesturing for her to extend her hands. With a gentle motion, Su Ruanruan complied, allowing the clear liquid to cascade down, cleansing her delicate, soft hands. She shook her little paws, and Lu Shiming produced a cloth, meticulously drying her hands with an attentiveness akin to that of a surgeon preparing for a delicate procedure. A sense of trepidation gripped Su Ruanruan, and her anxiety only intensified her urgency. Yet, she managed to maintain composure. As Su Ruanruan and Lu Shiming descended from the second floor, Zheng Shu was already seated in his imposing office chair, exuding an air of authority. If one overlooked the mark on his face, a remnant of a door's violent encounter. Su Ruanruan quickly deduced that the individual who had attempted to forcefully open her bathroom door and engage in perverse behavior was none other than Zheng Shu himself. Trembling, she grasped Lu Shiming's arm, her face pale with fear. This pitiful demeanor ignited a flush of anger and desire within Zheng Shu. Moments ago, he had nearly succeeded in his ulterior motives. What happened? And Aiyang noticed Su Ruanruan's distress. As she prepared to voice her grievances, Lu Shiming abruptly covered her mouth, forcibly offering her a sip of water, soothingly assuring her, "It's all right, don't be afraid. How could there be ghosts in this world?" And Aiyang promptly displayed a look of disdain, mocking the notion of an adult fearing ghosts. Feeling wronged, Su Ruanruan was led to a corner by Lu Shiming, who gently pinched her soft, delicate cheek. He retrieved a piece of candy from his pocket and inquired, "Do you remember what day it is today?" With tearful eyes, Su Ruanruan lamented, "Is it the anniversary of my demise next year?" Lu Shiming tenderly grasped her sleeve, wiping away her tears, and shook his head, stating no. "It is my birthday." Realization dawned upon Su Ruanruan. Indeed, today marked the protagonist's birthday. Lu Shiming's smile was extraordinarily gentle, almost unnervingly so, causing her hair to stand on end. The mention of birthdays reminded Su Ruanruan of yet another matter. According to the storyline, the original female antagonist pushed Lu Shiming into a horde of zombies on his birthday, and this transpired twice. The first time, Lu Shiming was reborn. The second time, he awakened his unparalleled ability in this apocalyptic world. Su Ruanruan was acutely aware of the cataclysmic nature of Lu Shiming's powers, which were formidable and domineering. She pondered how a male protagonist, even without abilities, could assert his dominance with nothing but an axe. One could only imagine the devastation he would wreak with his newfound gifts. Unfortunately, the plot began to deviate from the moment she crossed into this narrative. This deviation implied that, as of now, Lu Shiming had yet to unleash his powers. Would this hinder the protagonist's journey to supremacy? Su Ruanruan cast a glance at Lu Shiming's axe, silently musing that the true essence of dominance belonged solely to him. No one could rival his supremacy. Chapter 12 reveals that the original antagonist's decision to thrust Lu Shiming into the zombie fray stemmed from a moment of impending hope. Just as they were poised to enter the survival zone together and embark on a promising future, she suddenly noticed a bite mark on Lu Shiming, indicating he had been infected. They stood atop a shipping container, the skies dark and tempestuous, with hordes of zombies lurking below. The gate to the survival zone was tantalizingly close, and armed soldiers had spotted them, ready to mount a rescue. The man, determined to protect the woman, saved all provisions for her. The once handsome and slender figure now appeared pale and fragile, like gossamer. Yet, even in his diminished state, his brilliance shone through, akin to pearls and diamonds. Yet, in the face of life and death, everything seemed insignificant. To the world, the original female antagonist appeared as a paragon of virtue, a saintly, white lotus. However, when faced with Lu Shiming, she did not hesitate to push him down. The man's fragile body fell into the horde of zombies, immediately engulfed. The original female supporting character knelt there, her tears streaming down her face. Su Ruanruan referred to this as crocodile tears. In truth, after his rebirth, the male protagonist had granted the original female supporting character an opportunity. Once again, it was atop that very shipping container, amidst the moans of the zombies. Upon seeing the bite mark on Lu Shiming's wrist, she did not even utter a single question before making the same choice as in her previous life. Yet this time, Lu Shiming pulled her down with him. Lu Shiming possessed a space, while the original female supporting character did not. When surrounded by zombies, Lu Shiming retreated into his space, unleashing formidable powers. Meanwhile, the original female supporting character became a buffet for the zombies, and the male protagonist, in a frenzied state, took advantage of her not being completely dead, chopping her into pieces. In truth, Su Ruanruan could have pushed Lu Shiming into the horde of zombies, triggering the awakening of his dominant powers, allowing her to depart in peace. Unfortunately, there were neither zombies nor shipping containers here. Su Ruanruan gazed sorrowfully at the sky from a 45-degree angle, only to collide with Lu Shiming's chin. The man covered his mouth, blood seeping through his fingers. Su Ruanruan exclaimed, "I didn't mean to." The scent of blood would attract zombies. Zheng Shu appeared from nowhere, pointing directly at Lu Shiming, commanding, "You go out and clean up." The outside was pitch black. For a defenseless weakling like Lu Shiming to go out was akin to offering himself as a meal to the zombies. Su Ruanruan immediately stood up, declaring, "I will accompany you." "Very well." Lu Shiming held Su Ruanruan's delicate hand as they stepped outside together. Zheng Shu, with a somber expression, fixed his gaze on them for a while before suddenly moving. The night was shrouded in darkness. Lu Shiming led Su Ruanruan to ascend the top of an armored vehicle, seeking a higher vantage point to see further, and perhaps meet their fate more swiftly. Su Ruanruan nodded fervently, acknowledging his words with unwavering trust. As Lu Shiming released her hand, a trace of blood stained the corner of his mouth. In the moonlight, Su Ruanruan cautiously leaned closer to observe, inadvertently biting her tongue. Lu Shiming spat out a mouthful of blood, his thin lips pressed together tightly, yet the curve at the corners of his mouth remained as it always was, cold and distant. An elegant man, even when spitting blood, possessed a beauty that was nothing short of striking. Lu Shiming, a paragon of refinement, appeared even more menacing with that splash of red, akin to a striking crimson lotus amidst a field of pure white lilies, dazzlingly captivating. Su Ruanruan found herself inexplicably enchanted, only to chastise herself immediately. How absurd to find allure in another when she herself was the one deserving of such admiration. Cradling her head in her hands, she pondered whether something was amiss with her. Could it be due to excessive hydration? She shook her head slightly, dispelling the thought. Suddenly, a noise emanated from the armored vehicle's cabin. Su Ruanruan looked down to see a vine emerging from beneath the vehicle, deftly unlocking the cabin door. Bewildered, she watched as the door creaked open, revealing a small head peering out. Then another head, and yet another, all emerging with a sense of curiosity. Su Ruansoft was overjoyed to see her long-lost little cuties. The little ones expressed their affection fervently, their voices a chorus of excitement. However, upon closer inspection, she realized that these adorable creatures seemed somewhat familiar. Wait a moment, weren't they the bait team trailing behind Jingshu? As she scrutinized them further, she noticed that each member of the bait team bore the unmistakable marks of green vines, some severed and others still intact, ensnaring them as they had transformed into zombies. A sense of puzzlement washed over Su Ruansoft. The number of zombies was increasing alarmingly. She couldn't help but wonder if this carriage was an endless abyss. Suddenly, a voice broke through her thoughts. It was Lu Shiming, calling from behind her. Turning around, she saw the man's pale visage revealing a bite mark on his wrist. What on earth? How did this happen? His gaze remained steady, yet his expression was somber. His dark eyes filled with a profound sorrow that made Su Ruansoft feel as though today marked her own day of reckoning. Wait a moment, this scene seemed oddly familiar. Before she could piece together her thoughts, the man suddenly staggered, his complexion ashen as he began to fall backward. Behind him loomed the zombies, their claws poised for a feast.
No.
Su Ruansoft cried out instinctively, reaching out with her hand. His fingers slipped past her wrist, his slender form tumbling away. Panic surged through her. Good heavens! Please don't crush her little cuties. Meanwhile, Lu Shiming crouched in his beautifully serene, almost ethereal surroundings, observing Su Ruansoft sprawled on the ground like a lifeless corpse. Unbelievably, she had jumped down alongside him. Is it necessary to save him? If Su Ruanruan were awake now, she would undoubtedly weep and declare otherwise. She merely stumbled as she rushed over and fell into his embrace. Lu Shiming rolled up his sleeves and immersed his arms in the spiritual spring, and the bite mark on his wrist vanished instantly. In truth, he was the one who inflicted it upon himself. Lu Shiming had long realized that Jingshu had tied up the bait that had been bitten by the zombies and stuffed them into the vehicle. When Jingshu had instructed him to go out earlier, he had already surmised his intentions. However, he did not expect Su Ruanruan to accompany him. The man's fingertips brushed against Su Ruanruan's cheek. His fingers, slightly elongated and fair with a hint of pink, glided gently across her delicate face, leaving behind a trail of blood. The crimson liquid trickled down the side of Su Ruanruan's temple, accumulating at the edge of her ear, resembling fine threads of blood spiraling on white jade. It seemed she had been hurt. Su Ruanruan let out a soft whimper, but did not awaken. Lu Shiming silently gazed at her for a considerable time, before lifting her up by the collar of her garment and submerging her into the spiritual spring, swirling her about as one would with ingredients in a hot pot, from head to toe. Su Ruanruan felt as if she were dreaming. In her dream, she had transformed into a white radish, the kind adorned with green tops. Someone tugged at her green tops, swirling her in a clear broth hot pot, kneading her as if she were mere food. As a radish, she longed for a breath of air, yet she was forcibly inundated with several mouthfuls of the clear broth.
Ugh.
Surprisingly delightful. Su Ruanruan had no idea how much broth she had consumed, and when she finally awoke, she found herself staring at Nai Yang's enlarged face.
Ah!
You foolish oaf! Nai Yang exclaimed as he slapped her. Little Su Ruanruan felt her head buzzing, as if ignited by flames. How could one sleep so soundly? If it weren't for Lu Shiming noticing something amiss just in time, they would all have been turned into roasted beings today.
Huh?
On fire? When did that happen? Su Ruanruan raised her head and saw that the warehouse before her had been engulfed in fierce flames. An elderly gentleman was hastily attempting to escape, only to be pulled back by an Ayang. "Thank you, dear girl," he expressed his gratitude politely. Su Ruanruan glanced at the elderly man, who was conversing with a zombie. The zombie limped forward, wheezing, "Oh dear. Why does no one acknowledge me?" "Today's young women seem to be going through menopause," the elderly man commented. Su Ruanruan replied, "Isn't it more like adolescence? Besides, it's clearly a male." The elderly man exclaimed,
Huh? Eat?
"What are we eating?" And Ayang, with an impassive expression, dispatched the zombie and then tossed the elderly man into the vehicle. Suddenly, from within the blazing warehouse, countless vines emerged, seemingly attempting to extinguish the flames. However, the vines were inherently flammable. Instead of dousing the fire, they only intensified it. The sound of crackling and popping filled the air as the vines were gradually consumed. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the warehouse door collapsed. From within emerged a dark figure of vegetative state. It was Zheng Shu. He was completely ensnared by the vines and had forced his way out. Su Ruanruan gazed at the figure emerging from the flames, inexplicably reminded of Wang General Another Eunuch's birth. The attending physician hurriedly lifted the individual, clearing away the surrounding vines. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that Zheng Shu had already succumbed to death, his body charred beyond recognition. Poor Zheng Shu, he hadn't even faced a eunuch's fate. It is no wonder he was named Zheng Shu, destined to be steamed alive. Su Ruanruan had no time to dwell on Zheng Shu. She grasped an Yang's arm and inquired, "Where is Lu Shiming?" An Yang furrowed his brows. "Wasn't he with you?" A sudden realization struck Su Ruanruan. It seemed that Lu Shiming had fallen into a horde of zombies. The young girl's complexion turned ashen. An Yang attempted to console her. "It's all right, Lu Shiming." Little did Su Ruanruan anticipate that today marked the anniversary of Lu Shiming's death. In the dimly lit warehouse, chaos ensued as everyone scattered. Behind Zheng Shu loomed a raging inferno. He swung his vines, feeling the oppressive heat closing in around him. The black mist enveloped his vision, stinging his eyes. Struggling, he crawled on the ground, a hatchet embedded in his leg, which was already a gruesome sight, bloodied and mangled. Slowly, a figure emerged from behind him, clad in fitted camouflage attire and bearing a backpack. Zheng Shu squinted, a look of terror crossing his face. "Lu Shiming?" The man approached, halting just a meter away from Zheng Shu. The latter glanced down at the hatchet lodged in his leg and suddenly comprehended the truth. It was Lu Shiming who had ambushed him. Otherwise, he would have long escaped this burning warehouse. Zheng Shu let out a menacing laugh, seeking death. Vines shot towards Lu Shiming from all directions. Yet, Lu Shiming stood unfazed, not even lifting his eyelids. A slender, diminutive vine darted out from behind him, utterly incomparable to Zheng Shu's robust ones.
Fool.
Lu Shiming let out a cold laugh, withdrawing his axe from Zheng Shu's leg and deftly severing all the vines that ensnared him. The smoke was dense, obscuring Zheng Shu's vision. Staggering to his feet, he beheld his bare hands, consumed by rage. Suddenly, countless vines erupted from his body, causing it to swell rapidly, resembling a tree that had absorbed too much water. Twisting and expanding grotesquely, Lu Shiming's fingertips grazed the bloodied axe, his cold, deep-set eyes reflecting an abyss of darkness. In the next moment, a slender vine shot forth from his fingertip, weaving through the thick, sturdy vines until it burrowed directly into Zheng Shu's skull. The tiny vine extracted a green crystal, which it promptly devoured with a voracious gulp. Zheng Shu emitted a harrowing scream, his body impaled by the vines, encased like a green cocoon, crashing through the warehouse doors. "I am here." A faint voice emerged from the corner. Lu Shiming slowly stepped out, his complexion pale. "Lu Shiming, what has happened to you?" An Yang approached with concern, yet refrained from offering assistance, scanning him up and down. The wind had blown earlier. It seemed he had caught a fever. An Yang had grown accustomed to Lu Shiming's frailty. You weren't bitten by a zombie, were you?" Lu Shiming opened his mouth, instinctively glancing at Su Ruanruan. No, no, she promptly interjected. He just went to relieve himself. With that, Su Ruanruan swiftly pulled Lu Shiming towards the vehicle. Although the male protagonist was invincible, Yang too possessed the aura of a heroine. If Yang were to accidentally shoot Lu Shiming, then his death would inevitably weigh upon her conscience.
Su Ruanruan,
with a flurry of anxious energy, hoisted Lu Shiming into the vehicle, her expression fraught with concern as she rummaged through her small handbag. Are you hungry? Thirsty? What would you like to drink? Poison, herbicide, or perhaps the essence of the crane's crest? Lu Shiming cast a glance at the beverage in her hand, mustering the strength to retrieve a bottle of what appeared to be mineral water, a mere fade for the elixir within.
Su Ruanruan,
disheartened by her failed attempts at kindness, lamented her misfortune. Chapter 13. Lu Shiming had succumbed to a fever, his fair complexion tinged with a delicate blush. Resting against Su Ruanruan, he appeared frail, pitiable, and utterly helpless. The man possessed striking features, his dark hair slightly damp, his slender frame wrapped in a blanket, exuding an aura of vulnerability that tugged at the heartstrings. This is the antipyretic, Yang announced, having procured the medicine from the accompanying physician. Without hesitation, Su Ruanruan attempted to administer it to Lu Shiming, yet he stubbornly refused to part his lips. Left with no choice, she resorted to prying his mouth open.
Alas,
the consequence of her persistence was a sharp bite from the man, eliciting a soft whimper from her. Feeling a twinge of pain in her bitten hand, Su Ruanruan stifled the urge to retaliate with poison and instead endeavored to coax him into taking the medication. This is the antipyretic. Once you take it, you will feel better. The man, eyes closed and brow furrowed, seemed to be trapped in a nightmarish slumber. He sensed a gentle hand caressing his face, radiating warmth akin to cotton candy. The voice was melodic, sweet, and laced with a childlike timbre. Lu Shiming found himself reluctant to awaken, for the comfort enveloping him was simply too exquisite to relinquish. Not only was it the place where he slept, but also the incessant murmurs of cotton-like sounds near his ears. Su Ruanruan tentatively pinched his lips. The man's jaw was clenched tightly, refusing to relent. Such astonishing vigilance. With a sigh, Su Ruanruan reached out and pinched Lu Shiming's nose. Lu Shiming reluctantly opened his mouth in humiliation. Elated, Su Ruanruan forcefully stuffed the fever-reducing medicine inside, almost wishing she could push it directly down his throat. After taking the medicine, the man's symptoms noticeably alleviated. In truth, Su Ruanruan harbored no concerns, for Lu Shiming possessed a spiritual spring. A simple dip would restore him to health. To facilitate Lu Shiming's access, she discreetly slipped into the space to soak in the spiritual spring. Puffing, Su Ruanruan dragged out a white sheet and gently covered Lu Shiming from head to toe. Yang inquired, why the white sheet? Su Ruanruan replied, he prefers white. Yang then asked, why cover his face? Glancing down at Lu Shiming, lying neatly with the white cloth draped over him, she pondered and said, I'm just practicing in advance. Perhaps one day, I might cover myself with a white cloth as well. Yang remained silent. Although the armored vehicle had been repaired, Zheng Shu was dead, leaving the group leaderless. The armed soldiers, emboldened by their firearms, began to act with impunity. In the past, when Zheng Shu was present, they received 3 loaves of bread a day. Now it had dwindled to just 1, as if they intended to starve them all. Complaints arose. Su Ruanruan tore off a piece of bread and stuffed it into Lu Shiming's mouth. I am unconcerned. If you are unwell, please eat more. Such inferior bread is something Lu Shiming typically avoids, reserving it for Su Ruanruan instead. Finally seizing the opportunity, Su Ruanruan eagerly stuffed it into his mouth. The man, weakened, leaned back and cast a glance at her. The young girl gazed back with her large, glistening eyes, as beautiful as the stars at midnight. Lu Shiming reached out, gently pressing down on Su Ruanruan's small head, and abruptly shoved the half-eaten bread into her mouth. Well, Ruanruan must not go hungry either. The bread was still moistened with Lu Shiming's saliva, leaving her in a quandary about whether to eat or not. Noticing the couple nearby sharing dog food, Yang remarked, aren't you supposed to have one each? Must you be so repulsive? As Su Ruanruan swallowed the bread, her eyes brimming with tears, she exclaimed, I am deeply moved. After a day of recuperation, Lu Shiming felt significantly better. He radiated a refreshing aura, sitting beside Su Ruanruan, appearing as though he had been rejuvenated. Su Ruanruan knew he must have secretly soaked in the spirit spring. The body of Zheng Shu had been disposed of. Lu Shiming inquired of Anai Yang, how did the warehouse catch fire? There were already numerous flammable materials within. Anai Yang replied, perhaps someone was careless. Yet, such carelessness could not be so extreme. The entire blaze resulted in the death of only Zheng Shu, which was indeed peculiar. It was evident that someone intended to harm Zheng Shu. However, given Zheng Shu's numerous enemies in the survival zone, it was uncertain who might have wished him ill. Shall we proceed to the crude oil zone then? Throughout their journey, they encountered a horde of zombies and a warehouse ablaze, leaving them with scant supplies. Anai Yang remarked, having come this far, we must give it a try. However, the decision did not rest solely with him. The armed soldiers had divided into two factions, one advocating for a venture into the oil zone. In response to these two groups of armed men, Anai Yang executed a remarkable feat, striking down a zombie from a distance, which silenced the crowd. Consequently, a unanimous decision was reached to proceed to the oil zone. After a prolonged journey in their armored vehicle, they finally arrived. Anai Yang's tone was grave. Su Ruanruan followed his gaze, spotting the sign for the oil zone ahead. The area was modest, containing merely a small oil field. Yet this little patch was sufficient to ensure a life of luxury for its possessor. The owner of this coveted territory was named Gu Deng, reputed to be a psychic ability user. According to rumors, he was a refined scoundrel, known for collecting beauties and keeping women, compelling them to bear his children, whom he referred to as breeding mothers. Anai Yang lowered his gaze to Su Ruanruan's face and suddenly reached out, smearing her cheeks with a layer of coal dust. We will remain here for 3 days, and you must endure without revealing your face. Understood? The maternal concern in Anai Yang's voice was palpable. Su Ruanruan obediently nodded in agreement. The chief of the oil zone, Gu Deng, was a psychic ability user, said to enchant anyone who gazed into his eyes. Su Ruanruan recalled that Gu Deng had previously been a hypnotist and had now progressed into a more specialized field. Instead of welcoming them personally, it was the second-in-command from the oil zone who came forth to receive them. In addition to them, other survival groups also came to exchange crude oil. A crowd of people jostled together, their voices rising in a cacophony of noise. The second-in-command, named Shang Wei, was said to be the brother-in-law of Gu Deng. Lacking any extraordinary abilities and having ascended through nepotism, Su Ruanruan trailed behind the throng, peering intently at a sprawling field of crops. It is essential to note that arable land has become exceedingly rare in these times. More importantly, it was a field of radishes. The plump, white radishes swayed in the breeze, and Su Ruanruan couldn't help but salivate with envy. She whispered, I wish to pull up radishes.
Besideher, niyang retorted.
Pull your mother. Why not go pull zombies instead? Shang Wei interjected, I heard one of your wood-type ability users has perished? Anai Yang nodded in response. Shang Wei's expression darkened slightly as he remarked, so, your team currently lacks any ability users? Anai Yang continued to nod, concealing his own powers. Shang Wei's countenance grew increasingly somber. Although Shang Wei appeared to be in his early 20s, in this apocalyptic world, malnutrition was evident in his gaunt features. His cheekbones were pronounced, his brow furrowed, and his dark hair fell over his forehead, giving him a lean and unimposing stature. After conversing with Anai Yang, Shang Wei turned to speak with the leaders of other groups. Besides Anai Yang's team, there were 2 others led by different ability users, and Shang Wei was noticeably more courteous towards the leaders of those teams. Suddenly, a woman appeared ahead, adorned in a stunning cheongsam and wearing a pair of striking red high heels. She draped her long hair elegantly, adorned with exquisite makeup. Her graceful stride captivating the gaze of many, her thighs subtly revealed, embodying a delicate charm. A rustle of whispers surrounded her. Truly stunning. Is she not the renowned star Wang Shui? It is said she is currently the favored woman of Gu Deng, the chief of the oil district. Unlike the murmurs of others, only Anai Yang and his expressionless entourage seemed oblivious, as if they could not perceive her allure. Their aesthetic, under the influence of Su Ruanruan and Lu Shiming, had evolved beyond the mundane. As Wang Shui brushed past Shang Wei, Su Ruanruan keenly observed the woman's hand glide over Xiang Wei's fingertips, whether by accident or design remained unclear. Xiang Wei continued forward, his expression unchanged. After arranging the other two groups, he finally led Yang and his companions to their resting quarters. This is where you shall reside. Once again, they were met with large communal sleeping arrangements. The previous occupants had not been subjected to such conditions. Protests arose within the group. Xiang Wei scoffed. Either stay or leave. Confronted with disparate treatment, Yang restrained the agitated man. We have both women and men.
Ruanruan.
With arms crossed, Xiang Wei regarded them with disdain. And so what? You carry such meager supplies. Our willingness to trade is already a concession. In this apocalyptic world, strength reigns supreme. And those lacking capability must endure in silence. As for food, for the next 3 days, we shall not be responsible for its provision. As he spoke, his sharp gaze shifted towards Su Ruanruan. Su Ruanruan cast a glance at Xiang Wei, her face obscured in an inky darkness. Despite the paint that rendered her visage nearly unrecognizable, her eyes remained stunningly beautiful, glistening with clarity. Xiang Wei was momentarily taken aback, before turning to say, "Do not even think about touching our food supply. If you do, don't blame me if it ends badly for you." Feeling somewhat guilty, Su Ruanruan discreetly tucked away her little tail. Night was swiftly approaching, and everyone retired to rest without even washing up. Armed soldiers occupied the most advantageous positions on the communal bunk, respectfully yielding their space to Yang, and then extending an invitation to Su Ruanruan. Upon seeing those robust men, Su Ruanruan graciously declined, only to be unceremoniously pushed to the edge by Lu Shiming. "I do not wish to sleep beside you." Before she could finish her protest, her gaze was entirely captured by something in Lu Shiming's hand. With a gulp, she heard the sound of her own swallowing. "Are we going to sleep?" Su Ruanruan nodded eagerly. Yes. The room was devoid of light, but the corner chosen by Lu Shiming conveniently possessed a small window. Exhausted from the day's toils, the room was filled with the sounds of deep slumber. Nestled in the corner, she and Lu Shiming engaged in hushed conversation. The man's pale, slender hand, almost translucent, cradled a vibrant red apple, enticingly suggesting, "Would you like to have some?" Su Ruanruan swallowed again, her gaze fixated on the fruit, yearning for it. Ever since the onset of the apocalypse, those fruit trees had proven more ferocious than the zombies themselves, fiercely guarding their bounty. Reflecting on her days spent in this grim new world, she realized it had been an eternity since she had tasted fruit. Su Ruanruan refrained from inquiring about the apple's origin. Because she knew that Lu Shiming's space was filled with delectable treats, the man raised the apple high, displaying great interest. Akin to teasing a pet. "Be charming, just a tad more," he urged. Gazing at the man's strikingly peculiar visage, Su Ruanruan resolved to act adorably for the sake of an apple. She cupped her face with her hands, batting her large eyes in an attempt at cuteness. Lu Shiming was not satisfied. "A bit cuter, if you please." Su Ruanruan pouted her lips. Lu Shiming feigned a smile, clicking his tongue. "How is it that you are not adorable at all, Then I can only offer you a morsel." "A morsel will suffice," Su Ruanruan thought, her eyes fixed eagerly on Lu Shiming's hands. He held the apple in one hand while the other pressed down. Su Ruanruan's anticipation was palpable. With a swift motion, Lu Shiming sliced off a piece of apple flesh, no larger than a fingernail, and handed it to her. Su Ruanruan was taken aback, feeling quite challenged. Noticing her expression, which teetered on the brink of tears, Lu Shiming could no longer contain himself. He curved his lips into a smile, pinched her soft cheek playfully, and then proffered the apple, saying, "Here, it's all yours." Su Ruanruan wasted no time in taking a hearty bite. Fully aware that Lu Shiming's realm was abundant with fruit trees, this apple was hers alone. She had no intention of sharing it with the male lead. After finishing the apple, and before she could wipe her mouth, Lu Shiming pulled her closer. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Wiping your face," he replied, taking out a handkerchief, dampening it, and proceeding to clean her face. Su Ruanruan protested, and Yang said not to wipe it. "Doesn't it itch?" Su Ruanruan puffed her cheeks and replied honestly, "It's itchy. I'll just apply it again when I wake up tomorrow."
"Oh."
Su Ruanruan obediently sat there, allowing Lu Shiming to wipe her face.
"Is it done?" Not yet.
Still not done?
No.
The man, holding the cloth, took his time wiping her face. He glided from her fair forehead to her beautiful brows, lightly passing over her delicate nose before finally brushing her tender lips. The young lady's skin was exquisite, fair and soft, surpassing even the white radishes seen during the day. As Lu Shiming continued, he unconsciously applied a bit more pressure. Su Ruanruan instinctively leaned back, saying, "It hurts." Her soft, childlike voice was imbued with a hint of playfulness. Lu Shiming's gaze darkened as he cupped her face, examining her closely. It was still the same face, still the same body, yet it felt as though she had transformed into another person entirely.
Ruan.
Yes?
Ruan.
Finally. Lu Shiming set aside the cloth, his expression softening into a gentle smile, reminiscent of a noble gentleman. He then reached out to tap her small nose. Su Ruanruan, a look of terror. Is the male lead flirting with her? Oh dear. When will she ever be free? Chapter 14. The next day, someone brought crude oil.
Ni ang frowuned upon inspection.
This is substandard crude oil. It's utterly unusable.
What?
They took our resources and gave us this worthless crude oil. Everyone was filled with outrage. However, they're on someone else's territory, and none among them possess any extraordinary abilities. Although Zheng Xiu is malicious, he at least wields some form of power. Had he not perished, this oil district would not dare to scorn us so brazenly. Among the armed soldiers, discontent murmured, clearly directed at An Yang, who now serves as their temporary leader. An Yang is not one to tolerate disrespect. With a cold sneer, she pressed her weapon against the speaker. You might as well accompany Zheng Xiu to his demise. The moment those words escaped her lips, the murmurs of discontent ceased immediately. This woman is truly formidable. After admonishing her subordinate, An Yang continued, we cannot depart in such a humiliating manner. Since they have shown no mercy, we shall not be bound by honor. What do you mean? An Yang replied with a smile, we shall steal the crude oil. Steal oil? A sense of hesitation filled the air. The inhabitants of the oil district are not to be trifled with. An Yang's cold laughter pierced the uncertainty. What? Are you afraid? Those who lack courage can remain indoors. Exchanging glances, someone hesitantly raised their hand. In such a perilous endeavor, Su Ruanruan was the first to leap forward. An Yang glanced at her, seemingly unperturbed. Initially, she had perceived her as a timid, overly virtuous burden, yet now she recognized a flicker of bravery within her.
Su Ruanruan.
Though trembling like a leaf, resolved to prove herself. They finalized their action plan and set out under the cover of night. The group was small, as most chose to remain behind, too fearful to venture into the unknown. During the day, An Yang ventured out to scout the area.
Now,
she would lead everyone in a covert operation to seize the crude oil, taking only what they rightfully deserved. Su Ruanruan, having shaken off her apprehensions, began to rub her hands together, eager to embark on the venture. She glanced around, searching for her destined companion. That young man, with his piercing gaze, seemed capable of striking her down with a single shot. The younger boy, sturdy and robust, appeared as though he could easily kick her to the ground. What was Su Ruanruan gazing at? Suddenly, a hand emerged from the side, gripping her small head and twisting it with force. Oh no, it's going to break. The armed soldiers in the oil extraction zone appeared utterly convinced that no one would dare to steal from them, thus their patrols were rather lax. An Yang effortlessly guided everyone to the oil site. Despite not encountering the young man or the boy, Su Ruanruan, nearly having her neck twisted by an eccentric male lead, was the first to dash out with excitement. Lu Shiming observed Su Ruanruan, who was chasing after pigs in a pen, and asked, his expression devoid of emotion, "What are you doing?" With sparkling eyes, Su Ruanruan replied, "I'm stealing pigs to raise you. Get out of here." Su Ruanruan felt slighted by his disdain. Why wouldn't anyone appreciate the adorable pigs? Meanwhile, An Yang had already begun to fill the containers with oil. Disheartened, Su Ruanruan continued her search. The crude oil zone seemed to be an ideal environment for food to roam freely. These creatures had their vocal cords severed, likely to prevent attracting zombies. Su Ruanruan embraced a large white goose, gleefully delivering it to An Yang, envisioning a delightful feast. Suddenly, a blinding light shone from ahead. What's going on? Yang's expression tightened, and he quickly led everyone into hiding behind the armored vehicle. The soldier, with piercing eyes, relentlessly approached with a flashlight, followed closely by several other armed troops. Yang pressed down on the oil barrel in his arms, his countenance grave. Su Ruanruan instinctively clutched the goose beside her, contemplating whether to extend her little head for a cautious probe. However, the goose, feeling humiliated, immediately began to struggle wildly, flapping its large white wings to escape. In that moment, as a large white goose appeared before him, the soldier, who had just exhaled a breath, realized it was indeed a goose. The formidable bird fixated its gaze on him. As the most ferocious of domesticated fowl, the white goose showcased its dominant status. The armed soldiers, startled, fled in disarray, yet dared not harm the goose, for they understood its value as a precious food source. The onlookers were momentarily speechless. Yang cleared his throat and resumed his covert oil siphoning. Everyone moved stealthily, like little mice. Meanwhile, Su Ruanruan encountered another large goose with impressive pectoral muscles. This muscular goose flailed and leaped away. Su Ruanruan promptly scampered after it, her short legs carrying her along. She lost track of time, and by the moment she caught up, she realized she had strayed into unfamiliar territory. Before her stood a building, dark save for one room that glowed with light. Su Ruanruan thought it prudent to ask for directions. Dragging the muscular goose along, she approached the imposing iron door, noting that the lit room lay deep within. However, just as she took a few steps, someone seized her arm.
Who are you?
Su Ruanruan turned her head in terror, catching sight of Xiang Wei. With a nervous demeanor, she lowered her gaze and stammered, I am lost. Xiang Wei glanced at the large, white goose in her arms, causing her to instinctively clutch her precious companion tighter. This is not a place for you, he remarked. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly halted, captivated by the glistening, tear-filled depths of her eyes. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he produced a handkerchief and began to dab at her face. Oh, goodness, he exclaimed, as soot smeared across her lips. With her face cleaned, in the dim light, the young girl's delicate features appeared slightly downcast, her butterfly-like lashes trembling gently. With skin as fair as snow and beauty that was flawless, Xiang Wei gazed at Su Ruanruan in astonishment, a flicker of almost obsessive admiration igniting in his eyes. Su Ruanruan felt a pang of anxiety. As she clutched her beloved goose and attempted to depart, she was unexpectedly seized by Xiang Wei, who dragged her towards a brightly lit room. The door swung open, revealing a woman clad in a silk nightgown, her appearance striking. Su Ruanruan recognized her as the woman she had seen earlier in the day, the favored breeding female of Gu Deng, Wang Shuishui. Wang Shuishui inquired, Xiang Wei, what are you doing? Xiang Wei, brimming with excitement, replied, look at this woman's face. The woman bent down, and upon seeing Su Ruanruan's visage, her expression transformed into one of astonishment. Isn't she beautiful? He is bound to like her. He will certainly adore her. Xiang Wei murmured fervently. Wang Shuishui grasped his arm, questioning, and then what?
What?
Wang Shuishui echoed, even if he likes her, so what? It is merely the addition of another individual confined here, merely serving as a breeding vessel. Xiang Wei, lost in thought, suddenly contorted his expression into a grotesque visage. Look at her, devoid of any abilities. I could topple her with a mere finger. What assistance can she possibly offer us? Wang Shui continued to speak. Su Ruanruan widened her eyes in protest. I warn you not to provoke me. Be cautious, or I shall report you to Lu Shiming. What then? He is so formidable, everyone heeds his command. Just a glance from him, and none can escape. Xiang Wei, filled with agitation, flushed crimson, his eyes burning with restrained fury. Su Ruanruan discerned that the individual they were discussing must be Gu Deng, and this place was likely where Gu Deng kept his breeding vessels. However,
What were they conversing about now?
Su Ruanruan felt as though she had stumbled upon a momentous revelation. Let us deliver it first, she thought. Without further ado, Xiang Wei seized Su Ruanruan and attempted to leave. Su Ruanruan clung desperately to her goose, resisting with all her might. The goose struggled fiercely, breaking free, and promptly bit Xiang Wei.
Oh!
Have you bitten the wrong person? Xiang Wei exclaimed. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ruanruan dashed towards the exit, only to collide with someone at the door. She fell to the ground and looked up to see a man. The night was too dark for her to discern anything, but she sensed that this man intended to seize her goose. Zhang Wei and Wang Shui turned pale at the sight of the man, while he fixed his gaze upon Su Ruanruan, his eyes unblinking. "Little beauty, who might you be?" The man lowered his voice, fearful of scaring away this enchanting maiden. With a sudden cry, Su Ruanruan charged out, colliding with a man who, caught off guard, stumbled backward. It took him a moment to realize he should pursue her. The group returned, laden with their spoils. Lu Shiming lowered his gaze to Su Ruanruan's face. She had run like a little madwoman and immediately straightened her back, her gait becoming awkward and stiff, akin to a marionette. Where had she been moments before? Lu Shiming gently patted her head, attempting to remove the remnants of decayed vegetables from her hair. After a few attempts, he found it too filthy to clean properly and decided to abandon the effort. He wiped his hands with a handkerchief, ceasing his actions. "I want to catch a goose, here, have a go." The little girl was so dirty, she resembled a piece of charcoal. "Did you manage to catch one?" Su Ruanruan cautiously shook her head. Lu Shiming smiled enigmatically. "You look far too dirty, Ruanruan." Su Ruanruan responded with confusion. Lu Shiming, using the handkerchief as a cushion, lifted Su Ruanruan to a corner. Her little legs wobbled, struggling to find balance. Did she sense disdain? Suddenly, the entire oil district was ablaze with light, and excitement began to stir among the crowd. They were reportedly searching for someone. Who are they looking for? The person who stole the goose. Su Ruanruan, still in confinement, gasped, "I only wanted to steal a goose." More anxious than Su Ruanruan was Anyang. She speculated that perhaps Gu Deng had discovered their oil theft, using the goose incident as an excuse to apprehend them all. In that instant, panic swept through the group. Anyang said, "Lu Shiming, come with me." Immediately, someone stepped forward to block Anyang's path, their voice sharp. "Do you think you can go alone?" Anyang's expression darkened. "I am going to relocate the crude oil." "What? Do you wish to accompany me?" The individual was taken aback, their face stiffening. If they were to accompany Anyang in the relocation and were caught, they would indeed be implicated. However, if she went alone and was discovered, they could easily deny any involvement, claiming ignorance. Under such circumstances, one could only wonder if the leader of the oil district would spare them, or if they might even turn to betray her. "Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your thoughts," and Anyang suddenly interjected harshly. "Mind your tongues. We are all in the same boat. If it capsizes, do you truly believe you can absolve yourselves of responsibility?" The group exchanged tense glances, quickly grasping the gravity of the situation and refraining from further comment. After issuing her warning, Anyang turned to Lu Shiming, stating, "Let us go."
Su Ruanruan immediately stepped closer.
"What are you doing?"
"Me am frozen." Su Ruanruan replied softly.
"I want to help." Anyang gazed into Su Ruanruan's large, tearful eyes, pausing for 2 seconds before conceding, "Very well, you may come along." The chaos in the crude oil district stemmed from a single goose belonging to Gu Deng. The three proceeded towards the armored vehicle, their path remarkably unobstructed. Lu Shiming had space available, and Anyang intended to have him store the crude oil there. "Why didn't we store it in the space from the beginning?"
Su Ruanruan inquired.
Anyang cast a glance at the simpleton, pondering that such an action would surely expose Lu Shiming's extraordinary abilities. Su Ruanruan suddenly understood and nodded in realization. The trio proceeded forward, only to unexpectedly encounter a group of individuals. Leading the pack was a man, foolishly clad in a suit on a sweltering summer day, adorned with golden-rimmed spectacles. His appearance was rather pleasing, yet he exuded an air of a refined scoundrel. Following closely behind were Zhang Wei and a woman named Wang Shui. Anyang's expression tightened, instinctively gripping his firearm. That man was Gu Deng. "Remember, do not make eye contact with him," Anyang cautioned in a hushed tone. Su Ruanruan immediately craned her neck, her eyes wide with determination as she sought Gu Deng's gaze. "Come on, look at me, she thought. "He is remarkably strong." Anyang's countenance grew somewhat grim, as if a thought had crossed his mind. Lu Shiming, who had previously worn an indifferent expression, raised an intrigued eyebrow upon hearing Anyang's words. "How strong?" he inquired. Extremely strong, and Yang replied. A look of interest flickered across Lu Shiming's face. Akin to a hunter who, upon spotting a satisfying prey for the first time, felt a rush of excitement. Observing Lu Shiming's expression, Su Ruanruan, well aware of the male protagonist's peculiar tendencies, silently mourned for Gu Deng. Regardless of his strength, he would merely be an insignificant target before Lu Shiming. The corridor was nearly deserted, and Gu Deng, in search of someone, naturally took note of their presence. Xiang Wei caught sight of Su Ruanruan, his expression reflecting curiosity, as if attempting to recognize her. It was no wonder he struggled to identify her. Even Su Ruanruan herself barely recognized the disheveled figure she had become. She resembled a natural clay sculpture, filthy and foul. With the foul-smelling Su Ruanruan as a backdrop, Gu Deng's gaze naturally shifted to Yang. As the heroine, Yang possessed an elegant demeanor, tall and slender, radiating grace. Although Gu Deng was surrounded by numerous beauties, none could rival Yang's allure. While he still held a fondness for the petite beauty from earlier, Gu Deng was never one to shy away from the presence of beautiful women. Moreover, a healthy beauty like Yang could surely bear him a robust child. It was well known that in the post-apocalyptic world, children were exceedingly fragile. Gu Deng had already lost 3 children, all succumbing to the harsh environment. Upon birth, they were either deformed or lifeless. After observing for a moment, Gu Deng's gaze drifted from Yang to Su Ruanruan. The girl's attire was soiled and indistinct, her hood obscuring her features, revealing only half of her face, which was as black as coal. Gu Deng thought little of it. He was aware that those who had come to exchange crude oil in recent days hailed from coal-rich areas, so a bit of dirt was quite customary. Nevertheless, she was undeniably filthy. Even the pigs he raised were cleaner than her. In stark contrast, his petite beauty was fair, delicate, and smooth. Having lost interest in Su Ruanruan, Gu Deng instead positioned himself to block Yang's path. As a prime stallion, he was determined not to overlook any opportunity.
Niyang, Wadi,
lifted her gaze, but was momentarily taken aback. Gu Deng, with an elegant motion, removed his gold-rimmed glasses, revealing a pair of small green eyes. Young man, your nearsightedness must be severe. As the king of this crude oil region, Gu Deng made an effort to widen those small green eyes, exuding a commanding presence as he approached the heroine. What is your name? He inquired. Yang replied, Yang. Gu Deng was taken aback. Standing behind him, Xiang Wei remarked, her surname is Ni, and her given name consists of a single character, Yang, which means sunshine. She hails from the coal district. It was then that Gu Deng realized this woman was not cursing him. He had thought his powers had failed him. You are quite beautiful. Come with me. You will surely bear me healthy children. Gu Deng's hand caressed Yang's face gently. Such a woman always had a certain allure. He had never experienced this before. It was said that lacking powers made one easier to control, thus avoiding any enmity with the coal district. Even if the coal district was reluctant, he could simply offer a bit more crude oil. Yang showed no signs of resistance, her eyes even losing focus as she allowed Gu Deng to explore. Su Ruanruan gasped in alarm and urgently grasped Yang's arm, exclaiming, I want to go too. I want to go. Gu Deng cast a disdainful glance at the disheveled Su Ruanruan. She responded, I can sing for you. I've always had a natural talent for music. My music teacher said to pay me and let me leave. Gu Deng was taken aback. It was his first encounter with such an eager candidate, yet she was not to his liking. Coldly, he rejected Su Ruanruan and instructed someone to escort Yang away.
Su Ruanruan wept bitterly,
lamenting that she could still be quite presentable. Chapter 15. Lu Shiming leaned against the wall, watching the group depart. Su Ruanruan whimpered, What should we do? Yang has been taken away. Lu Shiming slightly bent down, a refreshing scent reminiscent of crushed emeralds enveloping him, and whispered softly into Su Ruanruan's ear. She possessed the power of lightning and had already awakened. The man's warm breath brushed against her skin, reminiscent of fermenting fine wine. Su Ruanruan instinctively raised her gaze, locking eyes with the man, and found his gaze far more hypnotic than the green, squinty eyes of Gu Deng. He was truly a peril to mankind. Then shall we proceed to rescue the person? Lu Shiming smiled. Are you certain you are going to save someone, rather than bring harm? Su Ruanruan replied. You may look down upon me, but you shall not insult me. Let us go. Lu Shiming straightened up, leading the way. Su Ruan's eyes sparkled as she inquired, Are we going to save someone? How shall we do so? What do you need me to do? Lu Shiming continued to smile. He extended a slender, pale finger, gently pressing it against Su Ruan's lips, silencing her with a soft sho. This was his way of expressing disdain for her chatter. You no longer love the baby. You have lost the baby. Following Lu Shiming, she walked for half an hour before halting in front of their armed vehicle in the coal district. Are we going to rescue an Aiyang? Shouldn't we be heading to the mother building? Who said I was going to save her? Su Ruan blinked her large eyes, watching as Lu Shiming collected crude oil from within the vehicle into a pocket dimension. So you merely came to retrieve crude oil? Su Ruan mused, realizing he was indeed a heartless and ungrateful protagonist. You too, check it out. Armed soldiers held flashlights that cast a blinding light towards Su Ruanruan, who instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes. What is that on your face? One of the soldiers inquired while attempting to wipe her face with an object. Su Ruanruan immediately retreated behind Lu Shiming. He raised his hand to firmly grasp the soldier's arm, exerting such effortless control that the soldier found himself utterly immobilized. The atmosphere shifted abruptly, becoming tense. The other soldiers raised their weapons, and Su Ruanruan could sense the eagerness of Lu Shiming's axe, thirsting for action. Excitedly, she contemplated whether she should dash forward to take a bullet. What are you doing? Suddenly, a woman's voice pierced through the tension. The soldiers turned to see it was Wang Shui. The men, stealing glances at her exposed skin, hesitated as they replied, We are searching for a goose thief. Have you found it? Wang Shui interrupted impatiently. The soldiers shook their heads in confusion. Then why aren't you searching? With that, the soldiers slunk away, tails between their legs. Once the armed men had departed, Wang Shui approached, her gaze fixed intensely on Lu Shiming. TSK, a handsome disaster. Lu Shiming remained silent, languidly standing there with his eyelids slightly lowered. Wang Shui continued, Do you desire more crude oil? I can assist you. Su Ruanruan, peeking out from behind Lu Shiming, pondered whether this Wang Shui had developed an interest in him, wishing to indulge in a clandestine affair and experience the exhilaration of the lush green plains. No crude oil? I can assist you in rescuing your friend, the one named Aiyang. Or... Wang Shui elongated her tone, her gaze settling on Su Ruanruan. I remember you, the charming little thief of geese, she said with a mischievous smile. Su Ruanruan exclaimed in shock. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I believe we can unite against Gu Deng. Wang Shui, with a smile, revealed her intentions. Half an hour later, Lu Shiming and Su Ruanruan followed Wang Shui to the Seed Mother building. Rest assured, Gu Deng is not here, Wang Shui announced as she opened the door. Lu Shiming swiftly grabbed Su Ruanruan by the collar, preventing her from entering, and pulled her behind him. Leaning against the doorframe, he lazily inquired, What is your ulterior motive? As I previously mentioned, I merely seek allies to confront Gu Deng. You know he is a pervert. No, the greatest pervert stands right before you, Su Ruanruan silently screamed within her mind. Wang Shui turned to Su Ruanruan and said, Why don't you take a bath here first? The foul-smelling Su Ruanruan was ushered into the bathroom, and when she emerged, she transformed into a delightful, fragrant little beauty. Adorned in Wang Shui's attire, Su Ruanruan appeared delicate and enchanting, her fair complexion accentuated. The loose-fitting long dress did little to conceal her, revealing her porcelain-like arms and a pair of tender, fair legs. The steam from her recent bath enveloped her, rendering her a charmingly rosy figure. Lu Shiming stood by the window, his tall silhouette elongated by the moonlight, fragmented by the shadows cast upon the wall. His eyes were dark and inscrutable. Darker than the night itself, Su Ruanruan anxiously clutched the fabric of her dress, feeling an unsettling mixture of coldness and warmth enveloping her. So beautiful, Wang Shui exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment. She stepped closer, her fingertips brushing gently against Su Ruanruan's cheek, trailing softly down to her shoulder, then gripping her slender waist. Such a delicate waist. Su Ruanruan instinctively recoiled slightly. Wang Shue's expression was a curious blend of excitement. She leaned in, her eyes seemingly aglow in the dimly lit room. She leisurely lit a cigarette, holding it delicately between her fingers. Amidst the swirling smoke, the woman's visage grew obscured. She tilted Su Ruanruan's chin upward, her voice laced with sweetness. "My dear, how old are you?" Shivering, Su Ruanruan replied, 19. "You truly appear quite juvenile." Wang Shue's fingers caressed her skin, gripping her wrist with a force that left crimson marks. Yet it mattered little. She relished such exquisite, innocent treasures. Su Ruanruan sensed an ominous shift in the atmosphere. Though she struggled to fully grasp Wang Shue's words, her intuition warned her that this was decidedly unfavorable. Even a tiger finds time to doze. Gu Deng never spent the night in the maternal building. He always slept alone, with a row of armed guards standing watch outside. However, for a beauty like you, I believe that if he were to spend just one night with you, we could eliminate him. Spend the night? Eliminate? Su Ruanruan's eyes widened in terror. She was still just a child. Startled beyond measure, Su Ruansoft immediately sought the company of her peculiar father, the male protagonist, to experience the harsh realities of the apocalypse. Lu Shiming shielded the young girl behind him, his demeanor remaining genteel, yet his eyes betrayed a chilling intensity. "She is my girlfriend." A scoff escaped Wang Shui as he extinguished his cigarette with a flick of his hand. "She possesses no special abilities, nor do you. Your little treasure is remarkably beautiful. In this world of desolation, how she survived if not by other means?" Su Ruansoft was equally perplexed. How had she managed to endure? It was as if she had desperately sought her own demise. "Do not tell me your team brought you along merely for appearances?" Her confusion deepened. "Was that not the case? I have encountered many like you." Wang Shue's expression grew increasingly derisive. "Do not pretend to hold a moral high ground while refusing to heed warnings. If you are unwilling, I can promptly inform Gu Deng that the lovely maiden he seeks is right here with me." "Do you truly believe Gu Deng is on a mere goose chase?" He pointed at Su Ruansoft, his tone laced with mockery. "He is searching for someone, specifically you, my dear." Named directly, Su Ruansoft instinctively shrank further behind Lu Shiming. "I did not steal a goose. It ran away on its own. I assure you, I had nothing to do with it." Lu Shiming's eyes grew even colder. The room was dimly lit by a solitary lamp, casting shadows across the man's face, rendering it inscrutable. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside, causing Wang Shue's expression to shift dramatically. "How did he arrive?" "Who?" Su Ruansoft inquired, her eyes widening with curiosity. "Quick, hide." Wang Shui pushed Su Ruanruan and Lu Shiming into the heavy curtains by the balcony. As they stumbled and steadied themselves, the door swung open. "Boss, what brings you here?" In the oil district, the figure referred to as boss could only be Gu Deng. "Undress." Without hesitation, Gu Deng demanded action. Su Ruanruan swallowed hard, feeling that the situation was far too inappropriate for someone of her tender age. A clattering sound echoed from the other side. Wang Shui exclaimed, "Boss, can we refrain from using your powers today?" Silence. As a successful man, Gu Deng would always utilize his abilities to safeguard himself from untimely demise. Another peculiar noise emerged, akin to rummaging through drawers. Su Ruanruan glanced down and spotted an object sliding to her feet.
A toy?"
She mused, surprised that at this age, someone would still hide away playing with trinkets. The commotion continued for what felt like an eternity, and Su Ruanruan's little feet began to tingle from standing still. Yet, she had more pressing matters at hand. Across the curtain, the intensity of passionate encounters unfolded while she struggled to voice her urgent need. "I want a fart." Lu Shiming. "Close your mouth," she pleaded. Su Ruanruan thought to herself, why is he so domineering? Meanwhile, on the other side, Gu Deng, having engaged in an hour of foreplay and only 5 minutes of action, glanced at the nearly lifeless Wang Shui on the floor, feeling a pang of annoyance as he contemplated stepping out to smoke on the balcony. Ability may falter, but smoking is indispensable. Lu Shiming squinted his eyes, suddenly retrieving a small apple the size of a baby's fist from his pocket and stuffing it into Su Ruanruan's mouth. He then grasped her by the nape of her neck and leaped off the balcony. Su Ruanruan could only emit muffled sounds due to her mouth being stuffed full of apple. The sound of the rushing wind drowned her out, leaving only a soft, kitten-like whimper. The little girl's mouth, petite as it was, stretched painfully wide by the apple. Tears welled up in Su Ruanruan's eyes as she felt a sharp pain. Her lips hurt terribly. She clawed at it, but it wouldn't come out. Lu Shiming raised his hand, gripping her chin firmly, and forcefully pried her mouth open further to retrieve the apple. Whoa! It hurts so much. Her lips felt as if they might split open. Meanwhile, Lu Shiming dragged Su Ruanruan deeper into the shadows. Rubbing her sore lips, the redness in her eyes apparent, she asked, "Where are we going?" The man remained silent, abruptly halting in his tracks. From the thicket, an Aiyang emerged cautiously, gun in hand. Having awakened just 3 minutes after being hypnotized by Gu Deng, she had done so intentionally. As a person with abilities, an Aiyang was not easily deceived by Gu Deng. She merely sought to avoid direct confrontation and played along with the circumstances. Su Ruanruan, feeling aggrieved, whimpered, "It's too big. My mouth feels like it's going to split." And Aiyang exclaimed, "What the hell did I just hear? What have you two been up to without me?" Lu Shiming swiftly covered Su Ruanruan's mouth and turned to call out to an Aiyang. It was only then that Su Ruanruan realized there was someone standing behind her, nearly causing her to lose her composure. Gu Deng assumed I had been hypnotized. And Aiyang inquired, "Did you see the mark I left?" "Yes," Lu Shiming nodded in affirmation. "Otherwise, he wouldn't have found his way here." Su Ruanruan expressed her dismay. "You all have your little secrets without me. Why haven't you included me in your games?" "I cannot leave just yet," and Aiyang tightened his grip on the gun. "I promised to assist Wang Shui. She mentioned she would share news about my sister." "Wang Shui again. Do you trust her?" Su Ruanruan managed to free herself from Lu Shiming's grasp. And Aiyang nodded. She claimed to have seen a young girl resembling me. But Gu Deng sent her away to someone else. That person could potentially be my sister. However, she refuses to disclose to whom the girl was given unless I help her deal with Gu Deng. At this point, an Aiyang fell silent for a moment and added, "I do not wish to implicate you all. We are all good brothers." Su Ruanruan immediately puffed out her chest, declaring, "Your matters are our matters, brother." After saying this, she patted Lu Shiming's shoulder. "Right, big brother?" The big brother cast a dark glance her way. "Thank you, Ruanruan," and Aiyang sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Even though you may seem ineffectual, I did not expect you to possess such loyalty."
Su Ruanruan replied,
"I shall take that as a compliment. I will inform you should anything arise."
"Do not worry about me."
With that, an Aiyang vanished into thin air, leaping away effortlessly. Lu Shiming lowered his gaze, looking at Su Ruanruan. As Su Ruanruan gazed into the man's deep, dark eyes, she tremulously stammered, "We are all brothers. We can discuss matters amicably." It was merely a pat on the shoulder. She was impeccably clean, after all. Cautiously, Su Ruanruan picked a leaf and gently brushed it against Lu Shiming's shoulder. "You wish to be my brother?" The man leisurely leaned closer, his lips nearly grazing Su Ruanruan's nose, the warmth of his breath brushing against her as he spoke. Being brothers entails standing by each other through thick and thin. No, that's not it." Su Ruanruan fervently shook her head, exclaiming, "We are not brothers." How could she dare to associate with the male lead? Such a privilege was reserved for the protagonists, not for mere supporting characters. The thought of standing by someone through thick and thin was far too painful. She simply couldn't bear it. Upon seeing the man still wearing that gloomy countenance, she immediately adopted a sorrowful expression, whimpering that a gentleman should resolve disputes with words, not violence. A smirk curled at Lu Shiming's lips as he playfully nipped at her nose.
"Ah,
My nose is gone. I've become a noseless monster." "Wait." Her nose was still there? Lu Shiming gently tapped her on the head, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes, dispelling the earlier sinister aura. Su Ruanruan thought to herself, this is not how it unfolds in the book. Habitually, Lu Shiming ruffled her hair and then gave her a gentle push forward. Su Ruanruan moved 2 steps ahead, only to suddenly turn pale, her body stiffening. "Something is biting my foot." Lu Shiming glanced down. "It's just a plastic bag."
"Oh."
What a relief. It was merely a false alarm. Su Ruanruan displayed a reassuring smile, yet she couldn't shake the inexplicable chill that crept along the nape of her neck. Perhaps it was simply the cold weather, Or perhaps her male counterpart harbored murderous intentions. Gu Deng, the most affluent and formidable man in the vast oil field he had monopolized, found himself in a state of discontent. Despite searching throughout the night, he had yet to locate his beloved beauty. This left him feeling quite disgruntled. He decreed an immediate lockdown of the oil district, permitting entry but forbidding exit. The two other psychics from the neighboring survival zones expressed their dissatisfaction. In an effort to quell their ire, Gu Deng organized a lavish banquet, showcasing his breeding stock and the strikingly beautiful women from the oil district, openly stating that the two psychics could take any of them they fancied. Aware of Gu Deng's penchant for collecting exquisite women, the psychics had no objections and eagerly anticipated the festivities. As weaklings from the coal district, Lu Shiming and Su Ruanruan were deemed unworthy of attendance. However, Wang Shui had other plans and dispatched someone to retrieve them. To ensure they wouldn't escape, he even arranged for them to be closely monitored. When the banquet commenced, they were forcibly brought along. The entourage consisted of ordinary people. Even if Gu Deng chose to detain or eliminate someone, the coal district would remain unaffected. In the face of Wang Shui's threats, the big boss amiably assured compliance, pleading not to let his precious darling fall into Gu Deng's hands. This dear treasure, Su Ruanruan, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her as she clung tightly to Lu Shiming, trembling. The man cast his gaze downward and gently comforted her. Ruanruan, do not fear. I shall protect you. Su Ruanruan trembled even more violently, fearing that an exceedingly brutal scene of slaughter might unfold shortly. The banquet was grand, featuring not only exquisite dishes, but also sumptuous meats. Su Ruanruan's eyes gleamed as she fixated on a goose, clutching it tightly without any intention of letting go. No matter the circumstances, the presentation must be impressive, and the atmosphere must resonate with grandeur. With a face glistening from indulgence, Su Ruanruan savored her feast with sheer satisfaction. Ah, that woman is truly beautiful. Who could she be? Su Ruanruan puffed out her chest. Wang Shui, the celebrated star, was the most cherished breeding mother of Gu Deng. Su Ruanruan felt deflated. Such beauty, if our leader were to take notice, would Gu Deng be willing to part with her? The voices belonged to others from the survival zone. After all, she was Gu Deng's most beloved breeding mother. How could he easily relinquish her? Even his wife could be surrendered for amusement. How could he possibly refuse a breeding mother? Su Ruanruan, having overheard the gossip, shielded her face with a bowl, cautiously inching closer and then further. You all are unaware, aren't you? Unaware, do tell us. Su Ruanruan perked up her ears, blaming herself for skimming through books hastily and having a fading memory. She struggled to recall details clearly. The incident in question occurred merely a few months prior. It was said that Gu Deng's wife was someone he had married before the apocalypse began, and she bore a striking resemblance to Wang Shui. Those oblivious might assume Gu Deng was infatuated, seeking a mere substitute. In truth, he simply favored women of exquisite beauty, and Wang Shui happened to fit that description. At that time, an ability user had taken a fancy to his wife. Without uttering a word, Gu Deng lent his wife to another. That individual, endowed with peculiar abilities, tragically caused her demise, and in a bid to placate Gu Deng's wrath, presented him with a box of firearms. Can you imagine what transpired next? Su Ruanruan speculated that Gu Deng, in a fit of joy, accepted the weapons and subsequently forgot all about his wife. Indeed, the account echoed Su Ruanruan's thoughts precisely. What a truly despicable man. Su Ruanruan was taken aback. She licked her plate and continued to listen. The speaker suddenly paused, pointing at a man. That individual, named Wei, is Gu Deng's brother-in-law. His sister was Gu Deng's late wife. TSK, a grown man living under the same roof as the murderer of his sister, enduring a life akin to that of a dog. The speaker shook his head in dismay. Su Ruanruan mirrored his gesture, shaking her small head. Although Wei had a notoriously bad temper, akin to a spinning top, it did not hinder Su Ruanruan from feeling a pang of sympathy for him. Wei appeared to be inebriated, leaning against the table, and was assisted by Wang Shui to a side to regurgitate. Contemplating, Su Ruanruan approached with her basin. Softly offering it, I have a basin. Wang Shui glanced at the gleaming basin, then at Su Ruanruan's oily visage. After a moment's hesitation, she accepted the basin. That wretched creature manipulated my sister with his mental prowess, leading her to a fate of torment and death. Xiang Wei, in his drunken stupor, mumbled incoherently. Wang Shuishui hastily covered his mouth, then dragged him away. I want to kill him. I want to kill him. As Xiang Wei rushed out, he called out indiscriminately. Wang Shuishui couldn't restrain him, so Su Ruanruan hurried over to assist. She seized the basin from Wang Shuishui's hands and struck Xiang Wei on the head with it, rendering him unconscious. Wang Shuishui, observing this, remarked, "Well, I suppose that works." She removed her outer coat and draped it over Xiang Wei, then squatted beside him, her legs slightly askew, revealing her exquisite red high heels. Her fingertips gently caressed Xiang Wei's face, and a tender smile graced her features. She was strikingly beautiful, exuding an alluring charm, yet in that moment, her demeanor softened. It appeared that Wang Shuishui had also indulged in drink. Suddenly, she began to share her innermost thoughts with Su Ruanruan. When I first arrived, I was tormented terribly by Gu Deng. It was Xiang Wei who tended to my wounds and advocated for me, allowing me to establish myself in this crude environment. I understand that his kindness stems from his belief that I resemble his sister. But it matters not. If he desires my life, I shall give it willingly. As long as he thrives, I shall too. If he wishes Gu Deng dead, then even at the cost of my own life, I will aid him. Su Ruanruan comprehended that Wang Shuishui's actions were driven by her desire to help Xiang Wei eliminate Gu Deng. Perhaps Wang Shuishui harbored no hatred towards Gu Deng, however. Her love for Xiang Wei compelled her to act. Listening to such words, reminiscent of a deathbed confession, Su Ruanruan felt a flutter of anxiety. Was her long-held wish about to be fulfilled? A mix of excitement and agitation coursed through her. She glanced around, contemplating whether to seek out Lu Shiming to share some final words, or to first finish off the remaining half of the goose they had earlier. Su Ruanruan, do you know? Wang Shui suddenly lifted her head to gaze at Su Ruanruan, who widened her eyes in confusion. She was unaware that Gu Deng possessed formidable psychic abilities, and nothing could escape his keen perception. Thus, she could only endure this predicament. Feeling a bit dizzy, Su Ruanruan collapsed, her head striking the ground with a dull thud. How careless! Could they not have provided her a cushion? What if her delicate head were to be harmed? In the dimly lit room, a lamp at the bedside cast a misty glow, bathing the surroundings in a soft light. The beauty's skin resembled jade, clad in a silk nightgown, her long hair cascading like seaweed, softly sinking into the mattress. Initially, Gu Deng was skeptical of Wang Shui's words, but upon seeing Su Ruanruan peacefully lying there, he became convinced. Indeed, she was his enchanting beauty. Gu Deng eagerly began to disrobe, shedding his clothing. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. Irritated, Gu Deng snapped, "Get lost." Yet, the knocking persisted, each rap perfectly timed, a testament to the refined demeanor of the individual outside. Enraged, Gu Deng turned to open the door. Indignant that anyone would dare disturb him, the sovereign of this domain. Standing on the threshold was a man, undeniably handsome. He carried a tattered backpack, donned a pristine white shirt, his slightly drooping black hair obscuring his brow, a straight nose, and thin lips, exuding an exceptional aura, akin to a golden jade figure. His hands slowly fell to his sides. Delicate and slender, he bore the appearance of a fragile creature, seemingly incapable of causing harm to even a chicken. Although Gu Deng had an affinity for beauty, he was not averse to men, especially those as striking as this one. Was he offering himself? Gu Deng stroked his chin, pondering, "Patience. Once I am done with the lovely maiden, I shall seek you out." The beauty? The man lifted his gaze, his lips parting slightly. He towered over Gu Deng by half a head, effortlessly catching sight of Su Ruanruan, who lay upon the bed. Under the soft glow of the lamp, the sleeping beauty appeared as flawless as white jade, resembling a delicate fairy. She lay amidst a profusion of floral bedding, lost in slumber, her expression imbued with the purest innocence. Yet, her body sprawled alluringly, exuding an enchanting charm that enhanced her ethereal beauty. She was indeed a captivating little sprite. Lu Shiming, with deliberate grace, extended his hand to retrieve his axe. Gu Deng, observing the small axe before him, could not suppress a laugh. Do you intend to cleave me with that? As he spoke, he reached out to tap the tiny axe. Lu Shiming tilted his head, remaining silent. Gu Deng unleashed his mental energy. Lu Shiming stood there, his eyes darkening instantly, resembling a desolate winter's deep pool. Gu Deng raised his hand, pressing down on the axe, enticingly suggesting, "Go on, strike your own neck." The man's hand slowly ascended, then abruptly lunged forward, bringing the axe down. The slender figure, clad in a refined white shirt, possessed hands that were elegantly slender, resembling those of a concert pianist. Yet it was these very hands that swung the axe with fierce intent, with a fierce momentum. It was as if he cleaved through mountains and split the seas, leaving a long crimson mark across Gu Deng's chest. How could you possibly? Gu Deng's legs buckled, a sharp pain piercing his chest as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his wound, disbelief etched across his face. Mental power, truly an extraordinary thing. I wish to experience it as well. Lu Shiming, undeterred by his missed strike, ambled leisurely into the room, shutting the door behind him with a soft click. The door was locked. Lu Shiming's fingertips brushed over the bloodstains on the axe, his pale fingers tinged with scarlet, casting an eerie glow under the moonlight. Gu Deng's face turned ashen with fear. Impossible, my mental power cannot fail. In truth, apart from his mental prowess, Gu Deng was merely a fragile creature. His mental strength was indeed formidable, yet it was unfortunate that he faced Lu Shiming. This man was calm, composed, and disturbingly formidable. Gu Deng's mental power was one of control, but a man like Lu Shiming, whose resilience rendered the act of harming others as trivial as slicing a watermelon, would remain entirely unaffected. Lu Shiming let out a soft sigh, raising his chin slightly, his pale fingers weaving through his hair, brushing back the stray locks from his forehead, fully revealing his fair brow and striking visage. The man's Adam's apple bobbed, his tone cool and detached, gazing down at Gu Deng. Did you touch me? Well, what? Gu Deng attempted to unleash his mental power once more, yet the man before him remained utterly unmoved. Now, Gu Deng, once the king of the crude oil district, appeared before Lu Shiming like a plucked chicken, left trembling and vulnerable. Did you touch her? Which hand did you use, The man spoke in a soft tone, imbued with a rich and elegant resonance reminiscent of a cello. Gu Deng opened his mouth. Yet no words escaped. Not going to speak? Then there's nothing to be done. I have always detested others touching my belongings. The man's expression remained unchanged, yet his tone turned frigid. The axe in his hand fell once more. However, the man's eyes brightened slightly, and his voice floated through the air. Ah, so you were here. A slender vine erupted from the man's fingertips, swiftly and precisely piercing Gu Deng's brain. The unfortunate sovereign of the oil district had yet to react before meeting his demise. Troublesome. Lu Shiming observed Gu Deng's lifeless body, his brow furrowing slightly. The vine immediately expanded, then greedily engulfed Gu Deng whole. The body of an ability user makes for excellent nourishment. Burp. The vine let out a satisfied belch, eager to seek a reward, only to have a segment severed by Lu Shiming's axe. Begone. After tidying up Gu Deng, Lu Shiming placed his axe down and took a couple of steps towards Su Ruanruan when his body suddenly swayed, and he knelt partially. When Su Ruanruan awoke, she found herself resting on a soft, cushioned bed. This seems to be Wang Shueishue's room. How did she end up here? Oh. She had been knocked out by Wang Shueishue. Lu Shiming? Su Ruanruan quickly rose from the bed and approached him, straining to lower her small head to get a better look. Lu Shiming couldn't possibly be drunk, could he? Su Ruanruan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she stretched out a hand. Look, what number is this? The man's complexion was slightly flushed, and his eyes appeared unfocused. He leisurely lifted his eyelids to glance at Su Ruanruan, then said, 5. Ha ha ha, indeed intoxicated. This is clearly just a hand. Su Ruanruan gleefully rubbed her small hands together and promptly pushed the man to the ground. He, little brother. Lu Shiming staggered as he settled onto the ground, slightly raising his gaze to reveal his eyes, which were shrouded in a misty haze. The glimmering light danced like rippling water, ethereal and deep, resembling an abyss upon closer inspection. Su Ruanruan swallowed hard, sensing that her very soul was on the verge of being drawn into those captivating eyes. As the saying goes, When you stare into the abyss, meowed. The man tilted his head while sitting on the ground, his disheveled black hair framing his slightly flushed cheeks. The corners of his thin lips curled ever so slightly, with the tips of his eyes tinged in a warm peach hue, reminiscent of a luscious peach ripe for picking. Drunken Lu Shiming, astonishingly, believed himself to be a cat. Su Ruanruan was taken aback. Su Ruanruan, tentatively making a mistake. She extended a finger to gently lift Lu Shiming's chin, swaying her head as she said, Lu Ji, a delicate beauty, like you would surely cry for a long time if touched, wouldn't you? Lu Ji was an endearing nickname bestowed upon Lu Shiming by the readers. Su Ruanruan lacked the courage to call him that except when he was inebriated, her excitement leading her to add a melodically tipsy inflection at the end. The man squinted, his expression peculiar. Lost in her exuberance, Su Ruanruan playfully pinched Lu Shiming's face. Lu Ji, give me a wag of your tail, he. Concerned that Lu Ji might not comply, she deliberately wiggled her own little bottom. However, she had forgotten that cats could be quite vicious. Suddenly, the man stood up and pushed her down to the ground. Su Ruanruan immediately lifted her feet, striving to resist. What are you doing? I must inform you that I have trained in martial arts. Witnessing her fierce moves, such as the tiger descends the mountain, black tiger prowls the heart, and monkey steals the peach, he exclaimed, Wow, your claws are so painful. Please stop biting, wah. Lu Shiming lay on the bed, contemplating the truly extraordinary nature of this mental ability, which had rendered him momentarily dazed, akin to the effects of intoxication, causing even his memories to blur. He reached up to touch his cheeks, still faintly flushed, and tilted his head to gaze at Su Ruanruan, who was curled up in her small blanket and refused to show her face despite the persistent knocking. What are you doing? He inquired, tapping on the little bump created by her form beneath the covers. From within, a heartbroken, teary voice responded, I am attempting to strangle myself with my hair.
Oh.
Well then, do continue your efforts. I shall take my leave, Lu Shiming replied as he stood up and took 3 steps away, only to have the corner of his clothing tugged back. With 2 prominent bite marks on his face, Su Ruanruan said plaintively, Where are you going? Someone is coming, and I am preparing to open the door. Lu Shiming, responding instinctively, pinched Su Ruanruan's small face, causing her to yelp in pain. Just then, as he finished speaking, the door swung open. Wang Shui staggered in, her gaze falling upon the bloodstains on the floor. She then glanced at the unscathed Lu Shiming and Su Ruanruan, a pale smile spreading across her face. We succeeded, didn't we? Lu Shiming remained silent. Wang Shui, undeterred, wobbled over, her legs drenched in blood. She knelt on the ground, clutching Lu Shiming's leg, her voice choked yet resolute. I succeeded, did I not? Lu Shiming's gaze remained downcast, his expression indifferent, as he remained silent. At that moment, another figure entered, the ever-composed Shang Wei. Wang Shui, where's Gu Deng? He inquired, his eyes narrowing as he noticed Wang Shui, covered in blood. What has happened to you? He swiftly approached, enveloping Wang Shui in his embrace, then cast a piercing look at Lu Shiming. Wang Shui grasped Shang Wei's hand, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Shiming, before suddenly breaking into a smile. I understand now. You have succeeded. I knew I was right all along. Wang Shui possessed a unique ability, albeit a rather mundane one. She could sense the abilities of others. The stronger their powers, the more intense her perception became. Initially, she had focused on Anai Yang, but then her attention shifted to Lu Shiming. She recognized that he was the one, only he could utterly dismantle Gu Deng. But how could she persuade him to act? As Wang Shui pondered her next move, she caught sight of Su Ruanruan, a stunning beauty, his girlfriend. Doubts crept in. The term girlfriend held little weight in the apocalypse. Just as Gu Deng could abandon his wife, what significance did a mere girlfriend hold?
Yet,
time was of the essence for Shang Wei. She had no choice but to gamble everything. Fortunately, she emerged victorious. Look, Shang Wei, I have triumphed. Aren't you delighted? Wang Shui raised her hand, tenderly caressing Shang Wei's face. The high heels you gifted me, I cherish them dearly. It is a pity, though. They are too soiled and unworthy. Su Ruanruan's gaze fell upon Wang Shui's red high heels. A forced smile tugged at Wang Shue's lips as she turned her pale face towards Su Ruanruan, informing Yang that the young girl had been taken to the coal district. Wang Shue's breath grew increasingly shallow, blood seeping out in greater quantities, nearly saturating half of Shang Wei's body. Kneeling on the ground, Shang Wei pressed his hand to Wang Shue's mouth, his eyes reddened with tears.
Do not speak.
I will take you to the doctor. Wang Shui smiled weakly. Thank you, Shang Wei. Her hand fell limply from his grasp, devoid of life.
Su Ruanruan observed Shang Wei weeping.
She pondered. If she were to perish, would Lu Ximing shed tears for her? The man wore a stoic expression, his brow furrowed, revealing a hint of impatience. Su Ruanruan thought to herself. She was guilty. She had taken her own life. She had committed seppuku. How could she harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards the male protagonist? Suddenly, Shang Wei, cradling Wang Shui, rose to his feet. He staggered towards the balcony, each step deliberate. Gazing at the overcast sky, he suddenly smiled. Leaning forward, Su Ruanruan found her eyes covered by a hand. A gentle voice whispered in her ear, "Do not look." The sound of something heavy hitting the ground echoed outside. With a start, Su Ruanruan instinctively sought refuge in Lu Ximing's embrace. Gu Deng had gone missing. Shang Wei was dead, and Wang Shui had also perished. It was said that Wang Shui had spent the previous night with two supernatural beings. Unbeknownst to her, she was pregnant. When the supernatural being's strength proved too much, she met her end. She claimed it was a dual layer of insurance. If I am unable to eliminate Gu Deng, the other two superhumans will join forces to assist her, and Yang remarked. Su Ruanruan nodded, recalling the words Wang Shui had spoken to Lu Ximing before her demise. She believed that Wang Shui's notion of a double insurance likely referred to Lu Ximing and those two superhumans, rather than Yang. After all, Yang had spent an entire night at the so-called ambush site, swatting mosquitoes, yet had not caught a glimpse of Gu Deng. Su Ruanruan pondered that perhaps Wang Shui merely intended to divert Yang's attention. As this thought crossed her mind, she recalled Wang Shui's last-minute words. The person who might be your sister has been sent to the coal district. The coal district? After searching for so long, she was actually in the coal district. Su Ruanruan clutched Lu Ximing's arm, striving to suppress the tumultuous upheaval in her stomach. The massive armed vehicle, driven by Yang, had transformed into an off-road racer, hurtling down the road for an entire day and night, crashing through countless precious little treasures that tugged at Su Ruanruan's heart, and then racing tirelessly for hundreds of kilometers until the fuel was exhausted, forcing them to come to a halt.
Ugh.
After enduring such an arduous journey, Su Ruanruan could no longer contain herself and succumbed to vomiting. Just before losing consciousness, she lamented how close she had come to perishing on the spot. It was such a pity. That evening, they all gathered at an abandoned building to rest, to guard against a zombie ambush. They barricaded the stairway with heavy furniture and arranged for shifts to keep watch throughout the night. Su Ruanruan, delicate and faint from her earlier ordeal, felt dizzy and weak, her vision fading. A man stood in the shadows with a tattered backpack slung over his shoulder, his features obscured by the darkness. He extended his pale, bony hand and beckoned to Su Ruanruan, who promptly scampered over with enthusiasm. Are we about to have a meal? Chapter 16. Su Ruanruan gazed at the dry bread before her, expressing her indignation by declaring that she would starve herself. She frequently glanced at Lu Ximing with her peripheral vision, silently urging him to fetch some snacks, crisps, soda, and biscuits, for her. The man, with his brow furrowed, concealed his expression. Upon hearing Su Ruanruan's words, he offered no consolation, merely uttering a cryptic remark, "It's fine if you don't eat. It saves us from wasting it later." Waste? What waste? Feeling aggrieved, Su Ruanruan curled up in her sleeping bag, her stomach growling in protest. Halfway through her slumber, the gnawing hunger compelled her to rise and rummage through Lu Ximing's pockets in search of the dry bread. However, upon opening her eyes, she sensed something amiss. Lowering her gaze, she beheld a sprawling field of blooming flowers beneath her feet, and then looked up at the man standing before her, enveloped in a haze of surrealism. Wasn't she just about to steal Lu Ximing's dry bread? Why had she begun to dream? The man was clad in a pristine white shirt, buttoned meticulously to the top. Towering and lean, He stood against the backdrop of a beautiful cherry blossom tree, with petals cascading like rain, adorning the crown of his head and shoulders. A gentle smile graced his face as he tilted his head slightly, gazing at the girl before him. His voice clear and tender, "I promise to make you my girlfriend." Su Ruanruan? What on earth is happening? Su Ruanruan gazed at Lu Shiming, who exuded the image of a well-mannered young gentleman, momentarily taken aback. How could she have dreamt of Lu Shiming? "Ruan, let us be together." The man extended his hand toward her. Su Ruanruan lowered her gaze, observing the delicate elegance of his hand, and instinctively reached out in return. To her surprise, just as their fingers were about to meet, her surroundings shifted dramatically. This time, she found herself atop a large train carriage, encircled by a throng of ravenous zombies, clamoring for her flesh. "Burin, I think I've been bitten by a zombie." The man, once clad in a crisp white shirt, had transformed into a gaunt figure dressed in tattered camouflage. He appeared emaciated, almost unrecognizable. Yet, despite his frail appearance, there remained an unsettling charm that left her breathless. Burin pondered, could this be the original character's memory? Indeed, one moment in paradise, the next in hell. This wretched apocalypse was utterly merciless. "Burin." The man approached her, as ghastly wounds began to appear on his body, resembling brutal bites. "It hurts so much. Why did you push me away?" Faced with such a grotesque sight, Su Ruanruan's heart shattered. What an unimaginable nightmare this was. She must awaken. She had to awaken swiftly. In a fit of desperation, Su Ruanruan cried as she slapped Lu Shiming across the face. The action caused a brief pause in his chaotic movements, and she even caught a glimpse of him turning his head from the impact. Straining her eyes wide, she noticed the surrounding zombies still excitedly clamoring for her. Not awake yet?
Panik gripped Su Ruanruan.
It's all right. She turned her head, gazing down at the adorable little zombie below. Just as she was about to leap into the air when suddenly her foot slipped, causing her to plummet downwards.
Su Ruanruan exclaimed, "Odir."
The horrifying wails of the zombie were alarmingly close, prompting her to shut her eyes tightly and hold her breath. The sound of feasting echoed around her, a chilling reminder of the zombie buffet. Cautiously, she opened one eye and beheld a sight before her. A woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to her was being consumed by the ravenous undead.
Ah!
This was the serene release she had longed for, a bittersweet joy. Su Ruanruan's expression danced between envy and resentment. A man approached from behind, his breath barely perceptible. "How do you feel?" Su Ruanruan swallowed hard, a pang of hunger stirring within her. Lu Shiming asked, "Why are you pinching me? One cannot live on iron. Skipping a meal is quite unbearable." "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!" Su Ruanruan's eyes flew open to find Lu Shiming sitting beside her, her hand inadvertently tucked into his pocket. In the darkness, the man regarded her with a gaze that was both peculiar and probing, as if he wished to delve into her mind and uncover its hidden secrets. Touching her little hand, he remarked, "Little darling, it seems you haven't eaten in 10 minutes. How pitiful." After speaking, he discreetly observed Lu Shiming's reaction. The man reached into his backpack, producing a dry loaf of bread and offering it to her. With tears welling in her eyes, Su Ruanruan accepted it. Another dry loaf. How disheartening. Lu Shiming held onto the other end of the bread, not relinquishing his grip, and gently asked, "Did you have a nightmare?" The night was shrouded in darkness, allowing Su Ruanruan only a faint glimpse of Lu Shiming's facial contours. She nodded and continued to pull, yet she still could not manage to bring him closer. "What kind of nightmare did you have?" the man inquired, his tone remarkably calm. "I was consumed, devoured in my dream," Lu Shiming responded with a soft whimper. The man leaned against the side, his eyes closed. It was uncertain whether he had fallen asleep or was simply lost in contemplation. Upon awakening, it was already morning, and Ah Yong, unable to contain his excitement, rose early to prepare for another exhilarating ride. "What happened to your face?" Under the glaring sun, Su Ruanruan curiously pointed at Lu Shiming's visage, which bore a conspicuous 5-finger imprint. Tilting her little head, she cautiously extended her tiny hand to compare. "Oh dear, it's identical." The man seized Su Ruanruan's wrist with sudden force, his eyes dark and ominous. Su Ruanruan instinctively shrank her neck, wondering if she had indeed struck Lu Shiming in her dream last night. She felt as though her doom was nigh, a rather thrilling revelation. Driven by a fervent desire to rescue his sister, Anai sped forward, crashing the weak team straight into the coal district. Armed soldiers approached, guns drawn, to obstruct them. With a swift motion, Anai unleashed a flurry of lightning, transforming the assailants into a chaotic mess of frizzled hair. Su Ruanruan mused that such a skill would surely be invaluable in a hair salon. I am a lightning elemental, and I demand to see your leader. The woman's sharp phoenix eyes glowed crimson with intensity. Su Ruanruan believed that after Anai showcased her extraordinary abilities with such overwhelming flair, they would be treated like esteemed guests. However, she never anticipated being confined within a cage. Anai overwhelming display of power, with electricity crackling everywhere, led the leader of the coal district to assume that she had gone mad, resulting in their imprisonment together. Su Ruanruan. A sneeze. The weather in the apocalypse is perpetually unpredictable, much like Lu Shiming's fluctuating emotions. Winter arrived overnight. Sitting in the cage, Su Ruanruan gazed at the snowflakes drifting from above. A sneeze. Meanwhile, the leader of the coal district, having received the news, hurried over. The leader, named Huapai, is a metal-type ability user. Originally, there were 5 ability users in the coal district. However, following the mysterious disappearance of Wang Zhen and the gruesome death of Jingshu, only 3 remain. I have heard that you have awakened the power of lightning. The coal district is currently in dire need of ability users. Anai raised her hand, and a slender current of electricity flowed from her fingertip, precisely igniting the cigarette held by Huapai. Instantly, the cigarette was aflame. Although the coal district is indeed short on ability users, Huapai initially felt a twinge of apprehension regarding Anai lightning powers. Such formidable abilities made him wary of her overshadowing him, or worse, usurping his position. However, it soon became evident that this woman had only awakened a fraction of her powers, barely enough to ignite a cigarette. Huapai quickly regained his composure. How did Jingshu meet his demise? As the leader, Huapai felt compelled to inquire about the death of such a formidable vine-type ability user. After all, Anai currently appeared to be the leader of a rather feeble team. A fire broke out in the warehouse, and he did not manage to escape, Anai remarked. This aligned with the accounts of others. In response, Su Ruanruan analyzed if it were suicide, his motive must have been a desire to cease living. Huapai lowered his gaze towards Su Ruanruan, who was concealed behind Lu Shiming. He had always been aware of the presence of a strikingly beautiful woman in the coal district. However, due to Jingshu's affection for her, he had to let her go. In truth, Huapai mused, no matter how beautiful a woman may be, they all share a certain similarity. Yet, he never anticipated that this individual could possess such extraordinary beauty. Huapai's heart skipped a beat, and his hand, holding a cigarette, trembled slightly until he burned himself, prompting him to discard it. She is truly stunning. Huapai felt as if he had fallen in love. He intended to possess this woman. She is my girlfriend, Lu Shiming remarked, lifting his gaze to reveal his cool and handsome visage. Huapai squinted, smiling. You are quite handsome yourself. I thought you were coveting my beauty, but it turns out you are interested in my boyfriend. Though Lu Shiming was indeed captivating and possessed a refined elegance, he was also rather peculiar. Aren't you afraid of getting hurt? Su Ruanruan exclaimed in shock, her eyes wide. In this materialistic apocalypse, even the eccentric are no longer safe. They're my friends. Anai interjected, stepping forward like a protective hen shielding her chicks, standing in front of Lu Shiming and Su Ruanruan. Faced with the lightning-wielding ability of Anai, Huapai chose to show some respect, albeit only out of consideration for Anai presence at the moment. Hopi's gaze fell upon Su Ruanruan, exuding an air of determination. Trembling in Lu Shiming's embrace, Su Ruanruan couldn't help but feel like a femme fatale. Hee. Thus, as a reward for their efforts, Hopi had arranged a double room for them. Elated, Su Ruanruan clutched her blanket, eager to share a bed with Anai, only to be halted by Lu Shiming. Do you find me distasteful? Su Ruanruan questioned, bewildered. Then why not sleep beside me? The man lowered his gaze, his eyes dark and unfathomable, akin to an abyss. Her theatrical boyfriend was indulging in his peculiarities once more. With his long, fair hands, the man rummaged through his backpack, And Su Ruanruan felt a shiver run down her spine as she envisioned the axe, adorned with baby lotion, beckoning toward her slender neck. Startled, she quickly expressed her intentions.
Ah, no, no.
Of course, I want to sleep with you. I was merely worried about and Young feeling frightened alone. She strained her memory, attempting to recall the exact number of days they had been together. What day is it today? Su Ruanruan's eyes widened in alarm. Lu Shiming replied in a leisurely manner. It is the 133rd day. Ah, yes. How astute. As he affectionately patted her head, Su Ruanruan was led into the double room. The so-called double room was merely a bunk bed setup. The space was chaotic, clearly neglected in terms of cleanliness. Su Ruanruan wiggled her little feet in the small area Lu Shiming had diligently cleared for her, blissfully succumbing to slumber. Discarding the scrap of paper in his hand, Lu Shiming rose slowly and approached Su Ruanruan's side. The young girl slumbered deeply, cradling a small quilt that revealed a pair of delicate, fair little legs. Lu Shiming's fingertips brushed against her ankle, gently lifting it before tucking it back beneath the covers. Leaning closer, the man whispered softly into Su Ruanruan's ear. She shivered slightly, her small face crinkling like that of a puppy being scolded. Lu Shiming turned onto the bed, extending his hand. His fingertips glimmered softly, emitting green specks of light that penetrated Su Ruanruan's forehead, after which he slowly closed his eyes as well. Once again, Su Ruanruan drifted into a dream. She beheld the opulent living room beside her, and then glanced at the sumptuous feast before her, swallowing hard. Yet, despite the allure of the banquet, she could not ignore the man in front of her. Lu Shiming rested his chin on his hand, gazing intently at her. His gaze then shifted downward, landing on the array of dishes, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. Do you simply wish to eat? He queried. Isn't that the case?
Su Ruanruan replied.
Her large eyes wide with innocence. Suddenly, the man let out a derisive laugh, and his demeanor darkened. The scene shifted again, returning to the interior of a carriage. The man, covered in blood, stared fixedly at her. Under the weight of his gaze, Su Ruanruan trembled, nearly collapsing to her knees. Big brother, I did not kill you.
Ruanruan?
The man tilted his head, a gentle smile gracing his lips. An icy shiver ran down Su Ruanruan's spine. She felt as if she were on the brink of death from sheer terror. The man approached languidly, taking her fragile hand, stained with blood, and pressing it to his lips for a kiss. Su Ruanruan exclaimed in horror, I thought you sought my life. I never imagined you were enamored with my beauty.
Ah.
I can no longer bear this hand. With a frantic retreat, Su Ruanruan stumbled and fell into another dream. Surrounded by barren walls, she beheld an iron box floating in midair. Curious, she discovered it was unlocked and effortlessly opened it. What could this be? A martial arts manual? Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Could this be the legendary tome capable of rendering an opponent nearly lifeless in a one-on-one duel? Realizing this was but a dream, she understood why it felt so exhilarating. What have you discovered that brings you such joy? A languid voice inquired from behind her. Clutching the manual protectively, Su Ruanruan giggled. I'll beat you until you bloom. However, the man beside her, roused from slumber, appeared less than pleased. As Su Ruanruan opened her eyes to the brilliant daylight, her expression radiated joy, starkly contrasting the man, Lu Shiming's, sullen demeanor. He, I practiced the martial arts manual in my dream. This must be my golden finger. She mused gleefully. Feeling empowered by the newfound knowledge, Su Ruanruan stood confidently, gazing down at Lu Shiming before challenging. Come on, let's duel. Am I a coward? She struck two poses, Vajra crushing the mortar. White crane spreads its wings. The man tilted his head, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. His demeanor calm as he asked, Ruanruan, what is the matter? His expression remained unchanged, his gaze warm and soothing. Slowly, her uplifted head succumbed to his presence, leaving her with naught but a diminutive quail-like appearance. Why is there such a vast disparity between this dream and reality? I shall perform a dance for you. The man leisurely settled down, crossing his arms, and remarked, Oh. Ultimately, he delivered an enigmatic commentary. Not bad. Your waist is quite flexible. Su Ruanruan replied, I sense a double entendre in your words, yet I have not identified any issues for the time being, for indeed. Her waist is remarkably supple, he he he. As a practitioner of extraordinary abilities, Anayang experienced a profound elevation in her status. She no longer needed to toil in the coal mines. Consequently, Su Ruanruan and Lu Shiming also basked in the shared glory. Su Ruanruan nibbled on the soft bread she had been fortunate enough to receive, tears of joy streaming down her face.
Then,
She poked Anayang with her little finger and inquired, "Why haven to you informed Hoppy that you are searching for your sister? In this apocalyptic world, there are no friends, only eternal foes. Would you willingly expose your vulnerabilities to your adversaries?" Su Ruanruan nodded vigorously. Anayang retorted, "If foolishness were to be imprisoned, you would undoubtedly rot away in the depths of the cell." Anayang, in a fit of anger, nearly punctured Su Ruanruan's little head. The irate female protagonist continued to unleash her fury online. Love is akin to the heroine chastising you, the hero ensnaring you. With no escape in sight, devoid of reason, always catching one off guard. Su Ruanruan whimpered, retreating into Lu Shiming's embrace, only to have the man grasp her slender waist. Su Ruanruan exclaimed, "I find your recent physical advances quite inappropriate. Captain and I, the team has been consolidated." An armed soldier rushed over, panting heavily, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Su Ruanruan. Anayang furrowed his brow and said, "Su Ruanruan, the apocalypse is fraught with danger. I believe you must acquire some survival skills. Huapai has instructed me to train the armed forces, and you should join me." As Su Ruanruan was compelled by Anayang to change into appropriate attire, she caught sight of Lu Shiming, already clad in camouflage, waiting nearby. The man, still carrying his small backpack, stood in the corner with a firearm in hand, seemingly engrossed in examination. A group of armed soldiers congregated in small clusters, their eyes lighting up upon seeing Su Ruanruan. They buzzed around her, chattering excitedly. The young girl, clad in ill-fitting camouflage, revealed a delicate, fair neck, her dark, slightly curled hair tied up in a beautiful ponytail reminiscent of seaweed, her entire demeanor soft and slender. Her face was pale and tender, and her eyes glistened with a misty allure, reminiscent of distant mountains. Not to mention her tiny waist, cinched by a belt, which added an air of vulnerability, making her appear almost fragile. Those hands seemed incapable of even lifting a firearm. In a world where women were mere prey, the scarcity of resources drove men's gazes to become increasingly fervent. Observing this unsettling scene, Anayang discharged a shot to command attention. The previously boisterous soldiers immediately fell silent, though the greed in their eyes had not entirely dissipated.
Niyan rigardis Su Ruanruan, his brow furrowing involuntarily.
This woman she was becoming increasingly enchanting. Simply standing there was enough to drive any man to madness. With this thought, Anayang shifted his gaze to Lu Shiming, who leisurely toyed with the firearm in his grasp, his slender frame equally inconsequential in the face of danger. This couple has thrived until now, largely thanks to her. What shall we do in her absence? Anayang felt both anxious and proud, akin to the sensation of a fattened pig finally being ready for market. Armed soldiers brazenly attempted to approach Su Ruanruan, but Anayang swiftly delivered a powerful kick. Does one dare to touch her pig so casually? The soldier, sent flying, immediately suffered the fracture of 6 ribs. Truly, she is a formidable woman. The onlookers exchanged glances, trembling in fear, deterred from coveting Anayang's prized possession. The 6 broken ribs were carried away. Anayang, the fierce woman, was determined to train Su Ruanruan and Lu Shiming into apocalyptic killing machines, capable of taking on 10 foes at once. They stood at the shooting range, facing a row of empty bottles. Bang, bang, bang. Anayang hit all 4 targets with remarkable precision, finishing with flair. Lu Shiming, in a lethargic manner, picked up his gun, took his time aiming, and managed to hit 1 bottle. The armed soldiers were quite displeased by the reality that this feeble man possessed the most beautiful woman in their coal district. Yet, due to Anayang's presence, they could only resort to scornful glances. Upon witnessing his single hit, their disdain deepened. Meanwhile, Su Ruanruan, with a serious demeanor, lifted her gun, swaying her slender waist as she aimed. Bang, bang, bang. She missed all 3 shots. Feeling the disdainful gazes around her, Su Ruanruan's anger flared, leading to serious repercussions. She stormed closer, halting half a meter from the bottles, aimed again and bang. The bottle remained unharmed. Frustrated, Su Ruanruan knocked them all to the ground, shattering them into pieces. Humph. After training with inanimate objects, Yang proceeded to train with living ones, such as frisbees. Yang, with impeccable aim, hit every single one. Su Ruanruan held her breath, her heart racing in silence. Nothing happened. I am truly upset. After days training, she clutched her little puppy, resigned to the notion that perhaps it was best to remain a mere bystander in its life. Suddenly, the little puppy bolted from her arms. Weak in both hands and legs, Su Ruanruan immediately gave chase, reaching the periphery of the survival zone's towering wall, which loomed several dozen meters high, a formidable barrier against the zombies. From the corner of the wall came a rustling sound. Crouching down, Su Ruanruan peered into the dense thicket and spotted a head emerging from the underbrush. The little puppy barked excitedly and pounced. It was a zombie dog, an unsettling sight, as it was the same creature that had parted ways with Su Ruanruan at the entrance of the survival zone. It had evidently been hiding here all along, but how had it managed to enter? Curious, Su Ruanruan moved closer and discovered a dog-sized hole. A small head emerged from it, seemingly forced through. Xiao Bao Bao. Su Ruanruan exclaimed in astonishment. Xiao Bao Bao. He. Just then another person squeezed through the hole, locking eyes with Su Ruanruan, who was squatting at the entrance. She recognized him. Xiaozhu? She said, her surprise deepening. Xiaozhi responded. Thankfully, it seems like a fool has arrived. Burrow. Why are you running around again? A cool, calm male voice drifted from behind. Xiaozhi tensed at the sound. Lu Shiming ambled over, reaching out to gently ruffle Su Ruanruan's hair, before lowering his gaze to Xiaozhi and uttering a single syllable. Oh. Chapter 17. The atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. Then, Su Ruanruan produced a bag of spicy chicken feet, successfully capturing a little Xiao Bao Bao. To enter the survival zone, we require supplies which we lack. Thus we can only resort to crawling through the dog hole. Xiaozhi stood up, his expression rather uncomfortable, brushing off the grass clippings from his clothing. He took the opportunity to firmly press down the cap on Xiao Bao Bao's head. Su Ruanruan nodded in understanding. Xiaozhi remarked, well, if there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Su Ruanruan. Lu Shiming. You too, why don't you come back here and practice? Aha. Yang's eyes gleamed as she spotted Xiaozhi, akin to a wolf seeing its prey. She approached shyly, her gaze soft as she looked at Xiaozhi. Her tone suddenly affected Captain Xiao. Su Ruanruan interjected, I'll hit you. What are you doing here? Oh, look, Bao Bao is here too, hee. Faced with Yang's usual duality, Su Ruanruan felt that even a single peanut wouldn't suffice to explain the situation. Clearly, Xiaozhi was somewhat embarrassed. Su Ruanruan glanced at Yang's overly excited face, then at Xiaozhi's evident reluctance, concluding that this woman was the most precarious element in the vicinity. Unable to withstand Yang's enthusiasm, Xiaozhi cautiously followed behind the three, carrying Xiao Bao Bao. In the coal district, there exists a street dedicated to bartering goods. For instance, a pack of instant noodles might be exchanged for a down jacket, now that the weather has turned cold. As Yang gazed at the thin summer shirt adorning Xiao Bao Bao, she promptly retrieved a dry, white garment and replaced it with a warm down jacket. There's no need to be modest, Captain Xiao, she insisted. As the saying goes, one must never let a child go hungry. In this frigid weather, we mustn't allow the child to suffer from the cold. While speaking, Yang gently rubbed Xiao Bao Bao's stiff, chubby face. Look, you're all frozen. Xiao Bao Bao chuckled, while Xiaozhi, feeling anxious, produced his feather duster. Fortunately, Xiao Bao Bao, engrossed in devouring spicy chicken feet, did not cause any trouble. Yang then offered Xiaozhi a down coat as well. The rugged Xiaozhi felt a mix of embarrassment and gratitude. Thank you, Captain Anai. Just call me Yang, she replied instinctively, brushing her long ponytail, which cascaded down to her waist when released. However, the harsh conditions of the apocalypse had taken a toll on her hair's quality. How she longed for soft, lustrous hair like Su Ruanruan's, which flowed like satin. Just as Yang was lost in thought, a soft, whiny voice broke in. I want this. Wah. If you don't let me change, I'll roll around, I'm going to roll.
Niyang sigid.
What nonsense is that foolish child up to now? Be good, Ruanruan, we don't need cosmetics. Lu Shiming stood there, burdened by his shabby little bag, observing Su Ruanruan, who was clinging to his leg and pouting. Su Ruanruan discerned from Lu Shiming's gaze the intention behind this little creature's desire to tumble about. Let us fight. Who is afraid? Allow me to make the exchange. With great effort, Xiaoji extracted a sausage from his pocket. In this apocalypse, cosmetics hold little value. A single sausage could procure a multitude of goods. The vendor even generously offered an extra handful of hair ties. Xiaoji handed over the items Su Ruanruan desired, then selected a beautiful crystal hairband and presented it to Anyang, saying, "Thank you for the down jacket." Anyang gazed down at the crystal hairband, her youthful excitement nearly overwhelming her expression. Su Ruanruan acquired the cosmetic she sought, releasing her hold on Lu Shiming's calf with a contented hum. She then seized Xiao Baobao, who was busy gnawing on chicken feet, and promptly applied a generous amount of blush to his cheeks. Xiao Baobao protested, "Hee, that's not tasty. Don't touch him." Upon noticing Su Ruanruan's antics with Xiao Baobao, Xiaoji instinctively turned pale. He swiftly shoved Su Ruanruan aside, shielding Xiao Baobao behind him. Su Ruanruan, who had been crouching, was unexpectedly pushed and landed squarely on Lu Shiming's foot. "Well, it's rather soft." Xiaoji, his expression tense, cast a worried glance at Xiao Baobao. Upon observing the child's rosy lips and flushed cheeks, his gaze softened slightly. This appearance seems more akin to that of a normal child now.
Su Ruanruan.
Xiao Baobao is not your Barbie doll, and Anyang shot her a fierce glare. Su Ruanruan clung to Lu Shiming's leg, humming softly. Meanwhile, Anyang turned her head and, upon looking at Xiaoji, adopted a different demeanor. She casually tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, revealing her lovely profile. "Captain Xiao, where do you reside?" Xiaoji had just crawled in through the dog hole, seeking a place to stay. When faced with Anyang's inquiry, the stoic Xiaoji, typically reticent, found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, Anyang, noticing the troubled expression on Xiaoji's face, quickly deduced his predicament. Lacking any supernatural abilities and burdened with a child, Xiaoji's prospects for decent accommodation were grim, even if he were to settle in the coal district. "I have an empty room in my building," Anyang offered. "Though modest in size, it is quite clean. I can request the caretaker to prepare it for you, as it remains unoccupied at present." As an individual endowed with special abilities, Anyang resided in the finest quarters of the coal district. It was not that the places were empty. Rather, few were deemed worthy to inhabit them, given the limited number of supernatural beings. Meanwhile, Su Ruanruan had busied herself at another stall, returning with 3 dog leashes and 2 muzzles. She fitted one onto the zombie dog and secured a muzzle to prevent biting. Upon seeing the leashes in Su Ruanruan's hands, Xiaoji's eyes gleamed with interest. "Miss Su, may I have that leash? My little one tends to wander off, and I find this item quite useful." Xiaoji's typically stern face flushed with excitement, as if he had stumbled upon a precious treasure. Su Ruanruan graciously handed the leash to him, and with bright eyes, he fastened it around Xiao Bao. Observing his enthusiasm, Su Ruanruan sensed that he was also intrigued by the muzzle, but lamented that it could not be fitted on Xiao Bao due to the latter's small size. With a touch of sympathy, Su Ruanruan assisted in securing the leash on the little puppy. Passers-by observed Su Ruanruan's actions with a TSK of disapproval, lamenting that in these times, when people are on the brink of starvation, one still chooses to raise a dog. Su Ruanruan retorted, "Do you know why my grandmother has lived such a long life?" The passerby replied, "What does your grandmother's longevity have to do with me? And what does my dog have to do with you?" The passerby scoffed and walked away, grumbling under his breath. As the day grew late, Anyang escorted Xiaoji and Xiao Baobao to her residence. They all resided in the same building, albeit on different floors. Anyang's floor was well equipped, boasting a splendid view, with 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms. It was rumored that even the toilet could flush 24 hours a day, which filled Su Ruanruan with envy. In the room, Lu Shiming and Su Ruanruan continued to sleep in bunk beds. Su Ruanruan lay on the bottom bunk, glancing up at the upper bunk's occupant, unable to see much. She poked her head out, cautiously resting her chin on the edge of the upper bunk. The man, with an old backpack serving as a cushion, slept soundly. Su Ruanruan eyed the worn backpack that contained an axe, wondering if it was uncomfortable for him. With his eyes closed, the man appeared tranquil. As Su Ruanruan continued to gaze, she succumbed to temptation and gently probed Lu Shiming's breath. Good, he's still alive. She mused before bustling about and finally drifting off to sleep. 3 minutes later, Lu Shiming opened his eyes. A slender tendril crept from his fingertips, snaking down towards the bottom bunk, slowly intertwining with Su Ruanruan's fingers resting at the edge of the blanket. In her dreams, Su Ruanruan imagined herself transformed into a zongzi, tightly bound. The object that restrained her inquired what filling she contained. Su Ruanruan cried, expressing her confusion. And then that entity suggested that a single bite would reveal the truth. Consequently, Su Ruanruan was devoured. It was red bean paste, red bean paste.
Oh.
How it grieved her. It was indeed red bean paste. Su Ruanruan tumbled from her lower bunk with a loud thud, landing in a heap. Had she been yearning for red bean paste? Meanwhile, Lu Shiming, already awake, sat leisurely at the table, methodically breaking his bread in half. It seems today's bread is filled with red bean paste, he remarked. As he spoke, Lu Shiming extended half of the red bean paste bun towards Su Ruanruan. His slender, pale hand, marked by delicate bones, gently squeezed, causing the red bean paste to ooze out. Su Ruanruan gazed in a daze at the soft, flowing red bean paste that dripped from Lu Shiming's hand, reminiscent of her dream where she was being consumed bite by bite, leaving a mess of red bean paste behind. Oh, how frightful that dream had been. Noticing the innocent expression on the young girl's face, Lu Shiming reached out, pressing the bun into her small hands, and then slowly wiped the red bean paste smeared on his hands onto her soft, pale cheeks. I've heard that the cafeteria in the coal district is finally opening today, he continued. Currently, the coal district has adopted a communal dining system. Aside from the weekly distribution of essential supplies, the ration food provisions had been abolished, replaced by a scramble for food in the cafeteria. Su Ruanruan fixed her gaze intently on the cafeteria lady's hands. When the lady trembled, Su Ruanruan mirrored her actions. As the lady trembled once more, so did Su Ruanruan. Finally, the lady returned the bowl to Su Ruanruan. Su Ruanruan cast a disappointed glance at her basin. The aunt warmly greeted Lu Shiming, who followed closely behind her. The handsome lad approached and offered his lunchbox. The aunt ladled spoonful after spoonful into the basin. Oh dear, auntie, the meat is overflowing. Su Ruanruan observed Lu Shiming's lunchbox brimming with meat, her mouth watering with envy. Borrow, do indulge yourself a bit more. Lu Shiming generously transferred the meat from his lunchbox into Su Ruanruan's basin, leaving her astonished and trembling with excitement. Across the table, an Yang quipped, "Are you feeding a pig?" The thought of pigs reminded an Yang of Xiaoji. Spotting Xiaoji approaching with Xiao Baobao, she promptly waved her hands energetically. After serving himself, Xiaoji led Xiao Baobao over. Su Ruanruan rummaged through her bag, producing a packet of spicy chicken feet to offer to Xiao Baobao, who instantly expressed his gratitude. An Yang, unwilling to be outdone, showcased her own gentle and benevolent nature, her voice softening as she said, "Oh, Captain Xiao, why is there so little meat on your plate? Please have some of mine." As an ability user, an Yang's meals were specially allocated, meaning she could eat as much as she desired. "Captain Xiao, you are still growing. You must eat more." Su Ruanruan seized a moment to glance at Xiaoji's robust physique. She had heard that this prime candidate for the role of antagonist was already 27. How could he still be growing? "I too am still growing," she began, but before she could finish her sentence, an Yang had already transferred all the meat from her lunchbox into Xiaoji's bowl. Su Ruanruan sighed. "I feel as though you no longer care for me."
Su Ruanruan,
in a fit of anger, stuffed a piece of pork into Xiao Pig's mouth. As everyone anxiously partook of the communal meal, a sudden uproar erupted nearby, prompting a large number of individuals to flee with their bowls in hand. Guided by the principle that where there is commotion, there she shall be, Su Ruanruan hastily clutched her own bowl and followed suit. Alas, who could it be? So young yet so pitiful. It was rumored that he was referred to as the foolish one. As people continued their meal, they gathered around the lifeless body, chattering incessantly. Someone had perished. This incident drew the attention of the coal district's overseers. A squad of armed soldiers swiftly approached, draping a white cloth over the area, transforming it into a crime scene. The curious onlookers were promptly dispersed. Had the deceased been an ordinary individual, it would hardly have warranted the notice of the upper echelon of ability users. Here, human life held less value than livestock. A single life, after all, was worth no more than a pig. Yet, the deceased was Zhang Zhihao, a simpleton who, despite his mental impairment, still possessed the ability to harness powers. He was under the care of a dedicated individual who ensured he utilized his abilities to reinforce the high walls surrounding the coal district. The body of the foolish one lay buried beneath the earthen wall, and when unearthed, his head was crushed by bricks and debris. It was the caretaker who recognized him by the clothing. The crowd buzzed with speculation, some claiming he had been crushed by the collapsing wall, while others whispered of foul play. Regardless of the myriad of theories, it was evident that when the foolish one met his end, he was utterly alone, with no eyewitnesses. Su Ruanruan instinctively turned to gaze at Lu Shiming, who stood beside her. The man cast a glance downward, his cold eyes as deep as a frigid pool, exuding an air of chill. The timid Su Ruanruan immediately buried her face in the basin. Just as she settled down with her basin, an armed soldier approached, requesting that Hoppy summon Yang. Yang, with an air of impatience, replied, "Have him come here." The soldier retorted, "He is not someone you can contend with." The soldier then turned and left, only to return a few minutes later with Hoppy, who had just finished examining the unfortunate body. Lunchtime had already passed, and apart from Yang's table, everyone else had gone back to work. Hoppy, clad in a leather coat and accompanied by a squad of armed soldiers, approached, followed closely by a woman draped in a fur coat. Su Ruanruan recognized her instantly. No matter the setting, she always managed to ascend to the highest echelons of power with remarkable speed. This marked Su Ruanruan's second encounter with Mr. Hoppy since their last meeting in the iron cage, and his demeanor appeared far more grim than before, as if he had encountered an insurmountable dilemma. The body they had just seen belonged to Zhang Zhihao, who had reportedly been an Earth-type ability user before his unfortunate mental decline. Despite his mental state, Zhang Zihao's powers remained intact, and it was shocking to think he had met his demise. After finishing her meal, Su Ruanruan sat upright, placing her small hands delicately on her knees, embodying innocence. Hoppy couldn't help but steal a glance, and then another, his avarice evident despite his attempts to conceal it. The young girl, dressed in a slightly worn tracksuit, had a fair and delicate face, her expression innocent and bewildered. Her long, seaweed-like hair was styled into a lovely princess braid. With almond-shaped eyes and cherry lips, she was truly enchanting. Su Ruanruan's soft hair was styled by Lu Shiming. Yet each time, she felt as though this man might strangle her with her own tresses at any moment. Over there, the group commenced their discussion, and Yang furrowed his brow, questioning who would kill Zhang Zhihao. Duanjun nonchalantly remarked, "Perhaps that fool simply failed to dodge while building the wall and met his demise instead." Indeed, one can only see the new laugh while the old weep. Su Ruanruan nodded solemnly, her gaze inadvertently drifting back to Lu Shiming. The man's cold stare pierced through her. Instantly, Su Ruanruan straightened her back, continuing to act demurely. A hush fell over the gathering as everyone pondered the matter. Just then, an armed soldier rushed over, announcing that a forensic expert had been located in the coal district to conduct an autopsy. Huapai promptly followed the soldier, insisting on overseeing the forensic examination. Before departing, he shot a fierce glare at Su Ruanruan. She protested, "Why is she giving me flirtatious looks?" Yang, with an expressionless demeanor, also departed. "Is Ruanruan doubting me? Surely not. How could she dare?" Su Ruanruan vigorously shook her head like a rattle, denying any such thoughts. Lu Shiming chuckled softly, methodically tucking the blanket around her, and gently remarked, "Why would I trouble myself over a fool?" Indeed, he was not a person of such triviality, or was he? Su Ruanruan glared at the hand he had playfully pinching her cheek, puffing out her cheeks in a display of discontent. Observing the adorable pout of the young girl, Lu Shiming's frown dissipated, and his mood inexplicably lifted. He reluctantly released his grip, then leaned down to place a gentle kiss upon Su Ruanruan's forehead. Be good, good night. Su Ruanruan, with her wide eyes, remained stubbornly awake. She felt tainted, unwilling to accept this forehead any longer. Ruanruan isn't sleeping yet. Does she wish to hear a bedtime story? Who would dare to recount ghost tales as a lullaby? Observing the little girl before him with her eyes tightly shut, Lu Shiming wore an expression of regret. He recalled the times he had shared bedtime stories with her animated expressions revealing her delight, to the point where she would weep and nestle into his embrace to sleep. The following day, the autopsy results revealed that Zhang Zhihao had been murdered. Hu Pai summoned everyone once more, and upon seeing Lu Shiming, his expression was laden with significance. Su Ruanruan gazed upon the dissected corpse, unable to suppress a retch. He had been slain. Hu Pai calmly articulated the coroner's findings.
Who would kill him?
He was a simpleton. Who could he possibly offend? And Ai Yang interjected bluntly.
Indeed.
Who would murder Zhang Zhihao? A fool like him could hardly provoke anyone. Su Ruanruan echoed, with a serious demeanor. Hu Pai's gaze suddenly shifted towards Lu Shiming like a bolt of lightning, his excitement impossible to conceal. The expression on his face was unmistakable, as if to say, "Aha, I have finally outsmarted you." In a moment of clarity, Su Ruanruan realized Hu Pai intended to eliminate Lu Shiming and claim him for himself. She was truly astute. Number 1 said, "He stole my food." Number 2 said, "He took my meat." Hopi turned to the last individual. This person was diminutive in stature, with a sallow complexion. Upon meeting Hopi's gaze, his face flushed a deep red. He stole my toilet paper." The crowd responded with incredulity. Su Ruansoft, however, was quite intrigued. "How did you resolve that?" The man's face reddened further, as if he might explode. Su Ruansoft immediately remarked, "Oh, how filthy you are." The third individual remained speechless, and the crowd fell silent. These 3 had already been detained by Hopi. Initially, Hopi intended to incarcerate Lu Shiming as well, but An Yang stepped forward to vouch for him, stating, "He is not the culprit." Hopi retorted, "A true criminal would never admit to their guilt."
Ni yang replied.
"Then allow me to keep an eye on him. There's no need to imprison him. His health is fragile, and that place is too chaotic." The so-called prison in the coal district was merely a warehouse, where wrongdoers were cast in like animals, left to fend for themselves. It housed a motley assortment of individuals, and Ai Yang feared Lu Shiming might be beaten to death amidst the turmoil. In response to An Yang's suggestion, Hopi scoffed. He had indeed wished for Lu Shiming's demise. Imprisoning him without the need for his own hands to be stained was preferable. After all, he considered himself a benevolent leader. Hopi declined the proposal, signaling with his eyes that he was aware of their camaraderie. Thus, Lu Shiming was ultimately confined. Half an hour later, An Yang arrived with Su Ruansoft, who carried her own basin to visit the detention facility. The warehouse, serving as a temporary prison, held a collection of individuals who had flouted the rules, those who had stolen bread, clothing, and even people. The slaughter of chickens, ducks, and even humans painted a grim backdrop as Lu Shiming sat in the corner, donned in a somewhat worn athletic attire, resembling a pristine white lotus amidst a chaotic assembly of men and women. These individuals, their eyes aflame with a fervent intensity, gazed upon Lu Shiming, who appeared as delicate as a plump chick. Su Ruanruan speculated that they must be pondering whether this chick would be best suited for braising, poaching, or perhaps even served raw.
"Keep up,"
An Yang urged, nudging Su Ruanruan with his firearm. She promptly scampered after him. The captives, upon seeing An Yang armed, refrained from making any sudden movements, even vacating a significant space under his implicit threat. The warehouse provided but a single meal each day, and it was invariably spoiled. An Yang understood that Lu Shiming would not partake. In haste, Su Ruanruan extended her basin towards him, but Lu Shiming smiled and declined. Delighted, she began to eat her portion. An Yang remarked, "Let us deliberate on the matter of Zhang Zhihao. It seemed that Hu Pai had no intention of sparing you." At this juncture, An Yang cast a glance at Su Ruanruan, who was smeared with food, pondering how she could possibly embody the essence of a femme fatale. Su Ruanruan perked up, lifting her face from the basin, eager to join the discourse. "I suspect Zhang Zhihao was eliminated by number 3, as he appears most akin to the perpetrator." With utmost seriousness, she articulated her conjecture. Yang crossed his arms, engaging Lu Shiming in conversation. Having inspected the scene, I believe Zhang Zhihao met his demise due to a malfunction of his own abilities, resulting in his being crushed. Lu Shiming nodded subtly, acknowledging the absence of a motive for murder. Su Ruanruan made a concerted effort to raise her hand, but alas, she thought better of it. Although Zhang Zhihao possessed supernatural abilities, he was, after all, somewhat foolish, and one could not apply conventional reasoning to him. Yang continued to engage in a discussion with Lu Shiming. Hey, listen to me. I am currently analyzing the situation, Su Ruanruan insisted, waving her petite arm, only to be completely disregarded. Dejected, she lowered her small head. Lu Shiming, stroking his chin, suddenly turned to Su Ruanruan, his expression softening as he asked, "What is it you wish to say, Ruanruan?" Her eyes brightened. "I believe the culprit is number 3. "Oh, so it is number 3, Yang exclaimed, his face contorted in terror. "Do you actually believe her?" Lu Shiming replied, "One cannot apply normal reasoning to Zhang Zhihao." After speaking, he affectionately ruffled Su Ruanruan's hair. Yang paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. That does make sense. Enraged, Su Ruanruan thought to herself, "This humiliation shall be repaid tenfold." Chapter 18. You do not believe me. Fuming, Su Ruanruan stomped her little feet, declaring, "I will go and question number 3. Yang cast her a sidelong glance. "Do you think they would so readily divulge the truth? Are you foolish?" Numbers 1, 2, and 3 were all confined together in the storage prison. As soon as Yang and Su Ruanruan entered the room, the trio huddled together in a corner, striving to become a pathetic little group. With determination, Su Ruanruan approached number 3, boldly demanding, "Did you kill Zhang Zhihao?"
I.
Number 3 was about to vehemently refute. At that moment, Lu Shiming leisurely approached. Standing behind Su Ruanruan, his dark, enigmatic eyes glimmering with an unusual light in the shadows. Number 3 felt a sudden dimness before his eyes, his gaze losing its luster, and he numbly uttered, "It was I who killed him. Nia. This apocalypse has gone mad." Hopi could hardly believe that number 3 had actually confessed to murdering Zhang Zhihao. He immediately ordered for number 3 to be brought out from the warehouse prison alone. With a sharp click, Hopi stood before the table, tightening the grip on his small flashlight, directing its beam onto number 3's face. The light was slender, long, and bright. Instinctively, number 3 raised a hand to shield himself, only to be coldly admonished by Hopi, "Put it down." Number 3 promptly straightened himself, adhering to the command. Hopi, with an impassive expression, fixed his gaze upon number 3, and his demeanor suddenly softened as he attempted to manipulate the situation. He dismissed the others. Leaving number 3 alone in the room, extinguished the flashlight, and while patting his shoulder, spoke in a gentle tone, "Did you truly kill him?" Number 3, trembling with fear, nodded, "Yes, it was I who killed him." He was uncertain why he had blurted it out, his mind muddled. However, there was no turning back. The confession had escaped his lips, and further denial would be futile. Moreover, he must protect that person. Number 3 straightened his frail chest, striving to maintain eye contact, and reiterated, "It was I who killed him."
Ah.
Hopi could not restrain himself and struck the third man's head with a resounding slap. Clearing his throat, he attempted to offer solace, saying, "Do not fear. It matters not if you did not commit the act." He had meticulously set his trap, eagerly awaiting Lu Shiming's descent into it. There was no room for faltering at this juncture. The third man was but a pawn in Hopi's grasp, oscillating in his control. Hopi nearly forced the words "it was not I who killed" into his mouth. The third man wept profusely, exclaiming, "Indeed, I am the one who killed." In the prison storehouse, he was haunted by nightly terrors, dreaming of Zhang Zhihao seeking vengeance. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld Lu Shiming seated in the corner, his countenance as pale as jade, exuding an unsettling calmness, which left the third man feeling utterly devastated, as though he might be torn asunder.
Ah.
The third man was reduced to tears from fear. He clung desperately to Hopi, confessing, "It was I who killed. It was I." Hopi still sought to salvage the situation. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Yang kicked the door open and approached Hopi, declaring, "So, the truth is revealed, is it not? The third man has admitted his guilt. I suspect there is more to this matter. Perhaps he was coerced?" Hopi argued fervently on behalf of the third man. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Lu Shiming, who trailed behind An Yang, his intent laced with malice. An Yang scoffed. Who would threaten him? For the sake of a fool? Do you take us for simpletons? Hopi, do not presume I am unaware of your schemes. If you desire the Navi and innocent Su Ruanruan, you must first contend with me. An Yang unceremoniously ripped away Hopi's Fade. Hopi responded with a smile. An Yang, is it truly necessary? In the face of two ordinary individuals, are you truly prepared to oppose me in the coal district? I have not taken a stance against the coal district. It is evidently you who have positioned the coal district against me. Unfazed by the presence of Hopi, An Yang flawlessly exhibited the commanding aura befitting a protagonist.
Su Ruanruan.
Cautiously positioned by the doorway, eavesdropped intently. Finding the sounds unclear, she edged a little closer, inching her way inside the room, eventually pressing against Lu Shiming's back. Continuing her clandestine listening, An Yang and Hopi stood at an impasse. Two beings endowed with extraordinary abilities felt the subtle stirrings of their powers. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Anxiously, Su Ruanruan began rummaging through Lu Shiming's pockets, seeking a handful of sunflower seeds. The sound of crunching filled the air.
Ah!
Hopi spat out the shell that had landed on his face, intensifying the already fraught tension. Suddenly, Lu Shiming broke the silence, asserting, I wish to see the corpse again. You? Inspect a corpse? You are currently a suspect, Hopi retorted, unwilling to acquiesce. An Yang scoffed, recalling that he had already viewed it previously. Why the fear this time? Could it be that the leader harbors a guilty conscience? With that, she blew lightly on her fingertips, summoning a flicker of lightning that crackled and struck the ground. Hopi shuddered, clenching his jaw in silence. In truth, he had no desire to confront An Yang. The number of extraordinary beings in the coal district had diminished significantly, many either dead or injured. Without the suppression of higher-tier abilities, Hopi could not single-handedly maintain control over the coal district. An Yang's arrival was, without a doubt, a fortuitous blessing for him. Moreover, this woman possessed the most formidable power of lightning. Very well, Hopi conceded. He regarded Lu Shiming as a useless individual, incapable of stirring any significant upheaval. Eliminating him was merely a matter of time. Hopi, accompanied by his associates, returned to examine the corpse of Zhang Jihao. Lu Shiming covered his mouth with a cloth, retrieving a pair of chopsticks to meticulously search the area, then furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, his crystal core is missing. Crystal core? An Yang instinctively frowned. In the minds of those with abilities, there exists a crystalline substance. This object is referred to as the crystal core, exclusive to those with special powers. The crystal core was first discovered by a ruler of the Northern District, the very place where the first ability user emerged. Upon realizing his powers, that individual willingly entered a machine for examination. A CT scan of his brain revealed a crystalline object within. Initially perplexed, he later sought another deceased ability user, extracting the object from their mind for study. It was then discovered that this crystalline substance served as the focal point of an ability user's powers, akin to the golden elixirs or primordial spirits found in cultivation literature. This remarkable entity was named the Crystal Core. Possessing a crystal core signifies honor, power, wealth, and desirability in a post-apocalyptic world. It renders one invincible, a sovereign among rulers. Could it be that number 3 has taken Zhang Jihao's crystal core?
Niyang speculatet.
Su Ruanruan exclaimed in shock. He intends to scheme for the crystal core, targeting fools. An Yang shot her a sideways glance, then promptly turned to head towards the warehouse prison. However, upon his arrival, he was taken aback to discover that number 3 was already dead, amidst the numerous atrocities occurring within the warehouse prison. Individuals like number 3, devoid of any backing abilities or sustenance, audaciously cried out after having their provisions seized, only to meet a swift demise at the hands of others. An Yang approached the formidable leader of the warehouse prison, a man of considerable bulk and stature, who had reigned supreme in that domain. Now, however, he found himself beneath An Yang's foot. Was it you who killed him?
Niyang inquiret.
Why yes, I did not realize he belonged to you. The leader lamented, rubbing his face against the shoe sole, filled with regret. He had never anticipated that the frail and timid number 3 would possess the audacity to resist him, and in a moment of carelessness, he had ended the boy's life. The trail of evidence had come to a halt. Yang seethed with anger, yet the immediate priority was to locate the crystal core to vindicate Lu Ximing. Remember, should you dare to lay a finger on him, I shall ensure your demise, he warned, pressing down on the prison leader while gesturing toward Lu Ximing, who sat in the corner. Su Ruanruan nodded earnestly, threatening, I will chop you into pieces. The leader, in tears, fervently vowed to care for Lu Ximing as if he were his own father. Only then did Yang lead the naive girl away, satisfied despite finding nothing.
Niang.
You needn't waste your efforts, Huapai remarked, his gaze intensely fixed on number 3's lifeless body, then shifting to Su Ruanruan. In these past few days, Lu Ximing remained confined within the warehouse prison. To protect Su Ruanruan, Yang had kept her close, like a shadow. The young girl, with a sorrowful demeanor, kept her head lowered, nestled behind him. Clad in a slightly worn tracksuit, her long black hair hastily tied up, her skin, though fair, seemed to have lost some of its luster. Like a delicate flower deprived of nourishing rain, Yang subconsciously cast a glance at Su Ruanruan, sensing a subtle difference between the Su Ruanruan who accompanied her and the one who followed Lu Ximing. Perhaps it was the distinction between a child raised by a grandmother and one nurtured by a mother? No matter, Yang reassured herself, a solution would surely present itself. Upon hearing of the situation, Xiaoji stepped in to assist. He positioned himself protectively in front of Yang, confronting Huapai. Xiaoji, strikingly handsome and robust, embodied the essence of a true man. In the pre-apocalyptic world, he would undoubtedly instill fear. Yet now, in this desolate era, Huapai regarded him as nothing more than an ordinary person devoid of any abilities, dismissing him entirely. With a scoff, Huapai turned and sauntered away, confident in his perceived victory. As he departed, the palpable tension dissipated like mist. Xiaoji, holding the little Xiao Baobao who was gnawing on spicy chicken feet, endeavored to console Yang, who timidly expressed her fears. Xiaoji immediately offered reassurances. Su Ruanruan, feeling nauseous, declared her intent to seek out crystal cores. She cradled a tiny puppy and attempted to place it beside the corpse of number 3. If you refuse to acknowledge my fierce dog, it appears you do not respect me, she insisted. Sniff, give it a thorough sniff. Yang glanced at the palm-sized puppy with disdain, her delicate form pressing against Xiaoji's sturdy arm, before leading her band of armed soldiers in search of crystal cores. Although it seemed that Huapai had departed, he was merely lurking in the shadows, observing Yang's retreat, convinced that his opportunity had finally arrived. He stealthily peered through the crack of the door, fixating on the delicate and soft figure of Su Ruanruan, whose fair and tender skin remained pristine and beautiful like a little fairy even amidst this tainted world. He wiped his mouth in anticipation. However, before he could approach Su Ruanruan, a massive creature suddenly lunged out from behind her. A hulking Siberian husky? The dog, adorned with a muzzle and chained, assumed an aggressive stance, emitting a threatening sound akin to a huffing growl. Su Ruanruan turned abruptly, her expression morphing into one of sheer terror upon spotting Hopi. Oh, heavens, who had come to her rescue? Hopi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that such a fierce dog would accompany Su Ruanruan. Ordinarily, he harbored no fear of dogs, especially considering his extraordinary abilities. Yet he sensed that this particular dog was unlike any other. He could almost perceive the fluctuations of supernatural energy emanating from it. Thus, he dared not act rashly and began to retreat with utmost caution.
Su Ruanruan, feeling somewhat disappointed,
cradled a small puppy in her left hand while leading the imposing husky with her right, setting off in search of crystal cores. As she passed the cafeteria, she could not resist the temptation and retrieved her basin. After all, it was best to eat first, for Lu Ximing was not likely to perish just yet. Inside the cafeteria, a lively discussion ensued regarding the latest gossip in the coal district, centering on the tragic demise of the so-called fool. Was it the collapse of the earthen wall or the twisted intentions of the murderer? I heard he was crushed by the wall. No. You're only presenting version 0. 1. I have version 0. 2. Apparently he was deliberately murdered by that third victim. It is said that this fool was once an Earth-type ability user, but alas, he eventually lost his wits. In the depths of her uncertainty, Su Ruanruan remarked, "Everyone continues to discuss this. Truly? They dare to conspire against those with abilities. TSK, TSK. Here, I possess the most recent version 0.3. Instantly, a crowd gathered around her. Originally, Su Ruanruan aimed to become an emotionless machine solely for the purpose of sustenance, yet she found herself straining to listen. It was said that the crystal core within his head had been extracted, and to this day, it remains unfound. A chorus of gasps arose from the crowd.
Oh.
She was privy to this information all along. Su Ruanruan expressed her disappointment. After indulging in gossip and finishing the meal from her bowl, she gently patted her round little belly, preparing to leave when a young boy approached her. Clad in an old, oversized cotton jacket, with a hat and scarf wrapped tightly around him, he resembled a dumpling, much like Su Ruanruan herself. "Hello, I am Zhu Yan," the boy spoke in a hoarse voice, standing exceedingly close to her. "I wish to speak with you." Su Ruanruan observed the boy as hollow scarf concealing high, prominent cheekbones, his complexion pale, yet his eyes shone with a captivating brightness. Meeting Su Ruanruan's misty, mountain-like gaze, Zhu Yan's face flushed a noticeable crimson. He had long been aware of the existence of a lovely fairy in the coal district, though he had never had the opportunity for a close encounter, having only glimpsed her from afar. That day, just days after the apocalypse had first blanketed the world in snow, she stood against a backdrop of swirling white snowflakes, with the howling north wind echoing around her. Yet she was whiter than snow, purer than crystal, standing there like an ethereal glass figure. Her black hair cascaded down like seaweed, cradling a small puppy in her arms. Her gentle brows and eyes resembled a picturesque scene, and with every glance and smile, she embodied a purity absent from this desolate world. In that moment, Zhu Yan felt he had glimpsed the light of hope amidst the apocalypse. She was akin to a ray of warmth descending from the tumultuous clouds, capable of restoring the sky's clarity and purifying the souls of men with just a glance. From afar, her beauty was already stunning. Up close, it was even more enchanting. Zhu Yan's eyes grew dazed as he recalled the crude remarks he had overheard about her in the coal district, which had once filled him with indignation, even leading to altercations. It left him feeling increasingly embarrassed. With each breath, he caught a whiff of the sweet floral fragrance that enveloped the little fairy. He could not identify the flower, but it was undeniably delightful, akin to crushed petals, decadent and sweet. "Do you need something?" The little fairy tilted her head, her voice sweet and melodious.
I
would like to find a quiet place to speak with you," Zhu Yan stammered, tugging at his tattered cotton jacket. Feeling anxious. "All right," Su Ruanruan replied, unperturbed, as she picked up her basin, took hold of her puppy and a zombie dog, and stood up. Zhu Yan was taken aback by how trusting she was. "I'm not a bad person," he fumbled, his discomfort growing. "I'm not one either," Su Ruanruan smiled. Zhu Yan stood there, captivated by the radiant smile of the little fairy, his expression blank for 3 minutes before he hurriedly led her out of the cafeteria. It seemed that Zhu Yan was quite familiar with this coal district. He led Su Ruanruan to a secluded corner of the coal mountain. The work had yet to commence, and the area was deserted. Zhu Yan gazed at Su Ruanruan standing before him, inhaling deeply as he revealed his bony, yellowed, and wrinkled hand from beneath his tattered cotton jacket. This hand bore little resemblance to that of a youth. Rather, it resembled the hand of a septuagenarian. A faint flicker of flame emerged from the palm of the young man. Su Ruanruan widened her eyes in astonishment. "I am, in fact, a fire elemental." Before Zhu Yan could finish his sentence, Su Ruanruan swiftly retrieved an egg from her pocket and cracked it into his palm. In a sizzling moment, a fresh fried egg was born. Zhu Yan stood in stunned silence. Su Ruanruan handed the egg to the small puppy beside her, then turned to Zhu Yan and asked, "What were you going to say?" Zhu Yan glanced down at the remnants of the egg in his palm and, unable to resist, licked a bit. Realizing his action, his face flushed crimson. He stood awkwardly before Su Ruanruan, striving to convey the words he had rehearsed for several days. "My brother was an armed soldier in the coal district, but he perished in the line of duty half a month ago. Before he departed, he entrusted me with something." "Wait," Su Ruanruan suddenly interrupted. rising to grasp Zhu Yan's sleeve. I believe this matter should be discussed with An Yang. Zhu Yan paused, his expression momentarily stiffening. She is a good person, Su Ruanruan added, prompting a look of indecision on Zhu Yan's face. Su Ruanruan remarked, following her will ensure you have eggs to eat. Zhu Yan promptly inquired, where is she? Su Ruanruan handed the leash of the imposing zombie dog to Zhu Yan, suggesting, you may follow it. Upon observing the formidable stature of the zombie dog, Zhu Yan's complexion turned pale. See, can I choose another one? He stammered, glancing longingly at the small, well-groomed puppy behind Su Ruanruan, swallowing hard. The little puppy whimpered nervously, while the zombie dog emitted a menacing growl. Without hesitation, Zhu Yan grasped the leash of the zombie dog and hurried away. As Su Ruanruan watched him depart, she lazily picked up the small puppy and continued her quest for the crystal core. Outside, snow began to fall once more. Passing by the dormitory building, she glanced at the time and then at the shivering little puppy, contemplating that it was nearly time for a nap. She tenderly wrapped the puppy in a small blanket and settled in for a perfect afternoon slumber, drifting into sleep until 3 o'clock. When Su Ruanruan awoke, still in a daze, she suddenly remembered that she had unfinished business. Struggling to recollect, she pondered for half an hour before realization dawned. She still needed to find the crystal core, and Lu Shiming was still locked away. Chuckling to herself, she mused about how delightful it was to sleep alone. As she threw off her blanket and stood up, she was startled to discover that the little puppy was nowhere to be seen. Where could it be? She wondered, feeling a surge of anxiety. She quickly began searching for her puppy and soon found it in an open space, joyfully bounding towards her with something clutched in its mouth. Eagerly, Su Ruanruan rushed to greet it, only to catch sight of the object the little puppy was carrying. It was a small box, secured by a 6-digit combination lock. Su Ruanruan pondered for a moment before entering 6 zeros, and to her delight, the lock clicked open. She truly was a clever and resourceful young lady. Oh, how many sparkling treasures there were. Su Ruanruan, brimming with excitement, clutched the small box and dashed off in search of An Yang. An Yang, look. I've found so many shiny things. Here's one for you. At that moment, An Yang was engaged in a serious conversation with Xiao Ji and Xiao Baobao, addressing Zhu Yan, and had no attention to spare for Su Ruanruan. Zhu Yan handed a letter to An Yang. As An Yang opened it and read, his expression changed dramatically. So this was the truth. Xiao Ji's demeanor mirrored the gravity of the situation. An Yang cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Ji before dramatically pressing his hand to his forehead and weakly clinging to Xiao Ji's sturdy arm, exclaiming, "This is terrifying." Xiao Ji immediately offered consolation, saying, "In this world, anything can happen." After a moment, he turned to Zhu Yan, stating, however, relying solely on a letter. His expression faltered, "And this matter rests solely on your word. The evidence is insufficient. I cannot fully trust you." Zhu Yan's complexion paled as he opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. An Yang, look at my shiny things." Su Ruanruan endeavored to assert her presence. An Yang, with a hint of disdain, pushed her aside and took up where Xiao Ji left off, addressing Zhu Yan, "Unless you can provide evidence that Huapai truly committed the act." As An Yang inadvertently glanced down, his eyes widened in astonishment at the items in Su Ruanruan's hands. "You fool! Where did you find these?" Su Ruanruan held a shimmering object to her hand, which suddenly lost its luster. An Yang, oblivious to the unintentional harm his words inflicted upon the tender heart of Su Ruanruan, looked astonished and exclaimed, "This is a crystal core. Such a large box. How many lives does it represent?" "It was brought to me by the little puppy." Su Ruanruan pointed towards the small dog. An Yang immediately bowed down, earnestly addressing the puppy, "Lead me there." The little puppy wagged its tiny tail in response. An Yang thought to herself, "She has lost her mind. She is actually conversing with a dog." Suddenly, the little puppy dashed off, prompting An Yang to quickly follow suit. Moments later, they found themselves in Hopi's room, which, fortunately, was unoccupied at that moment. An Yang swiftly grasped the little puppy and spun around, grabbing the breathless Su Ruanruan and Zhu Yan, who were nearly exhausted from running. Xiao Ji, with Xiao Baobao still gnawing on a chicken claw, followed closely behind. We must first seek out Lu Shiming, and Aiyang declared with seriousness. Su Ruanruan rolled her eyes in exasperation. I can't keep up. Ride your dog.
Keep up.
Ride. Ride the dog? Su Ruanruan looked down at the palm-sized puppy and was instantly filled with indignation. How can one mistreat such a small creature? And Aiyang, having rushed ahead, turned to see Su Ruanruan attempting to mount the little puppy.
Fool.
I meant for you to ride the one behind you. The zombie dog, which had been trailing Su Ruanruan, had inexplicably grown in stature, now resembling a powerful beast akin to a tiger or leopard. Su Ruanruan was taken aback, only to be tossed onto the back of the formidable creature by an Aiyang. The zombie dog possessed an extraordinary ability, speed. Between those endowed with extraordinary abilities, a certain reaction is invariably elicited. Much like Hoppy, who experiences an overwhelming sense of dread upon encountering the zombie hounds, and Aiyang too perceives this sensation. Her instincts were not mistaken. The zombie hounds, being of canine lineage, yearn foremost for speed. You all go ahead, she urged. Despite their considerable size, the hounds could not accommodate such a multitude. Xiao Ji opted to follow Xiao Baobao shortly thereafter. And Aiyang nodded and, along with Su Ruanruan and Zhu Yan, mounted one of the zombie hounds, traversing half the coal district until they reached the warehouse prison. Inside, a game of cards was underway. The leader, having lost all his cigarettes, was sobbing uncontrollably beside Lu Shiming, a stark contrast to his previously tough demeanor. Su Ruanruan glanced at his hand and clicked her tongue. How could it be so poor? No wonder he lost. Softly, she discovered an item and a letter from Zhu Yan. And Aiyang disclosed Zhu Yan's identity to Lu Shiming, then presented the box and the letter with a grave expression, stating, Hoppy is behind all of this. Lu Shiming took the items with a deliberate motion, casting a sidelong glance at the youth named Zhu Yan, who appeared somewhat uneasy. In an effort to escape Hoppy's malevolent grasp, he had concealed his extraordinary abilities. After much contemplation, he decided to confide in Su Ruanruan. Lu Shiming leisurely sifted through the items in his hands before rising gracefully, with a cigarette perched between his lips. Unlit, yet held with an air of casualness, his dark hair fell partially over his face, his demeanor cool and composed. The slight curl of his lips, shrouded in shadows, betrayed a hint of mischief. Zhu Yan was aware that he was the boyfriend of the little fairy, rumored to possess no abilities and to be utterly inept. Aside from a slightly more attractive appearance, he possesses no abilities to protect the little fairy. Zhu Yan's gaze suddenly transformed into one of unwavering determination. The man strode forward with his long legs, standing before Zhu Yan. His dark eyes fell upon her face, imbued with profundity and a chilling intensity. Is that true? The man's voice was melodious, akin to a clear spring trickling over stones, resonating softly in her ears. It seemed to emanate from a distant place, yet also appeared to explode within her mind. He was taken aback by his own reaction. After all, he was merely an utterly ordinary man, remarkable only for his looks. Why did he feel fear, tremors, even an urge to kneel? Lu Shiming stood tall and nodded slightly towards an Aiyang, remarking, It seems that Huapai is merely crying thief while being the thief himself. As he spoke, Lu Shiming raised his hand, picked up a crystal core, and held it up to the cold sunlight streaming through the window. He then turned to Su Ruanruan with a smile, saying, It's truly terrifying. Without you, I wouldn't know what to do. Su Ruanruan wrinkled her little nose in pride. Then, feeling the weight of this touching moment, she decided she too should express something meaningful. She grasped Lu Shiming's hand firmly and declared earnestly, Though we haven't seen each other for many days, your presence and smile have remained etched in my heart. He, such a heartfelt confession would surely make the male lead love her even more. Lu Shiming smiled as he gently withdrew his hand, responding softly, I also hope that your presence and smile remain in my heart forever. In an instant, Su Ruanruan felt a wave of shyness wash over her, retracting her neck. You? How can you not take a joke at all? Was it you who took my crystal core? Suddenly, the cheerful Hopi, who delightedly hid beneath the bed counting his small crystals, discovered that his precious crystals had vanished. He immediately sought out the culprit with great fervor, ultimately confronting them in the warehouse prison. With a forceful push, Hopi burst through the grand entrance of the warehouse. and his gaze fell upon the familiar small box in Lu Shiming's hands. A menacing expression crossed his face as he exclaimed, "You have actually deciphered my password." Su Ruanruan quickly took credit, declaring, "It was I who cracked it." The password was 6 zeros. And Ai Yang interjected, "What a foolish password." As Hopi gazed at the glistening crystals, rage surged within him, amplifying his powers.
Run.
And Ai Yang shouted, noticing the gathering energy around Hopi. He quickly turned to see the two inept individuals hand in hand, fleeing the warehouse, accompanied by 2 dogs, racing towards the splendid sunset. This left Ai Yang and Zhu Yan behind, who promptly decided to escape as well. It was winter, and Hopi, clad in a leather outfit, stood in the snow, casting a cold glare. The weather, which had recently been graced by a clear sun, began to snow once more. The climate of the apocalypse was ever so capricious. Suddenly, a multitude of armed soldiers surrounded them, with hundreds of guns aimed directly at them. The encirclement gradually tightened. Su Ruanruan and her companions found their path obstructed by the armed soldiers led by Hopi. Ai Yang positioned herself defiantly in front of the group of inept individuals, unflinchingly parting the armed soldiers to confront Hopi. Her eyes sparkled with intensity, her tone icy, and her expression laced with mockery. Ai Yang extended the box in her hands forward and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, unveiled Hopi's sinister plot. "With so many crystals, you must have taken countless lives, haven't you?" The armed soldiers exchanged glances, seemingly perplexed by Ai Yang's words. At that moment, Zhu Yan removed his hat and scarf, revealing his gaunt face. Although his complexion was poor, his gaze radiated an unwavering determination. "I am Zhu Yan. My brother once stood where you are, a soldier in the coal district. He joined the ranks of armed soldiers to protect me. Yet my brother lost his life because of this man. He perished simply because he had witnessed him." Zhu Yan's eyes burned crimson, glaring fiercely at Hopi, his emaciated finger pointing accusingly at him, as if his very eyes would bleed tears of anguish. He had thrust the armed soldiers, who had accompanied him to gather supplies, into the throng of zombies, only to then excavate their brains in search of crystal cores. A wave of unrest rippled through the group of soldiers. Zhu Yan continued, "We all joined the armed forces for our parents, wives, children, and brothers, to safeguard the coal district. Yet this man, driven by his selfish desires, callously snatched away the lives of those we hold dear, our parents, brothers, and sons." Zhu Yan's voice rose to a fevered pitch, a culmination of months of restraint, fear, and fury erupting in that singular moment. Suddenly, flames ignited around him, transforming him into a colossal fireball standing amidst the melting snow. The surrounding armed soldiers looked on in astonishment. Ai Yang cast a surprised glance at Zhu Yan but remained silent. In moments of extreme sorrow and rage, abilities can indeed surge unexpectedly. Hopi's eyes turned a deep crimson as he gasped for breath, shouting, "Return what belongs to me. This is evidence." Ai Yang clutched the box to his chest and proclaimed, "A life for a life. Retribution is not absent, merely delayed." The expression on Hopi's face suddenly turned fierce. He chose not to conceal his intentions any longer. "Since you have uncovered my secret, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Hopi's supernatural abilities surged with increasing potency, the howling wind and swirling snow encircling him like a regal ice king. The armed soldiers nearby were struck with fear, hastily retreating with their weapons drawn. Those who failed to escape in time instantly transformed into animated snowmen. Such formidable powers left even Ai Yang feeling somewhat breathless. Initially, Hopi's abilities were not particularly strong. Once he had partnered with another ability user from the coal district on a mission. That individual met a grim fate. Hopi witnessed the exquisite crystal core nestled within the shattered skull of his fallen comrade, and in a moment of impulse, he extracted it and consumed it. Subsequently, his powers skyrocketed. Tasting the sweetness of newfound strength, he began to seek out other ability users, intent on seizing their crystal cores. However, with the scarcity of ability users, even with brute force, he could not guarantee victory. Thus, he was left to endure a quiet, anxious wait. At last, he devised a strategy. Individuals only manifest their powers under extreme conditions. Hopi frequently took young, robust soldiers into perilous situations, casting them into hordes of zombies. Typically, among 100, 1 or 2 would awaken their abilities. Newly awakened ability users possessed relatively low powers, making them easier to control. Hoppy would then directly extract their crystal cores to amplify his own strength. The power of Hoppy, enhanced by the consumption of human blood crystal cores, is indeed formidable, growing ever stronger until he has vanquished all other ability wielders and ascended to the throne of the Coal District. Little did Hoppy anticipate that one day, this secret would be unveiled. Yet it mattered not. Eliminating them all would suffice. All must perish. Chapter 19. Though Hoppy harbored some trepidation towards Anai, he was confident that in a confrontation, defeat would not be his fate. Moreover, he had yet to savor the exquisite essence of the lightning-type crystal core. How delightful it must be. Hoppy's gaze fixated on Anai, a glint of avarice illuminating his countenance. In response to his greed, Anai found herself retreating step by step, entranced by the violent flurries of wind and snow swirling before her. She mused silently. Truly, he is the leader of the Coal District, possessing abilities of such terrifying strength. Anai understood that even if she exerted herself to the utmost, it would only result in a deadly struggle between them. She firmly grasped the fiery figure of Zhu Yan, whose crimson eyes blazed with intensity, resolutely pulling him back to the side of Su Ruanruan and Lu Shiming. You cannot hope to defeat him, she insisted, unwilling to let Zhu Yan throw his life away recklessly. Then, with a fierce shout, she urged, run. With that, Anai seized Zhu Yan's hand, leading the charge away. Su Ruanruan, striving desperately to reach Hoppy, was met with Anai's scornful exclamation, Fool! Where do you think you're running? No sooner had Anai uttered her rebuke than a metallic cage descended upon her. Hoppy's powers, initially limited to the control of metal, had evolved to the point where he could conjure a metal cage from thin air. This transformation attested to the terrifying extent of his abilities, a feat made possible by the very human blood crystal cores that had fueled his ascendance. Anai, the dog, and Zhu Yan were confined within a cage, observing as Su Ruanruan and Lu Shiming were driven towards them by Hoppy. In the frigid expanse of winter, Su Ruanruan nestled closely against Lu Shiming. Where do you wish to go? She murmured softly, casting furtive glances at him. Her delicate, pale little paws were incessantly rubbing together, filled with eager anticipation as she glanced toward Zhu Yan. The zombie dog and the little puppy had nearly merged into one with Zhu Yan. Su Ruanruan stole another look at Lu Shiming, summoning her courage. When has the Su family ever produced a coward? I want to go to Zhu Yan. She hesitated, her voice trailing off. The man raised an eyebrow, his tone teasingly lingering. In an instant, reality weighed heavily upon her, bending her spine. I cannot breathe. I loathe myself. As she gazed at the intertwined figures of the dog and human beside her, tears of envy welled up in Su Ruanruan's eyes. Anai, too, hesitated, inching closer. With a sudden cry, Su Ruanruan burst into tears. She yearned for warmth. The man chuckled softly, taking her small hand in his. Cold? Let me warm you. His hand was long and fair, the knuckles distinct, as graceful as if he could effortlessly play a Chopin concerto on a piano at any moment. Lu Shiming enveloped Su Ruanruan's delicate hand with his own, his touch gentle and soothing. The young girl's hand was slender and pale, reminiscent of tender bamboo shoots, with the tip still adorned with a hint of delicate pink. 10 small crescent shapes were visible, a testament to her healthy upbringing despite the apocalypse. With just a gentle clasp, the man completely enveloped her tiny hand. Yet the man's hands were colder than the ice and snow outside. Su Ruanruan, enveloped within them, first felt her fingers go numb, followed by her entire body succumbing to the chill. She began to tremble incessantly, her teeth chattering. What's wrong, Ruanruan? The man feigned ignorance. Have I failed to provide you warmth? He chuckled softly. You are far too warm, and I am utterly moved. Another laugh escaped her, followed by a resounding sneeze. Su Ruanruan, frozen, let out a loud achoo. Tiny snowflakes landed on her lashes, crystallizing into frost. With every blink, they appeared particularly enchanting, accentuating the purity of her innocent gaze, which resembled glistening ice crystals. Do not be overly moved. A moderate level of emotion will suffice. Lu Shiming squinted at her, then suddenly leaned down, his elegantly sculpted jaw resting against her shoulder, gently rubbing against her. His voice was a soft murmur. Ruan is so warm. With that, Lu Shiming closed his eyes, releasing her hands, and opened his arms wide, drawing her into his embrace. The warmth of the man's arms was unlike that of his hands, akin to a natural furnace. Su Ruanruan, taken aback by the sudden warmth, immediately clung to him like an octopus, burrowing in as if she were a power drill. She secretly suspected that Lu Shiming might have installed underfloor heating on himself. Having never seen the world beyond her southern origins, Su Ruanruan found herself utterly enamored with the man's fiery physique, willing to forego a meal for the privilege. Outside the metallic cage, Hoppy held a small box filled with crystal cores, casting one last glance at the dismal scene within the cage, a smug expression gracing his face. He would claim both the beauty and the crystal cores for himself. Hoppy tilted his head back and poured all the crystal cores from the box into his mouth. He aspired to become the strongest king in this apocalyptic world. Su Ruanruan pressed against Lu Shiming, trembling with excitement. After consuming the crystal cores, Hoppy felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. He exhaled deeply, feeling as if he had been reborn. Slowly, he clenched his fists, sensing the relentless energy flowing within him. In this moment of fervor, Hoppy, with a sinister grin, stood 3 paces away from the metal cage, gazing at Anyang. Originally, I had no intention of killing you. However, just to be safe, I must extract your crystal core. With a menacing smirk, Hoppy approached, raised his hand, and forcefully yanked open the door of the metal cage. Anyang's expression grew grave as he shielded the others behind him. With Hoppy's power surging, even 10 Anyangs would be no match for him. Were they truly destined to perish? Hoppy laughed heartily. Stop your futile struggles. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to save you. As he moved his arm, he suddenly realized that something had adhered to his hand. Su Ruanruan cautiously peeked out. Your hand is stuck. What are you playing with in this freezing winter? Look, it's all stuck. The weather is really cold. The metal cage had firmly glued Hoppy's hand. If he yanked too hard, he would surely tear away a chunk of flesh. Help me, Hoppy cried out, but there was not a soul around him. Su Ruanruan replied, there is nothing to be done. Even if you scream until your throat gives out, no one will come to your rescue. Hoppy exerted himself fiercely, tearing the metallic cage apart. However, the 2 metal rods remained affixed to his hands, severely hindering his movements and occasionally poking at his nostrils. Su Ruanruan's expression turned grave as she suggested, we have no choice but to pour boiling water. In that moment, Anyang seized the opportunity, with a flicker of electricity at his fingertips. He maneuvered it along the metal cage, fashioning a modern-day explosion hairstyle for Hoppy. In truth, this meager assault could hardly inflict harm upon Hoppy. Yet, strangely, he suddenly rolled his eyes back, his body convulsing violently, as though gripped by Parkinson's, still entangled with the 2 metal rods. Lu Shiming's expression suddenly tightened as he swiftly grasped Su Ruanruan by the collar and cautioned Anyang, we must leave at once.
Niang, bewildered,
Nonetheless took hold of Zhu Yan and led the dog alongside Lu Shiming out of the cage. Meanwhile, Hoppy, still swinging the metal rods, felt an excruciating pain as if his body were about to explode. Weak and on his knees, he cried out to Su Ruanruan and the others, please, save me. I did not kill Zhang Jihao. Ah, Su Ruanruan replied coldly, even the murderer claims innocence. Hoppy retorted, that phrase sounds familiar, but I can't recall which fool uttered it. Save me, please. His voice grew increasingly desperate and heart-wrenching. Lu Shiming led the group further away, when suddenly, there was a loud bang. Crackling sounds filled the air. As Su Ruanruan, being held by Lu Shiming, looked up, she exclaimed, wow, fireworks. Anyang remarked, Hoppy has exploded. Su Ruanruan. The fireworks in the sky have suddenly lost their allure. Why do they explode?
Su Ruanruan inko ayer vermisli.
Anyang pondered for a moment and replied, greed is insatiable. Much like a snake that swallows an elephant, the crystal nucleus possesses inherent attributes. While it can absorb and enhance extraordinary abilities, if one's own abilities are incompatible with its attributes, it may lead to catastrophic demise. Therefore, the box that Hopi consumed earlier was not a crystal nucleus, but rather an explosive capsule. Death was an inevitable fate, and they merely arrived at the scene in time. However, Hopi mentioned that Zhang Jihao was not the one who killed him. And Ai Yang's expression reflected doubt. When one is on the verge of death, their words often bear truth. And I do not believe he was deceiving us. Su Ruanruan pointed to the fireworks still crackling in the sky and suggested, why not piece him back together and ask him again? Niyang? Lu Shiming stood beside Su Ruanruan, and from his fingertips emerged a delicate vine, burrowing into the snow. It spread out slowly, like a spider weaving its web, rapidly expanding an invisible net that encompassed the entire expanse beneath the snow. Like a vacuum cleaner, it absorbed the scattered shards of crystal nuclei, and moments later, it re-emerged, lazily shaking the small leaves atop its head, brushing against Su Ruanruan's neck before vanishing into thin air. Su Ruanruan instinctively scratched her neck, feeling as if something had just licked her.
Niyang.
Xiao Ji hurriedly approached, clutching Xiao Baobao. What happened? I heard that you were setting off fireworks? Xiao Ji's gaze fell upon the dazzling display in the sky, momentarily taken aback before exclaiming, how beautiful. It reminded him of his youthful days. Su Ruanruan remarked. That was the exploded Hopi, casually shutting Xiao Baobao's mouth. How could such filth be consumed? Hopi had perished, and an unprecedented fervor erupted in the coal district. Some rejoiced while others mourned. The former were elated to finally escape Hopi's tyrannical rule, while the latter grieved the loss of the strongest ability user in the coal district, pondering how they would defend against a potential zombie attack. Consequently, Ai Yang, as the architect of Hopi's demise, instantly became the primary target in the coal district. The area split into two factions, one that supported Ai Yang, aligning themselves with her cause, and another intent on eliminating her. Moreover, she had also garnered the support of ability users from the oil district. The oil district? Ai Yang instinctively frowned. When she led her group out of the oil district, chaos reigned. Little did she expect that in such a short time, someone would ascend to the position of leader there. Truly, one must seize opportunities when they arise. By the way, what about Su Ruanruan and Lu Shiming? It was rumored that Mr. Lu was unwell and that Miss Su was tending to him. When Zhu Yan mentioned this, a tinge of envy and jealousy flickered across his face, for he was still a youth, with every emotion written plainly upon it. Ai Yang patted his shoulder, adopting a demeanor of a concerned elder, as if to say, you must strive to be a good person, not a third party. She continued, although Lu Shiming possesses little talent aside from his looks, Su Ruanruan adores him. Love, after all, is devoid of reason, much like my affection for Xiao Ji. She chuckled shyly before clearing her throat and leading Zhu Yan to visit Su Ruanruan and Lu Shiming. How is Su Ruanruan faring? Ai Yang boldly pushed the door open, seemingly unwell. Su Ruanruan crouched beside Lu Shiming, gently prodding his face. Lu Shiming lay on the lower bunk, covered by a thin blanket, his complexion slightly flushed. His dark hair damp with sweat, exhibiting symptoms reminiscent of his previous fever. Ai Yang leaned in for a closer look, feeling the man's steady breathing, and concluded there was no cause for alarm. Perhaps he was startled the day Hopi passed away, she mused. Ai Yang was well aware of this couple's fragile disposition. Honestly, what would they do without her? She puffed out her chest, assuming the role of the caregiver. Su Ruanruan whimpered in agreement, lamenting the plight of her delicate, helpless boyfriend. Are you all right?
Niyang inquiret.
Nothing's wrong, Su Ruanruan replied, tilting her head. Ai Yang continued to scrutinize her.
Indeed.
It seemed that fools are often blessed with good fortune. Lu Shiming lay incapacitated by fright, yet here was Su Ruanruan, cheerfully oblivious. Rumor had it that many had succumbed to nausea that day. Even Xiao Ji hadn't touched meat for several days. Unlike this silly girl, who consumed 3 bowls a day. This is fever medicine. Make sure he drinks some water. I'll find a doctor shortly to examine him. All right, Su Ruanruan nodded, resuming her vigil beside Lu Shiming. Ai Yang exited the room. Zhu Yan observed Su Ruanruan, hesitating for a moment, before approaching her side and discreetly slipping something into her pocket. Blushing furiously, he dashed out. Su Ruanruan blinked in surprise, reaching into her pocket to discover an egg. Warm, suggesting it was cooked. Su Ruanruan squatted beside Lu Shiming for an entire morning, having only eaten a bowl of rice in the morning, leaving her famished until now. Holding an egg, she glanced around before raising it to Lu Ximing's face and cracking it against his forehead with a resounding pop. To her delight, it turned out to be a runny yolk egg. Su Ruanruan eagerly began to consume the egg, but before she could take her first bite, she met the gaze of the man, his dark eyes suddenly wide open. His long eyelashes framed eyes that were cold and somber, devoid of any remnants of sleep, exuding an intense sharpness instead. Su Ruanruan swallowed hard, her eyes fixated on the patch of skin on his forehead, reddened from the egg, standing out starkly against his pale, almost translucent complexion. Stuttering, she managed to say, There's a mosquito." Lu Ximing regarded her with an impassive expression. At that moment, Su Ruanruan felt an urgent need to salvage the precarious bond between her and the male lead. She abruptly leapt up, pointing beside Lu Ximing, exclaiming, "Hey, you wretched mosquito! How dare you touch my man? You must perish." After uttering this, she cast a timid glance at Lu Ximing. With narrowed eyes, he leisurely propped himself up, took the egg from Su Ruanruan's hand, and popped it into his mouth, chewing slowly and savoring it. Su Ruanruan gazed sorrowfully at the sky from a 45-degree angle. Where could one find mosquitoes in the dead of winter? Cast out, Su Ruanruan continued to squat at the doorway, drawing circles in the air.
Niyang,
Who had brought the doctor over, kicked her lightly, asking, "What are you doing?" "Catching mosquitoes," she replied. And Yang retorted, "You fool. In this winter, where would you find mosquitoes?"
having spoken, Niyang suddenly paused.
She crouched beside Su Ruanruan, gently stroking her little head, and whispered, "Did you have a quarrel with Lu Ximing?" "Ah, woman, your name is fickle." Su Ruanruan glanced back at Yang, and indeed, Xiaoji was leading Xiao Baobao over. With a sorrowful demeanor, Su Ruanruan continued to draw circles, lamenting, "How could we possibly quarrel? The moment he furrows his brow, I kneel down." After saying this, Su Ruanruan proudly puffed out her little chest and resumed her circle drawing, cursing Lu Zhiji. And Yang retorted, "What are you so proud of? Come inside. It's freezing out here. Careful not to turn into a fool." "Wait, you're already quite foolish. How much more foolish can you be?" And Yang then pulled Su Ruanruan inside. As soon as they stepped into the room, a peculiar aura enveloped them, and Yang was instantly alarmed, tightening her entire being to resist it. Yet that overwhelming, chaotic energy dissipated as swiftly as it had arrived, leaving Yang questioning her own perception. Could it truly have been an illusion? She furrowed her brow in contemplation, instinctively scanning the room. There was Lu Ximing, a doctor, and a dog, nothing particularly noteworthy. Furthermore, if such potent energy had indeed been unleashed, Su Ruanruan, in her foolishness, would have long since been reduced to mere fragments. With this thought, Yang concluded that perhaps it was merely her own heightened sensitivity. Meanwhile, lying on the bed, Lu Ximing discreetly withdrew his pale hand concealed beneath the covers. The energy within him surged uncontrollably. Upon awakening from his slumber, his powers had roiled restlessly. Despite his best efforts to contain them, he could only restrain this energy within the confines of the room. Had Su Ruanruan been present, she would have likely been reduced to a mere puddle by now. Lu Ximing gently closed his eyes, savoring the gradually stabilizing supernatural ability. A metallic tang of blood swirling within his throat. Such formidable powers were somewhat overwhelming even for him. A faint smile graced the man's face, while the internal turmoil bore no influence on the serene tranquility of his surroundings. The doctor diligently presented a thermometer to Lu Ximing, clutching the archaic mercury thermometer. His tousled black hair framed his face as he sat upon the bed, the warmth of the quilt enveloping him. When he raised his gaze, his eyes appeared crimson, seemingly brimming with unshed tears. "Softer, where have you gone?" he mumbled, the thermometer still lodged in his mouth, rendering his speech somewhat indistinct. His voice was hoarse, the Adam's apple gently bobbing, emanating a faint, pitiful undertone that struck a chord of sympathy. Truly, a sight to behold, utterly heart-wrenching. "Man, your name is capricious." Lu Ximing extended his hand towards Su Ruanruan. His slender wrist rested precariously, as though on the verge of collapsing. Su Ruanruan, with her little face scrunched in concentration, reached out, only to suddenly feel a comforting warmth in her palm. Lowering her gaze, she discovered an egg. Hee, it's an egg. The Na'vi girl immediately beamed with joy, playfully cracking the egg against her forehead, only to have the raw contents splatter across her face. The small puppy that had been waiting at the door rushed over, eager to clean her up. Su Ruanruan, this is so challenging. Moreover, whether it was merely her imagination or not, she felt as though the protagonist's grip on her hand was charged with electricity, a curious sensation of cold and heat, tinged with a tingling spiciness. Su Ruanruan suddenly found herself craving spicy, hot pot accompanied by a bottle of fizzy soda. After the doctor finished the examination, he informed that Lu Shiming was merely experiencing a slight fever and that there was nothing of concern before taking his leave. Although the man appeared unwell, he gently reassured the Na'vi girl, saying, "How could I possibly bear to leave you alone in this world?" Su Ruanruan was moved to tears. And Ayong quietly turned off the light and politely inquired, "Do you need assistance tucking in your blankets?" He then closed the door, took the dog away, and expressed his gratitude. And Ayong thought to himself, I truly am a considerate third wheel. The room was enveloped in darkness. Su Ruanruan clutched Lu Shiming's collar, her stomach grumbling softly. The man retrieved a dry piece of bread from his belongings. Su Ruanruan, feeling a bit wronged, expressed her desire for hot pot. After a moment's thought, Lu Shiming produced a small self-service hot pot. Su Ruanruan joyfully requested an additional bottle of soda, to which Lu Shiming smiled and consented. Observing the man's gentle facade, which seemed to radiate warmth, Su Ruanruan ate, while feeling apprehensive. "Are you finished?"
she asked.
As Su Ruanruan swallowed the last sip of soda, an inexplicable tingling sensation coursed through her scalp. In the darkness, the man's smile grew even more tender. Shivering, Su Ruanruan climbed onto her bed, feeling that even the male lead could not provide her warmth. Only her beloved little bed could offer her a semblance of comfort. Lying on her small bed, she inhaled the scent of Lu Shiming. Carefully glancing at him seated beside her, she ventured to ask, "Aren't you going to sleep?" The man leisurely fiddled with Su Ruanruan's Barbie doll, disassembling its arms and legs with a casual touch. Su Ruanruan swallowed hard, observing as Lu Shiming finally detached the head of the Barbie doll. He remarked, "It seems I haven't told Ruanruan a bedtime story in quite some time."
Su Ruanruan,
Feebly expressing her disinterest, found herself unable to resist as the man began his tale. Once upon a time, there was a person whose spirit lingered after death, borrowing another's corpse to live again. Cowering in a corner, Su Ruanruan trembled, then suddenly, with a perplexed expression, asked, "Is it over?" "It is." "Then, I shall go to sleep." The initially playful smile on Lu Shiming's face gradually faded, his gaze towards Su Ruanruan transforming into something profound and inscrutable. "Going to sleep?" "Yes," she replied, nodding vacantly. "Good night?" Lu Shiming mused. Like playing music to a cow. The following day, Lu Shiming was in excellent spirits, and everyone gathered to discuss Duanzhen's situation. Suddenly, Zhu Yan rushed in, drenched in sweat, his complexion pale. A towering wall has been erected in the coal district. Following Zhu Yan, they went to see. The wall stood at least 10 meters high, remarkably solid, effectively dividing the coal area into two halves. As Zhu Yan finished speaking, the atmosphere grew heavy with unease. Duanzhen's abilities were indeed formidable. Anai Yang remained silent, her eyes fixed on the earthen wall, her expression grave. It seemed somewhat familiar to her. Lu Shiming suddenly questioned, if it wasn't Hoppy who committed the murder, then who did?
indeed.
If it wasn't Hoppy who instructed number 3 to kill, then who was the perpetrator? Anai Yang, with a profound expression, turned his head to see Su Ruanruan, who was wrapped up like a zongzi. "What are you going to do?" Su Ruanruan rolled her eyes, taking the dog for a walk. Anai Yang replied, "Go ahead." Su Ruanruan strolled through the half-coal district, accompanied by her zombie dog and a small puppy, along the earthen wall. The coal district was in disarray. A crowd had gathered in front of the warehouse, fervently demanding access to the supplies within, essential for the survival of half the district's population. The situation was dire. "If you're not going, then go find it yourself," someone shouted. "Indeed, what use are you if you don't?" The anger in the crowd intensified.
Xiao Ji,
with a bruised and sullen face, lowered his head. He was already tall and imposing, and now, with his somber demeanor, he exuded an overwhelming presence that startled the onlookers. causing them to retreat a few steps. What, do you still want to fight? He challenged. Let me tell you, if you don't provide us with supplies, we will go next door. The leader of the group demanding the supplies shouted. Exactly. You can afford to keep dogs, but one tea feed us. Our food is not meant for your pets. Suddenly, Su Ruanruan interjected, Wait, that's not true. The dogs eat what we provide. However, her voice was drowned out by the uproar. The crowd, seeing the two well-fed dogs, grew even more incensed, contemplating an assault on the armed soldiers blocking their path. The air was filled with a cacophony of curses, shouts of anger, and the sounds of scuffles. The armed soldiers formed a human barricade, striving to contain the chaos. One soldier, unable to withstand the provocation, raised his weapon. Upon witnessing the situation, Xiaoji immediately intervened to halt the armed soldiers from firing their weapons. In a grave tone, he declared, I will provide you with supplies. Wait for me for 3 days. The onlookers, eager to cause further chaos, were met with Xiaoji's sudden draw of his weapon as he shouted, I said 3 days, and it shall be 3 days. The crowd, intimidated by his fierce demeanor, fell silent for a moment, casting a wary glance at the gun, and ultimately retorted, You have 3 days. They then dispersed, no longer daring to incite trouble. Once the crowd had departed, Xiaoji relaxed slightly, gripping his weapon with a solemn expression. Su Ruanruan approached with her dog, inquiring, Where will you find the supplies? I can go out and search. Xiaoji replied, But the outside is teeming with zombies, and you lack abilities. Su Ruanruan tilted her head, suggesting, If they are hungry, they should go out to find food themselves. They were merely ordinary individuals, powerless to defend themselves. Venturing outside would be tantamount to courting death. Indeed, going out would also be courting death for you, Su Ruanruan remarked earnestly. Do you not realize how you met your demise? Xiaoji, taken aback, pondered. How would I know how I died?
Do you?
He turned to Su Ruanruan, who wore an innocent expression. In truth, she was acutely aware of Xiaoji's fate. As an antagonist, he was destined to be vanquished by the protagonists. In the original narrative, Xiaoji was ultimately betrayed when his identity was exposed, rendering his prior contributions inconsequential and sealing his fate. In a bid to protect the innocent, he had never harmed a soul, not even the young zombie, Xiao Baobao, and ultimately had to flee the survival zone with him. To everyone's astonishment, on the very eve of his departure, the inhabitants of the survival zone conspired to eliminate Xiao Baobao while carrying the unconscious Xiaoji. Enraged, Xiao Baobao injured several individuals. When Xiaoji attempted to intervene, he was bitten by the frenzied Xiao Baobao. At this moment, the survival zone's denizens showed no hesitation in abandoning Xiaoji, even seizing the opportunity to attempt to take his life. In a bid to save Xiaoji, Xiao Baobao met a tragic end at the hands of the survival zone's people. Xiaoji narrowly escaped death, becoming utterly consumed by darkness, and gradually transformed into the Zombie King, ultimately confronting the male and female protagonists at the pinnacle of the apocalypse. The conclusion saw the female lead, in tears yet resolute, deliver a righteous blow to her former lover. Tragically, Xiaoji, true to his name, metamorphosed into Zombie Ji. With a calm demeanor, Xiaoji cast a glance at Su Ruanruan and suddenly stood tall, declaring, I pledge allegiance as a Chinese citizen. I shall confront all adversities and hardships, safeguarding my nation and its people. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall forever uphold my oath. Su Ruanruan lowered her gaze before suddenly chuckling, I'll lend you the dog. Chapter 20. Word reached that Xiaoji intended to venture out alone in search of supplies, and Enai Yang was the first to oppose. I will accompany you, she insisted, her concern for Xiaoji evident on her face. You still need to oversee the coal district. They cannot do without you. I can manage alone. With fewer people, the target will be less conspicuous. Xiaoji firmly declined Enai Yang's offer. She attempted to argue further, but was interrupted by Xiaoji. As the saying goes, before the troops move, provisions must be prepared. Without supplies, your endeavors here will falter. Rest assured, I will take care of the logistics. These words were immediately interpreted by Enai Yang as a declaration of I am the man behind you. Her face was adorned with a touch of emotion as she cradled her heart with both hands, resembling someone who yearned to marry Xiaoji at that very moment. A flicker of amusement graced Xiao Zhi's typically stern visage as he remarked, "I shall take my leave." And Aiyang stood transfixed, her gaze following Xiao Zhi's figure as it gradually faded into the corridor's distance. Su Ruanruan approached, clutching a small puppy, and whispered, "Have you already decided on a name for the child?" "Yes, it shall be called." And Aiyang, lost in her reverie, began to speak. But upon glancing at Su Ruanruan, she shot her a piercing look. "Do you think I am like you? So indiscreet?" Humph. With that, her cheeks flushed, and she turned away in haste. Su Ruanruan hurried after her, asserting that she could indeed be discreet. "If Lu Shiming asked me to kneel, I would absolutely comply. Can you not aspire for more? Does a handsome man sustain one?"
Can it?
And Aiyang tugged at Su Ruanruan's ear, her face tinged with crimson as she continued, "If one is to seek, it must be a capable man like Xiao Zhi. One who is not only strong but also adept in support roles." Su Ruanruan nodded in immediate agreement, declaring that the next one would be even better, even more obedient, and even more compliant. Just as she finished speaking, she spotted a man nearby wearing an ambiguous expression, causing her to immediately duck down. Playfulness aside, one should not jest with one's small acts. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhi exited the building, several armed soldiers trailing behind him. "Brother Xiao, we shall accompany you.
Indeed.
We shall embark on this journey together." On that day, as Xiao Zhi recited his oath, the armed soldiers were deeply moved, tears welling in their eyes, reminiscent of the vows they had uttered upon their enlistment. They were not merely temporary soldiers hastily assembled from the coal district, they were soldiers by profession. Prior to the apocalypse, they had served honorably. As soldiers, they had endured the ravages of the end times and the scorn of the masses. They had once lost sight of their solemn promises. They vowed to never retreat. Yet Xiao Zhi, resolute, refused them. "However, this is an order." His expression hardened. The armed soldiers exchanged glances, left with no choice but to watch as Xiao Zhi departed. Upon entering the vehicle, Xiao Zhi lifted the clothing draped over the passenger seat, revealing a small creature, Xiao Bao. He could not leave Xiao Bao in the coal district, it was far too perilous. Thus, he decided to keep it close as they sought supplies. Outside, it must not bite anyone. After a moment's pause, he added, "Nor should it bite the undead. That would be unsanitary." Crunch, crunch. Xiao Bao continued to gnaw on spicy chicken feet, even crushing the bones before swallowing them whole. Xiao Zhi, feeling helpless, reached out to pat his little head, only to find a handful of thick, soft hair in his grasp. Despite his tender age, Xiao Bao's hair was remarkably dense. Since kindergarten, he had been the little prince whom girls vied to dote upon. Finally, Xiao Bao lifted his gaze to meet Xiao Zhi's, prompting an awkward response from him. It's all right, I can glue it back on for you." In the back seat, a zombie dog let out a howl, wagging its half-furred tail, expressing its desire to also use glue to attract a female dog, despite its being neutered. This is one of the unfortunate traits of zombies. They are prone to hair loss. The advantages lie in her exceptional appetite, as she savors every morsel. Su Ruanruan, the little puppy, has been slipping away for 3 days. It is utterly terrifying. Even the cafeteria ant trembles at the sound. Though there are many supernatural beings at Duanjin's place, the number of those who perish without cause is even greater. The cafeteria ant, too preoccupied to pay Su Ruanruan any mind, wielded her spoon to dispatch those before her, then skillfully squeezed her ample form into the fray. Yet, a soldier stationed near Su Ruanruan, captivated by her lovely visage, harbored intentions of flirtation. After all, the deceased were merely supernatural beings. We hold no crystal cores in our minds. The soldier paused momentarily, then with a glint of desire, remarked, "Moreover, if one performs well, they may earn a crystal core. It is said that consuming it bestows supernatural abilities." As he spoke, the soldier's gaze lingered on Su Ruanruan's delicate face, envisioning the silky sensation, and coaxed, "You are heading next door as well, aren't you? Stay with me, and I shall ensure you are well fed." Su Ruanruan's eyes sparkled at the soldier's assurances of plentiful food, prompting her to abandon Lu Shiming in pursuit of someone better, more obedient. Alas! Who has stepped on her foot? Oh, dear! Who is tugging at her hair? A narrow door was the only opening in the towering wall, and everyone surged forward. Su Ruanruan, small and vulnerable, was pressed so tightly that her head was scarcely visible. Suddenly, she felt a grip on the back of her collar. Turning her head, she beheld Lu Shiming, who stood out like a crane among chickens. The man was particularly tall amidst the crowd. Though slender, his demeanor was strikingly refined. In the face of the throng, Lu Shiming moved with an elegance akin to a leisurely stroll through a garden. Alas, she belongs to me. Immersed in the enchanting beauty of the crystalline core, the armed soldier suddenly realized that his beloved had vanished, prompting him to leap in agitation. However, overwhelmed by the crowd, he found himself unable to extricate himself. With a furious expression, he stood on tiptoe and cursed at the lack of decorum. Do they not understand the principle of first come, first served? Lacking propriety, Lu Shiming, holding Su Ruanruan, strode against the tide of the throng with his long legs. Suspended in midair, Su Ruanruan clutched her face basin, whimpering, "Where are we going?" Feeling aggrieved, Su Ruanruan replied, "To watch the spectacle." Upon glancing down, she spotted a small puppy swirling around Lu Shiming's feet. "Humph, you traitor." The little dog appeared utterly wronged. "And what about this?" Lu Shiming lifted her small bundle, from which a multitude of snacks tumbled out. Su Ruanruan lamented, "These are for enjoying while watching the commotion." With a slight curl of his fingers, Lu Shiming tapped her basin. Su Ruanruan cautiously explained that it was intended for washing her face after indulging in the snacks, tightening her grip on the basin as she nervously kicked her little legs, indicating her urgent need to use the restroom. "If you keep holding me, I might just have an accident." Lu Shiming released Su Ruanruan, adjusted his disheveled sports attire, and then took the small bundle from her hand. Along with the basin she clutched, advising her, "Do not wander off. Go on your own." "Boo-hoo." Su Ruanruan cast a reluctant glance back at the throng before meandering off to the restroom. The lavatory was quiet, allowing her to hear the hushed whispers from the adjacent stall quite clearly. A voice inquired, "Can we truly remain here?" Another responded confidently, "Of course. She is a woman. How could she possibly avoid the ladies' restroom? Then how shall we apprehend her?" Pondered Su Ruanruan quietly. "What does she look like?" The voice next door replied, "I heard she has a long ponytail and is quite beautiful." Suddenly, the conversation halted, and Su Ruanruan heard the distinct sound of a bullet being chambered. She looked up to see two heads peeking over the partition, one blue and the other green, reminiscent of aristocrats from a peculiar family. Accompanying them were two guns. Su Ruanruan remarked, "The men's restroom is next door." The two heads initially spotted a round figure. Was it a person? Then they noticed Su Ruanruan's long ponytail, followed by her lovely face. They exchanged a glance and gasped in astonishment.
Su Ruanruan mixed torso.
This wretched, uncontainable charm of mine. Just as she reveled in this thought, a damp cloth was suddenly pressed over her face, rendering her unconscious. Before succumbing to darkness, she managed to steer clear of the squat toilet. He furrowed his brow suddenly, turning to gaze in the direction of the ladies' restroom. After a moment of stillness, Lu Shiming retrieved a cloth from his pocket, stepped into the building, and sauntered into the ladies' restroom. The restroom was eerily empty, all the stall doors ajar, devoid of any occupants. The man's expression instantly hardened. He stood there impassively, while behind him, a little puppy trotted in, barking fervently at one of the stalls. Then, with a whimper, it circled on the ground, stretching out its short claws, and dashed to the window, scratching furiously at the wall. Lu Shiming approached, standing before the window, and noticed the marks of a rope on the sill. His eyes narrowed. He braced himself with one hand against the ledge and leaped from the 5th floor. The wind rushed past him, and Lu Shiming landed effortlessly, making not a single sound. As he moved forward, he suddenly paused. The dog was forgotten. He extended a vine from his fingers, slipping it through the window to retrieve the small puppy. The puppy yapped vigorously. The vine he held flung the little creature, which landed on the ground with a soft thud. Su Ruanruan had been kidnapped. She awoke, lured by the tantalizing aroma of braised pork. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the large characters spelling cafeteria. Oh, the character for food was missing a part. She found herself placed in a shopping cart by two punk nobles. Su Ruanruan indignantly thought that such a lowly mode of transport was unworthy of her noble status. She demanded a soft baby carriage instead. The punks had not noticed her awakening, engrossed as they were in hushed conversation, seemingly dividing the meat. Let us eat the meat first. After some deliberation, they abandoned Su Ruanruan and headed into the cafeteria. Su Ruanruan was incensed. Could they not exhibit a bit more professionalism? And could they not spare her a morsel of braised pork for what might be her last supper? 3 minutes later, the two punks emerged, grumbling. Even more furious than Su Ruanruan. They didn't let us eat meat. They said we weren't worthy. Su Ruanruan parted her lips. And although her entire body felt weak and listless, she managed to utter meat. This provoked the two irate figures, who were now even more incensed. We're done with this. Su Ruanruan responded with a puzzled expression. Due to the towering wall, they could not hurl her over it and instead left her there. Su Ruanruan gazed skyward, sensing something soaring above her head. It resembled a legless meatball, flailing its 4 hooves, trailing behind a tall and graceful man who faded from her view. Su Ruanruan opened her mouth, intending to speak, yet found herself unable to utter a single word. She mused that a man with such an appealing silhouette must also possess remarkable looks, making him a potential candidate for someone better, more obedient, and compliant. Meanwhile, Lu Shiming, dragging a small puppy, arrived at the entrance of the cafeteria. The puppy dashed inside, snatching a piece of braised pork and bolting away. Numerous armed soldiers surged out in pursuit. Fools! Lu Shiming cursed silently, maneuvering to evade with the puppy. By the wall, Su Ruanruan wiggled her fingertips, feeling as though she had transitioned from complete paralysis to partial mobility. She used her toes to nudge the shopping cart, propelling herself forward. Upon reaching a large building, she caught a whiff of the familiar aroma of braised pork. Su Ruanruan suddenly sprang up, steering her shopping cart into the building. Inside, she found it nearly deserted, and she followed the scent of the braised pork to an ajar door. Inside, a woman's furious voice echoed, "Fools! You bunch of idiots! I instructed you to bind an eye yang, not these trinkets. I dispatched several hundred individuals, yet not a single one managed to bring her here." Su Ruanruan peeked her head inside and was met with a cramped room filled with individuals bound in ropes. The ages varied widely, from venerable elders in their 90s to toddlers of merely 3 years. And what is this? You have even mistaken their genders. Are you jesting with me regarding their ages? The elderly gentleman, caught in the fray, innocently protested, revealing his dentures with a smile. Laugh. Allow me to offer you a smile, my newly fitted dentures. Tears of sorrow streamed down his face. Su Ruanruan immediately expressed her disapproval, exclaiming how cruel it was. Duanjun abruptly turned, locking eyes with Su Ruanruan at the doorway. With wide, blinking eyes, she resembled a ball ensnared within a shopping cart, her movements laborious, merely able to shuffle her legs slowly. However, due to a lack of control over her strength, she could only spin in place. Twirling and leaping, she shut her eyes, lamenting her incessant spinning. Duanjun's eyes sparkled as she smiled alluringly at Su Ruanruan, beckoning her to come closer. Su Ruanruan whimpered, insisting that she would only approach if called Little Cutie. Duanjun endeavored to maintain her composure. Little Cutie, come here. Su Ruanruan whimpered again, stating she would only come if referred to as Little Darling. Duanjun gritted her teeth. Little Darling, come here. Su Ruanruan continued her pleas, insisting she would only come if called Little Fairy. You better come here this instant. A mound of earth erupted from beneath the shopping cart, catching Su Ruanruan off guard and sending her tumbling down. She was clad in thick layers, showing no signs of injury. However, you have yet to address her as a fairy. After saying this, Su Ruanruan turned her head and, upon spotting the old gentleman, greeted him with excitement. Old sir, can you still see with those ears? Are your eyes still deaf? Duanjun seized her moment. Unable to grasp it? Duanjun had no choice but to crouch down in a half-squat position, avoiding contact with the sitting toilet, and glared at Su Ruanruan with fury, speaking gently. Su Ruanruan, it is a pleasure to see you again. Su Ruanruan nodded, inquiring if she had eaten. She had not yet dined. The aroma of braised pork wafted from behind Duanjun, warm and enticing, causing Su Ruanruan to salivate. Duanjun let out a cold chuckle, her sharp fingertips lightly grazing Su Ruanruan's cheek, leaving a trail of blood. Su Ruanruan winced in pain, her delicate face crumpling. Her skin was exceptionally fair, the crimson streak trailing down her cheek, cascading into her neck, engulfed by her disheveled black hair, a sight of utmost tragedy. Su Ruanruan struggled to retreat, only to collide with the platform. Rest assured, I shall ensure your demise is excruciating. Well, I truly appreciate that, Su Ruanruan replied, her eyes sparkling. Duanjun generously asked, do you have any final words? Su Ruanruan raised her small hand, inquiring, how did you acquire your supernatural powers? This had been a topic of Ni Yang's incessant chatter for 3 days. Since you are destined to perish, allow me to enlighten you. She commanded the armed soldiers to drag everyone in the room out to feed the zombies. Duanjun had suppressed her emotions for far too long. She yearned to boast. With great pride, she recounted how she had deceived number 3 into killing Zhang Jihao, followed by revealing a shocking secret. Duanjun has always been a woman of cunning. After all, how else could she so effortlessly attract a man? Moreover, she has set her sights on the most formidable ones. Duanjun speculated that if this crystal core could augment supernatural abilities, might it not also awaken them? Even if it meant risking her life, she was determined to try. On the day Duanjun obtained the crystal core, she refrained from consuming it, caught in a moment of hesitation. That was until the death of Huapai, which obliterated her indecision. With Huapai gone, her support vanished, and she knew that Aniyang would never tolerate her. Rather than succumb to a life of servitude, she resolved to take a desperate gamble. Duanjun consumed the crystal core, enduring excruciating pain that had her writhing in her room for an entire day and night. Yet, by the following day, she discovered that she had acquired supernatural powers. Her initial impulse was to lead her companions in depleting the supplies from the warehouse and forming an armed faction to confront Aniyang. Blessed with beauty and eloquence, Duanjun had often comforted the armed soldiers during Huapai's harsh treatment of them. The oblivious soldiers expressed their admiration for her words and their eagerness to follow her. Do you know why my abilities are so formidable? Duanjun raised her hand, and a solid mass of earth erupted from her palm, starkly contrasting with the fragile nature of Zhang Jihao's powers. Su Ruanruan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she inquired whether Duanjun could create an ice queen for her. With a flick of her flowing hair, shaking off a layer of dust, Duanjun continued to recount her glorious exploits. The oil district sent me 2 Earth-type supernatural beings. I exchanged all my supplies to procure them. Su Ruanruan inquired, so you extracted the crystal cores from those 2 ability users? Of course, Duanjun replied unabashedly.
Even boasting about it.
Those fools in the crude oil district still naively believe they can control me using those 2 Earth-type ability users. How utterly naive. You must understand. There are only so many ability users available. After they perish, do you know how I replenish my ranks with new ones? Duanjun exclaimed with palpable excitement, spittle flying as she spoke. Su Ruanruan shook her head in confusion, indicating her ignorance of the matter. Moreover, the grip tightening around her neck was becoming suffocating. She wished for a more decisive end to her predicament. Perhaps you should just choke me to death first? She suggested. However, Duanjun suddenly released her grip and burst into laughter, covering her mouth as she continued to elaborate on her schemes. Duanjun's method mirrored that of Hoppy's, yet she was far more ruthless. She had imprisoned zombies in a warehouse prison. Duanjun specifically targeted armed soldiers who had relatives in the coal district, throwing both the soldiers and their kin into the same enclosure. This approach significantly heightened the probability of awakening abilities compared to Hoppy's method of merely tossing individuals into a horde of zombies. Life or death was irrelevant. Even if they perished, as long as their abilities were triggered, a crystal core would form in their minds. Thus, whether alive or dead mattered not. Those unsuspecting armed soldiers would be far more inclined to follow her if they could gain abilities. How shameless you are, Su Ruanruan remarked. Duanjun retorted, I possess even greater audacity. I shall hang your corpse upon the high wall next door, allowing Aniyang to witness the fate that befalls those who oppose me. Su Ruanruan expressed her desire to be adorned in a pink dress while hanging there. She needed to find the perfect angle to showcase her flawless profile at a 45-degree angle. Ideally, it should shift 3 times a day, following the light, capturing her with the softness of a baby's skin.
Fool.
Duanjun scolded angrily, tightly gripping Su Ruanruan's neck. Su Ruanruan struggled to roll her eyes, groping for the plate of braised pork behind her, then peacefully closed her eyes.
Ah,
Life is like this. One moment you open your eyes and the next, you close them and it all passes by.
come on.
Enjoy it. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the door burst open. Duan-jun was momentarily taken aback, only to feel a sharp pain in her back. She slightly turned her head and, through the window's glass, saw an axe embedded in her back. The axe was extraordinarily well maintained, appearing brand new, yet it was also incredibly sharp. Duan-jun opened her mouth, her grip on Su Ruanruan's neck loosening abruptly. She turned to see Lu Shiming standing at the door. The man carried a somewhat worn backpack, his dark hair tousled, and at his feet was a plump little puppy. Duan-jun let out a pained cry, shoving a crystal core into her mouth. Her supernatural abilities surged dramatically, and she expelled the small axe from her back. The wound on her back healed at a visibly rapid pace. This was the remarkable advantage offered by the same type crystal core. Not only did it enhance her powers, but it also repaired injuries at crucial moments. Lu Shiming? Duan-jun cast a sideways glance at the seemingly feeble Lu Shiming, seductively licking her fingers. Do you think you can kill me?
Oh,
The man was clad in thin camouflage clothing, with shattered glass from the broken window scattered all around. Duan-jun laughed heartily, her powers surging. Against such a feeble opponent, she was brimming with confidence. The ground beneath Lu Shiming instantly rose to form a hollow mound. The grave mound was immense, completely shrouding the man's tall figure.
utterly defenseless.
Duan-jun turned her head and extended her hand towards Su Ruanruan, exclaiming, "Perfect, I shall reunite you two lovebirds." Su Ruanruan, filled with terror, fervently shook her head, fearful of the impending doom. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the grave mound, and with a resounding crash, it shattered entirely. Duan-jun spun around, her eyes wide with disbelief. Impossible! This cannot be. How could her earthen wall be cleaved by an ordinary axe? Even bullets could not penetrate it. Duan-jun, undeterred by the odds, launched successive assaults against Lu Shiming. The man casually waved his small axe as he approached. In a fit of frenzy, Duan-jun consumed her remaining 2 attribute crystals. Her powers surged like boiling water, reaching a crescendo. "I want you all to perish." Duan-jun's body expanded rapidly, her abilities spiraling out of control, transforming the entire room into ruins. Lu Shiming smiled, effortlessly traversing through layers of collapsing earthen walls. As Duan-jun overexerted her powers, she began to deflate like a wilting balloon. Breathless, she ceased her actions, staring at the dust of the yellow earthen walls, fixated on the trembling crystal core nestled within her watermelon-shaped head. Duan-jun's face was a mask of disbelief as she murmured, "No, my crystal core, my crystal core." Though she had not yet succumbed, her eyes glared with an extreme ferocity. Lu Shiming approached Su Ruanruan, wielding an axe. The young girl, covered in dirt and soot, struggled to open her eyes. Lu Shiming reached out, firmly grasping her chubby little face. With great difficulty, Su Ruanruan managed to open her eyes, only to behold a blood-soaked Lu Shiming before her. The man exuded an aura of menace, the scent of blood pervasive. His eyes, filled with a frenzied bloodlust, starkly contrasted with his usual demeanor. He leaned closer, his damp black hair clinging to his forehead, his voice a low murmur, exceedingly gentle, akin to a devil's whisper. "Do you like it, Roro?" Heartbroken, Su Ruanruan was reluctant to respond, yet the man's grip on her face tightened, demanding her reaction. With a whimper, she exclaimed, "You are so flashy." It was as if he sought to flamboyantly display what could easily be resolved with a single blow of the axe. Yet, he remained irresistibly handsome, his slender waist captivatingly alluring. Lu Shiming was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly burst into laughter, forcefully thrusting the small axe into the table behind Su Ruanruan, his expression darkening. Instantly, Su Ruanruan broke into tears, pleading, "I am so flashy, boohoo." In the moment of Duan-jun's demise, the earthen wall that bisected the coal district collapsed without warning. The wall on that side crumbled, trapping someone beneath. Amidst the rising commotion, people rushed to assist. Chaos erupting by the towering wall.
Su Ruanruan.
Lu Shiming. A small puppy wagged its tail excitedly, clutching Anai Yang's pant leg, tugging her along. "Are you going to take me to find Su Ruanruan and Lu Shiming?" "Woof woof." Yang, with a solemn expression, followed the little puppy into a building that bore the scars of some unknown devastation. Inside, the chaos was palpable, with every step revealing the crunch of shattered glass beneath his feet. Yang gently lifted the little puppy, proceeding cautiously within. The walls surrounding him were in disarray, three sides completely absent, leaving only one external load-bearing wall intact. Should it give way, the entire structure would likely collapse. "Are you all right?" Yang called out as he plunged into the ruins with the dog. Su Ruanruan, fragile and weeping, nestled in Lu Shiming's embrace, cried softly. "It's fine. Just a little scrape," Lu Shiming soothed her tenderly. Yet, Su Ruanruan wept inconsolably, her heart heavy, lamenting the lengths to which she had gone for others, feeling as though all her organs should be donated. Yang watched in silence as Lu Shiming lifted Su Ruanruan into his arms. She protested, insisting she could walk, but Lu Shiming firmly believed she was incapacitated. An argument ensued over this very point. In a bid to demonstrate her resilience, Su Ruanruan struck the nearby table with force. The sharp sound pierced the air, reverberating through the coal district, echoing back the self-analysis and confessional monologue that Duanzhen had directed at Su Ruanruan moments earlier. Holding her sore paw, tears brimming in her eyes, Su Ruanruan sniffled. Suddenly, a spark of realization lit up Yang's face as he rushed forward, raising his voice with excitement. It dawned on him that this space had once been a broadcasting room, although now it merely consisted of a small dirt slope. Thus, it was proven true that the villain often meets their demise through their own verbosity. The schemes of Duanzhen have been laid bare under the sun, and the inhabitants of the coal district have settled into a state of compliance. They dare not show even the slightest resistance to Yang's commands. In an instant, an unexpected tranquility envelopes the entire coal district. He even caught sight of the banner hanging at the entrance of the coal district, reportedly crafted spontaneously by its people in honor of Yang. The couplet reads, "You are light, you are electricity, you are the singular myth. You are the springtime of the human world. If you are well, it is a sunny day." The horizontal inscription proclaims, "In any case, you are exceptionally warm." In response, Su Ruanruan was particularly impressed by the literary prowess of the coal district's populace. Such a synthesis of styles, balancing the contemporary, the artistic, the flattering, and the sycophantic in a single banner, is truly a rarity in this world. "One's own folly leads to demise," she mused, having heard that the unfortunate soul met their end crushed by a self-erected earthen wall. "But I heard it was by lightning. Wasn't it at the hands of Boss and I? The only one privy to the truth is the seemingly beautiful girl, whose wisdom surpasses the ordinary." Su Ruanruan pondered sorrowfully. Is this the sensation of being the sole sober individual amidst a sea of inebriation? "Fool, keep up. It's time to eat." Oh, meal time." Su Ruanruan promptly grabbed her basin and hurried after Yang. As Yang organized the coal district, he continued his search for his sister.
Meanwhile,
Su Ruanruan strolled through the coal district with her zombie dog and little puppy alongside Lu Shiming, idling away. Xiaoji was distributing supplies to everyone.
Miso,
"Could you please help me take care of the baby?" In the midst of the bustling crowd, Xiaoji entrusted the little one, who was gnawing on spicy chicken feet,
to Su Ruanruan.
Xiaoji observed that Xiao Bao was particularly tranquil when in the presence of Su Ruanruan, even refraining from exhibiting any aggressive behavior despite the pangs of hunger. Su Ruanruan secured Xiao Bao and took a stroll with her two dogs. The coal district returned to a state of serenity, and the barter market began to flourish once again. Glancing at the nearly worn-out dog collar around the zombie dog's neck, which was reduced to a mere layer of skin, she pondered whether it was time for an upgrade. However, finding a suitable collar proved challenging, as even humans struggled to secure enough food, let alone anyone caring for pets. After walking a considerable distance with her dogs, Su Ruanruan had yet to find a replacement. Suddenly, her zombie dog erupted into a frenzy of barking, startling the surrounding people, who instinctively retreated. In such a perilous environment, a bite from a rabid dog would not only forfeit any chance of compensation but also leave one uncertain of where to obtain a rabies vaccine. Guided by her zombie dog, Su Ruanruan advanced and witnessed a burly man bullying a young boy. Although referred to as a boy, He appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age, and given the widespread malnutrition in the apocalypse, his age could easily be misconstrued. The starving youth stumbled and was dragged into a corner, where he was forcefully pinned to the ground. His tattered clothing was torn away, revealing his frail, emaciated frame. Despite the dirt smudged across his face, it was evident that he was a handsome child. In this desolate world, the survival rate for women had plummeted, making attractive young boys like him all the more desirable. The corpulent man greedily attempted to remove the boy's trousers, while the latter fought desperately against his assailant. The zombie dog beside Su Ruanruan barked ferociously, ready to charge, but there were others who moved quicker than the dog. Su Ruanruan observed Lu Shiming approach with an impassive expression, seizing the robust man's neck with a firm grip. They were in a secluded corner, devoid of any onlookers. As the man strode forward, his presence was commanding, his deep, dark eyes resembling an unwarranted descent into a profound nightmare. A faint crimson hue emanated from the depths of his black pupils, imbued with a sinister and fearsome aura. With elongated fingers, he constricted the man's throat, forcefully pressing him against the wall behind them. Dust cascaded from the wall as the hefty man was nearly embedded within it, a testament to Lu Shiming's formidable strength. The man's eyes rolled back in terror, his stout legs flailing helplessly on the brink of oblivion. In a moment of urgency, Su Ruanruan rushed forward, enveloping Lu Shiming's slender waist in a protective embrace. "Stay calm, my dear," she urged, her voice soothing amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, Xiao Bao, engrossed in gnawing on chicken feet, looked on in confusion. The sweet fragrance emanating from Su Ruanruan enveloped them, offering gentle reassurance. The fury in the man's eyes began to wane as he squinted at the hefty adversary before him, a look of revulsion crossing his features. Lu Shiming released his grip and withdrew a handkerchief to wipe his hands clean. The robust man collapsed to the ground, eyes rolling back, unable even to utter a curse. Gasping for breath with a face flushed and terrified, he could scarcely comprehend how such a seemingly frail man possessed such extraordinary strength. The bullied youth knelt on the ground, bewildered. Lu Shiming cast a downward glance at him, suddenly planting a foot on his face, his voice chillingly cold, to live or to perish. In front of Su Ruanruan, Lu Shiming shed his facade, exuding an aura of ferocity akin to a beast unleashed from its iron cage. The air was thick with an ominous ferocity. Not only humans, but even dogs would crumble in terror at the sight. The young boy lay helplessly in the mud, seemingly rendered senseless by fear. Lu Shiming continued to exert pressure, his sturdy boots threatening to flatten the boy into a mere mass. To live, to survive. The boy sobbed in despair. A sly smile crept across Lu Shiming's thin lips as he crouched down, offering a stone to the boy, proclaiming that if he wished to live, he must take a life. With slender fingers, he gestured towards a burly man nearby. An unsettling grin spread across Lu Shiming's face. The young boy, bewildered, grasped the stone, as if it were an insurmountable burden. Despite his earnest struggles, he found himself ensnared by a tightening grip around his throat. Lu Shiming stood beside him, observing with a cold detachment. Su Ruanruan was momentarily taken aback. Ever since Lu Shiming had rushed out to save the boy, she sensed a shift in his demeanor. Could this man, known for his ruthless nature, truly be capable of such benevolence? No, she vigorously shook her head in disbelief. Why then would he act in such a manner? Su Ruanruan was at a loss. The Lu Shiming of the original narrative was a twisted, neurotic, and cruel figure, reigning as a tyrant in a post-apocalyptic world, dismissive of all, akin to a despot. It was unfathomable that he would come to the aid of a mere child. Her gaze returned to the young boy, whose face was turning purple from the choking grip. In a desperate moment, he inadvertently grasped the stone that had fallen beside him and, with a surge of determination, hurled it at the stout man. A flicker of light ignited in Lu Shiming's dark, brooding eyes. The burly man clutched his bleeding head and collapsed to the ground. Sudden clarity washed over Su Ruanruan. Alas! Could it be that this is a tale of a gallant youth rescuing a damsel in distress? Might it be true that Lu Shiming harbors affection for men? Su Ruanruan felt as though she had uncovered a monumental secret. Yet, she was swiftly seized by Lu Shiming, who tugged her by the collar and whisked her away. "What are you staring at?" The man sat leisurely at the edge of the bed, methodically polishing his small axe. Su Ruanruan cast a glance at the glistening blade, instinctively withdrawing her neck, yet continued to gaze at Lu Shiming with a mischievous grin, as if to say, "I know your little secret." No wonder in the original narrative, Lu Shiming maintained an unwavering camaraderie with a female protagonist, and Ai Yang. It appears he is, in fact, inclined towards men. "Are you a man?" In her excitement, Su Ruanruan stumbled over her words, inadvertently omitting two crucial syllables. She had intended to ask, "Do you like men?" but instead blurted out, "Are you a man?" Though merely 2 words apart, the implications were worlds apart. The former was a friendly inquiry, while the latter was an audacious provocation. Su Ruanruan's face flushed with embarrassment, and she was about to correct her statement. Meanwhile, Lu Shiming leisurely lifted his gaze towards her, and then, unexpectedly, flashed an enchanting smile. His smooth fingertips brushed against Su Ruanruan's soft cheek, as his voice, low and inviting, suggested Ruanruan could give it a try. Is he truly a man? That night, under a full moon that hung like a disk in the sky, with the wind howling fiercely, Su Ruanruan trembled as she hid beneath the bed, resolutely declaring her reluctance to try. After all, she was still an innocent young lady, with even her delicate hands remaining untouched. Fortunately, it seemed the man had little inclination to further tease her. After placing his small axe aside, he promptly climbed into the upper bunk. As Su Ruanruan noted the prolonged silence outside, she cautiously wiggled her little feet and peeked out with half her small head, before slowly retreating into her cozy blanket. The room descended into stillness. Lu Shiming lay on the upper bunk, his eyes tightly shut, his lips pressed in a faint line. After a moment, his previously serene countenance suddenly contorted, as if he had plunged into an unfathomable abyss. The surrounding darkness was thick and oppressive, with only a faint, delicate white light emanating from behind the door. Yet, that white light felt cold and insipid, evoking an even greater sense of dread than the encroaching blackness. Lu Shiming gasped for breath, his pallid hands clutching the blanket with desperation, yet he remained ensnared in this nightmare. He beheld himself approach, his youthful hand reaching for the doorknob. That hand was fair and slender, imbued with innocence and naivety. A cacophony echoed in Lu Shiming's mind, as if it were about to burst. No, he must not open the door, he must not. With a sudden click, the door swung open. The white light poured in, and the young Lu Shiming looked up to see the man standing there. The man's gaze, as he looked down, was laced with avarice. Lu Shiming heard himself call out to him, "Uncle." The man abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a frost-like moonlight before him. He was half-crouched, covered by a blanket, drenched in perspiration. In the darkness, the man's eyes glowed a fierce red, his chest heaving. Thick vines coiled around him, seemingly swelling in response to his turbulent emotions. The sharp little vines, tipped with leaves, quivered with trepidation. Lu Shiming raised a trembling hand, struggling to tear away the vines clinging to him. The delicate tendrils snapped, vanishing without a trace. Lu Shiming's fingertips quivered slightly. Clenching his fist, he remained seated for a considerable time, yet was unable to quell the tempest within, his emotions becoming increasingly tumultuous. Suddenly, a saccharine aroma wafted up from the lower bunk, enveloping Lu Shiming's restless heart like soft, billowy clouds, soothing the explosive power that threatened to erupt within him. The man's eyes narrowed. He reached up to push aside the damp, dark strands of hair from his forehead, then braced himself and leaped down from the upper bunk. A maneuver that should have been effortless caused him to stumble upon landing. Under the moonlight, his visage bore an eerie pallor, yet his eyes glimmered with a profound crimson hue. That sweet fragrance tantalized and beckoned him, infiltrating his very being, akin to the grotesque blooms flourishing in dark, damp recesses. Lu Shiming flexed his fingertips, and to his astonishment, the chilling fury within him began to subside. From his pale fingertips emerged a slender tendril, hastily seeking to reach Su Ruanruan. The room was enveloped in silence, and as Lu Shiming cast his gaze downward, he beheld Su Ruanruan nestled within her blankets. The young girl appeared to be in a state of blissful slumber, her cherubic face flushed, and her ebony locks gathered like clouds, even emitting soft murmurs as she dreamt. A smile graced the man's lips as he leisurely undid the buttons of his clothing and approached her, his cold form slipping beneath the covers. Drawing closer to her and gently embracing her. It was so warm. He closed his eyes, burying his face in the curve of her neck. Su Ruanruan shivered from the chill but remained asleep, instinctively attempting to push away the cold presence beside her. However, her efforts were in vain, leaving her to plaintively ponder if perhaps she should snuggle closer, hoping to find warmth. The slender, fair fingers of the man brushed gently against Su Ruanruan's delicate face. Lu Shiming's fingertips, imbued with a chill akin to ice, slowly glided over the wound, reminiscent of a cold serpent. A droplet of moisture formed upon his fingertip, and as he pressed it against Su Ruanruan's injury, a gentle wipe rendered the mark utterly vanished. The young girl's visage returned to its pristine, tender state. "What delightful dreams have you been having, His voice was deep and husky, laced with a hint of unsteadiness. Lu Shiming lowered his gaze, intently observing her. The girl's cheeks blushed a rosy hue, emanating a delicate sweetness. Suddenly, Lu Shiming leaned in, impulsively biting down upon her chubby cheek.
Ouch!
Su Ruanruan yelped, springing up instantly, only for their foreheads to collide with a resounding thud.
Ugh!
Lu Shiming clutched his forehead, now reddened from the impact, his vision momentarily clouded. Regaining his composure, he lifted his gaze towards Su Ruanruan, who sat there, drowsy and on the verge of drifting off again, blissfully unaware of the presence beside her. Lu Shiming observed her, his fingers curling into her hair, leisurely intertwining with it. The intoxicating scent of blooming flowers wafted around, dispelling the chill that had settled in his heart. Reminiscent of spring blossoms, summer breezes, and winter light. Lost in reverie, Lu Shiming closed his eyes. The relentless nightmares evaporated in that moment, as if they had never existed. Upon awakening, Su Ruanruan felt a disoriented sensation, as if ensnared by some unseen force. Tilting her head, she beheld Lu Shiming sleeping beside her. No wonder she had dreamt of being entwined by a great serpent the previous night. Su Ruanruan clutched her small blanket, attempting to cocoon herself more tightly, only to suddenly realize that Lu Shiming appeared to be devoid of clothing. Not even a mere pair of undergarments remained on his person. Su Ruanruan cack. She felt sullied. Awake? The man's voice was hoarse, imbued with a unique charm. Su Ruanruan swallowed hard, burying herself deeper into the covers, murmuring softly, "Not awake yet." The man continued to draw her closer, enveloping both her and the blanket. First, she dismissed the notion of Lu Shiming being driven by primal instincts. Then, it seemed that Lu Shiming himself was indeed exhibiting such tendencies. Good heavens! Was he finally going to pounce on her, this beautiful maiden? Did he not have a preference for men? Was he perhaps bisexual? Su Ruanruan's perception of Lu Shiming's eccentricities underwent a significant transformation. Her eyes widened in terror, oscillating between fear and drowsiness. With a pouting expression, she glanced back at Lu Shiming, voicing her plight in a small tone. "I'm just so hungry. I bit myself." "Can you truly bite your own face?" Anayang lamented in exasperation. Following Duanzhen's demise, Anayang ascended to the position of leader in the coal district, and her special meals underwent a remarkable enhancement. Su Ruanruan gazed enviously at the mountain of meat in Xiaoji's bowl. Lu Shiming leisurely divided the meat from his bowl, offering it to Su Ruanruan, saying, "Ruanruan, do indulge." Su Ruanruan immediately covered her face with her hands. She was acutely aware that he must be plotting to fatten her up for consumption. "You actually intend to eat human flesh?"
Boss.
"The people from the oil district have arrived," Zhu Yan hurriedly reported. "Where are they?" Anayang's expression grew tense. "I have them cornered at the entrance of the coal district. They proclaimed that if they were not given an explanation, they would reduce our coal district to ruins." Anayang stood up, and Xiaoji followed suit, declaring, "I shall accompany you." "There's no need. I can handle this minor issue on my own." Anayang shyly covered her face, but when her gaze shifted to Zhu Yan, it turned as sharp as a blade. "Let us go. Su Ruanruan hasn't finished her meal yet." Zhu Yan, pallid and trembling with fear, trailed behind Anayang, his expression teetering on the brink of despair. Su Ruanruan attributed this reaction to Zhu Yan's naivety and lack of worldly experience. Although Zhu Yan was aware of Anayang's electrical abilities, He had not anticipated their formidable nature. She could actually summon lightning. As Zhu Yan spoke in admiration of Anai Yang's illustrious feats, Su Ruanruan quietly added a lightning rod to her shopping cart. Would one be sufficient? Should she procure several more? Perhaps enough to create a hedgehog-like arrangement? After dispatching the individuals from the crude oil district, the coal district could finally attain genuine peace. I discovered that my sister had been taken to the Northern Survival Zone for resource exchange by 2 other special ability users several months ago. Anai Yang's expression grew solemn. It seemed her sister was not faring well. Yet, as long as she was alive, it was still a glimmer of good news. Su Ruanruan nodded and said, "Then let us set forth." With that, she began to pack her small bag, first placing her basin inside, followed by the small puppy, while deciding to forego the large zombie dog and, regrettably, Lu Shiming as well. "Su Ruanruan, are you coming with me? The Northern Survival Zone is fraught with dangers that the southern regions do not face." As Anai Yang spoke, her voice wavered with hesitation and emotion. Their encounter had been serendipitous, and she was taken aback by Su Ruanruan's profound sense of loyalty. A pang of guilt washed over Anai Yang for her previous indifference towards Su Ruanruan. Wiping her tears, she said, "I am truly sorry, Su Ruanruan. I shall never call you foolish again." Su Ruanruan was diligently stuffing her Barbie dolls into her bundle. "Foolish. There's no need to bring these." Anai Yang playfully swatted Su Ruanruan's little head. Su Ruanruan felt utterly wronged. "How can you say one thing and do another?
Boss.
What will happen to our coal district if you leave?" Zhu Yan felt a deep reluctance. Anai Yang reassured him, "I believe in your capabilities. I will entrust the coal district to you." Zhu Yan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Though he had endured much, he was still but a youth. "Boss, I will miss you dearly. There is no banquet that does not come to an end. I trust that the coal district will thrive under your stewardship more than it would under mine." With that, Anai Yang resolutely prepared to depart when Zhu Yan grasped the hem of her clothing. Anai Yang smiled but remained silent. "Why are you dragging this out? Let us not make this harder than it needs to be." She patted Zhu Yan's shoulder heartily, saying, "Wish me safety." Zhu Yan felt the weight of her hand on his shoulder. Pressing his lips together, he wiped away his tears and bravely declared, "Boss, you will surely be safe." After speaking, Zhu Yan turned to Su Ruanruan. In that moment, his gaze softened, filled with youthful passion and intensity, so vivid and clear.
Miss Sui.
Lu Shiming leisurely turned his gaze toward Zhu Yan. Summoning all her courage, Zhu Yan thrust the egg in her hand towards her, then cast a provoking glance at Lu Shiming. Su Ruansoft immediately grasped Zhu Yan's intention. "Oh, why didn't you say so earlier?" Su Ruansoft handed the egg to Lu Shiming. She was witnessing such a grand love affair. Zhu Yan, Lu Shiming. Lu Shiming raised his hand and tossed the egg, which landed in the dog's mouth. Zhu Yan, sobbing, ran off into the distance, seemingly heartbroken by this callous man. Everyone was preparing to venture to the Northern Survival Zone to help Anai Yang find her sister, Anai Mei. On the vehicle, Xiaozhi inquired, "What does your sister look like?" Anai Yang produced a cherished photograph. After a minute of silence, Xiaozhi asked, "Is she 3 years old?" "She is 23. Anai Yang replied. It turned out to be an exceptionally historical photograph. "What is her name?" Xiaozhi further asked. "Anai Mei." Xiaozhi remarked, "Your family has quite an artistic flair for naming." Anai Yang bashfully acknowledged, "Your family is not lacking either." A tranquil silence enveloped the vehicle. Su Ruansoft expressed her belief that her own name was also exceedingly beautiful. Ruansoft is the most melodious name. Lu Shiming pinched Su Ruansoft's delicate face with one hand, seemingly captivated by the soft texture. Su Ruansoft, in a state of alarm, clutched her basin tightly. Perhaps it was her imagination, but she felt that this perverse male protagonist had taken a peculiar liking to her lately, even going so far as to sniff around her. "Are you a dog? Are you a dog? Are you a dog?" Su Ruanruan blurted out, only to immediately close her mouth. However, it was too late. Lu Shiming narrowed his eyes and suddenly broke into a gentle smile, then pinched Su Ruanruan's little face with one hand, squeezing the soft flesh of her cheeks as he ground his teeth lightly. "Whoa, I'm very smelly, not tasty at all," Su Ruanruan cried pitifully, tears streaming down her face. Woo, I am a dog, I am a dog. And what am I? Lu Shiming continued to playfully pinch her cheeks. Su Ruanruan pondered for a moment and replied, Daddy? The man's expression darkened.
Su Ruanruan nervously suggested, Mommy?
Lu Shiming suddenly broke into a radiant smile, breathtakingly beautiful, like the blossoms of spring. He tenderly wiped the tears from Su Ruanruan's face with his fingertip, then leisurely took out a box of milk from his backpack. Su Ruanruan eagerly opened her little mouth in anticipation. The man extracted a straw and placed it in his own mouth, causing the sparkle of expectation in Su Ruanruan's eyes to vanish instantly. She promptly closed her mouth, feeling a little parched from her tears. Cautiously, she leaned closer and tentatively remarked, Parents never expect their children to contribute significantly to the family. Slurp. The man took a large sip. Su Ruanruan swallowed hard and bluntly stated, I want a sip. Lu Shiming raised his hand and pointed at the box. Su Ruanruan obediently recited, Forgotten calf milk. Slurp. After finishing, the man gently patted the little puppy resting on his knee. After drinking, one forgets the calf.
Su.
Calf. Ruanruan. She found herself utterly unable to retort. Ultimately, after the humbling acknowledgement that Lu Shiming was neither her father nor her mother, but rather her beloved boyfriend, Su Ruanruan finally acquired a box of forgetting calf milk. The vehicle sped along the road, with Anayang driving while engaging in bashful conversation with Xiaoji. In a moment of excitement, they even staged an international drifting performance, accompanied by their affected, high-pitched laughter that filled the car. In the back seat, the man gazed tenderly at Su Ruanruan as she drank her milk, gently caressing her small head and leaning closer. His hand rested on her waist, his fingertip brushing against the corner of her lips, his gaze affectionate yet mischievous. Su Ruanruan trembled in shock, beginning to spit out the milk, exclaiming that it was her first experience as a girlfriend, and she lacked any prior knowledge. Lu Shiming smiled, reassuring her that it was also his inaugural experience as a boyfriend. Su Ruanruan cried out, pleading not to settle. Lu Shiming conceded, suggesting he would first seek to gain some experience. Because Anayang had left a significant portion of supplies in Lu Shiming's space before departing, they needed to continue gathering resources on their journey to the northern survival zone. The roads in the city were rife with zombies. To ensure safety, they opted for secluded rural paths. Anayang recalled a large rural supermarket nearby. Having made that decision, Anayang and Xiaoji took turns driving, heading towards the quiet countryside while searching for the supermarket. The vehicle traveled for a day and a night, encountering only a handful of zombies along the way, all of which Anayang dispatched with his electric powers. Anayang's abilities have grown increasingly formidable, truly befitting a protagonist. After dispatching the zombies, Anayang shyly glanced at Xiaoji, who sat beside her, only to catch sight of an indistinct object in the rearview mirror. Su Ruanruan, what are you doing? She inquired. Su Ruanruan replied softly, This is a lightning rod. Would you like one as well? She plucked a rod from her own head and offered it to Anayang. With gritted teeth, Anayang declined, No, thank you. No need to thank me.
Su Ruanruan politely responded.
Meanwhile, Lu Shiming gently removed the lightning rods from Su Ruanruan's head, cautioning her, Do not insert embroidery needles into your scalp. Be careful not to injure your brain. Afterward, he tenderly smoothed her beautiful long hair with his fingers. Then, with deliberate care, he took a small white hair tie from his wrist and expertly fashioned it into a ponytail. Su Ruanruan expressed her discomfort. It feels a bit tight. She sensed her face was slightly strained, and her eyes seemed distorted, as if destiny had gripped her scalp. Tighter makes it less likely to fall out, he assured.
Oh,
I see. They chose a large shopping mall as their destination. Anayang, Xiaoji, and Xiao Baobao formed one group, while Su Ruanruan, Lu Shiming, and their two dogs comprised another, setting off to explore separately. There shouldn't be any danger here. The ability-enhanced dogs will protect you, Anayang reassured them. Anayang still believes that the zombie dog is a mutated creature with extraordinary abilities. After speaking, she glanced at Su Ruanruan and Lu Shiming. One was a naive and sweet girl, and the other a useless fellow. Aside from their pleasing appearance, they were utterly unremarkable and devoid of any talent. The two of them huddled together, rendering themselves exasperatingly ineffective, hardly better than a mere dog.
Call me if you need anything.
Despite her thoughts, Yang exhibited an extraordinary amount of patience and compassion, fretting over them like a concerned mother. After all, these two burdens were her own choice to accompany her. With that thought, Yang radiated a magnificent maternal glow.
Oh.
The two burdens walked hand in hand, obediently. Yang bashfully suggested to Xiaoji that they should also depart. Finally, she had managed to send those two distractions away. Su Ruanruan, holding Lu Ximing's hand, found herself in an area adorned with flowers. She tilted her head, her expression vacant as she questioned, "Did we come to the wrong place?" "No," he replied. This a bit inappropriate for children?" Su Ruanruan pointed at the sign above featuring suggestive phrases and a specialty shop for adult toys, expressing her innocence. "You're 19. It's time to grow up." The man gently patted her head, then swiftly grabbed the back of her collar, pulling her inside. Su Ruanruan protested, claiming she needed a bit more time. Lu Ximing countered, "Tomorrow is but another day, and there are countless tomorrows ahead. We should strive starting now." Su Ruanruan burst into tears. The shop was remarkably well preserved, for such items are neither nourishing nor warming, and thus are often neglected. Amidst the celestial realm of learning, Su Ruansoft found herself entranced, her eyes wide and her cheeks flushed, trembling with exhilaration. She was but a child. With a pitiful whimper, she crouched on the ground, tugging at Lu Ximing, who was busily stuffing trinkets into the void. Aren't you a germaphobe? Is it true that a careless kiss could lead to nausea, dizziness, and fainting?" Lu Ximing, perusing an ancient literary textbook, responded with an air of nonchalance. "Ruansoft, it's quite all right." "Oh, but it is not all right for me," she lamented. "I, too, have a penchant for cleanliness, exceedingly so." As she watched Lu Ximing nearly emptying the store, Su Ruansoft felt compelled to contribute. "Let us take this," she exclaimed, pointing at an item on the shelf. "This?" Lu Ximing's expression shifted to one of amusement as he regarded the object she had chosen.
Su Ruansoft nadid vigorously.
"Look at this hair tie. It is exquisite and lovely. Though it is merely a slender thread, its elasticity is remarkable and it won't break no matter how much it is pulled. Surely, this is preferable to those bizarre items. Tomorrow," she would ask Lu Ximing to fasten it in her little bun. "Oh." Lu Ximing suddenly smiled enigmatically, his hand casually sweeping a handful into the void. With her head down, Su Ruansoft contemplated bringing a green one for Yang. That would be pretty. Meanwhile, after their relentless scavenging, Yang and Xiaoji had also gathered a substantial amount of supplies. It was evident that this supermarket had previously been ransacked. Although the remaining items were few, they would suffice for several meals for the group. They sought a secluded spot to prepare their meal. Su Ruanruan discreetly retrieved a hair tie from her pocket and handed it to Yang, saying, "Here, for you." Yang raised her hand to accept it, only to have her nonchalant demeanor abruptly shift to a deep crimson upon realizing what it was. The contrast of her flushed cheeks was striking. In a flurry of anxiety, she glanced toward Xiaoji, then hastily shoved the item back into her pocket, glaring at Su Ruanruan with gritted teeth as she whispered, "You fool. Don't you dislike green? I have yellow too. Would you prefer red? This hair tie is of excellent quality. It won't break no matter how much you pull." Su Ruanruan found her mouth covered by Yang. Leaning in closer, Yang hissed, "This is, for heaven's sake, lingerie. Are you blind?" She enunciated each word clearly, causing even the innocent Yang to feel a flush of embarrassment. What kind of child plays with such things? "I'll dispose of it for you." With that, Yang emptied Su Ruanruan's pocket, stowing the item away in her own. Su Ruanruan exclaimed, "Kak, I saw everything. You better hide it well." Suddenly, she recalled the colorful array in Lu Ximing's face and his peculiar grin, her face paling in horror. That was not her intention. She truly believed it was a hair tie. Who has undergarments with just a single thread? Woe is me. Feeling wronged, Su Ruanruan squatted in a corner, drawing circles. Meanwhile, Xiaoji began to unpack a box of instant noodles that he had just scavenged. "Is it alright to eat instant noodles?" Yang concealed the hair tie and immediately turned around, stifling a laugh as she said, "Oh, how delightful." She then shyly approached, first offering a spicy chicken foot to Xiao Bao Bao, followed by pouring dog food for the little puppy and finally presenting a sausage to the zombie dog. Only then did she retrieve a pot and 10 packets of instant noodles. Are we really cooking so much? Xiao Ji assisted Anai in preparing bowls and chopsticks. Anai bashfully remarked, "You two gentlemen should eat more." Su Ruanruan interjected, "Anai alone intends to consume 5 packets of noodles."
Niang retorted.
Would you kindly be silent? Xiao Ji chuckled. Now is precisely the time to build up our strength. Let us cook a few more packets. Touched by the thoughtful men behind her, Anai felt a surge of gratitude, momentarily forgetting to reprimand that little rascal, Su Ruanruan. Gurgle, gurgle. The water boiled, and Anai lifted the lid of the large pot, adding the noodles inside. 2 interminable seconds passed, and Su Ruanruan tentatively extended her small paw. It must be done by now. I shall begin. Not so fast. A hand covered Su Ruanruan's tiny paw, moving it aside. The air was filled with the enticing aroma of the noodles. Another long second elapsed before Su Ruanruan, unable to contain herself, reached out again. Apologies for the wait. My dear, it's not ready yet.
Lu Ximing cachó el handid Su Ruanruan a per.
Have this to tide you over. Su Ruanruan gazed at the small, plump, and juicy pear, eagerly trying to stuff it into her mouth, only to be stopped by Lu Shiming, who said, "Let me peel it for you first." The man held a plow in one hand and an axe in the other? Wait, no, he had quite a skill in peeling, didn't he?
But still, was it clean?
The mere thought of the bizarre things that axe had severed made Su Ruanruan lose her appetite for even the juiciest pear. Lu Shiming, having peeled a pear, suddenly seemed to recall something and tossed it to the nearby zombie dog. Su Ruanruan finally felt a sense of relief. The man's fair hand cradled the small pear as he leisurely rotated it in his grasp. The fruit knife he wielded was sharp and deft, leaving the pear's skin intact without waste, all of it finding its way into the little dog's mouth. Su Ruanruan gently patted the puppy's head, assuring it that as long as she enjoyed the pear, there would always be a day for it to nibble on the skin. Lu Shiming extended the peeled pear towards Su Ruanruan, who eagerly devoured it in one bite. Oh, the sweetness was overwhelming, utterly delightful. The aroma of instant noodles filled the air, and the surroundings seemed to hush. Everyone sensed something awry, yet nothing seemed amiss. Perhaps just the absence of an impatient paw and that sweet, incessant noise. At last, the noodles were ready, and Anai called everyone to partake. However, Su Ruanruan, the first to charge, timidly hid in a corner, her back turned to the others, humming softly, lost in her own world. Su Ruanruan, are you eating noodles? What are you doing?
Come here.
Lu Shiming slightly tilted his head, sensing something was off. He rose and approached her, gently lifting her chin. The young girl's eyes were red from tears, and she pointed at the pear in her mouth, sniffling. Though the pear was small, Su Ruanruan's mouth was equally petite. The pear resembled a light bulb, and in her eagerness, she promptly placed the tiny fruit into her mouth, only to find it lodged there. Su Ruanruan tugged desperately at Lu Shiming's arm, unable to extract the pear, unable to chew it, and unable to swallow it, leaving the little girl quite choked. Her cheeks puffed out like a small frog. Lu Shiming, with an impassive expression, fashioned a makeshift bib for her. Su Ruanruan felt aggrieved. Suddenly, Anai was the first to burst into laughter, doubling over as if to summon the zombie dog. Xiao Ji also turned away, stifling his chuckles. The zombie dog and a little puppy circled around Su Ruanruan energetically. Xiao Baobao glanced at Su Ruanruan, then at the spicy chicken feet in his hand, before stuffing the entire thing into his mouth and chewing it vigorously. Su Ruanruan, feeling intensely scorned, sought refuge in Lu Shiming's embrace. The man gently grasped her chin, his face alight with a smile as he scrutinized her, then reached in to grasp the stem of the pear and removed it. He produced a spoon and, with a tentative approach, said, "Hold still, let me scoop it out for you." Su Ruanruan was moved to tears. True affection exists in this world, and genuine love abounds, filling the world with positivity. Exhausted, she thought, "I'll do it myself." The man handed her the spoon. Su Ruanruan sighed, "If heaven has feelings, it too will grow old. The true path of humanity is one of vicissitudes." With her bib on, Su Ruanruan, bearing the weight of her experiences, began to poke the spoon into her own mouth. Afterward, she ran off to indulge in some instant noodles. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, drawing everyone's attention towards Su Ruanruan. Su Ruanruan desperately sought to clear her name, exclaiming, "It is not me. I did not do it." Suddenly, from the corner, emerged a disheveled woman, her appearance suggesting she was in her 30s, clad in a down jacket with the price tag still attached, unmistakably pilfered from a store. Xiao Ji glanced at Anai Yang, who raised an eyebrow and replied, "Go ahead and eat." Thank you, thank you." The woman crawled over, her hands filthy, and seized a portion of instant noodles, stuffing it into her mouth. Xiaoji awkwardly retracted the bowl and chopsticks he had prepared for her. Fortunately, they had already finished their meal, and this pot of noodles was now hers. After devouring the noodles, she licked her fingers and began to recount her circumstances. "My surname is Fan, and my name is Fan Mai, with my meaning wheat." Fan Mai was a rural woman, aged 30. After enduring numerous trials, she had managed to hide in this remote shopping mall. And now, against all odds, she found herself here. "Since you are headed that way, could you possibly take me along?" Upon hearing that Anai Yang and his companions were bound for a location that would pass through her village, Fan Mai immediately implored, "I just want to see my son." "Oh, my poor child, so very young." Her cries were heart-wrenching, nearly leading her to a fit of sobs. Anai Yang frowned and cautioned, "Keep your voice down. It may attract the zombies. After all this time in the apocalypse, you should know better." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Fan Mai clammed her mouth shut, casting a glance at Anai Yang, then at Xiaoji, and finally at Su Ruanruan and Lu Shiming, who were seated together. The young girl was pale and delicate, astonishingly beautiful, a rarity even before the apocalypse. The man, too, was strikingly handsome. Even a simple down jacket on him appeared as if he were adorned in sumptuous silk. Fan Mai gazed in awe, first praising Su Ruanruan, "You are truly exquisite." "At last, someone is captivated by my beauty." Su Ruanruan blushed and hid her face. Fan Mai then shifted her gaze to Lu Shiming, her cheeks suddenly flushed, her desire for youthful allure unmistakable. However, as she continued to gaze, her complexion abruptly turned ashen. She staggered and fell to the ground, opening her mouth but unable to utter a word.
Huh?
Lu Shiming leisurely used a baby wipe to clean the grease from Su Ruanruan's mouth, casting a glance toward Fan Mai. Fan Mai's eyes widened in a daze. As if enchanted, she spoke, "I saw a realm of darkness, the city of the abyss. No, there is light, a beam of light." Just as she uttered the word light, Su Ruanruan peeked out with her little head. "Is it green? How terrifying. How terrifying that such a dreadful place exists in this world." "Very well, you may accompany us," Anai Yang said, casting an odd glance at Lu Shiming and then at Fan Mai, seemingly deeming her a harmless woman. Yet, Fan Mai appeared pale, stuttering, I think I should not." "Are you mocking me?" Anai Yang waved his hand, causing Fan Mai to immediately shut her mouth, retreating discreetly toward Xiaoji. Though Fan Mai claimed to have borne a child and appeared to be of a certain age, she still exuded an undeniable charm. Anai Yang, upon observing Fan Mai, felt as though she might inadvertently press herself into Xiaoji's embrace, which incited her anger. With a sudden surge, she forcefully maneuvered towards Fan Mai and deftly tossed her towards Su Ruanruan and Lu Shiming. As Fan Mai barely brushed against Lu Shiming's sleeve, she froze, nearly collapsing. Su Ruanruan discreetly conferred with Lu Shiming, questioning Fan Mai's sanity. Lu Shiming, with an indifferent glance at Fan Mai, remarked, "In this apocalyptic world, who pays heed to the mentally unhinged?" Su Ruanruan wholeheartedly agreed, deeming Lu Shiming exceedingly astute, believing he surpassed her intellect by only a fraction. "Do you know the way?" Anai Yang inquired, steering the vehicle while addressing Fan Mai, who sat in the passenger seat. With trepidation, Fan Mai nodded affirmatively, instructing, "Turn left at the upcoming intersection. Then proceed straight along that road." After speaking, she cast a glance towards the back seat. Su Ruanruan had tilted her head, resting against Lu Shiming's shoulder, soundly asleep. The man gently cradled her small head with one hand while the other caressed a somewhat worn backpack in his lap. His expression remained impassive, his gaze deep and contemplative. The fragmented winter sunlight cascaded upon his pale, almost translucent face, rendering him akin to a breathless, lifeless statue. Fan Mai felt an increasing sense of dread, trembling incessantly. "What is the name of that village?" Suddenly, Lu Shiming spoke, his fingertips entwined in Su Ruanruan's delicate, silky hair. His voice was calm, his brow lowered, dark locks cascading, obscuring his expression. It is called Fan Mu Village. Fan Mai trembled so violently that she nearly bit her tongue. Fan Mu Village? And Ai Yang turned a corner, finding the name of this village rather peculiar. Fan Mai's complexion was ashen, and he said nothing. The vehicle sped along, swiftly arriving at the Fan Mu village that Fan Mai had mentioned. At the entrance of the village, several men armed with hammers and shovels stood guard. Upon noticing the vehicle come to a halt, they immediately cast wary glances in its direction. Fan Mai hesitated, slowly making his way to open the car door. Sitting in the back, cradling Xiao Baobao, Xiaoji suddenly spoke up. Given the late hour, might we request a place to stay for the night? And Ai Yang raised an eyebrow, drew his firearm, and casually tossed 3 bags of instant noodles out of the window, calling out, a place to stay. The men, upon receiving the noodles, brightened at the sight, exchanged glances, and then moved aside the massive log that blocked the village entrance. The vehicle proceeded into the village. Fan Mai became increasingly restless. This is my home, he indicated a small building. The structure appeared somewhat aged, yet amidst the rustic charm of the village, it exuded an air of luxury. Its exterior was adorned with lovely pink and white tiles, encircled by iron railings, within which several men were engaged in a card game. A small boy, dressed in tattered summer clothes and wearing a pair of worn slippers, squatted before the chicken coop, his limbs bruised from the cold, feeding the chickens. Upon spotting Fan Mai, he dashed over, exclaiming, "Mom!" Fan Mai embraced the child, her eyes immediately welling with tears. She vigorously rubbed the boy's face and then hesitated, glancing towards Ai Yang and the others. Lu Shiming leaned against the car window, his long, fair fingers gently tapping, his brow slightly furrowed, seemingly a touch restless. He turned his head slightly to gaze at the still sleeping Su Ruanruan, who curled up beside him like a ball. The ponytail she had tied swished against his neck, tickling him mildly. Outside the car, the wind howled tumultuously. Lu Shiming buried his face into the crook of Su Ruanruan's neck and embraced her tightly. Su Ruanruan, groggily awakening, instinctively patted the dark head nestled against her neck. "Good dog," she mumbled, only to realize afterward that it was none other than the male protagonist with peculiar tendencies. Her expression shifted to one of shock, and she promptly rolled off the car. Turning around, she found the man standing behind her. Lu Shiming silently fixed his gaze on the house, as if something was stirring within his eyes. A few men in the yard had already risen to their feet. Fan Mai, visibly tense, introduced them. "I am your brother-in-law, and this is my second brother-in-law, and this is your 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th brothers-in-law." Su Ruanruan picked up from where Fan Mai left off, who nodded awkwardly. The 10 brothers-in-law, varying in height and build, resembled a range of peaks when viewed from different angles. Su Ruanruan mused that this must be a product of advanced genetic mutation. Each brother bore trendy tattoos, though their thick clothing obscured most of them, revealing only glimpses. She thought to herself that this was indeed a fashionable village. The 10 brothers-in-law, smoking their social cigarettes, cast wary glances at the guns on Ai Yang and Xiaoji, though they refrained from voicing their concerns. I will arrange your accommodations," she stammered. Fan Mai led everyone inside. The gazes of the 10 uncles fixated on Su Ruanruan, as if they were attempting to see right through her. Su Ruanruan felt that these individuals were exceedingly warm and hospitable, truly embodying the charming innocence of rural folk. With a beaming smile, she waved at them, greeting comrades. "Good day, and thank you for your hard work." The avarice etched on the faces of the comrades intensified. Fan Mai guided Ai Yang and the others to the entrance of a room, stating, "You'll be staying here." As he pushed open the door, it revealed a restroom. Fan Mai remarked, "It seems you are not very familiar with this house." And Ai Yang crossed his arms and replied, It's been 2 or 3 years. Your son has quite the keen eye, recognizing you from such a distance," Fan Mai responded, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He has always been bright since childhood. Su Ruanruan glanced at Fan Mai's son, who was currently engaged in a fierce competition with Xiao Baobao over spicy chicken feet, wailing loudly after receiving a beating from Xiao Baobao. Suddenly, a creaking sound echoed from the other side. Su Ruanruan looked up to see Lu Shiming leisurely ascending the side staircase. The wooden staircase appeared somewhat antiquated, accompanied by a small window beside it. Fragmented rays of sunlight filtered through, enveloping the man's figure, which, despite being illuminated, lacked any warmth. As if he had merged into the shadows. Su Ruanruan sensed that since entering this house, Lu Shiming had grown exceptionally taciturn. Enveloped in a silence reminiscent of death, a silence that tugged at the heartstrings. His gaze was profoundly dark and heavy. Without apparent contemplation, he found a room on the second floor. Su Ruanruan peeked after him, her small head emerging slightly. The room was constricted and diminutive, aside from a single bed. 1 meter wide, it contained only a massive, antiquated wardrobe, dust-laden and seemingly untouched for an eternity. "Let us settle here," Lu Shiming suddenly declared. Turning to gaze at Su Ruanruan, his eyes deep and enigmatic, hinting at concealed emotions. Su Ruanruan blinked her large eyes in surprise. A sudden smile graced Lu Shiming's lips. Though his gaze carried a chill, his hand rested lightly on the delicate nape of Su Ruanruan's neck, gently, playfully caressing. "Are you cold?" The unexpected tenderness left her bewildered. "Come sleep with me tonight," he murmured, leaning closer, his thin lips parting softly, warm breath cascading over her small ear, akin to a gentle stream penetrating her senses. "Can you promise not to bring out your little toys and hide under the covers with her?" Terrified, Su Ruanruan instinctively recoiled, a double chin emerging in her fright. Lu Shiming seized that very chin, his fingertips delicately exploring it, as if appraising the quality of pork. He tilted his head slightly, standing tall, significantly towering over Su Ruanruan. In that moment, she had to raise her gaze considerably to meet his nostrils. "How is it that you always look down on people with your nostrils?" Su Ruanruan's silence tacitly acquiesced to his words. In her fearful gaze, Lu Shiming appeared to be in high spirits as he began to tidy the room, even placing Su Ruanruan's cherished Barbie doll on the bedside. Observing the doll, now missing its head and limbs, Su Ruanruan felt an involuntary shiver run through her. Thus, they settled into their new abode. The weather grew increasingly frigid. Su Ruanruan nestled within her quilt, instinctively reaching out towards the large stove beside her, only to discover an expanse of empty sheets. She rolled over, enveloped in her blanket, and inadvertently tumbled to the floor with a thud, jolting her awake. Blinking in a daze, she gazed at the cold moonlight streaming through the window. Following the twinkling stars, she squinted and glanced down at her bed. Where is Lu Shiming?" Dragging her quilt, Su Ruanruan stood up and circled the room, ultimately noticing the ajar wardrobe. A dense, musty odor wafted from within. Cautiously, she approached and extended a small finger, gently prodding it. Creak. The wardrobe door swung open, revealing a man curled up inside. He wore only a thin garment, his disheveled black hair cascading over his face, leaning against the wardrobe with his bare feet tucked beneath him. Eyes closed, he breathed steadily, adopting a defensive pose reminiscent of a child. Sensing her presence, Lu Shiming abruptly opened his eyes. The young girl tilted her head, her face illuminated by the moonlight. Pure and strikingly beautiful. For a fleeting moment, confusion flickered in his gaze, but he quickly regained his composure. He extended his hand towards Su Ruanruan. "Come here," he beckoned. Su Ruanruan hesitated, then cautiously crawled over, whispering, "You won't do anything strange, will you?" "What constitutes something strange?" the man retorted. After pondering for a moment, Su Ruanruan replied, like this. She inserted her little finger into a small round hole on the wardrobe door. "Do not poke." Lu Shiming had yet to finish his words when that delicate, fair hand had already ventured forth. Su Ruanruan playfully beckoned with her little finger, only to suddenly exclaim in fright, "It's stuck. I can't pull it out." Lu Shiming maintained an air of calmness, as if he had anticipated this outcome. "Let us apply some oil." The man produced oil and applied it to Su Ruanruan. "It won't come out."
What sort of oil is this?
"It's utterly ineffective. Woe is me." Su Ruanruan glanced down in dismay. "It's specialty lubricant." Su Ruanruan replied. "Could we be a tad more professional? If the fireman were as unprofessional as you, he would have long since lost his job." Lu Shiming leisurely twisted Su Ruanruan's wrist.
"Ah,
"My hand is broken. My hand is broken." Su Ruanruan began to wail desperately. In the next room, an Yang heard the commotion and rushed in. "What is happening?"
huh?
Su Ruanruan sobbed, her delicate fingers starting to swell. What were you poking that hole for? And Aiyong shouted in anger.
I
just wanted to poke at the hole when I saw it. Su Ruanruan defended herself, feeling quite wronged. Don't you want to poke it as well? And Aiyong replied, I certainly do not. Lu Shiming stood up, emerged from the wardrobe, and retrieved his axe. There is no other choice. It must be chopped off. Su Ruanruan's face turned ashen, and her cries grew more pitiful.
don't chop, wah.
And Aiyong's expression also shifted. This might not be a good idea? Su Ruanruan believed that there might still be a chance for salvation. Yet Lu Shiming resolutely insisted that it was better to sever ties for good, to eliminate any future troubles. Su Ruanruan retorted, so you truly despise me, considering me a potential threat. The man, wielding a gleaming axe that shimmered under the pale moonlight, suddenly directed it towards Su Ruanruan's delicate fingers. A loud crash echoed as the wardrobe door was cleaved in two, creating an opening just wide enough for escape. Saved at last, she dashed into Lu Shiming's embrace, exclaiming,
So you do still love me?
Lu Shiming, regretfully caressing his little axe, remarked, I missed. Su Ruanruan quipped, Then what exactly were you aiming to sever? Am I doomed to a fate of being chopped into 18 pieces? In a fit of indignation, she declared her intention to leap from the window, only to have the biting cold air extinguish that thought. It's too cold. Perhaps I shall wait until it warms up before I jump. Suddenly, an Aiyong appeared before the wardrobe, pointing at the damaged vase that Lu Shiming had inadvertently broken along with the door. He then reached out and knocked, exclaiming, It seems there's an empty space beneath this. An Aiyong crouched down, prying open the bottom of the wardrobe with his bare hands, revealing a small pit underneath. Curiosity piqued. He exclaimed in wonder. It was evident that someone had forcefully pried up the wooden floorboards and excavated a small hole. In the ethereal moonlight, there lay a desiccated white flower concealed within the pit. An Aiyong retrieved it, holding it up to his eyes, his expression one of perplexity. A withered little white flower, evidently aged, appears to have been unearthed from beneath the wardrobe, likely preserved as a dried flower. Could it have been a mischievous prank played by the previous owner's child? Just as An Aiyong pondered this, Lu Shiming approached, taking the fragile bloom from An Aiyong's grasp. With an impassive expression, he gently rotated it between his fingers before turning his gaze towards Su Ruanruan. The young girl stood beneath the moonlight, the delicate flower positioned before Lu Shiming. Its petals overlapped, subtly obscuring half of Su Ruanruan's face. Her eyes, pure and clear as water, sparkled with an innocence that surpassed even that of the little white flower. Lu Shiming's lips pressed together slightly, and his hand holding the flower lowered ever so slightly. Though the flower had dried and lost its former soft, creamy texture, its initial purity remained discernible. Lu Shiming seemed to still catch a whiff of its fragrance, a sweet, decadent aroma that lingered in the room, refusing to dissipate. Su Ruanruan. The man suddenly called out her name. She tilted her head, a look of bewilderment on her face. His eyes darkened, and with a flick of his fingers, the little white flower was crushed into tiny fragments. For some inexplicable reason, as Su Ruanruan watched the remnants of the flower flutter in the breeze, she felt as though she were witnessing her own ashes dancing in the wind. She could distinctly sense that the man was growing angry. Lu Shiming withdrew a handkerchief to wipe his hands before directly turning to the bed. Observing this, An Aiyong deemed it unwise to linger further, advising Su Ruanruan to behave before taking his leave. As Su Ruanruan pouted her small lips and snugly tucked herself under her little blanket, preparing to burrow into the warmth of Lu Shiming, her grand furnace of comfort, she was abruptly startled to find that her furnace had transformed into a vast ice cellar. Little brother, what on earth is happening? Su Ruanruan bit her blanket, forced to rely on her own resilience as she shivered, and eventually fell asleep. Outside the window, snowflakes began to drift down like feathers, enveloping the world in tranquil silence. The man, who had been lying beside her, suddenly opened his eyes. He turned his gaze towards Su Ruanruan, nestled beside him. Lu Shiming extended his hand, his pale fingers resembling delicate jade, gently resting on her forehead. The young girl, curled up in deep slumber, furrowed her brow at the touch. In her dreams, she seemed to hear someone weeping. Drowsily, she opened her eyes and sat up in bed. The once cozy little bed was now devoid of Lu Shiming's presence. Panic rising within her, Su Ruanruan scanned her surroundings, peering under the bed, yet finding nothing. She pressed her face against the window, straining to see outside. The sounds of cicadas and frogs filled the air, accompanied by a gentle breeze. A beautiful full moon hung amidst the branches, its silhouette dancing with the shadows of the trees. Confused, Su Ruanruan pondered. Isn't it winter? Why are there cicadas and frogs? A careful sniff revealed a hint of floral fragrance. Yet Lu Shiming was still nowhere to be found. Given that the small room lacked an attached bathroom, Su Ruanruan decided against searching the toilet. The intermittent cries, reminiscent of a faint kitten's mewing, grew increasingly pronounced in the stillness of the room. Instinctively, tilting her head, she turned toward the source of the sound. It emerged from a wardrobe, ancient and imposing. Su Ruanruan threw off her blanket and stepped down from the bed, her bare feet meeting the cool floor. The aged wooden floor creaked with a sound reminiscent of an antiquated sewing machine, producing a rhythmic clatter. From within the wardrobe, a faint and delicate whimper echoed, akin to that of a pitiable kitten. Su Ruanruan, trembling with trepidation, approached cautiously, her gaze fixating on a hole in the wardrobe. She instinctively covered her finger, pondering, isn't this wardrobe supposed to have been destroyed by Lu Shiming? After a moment of contemplation, she tilted her head and resolutely pushed open the wardrobe door. Inside, a young boy crouched, clad in a thin summer shirt that revealed his pale, bruised skin. The sudden eruption of a man's furious shouts and the shattering of a bottle outside the door jolted her. Su Ruanruan observed the boy flinch, his sobs intensifying with fear. Without thinking, she stepped closer, extending her slender arm to embrace him gently, only to realize she could not reach him. Her hand passed through his form as though he were mere mist, leaving nothing to grasp. The relentless pounding on the door, accompanied by the man's furious tirade, resonated like thunder on a stormy day. The boy, huddled tightly within the spacious wardrobe, appeared exceedingly fragile in the vast emptiness surrounding him. Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. Su Ruanruan murmured, stroking the soft head nestled against her chest. Just as she spoke, she felt an odd sensation in her hands. Why does this head feel a bit too large? Opening her eyes, she was momentarily blinded by the cold winter sun. Turning her head, she discovered that the head she had been cradling belonged to Lu Shiming. She stared at his face for what felt like an eternity before leaning closer and whispering, "Have you been secretly hiding under the covers, crying? Otherwise, how could I have dreamt of someone weeping?" In this room, only she and Lu Shiming remained. It was either her tears or his. Su Ruanruan believed her deduction to be flawless. The man, who had been nestled against her neck, slowly fluttered his delicate eyelashes, akin to butterfly wings unfurling, revealing those enchanting peach blossom eyes, rumored to be both heartless and captivating. Su Ruanruan immediately sealed her lips, innocent and bewildered. The man leisurely extended his hand, gently pinching her cherubic face. "Oh, dear, I am crying, I am crying," Su Ruanruan quickly confessed, feeling guilty. "Is he endowed with acute hearing? Oh, please stop pinching, my chubby face hurts. What are you crying for?" The man, just awakened, spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. Yet it did not diminish his exquisite beauty. His dark hair fell softly, obscuring his brows and eyes, rendering him unexpectedly gentle. However, his gaze upon Su Ruanruan was imbued with an indescribable thrill. "I fear that you not only wish to nuzzle my neck, but also harbor ulterior motives." To protect her lovely visage, Su Ruanruan cradled her reddened face, whimpering as she twirled in Lu Shiming's embrace. The man stiffened slightly before pushing her and the blanket aside. Just then, an Ai Yang, who had opened the door, caught sight of the two indistinct figures entangled together, nearly causing her to tear her eyes away in shock. With a resounding bang, the door was shut again. It was not that an Ai Yang was reluctant to knock. Rather, the lock was inherently faulty. She had merely nudged it lightly for it to swing open. "Time for breakfast," she called through the door, and, feeling aggrieved after being abruptly bombarded with dog food early in the morning, an Ai Yang stormed down the stairs in a huff. In the room, upon hearing it was time for breakfast, Su Ruanruan immediately rolled out of her beautiful bed. "Breakfast is ready." After diligently brushing her teeth and washing her face, she sat at the table, innocently using Lu Shiming's baby cream. Today, she expressed a desire to style her hair into a flower bud hairstyle, which would resemble two little blossoms atop her head. Lu Shiming pondered for a moment and lazily inserted two rather cheap plastic flowers into her hair, one red and the other green, garishly vibrant yet utterly unbefitting her elegance. She desired a flower bud hairstyle, not a head adorned with flowers. This man was becoming increasingly negligent in his duties. Thus, Su Ruanruan had no choice but to style her hair herself. With a large and a small flower bud that seemed to clash, she glanced outside at the gloomy sky and discreetly tucked a few lightning rods into the flower buds. Meanwhile, an Yang unexpectedly encountered Xiao Ji on the staircase. Unfazed by the cold, Xiao Ji wore minimal clothing. His robust and sturdy physique contrasted greatly with Lu Shiming's delicate demeanor. Yet, the way he tenderly cared for Xiao Baobao exuded warmth and thoughtfulness. The tough man's gentleness was indeed remarkable. And Yang blushed as she cupped her cheeks, feeling quite pleased with her discerning eye. Then she noticed Xiao Baobao nibbling on spicy chicken feet, and for some inexplicable reason, her thoughts drifted to Su Ruanruan. Wait a moment. Do all men prefer the sweet and simple type? And Yang suddenly sensed a crisis. She pondered whether to mar the beauty of the innocent girl, which posed a dilemma. Or perhaps it would be easier just to eliminate her altogether. At that moment, Su Ruanruan merrily dashed down to have breakfast. And Yang, with an impassive expression, watched as Su Ruanruan enthusiastically appeared behind her. What do you need a bucket for?
Time to eat.
And Yang remarked, do men truly fancy such styles? Isn't one Lu Shiming enough? Finally, the meal was served. Fan my personally prepared breakfast, featuring steaming buns and dumplings that were no longer available elsewhere. And Yang interjected, no need. We have brought our own food. Su Ruanruan gazed longingly at the warm buns and dumplings, her face reflecting her desire. You're going to end up with a dumpling face if you keep eating, and Yang admonished, exasperated, asserting that her little dumpling face was just a tiny bit. Following this, she looked expectantly at Lu Shiming. In such moments, men typically express their gentlemanly demeanor by showering her with compliments, proclaiming things like our Ruanruan is the most beautiful, or our Ruanruan has the smallest face, or no matter how much she eats, she will never gain weight. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. However, Lu Shiming merely cast a fleeting glance at her with his enchanting peach blossom eyes before returning to his dry, unnutritious bread. Su Ruanruan exclaimed in disbelief. You no longer love me. I warn you, you will lose me. She knocked on the table in despair. Her brother-in-law, Zui Qinglong, chimed in, Miss Su. What do you usually enjoy doing? She truly was disciplined yet demanding. The brother-in-law responded. Ruanruan, drink some water. Suddenly, Lu Shiming reached out and turned Su Ruanruan's little face towards him, offering her a bottle of water. With one hand occupied with dry bread and the other still holding dry bread, Su Ruanruan claimed she was too busy. Nevertheless, Lu Shiming pinched her small mouth and forcefully fed her a bite, and Yang immediately asserted that women should drink more water. Her gaze swept across the table and fell upon a jar of Lao Gan Ma. With a cheerful smile, she picked up the jar, glanced at Su Ruanruan and Lu Shiming, then at Xiao Ji, and with a feigned flirtation, tossed her hair. Oh, dear, this Lao Gan Ma. With a click, the jar obediently opened. And Yang thought to herself, her strength isn't that considerable after all. The quality of such items has truly declined since the apocalypse. After everyone joyfully finished their breakfast, her brother-in-law suddenly spoke up. We have a shower here, equipped with a small generator and a water tank for bathing. Su Ruanruan remarked that she was fragrant and did not require a shower daily. However, the fastidious Lu Shiming insisted that she must not set foot on his bed unless she bathed that evening. Reluctantly, Su Ruanruan acquiesced, and at that moment, the eyes of the 10 brothers-in-law gleamed with interest. Xiao Ji wore a look that suggested he was on the verge of speaking, yet held his tongue.
Niang,
oblivious to the world outside, vigorously dug into the Lao Gan Ma. After breakfast, everyone queued up to take a shower.
Su Ruanruan dawdled, lingering beneath Lu Shiming's watchful gaze,
and inadvertently wandered to the edge of the bathroom. What are you all doing? She asked, tilting her head, her petite voice soft and melodious like freshly melted snowflakes on a winter's day. Her brother-in-law, peering out the window, whispered nervously, Shh. The second brother-in-law, also staring out the window, added anxiously, "The hot water is on." The third brother-in-law continued the tension. "They are undressing." Su Ruanruan made every effort to squeeze her little head in, but alas, her short stature rendered her unable to see anything despite her utmost exertion. Nevertheless, she was visibly tense, her small face taut with anxiety. Suddenly, a chorus of voices rang out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, as her uncles directed their gaze towards Su Ruanruan, who stood at the outermost edge. "What are you doing here?" Confused, Su Ruanruan could only respond with a baffled expression. One of her uncles inquired, "Who are those people inside?" Again, Su Ruanruan was at a loss for words. Just then, with a soft thud, the small window of the bathroom swung open, revealing Xiao Zhi's large head peeking out. "Is there something you need?" Xiao Zhi was a man of formidable strength, but the fatigue of recent days had left his face adorned with stubble. Amidst the rising steam, a faint blush appeared on his cheeks, reminiscent of a pink kiwi. The 10 uncles, caught off guard, wept in the wind and fled in disarray. Su Ruanruan remained perplexed. At that moment, an Ayang emerged from around the corner, cautioning her. "Keep your distance from these people."
Why?
She asked. "They all seem so friendly and approachable. Those burly arms could easily snap your little neck. Can't you see the obvious trap here?" An Ayang questioned, then suddenly lowered his gaze, meeting Su Ruanruan's large, misty eyes. It dawned on him that he had overestimated her understanding of such intricate social dynamics. "Have you ever heard of a woman having 10 uncles? Is that even possible?" Su Ruanruan pondered aloud, then, in a hushed tone, exclaimed, "Could it be that Fan Mai is actually a transgender person?" And Ai Yang was left speechless. From the bathroom, the sound of running water echoed, and Su Ruanruan distinctly noticed the involuntary swallow in Ai Yang's throat. "Simple-minded one, look at the ground." Su Ruanruan lowered her gaze and, to her delight, spotted a lollipop standing upright at the base of the wall. She joyfully squatted down to retrieve it, only to be suddenly pained by a sharp pressure on her shoulder. Ai Yang had stepped on her, his posture akin to a dog squatting in the snow. After much effort, she finally struggled free from the snow and looked up to see Ai Yang perched at the bathroom window. Picking up the lollipop from the snow, she unwrapped the colorful candy and popped it into her mouth, tilting her head back despite the large footprint on her shoulder. "Ai Yang, what are you doing?" she exclaimed. "Shut up, you fool." With a sudden thud, the bathroom window swung open again. Ai Yang, caught off guard, bumped into it and fell with a yelp. Su Ruanruan quickly sidestepped, anxiety surging as she turned to Xiao Zhi and said, "There's a traitor. Terminate the transaction." Xiao Zhi remained silent, seemingly unfazed. Meanwhile, Ai Yang rose from the snowy ground, blood streaming from his nose, glaring fiercely at Su Ruanruan. The tips of his fingers faintly glimmered with a hint of purplish light. In an instant, Su Ruanruan turned and fled, crying out, "Hey, they're hitting children." In the kitchen, 10 uncles and Fan Mai gathered in a huddle, discussing their predicament. Fan Mai lamented, "No one has even taken a bite of our food. Not even a sip of water. I'm at my wit's end. If it were anyone else, they would have devoured all the delicious offerings like a stuffed duck. But these people are so suspicious. In my opinion, we should just tie them up," shouted the impulsive third uncle. 2 weeks is just the same as a month," Fan Mai retorted. "Exactly." Amidst a chorus of enthusiastic agreement, the crowd fervently devoured the steamed buns. Fan Mai, somewhat hesitantly, revealed that there was a substance concealed within them. A significant portion of the morning's buns and mantou had been laced with the drug, and Fan Mai had marked them accordingly. One by one, 10 uncles, filled with excitement, collapsed to the ground. In the distance, Su Ruanruan clutched her lollipop, skillfully evading Ai Yang. Just then, she caught sight of Lu Shiming making his way alone into the courtyard. This quaint countryside villa was divided into a front and backyard, both secured with iron railings and encircled by sturdy barbed wire. Unless the zombies possessed the ability to climb, fly, jump, or leap, entry was impossible. The man, carrying a worn backpack, entered the backyard and approached a dilapidated house. The door was unlocked, revealing a simple dwelling that had clearly stood for many years. Lu Shiming reached out and pushed the door open. With a creak, a cloud of dust floated down. Su Ruanruan, her eyes wide with anticipation, stepped inside without hesitation, promptly following him. This was a storage room. Su Ruanruan gazed upwards, taking in her surroundings. The room was dimly lit, and she strained her eyes to discern several rickety tables and a few children's toys scattered about. Lu Shiming crouched down, rummaging through a wooden box. His hair had grown long enough that it nearly obscured his brows when he tilted his head. In the shadows, he appeared even more brooding. Su Ruanruan stealthily trailed behind him, but suddenly tripped over an unseen object, stumbling forward. Remarkably, Lu Shiming seemed to possess an awareness of her presence, effortlessly sidestepping her fall. Su Ruanruan found herself sprawled on the ground. The ground was strewn with a layer of dusty straw, as if carelessly discarded for kindling. Su Ruanruan did not feel pain from her fall, but her heart ached. She pressed her hands against her shattered heart, rising with tear-filled eyes, looking pitiful. Her heart seemed to crumble before her. The man glanced at her, gently caressing her delicate face, leaving behind 2 dark streaks reminiscent of a cat's whiskers. It was a near miss. Indeed. Sob sob, you truly still love me. Su Ruanruan nodded vigorously, striving to display her fragile heart. However, unexpectedly Lu Shiming pointed his slender, fair finger at himself. Su Ruanruan? I nearly got hurt. The man leaned down and, with a smile, remarked, quite frightening. Su Ruanruan, I feel like you no longer love me. Su Ruanruan puffed up her cheeks, meeting the man's half-smiling face. Ah, my little temper. Watch as I unleash a flurry of punches in your direction. I shall vanquish you in the name of the moon. Suddenly, the lollipop she had been holding was snatched by Lu Shiming and popped into his own mouth. As he breathed, the winter mist wafted towards Su Ruanruan, carrying a fresh scent of verdant foliage, akin to the juice of crushed tender leaves. Su Ruanruan blinked her misty, large eyes. Children should not consume such perilous items. With the lollipop in his mouth, Lu Shiming spoke somewhat muffled. Not dangerous. Not at all. You, the villain who steals candy from children, are the real danger. Su Ruanruan strained on her tiptoes to retrieve the lollipop, but the man tilted his head slightly, making it impossible for her to reach even the stick. Be good, and I shall treat you to a delightful meal tonight. The man reached out and gently stroked Su Ruanruan's small head. After speaking, he turned his eyes, which had previously held a hint of serene amusement, now darkened as he gazed at the half-worn hat nestled within the wooden box. He grasped it, lifting it with his fingertips as if repulsed, yet there lingered an ineffable emotion. This was an elderly person's hat, shrouded in a thick layer of dust, adorned with tangled tufts of lint. My grandfather was a good man, he thought, though his pallid visage betrayed a hint of mockery. His thin lips curled upwards, rendering the phrase good man less a compliment and more a sardonic jest. Su Ruanruan strained to recall that the original text had never mentioned Lu Shiming's grandfather. No, it was more accurate to say that the entire narrative scarcely alluded to Lu Shiming's family at all. Aside from the fact that both his parents were physicians, there was little else chronicled. The man's expression was eerily tranquil when, suddenly, the cheerful voice of the 10th uncle broke the silence. He bounded outside with exuberance. Eldest brother? Su Ruanruan tilted her head, while Lu Shiming's complexion darkened, his lollipop crushed between his teeth in an instant. A shiver ran down Su Ruanruan's spine as she turned to look. The man, partially cloaked in darkness, appeared slender yet upright. He stood tall, nearly brushing the ceiling of the low-hanging dwelling. His exquisitely handsome features were shrouded in shadow, revealing only one eye, profound, like an unfathomable ocean, deep and inscrutable. Yet when he cast his gaze downwards, it surged with tumultuous waves, the tranquil hue concealing unfathomable peril, both bloodthirsty and enigmatic. Su Ruanruan stood there in a daze, motionless. Suddenly, the man took a step forward. She had anticipated a fierce expression on his face, yet, curiously, his demeanor was remarkably gentle. His slender, delicate fingertips brushed against her face, sending a slight chill through her. Instinctively, she shrank her neck. The marks of a recent squeeze lingered on her small visage. With her glistening, timid eyes, the young girl gazed into the depths of the man's dark pupils, as if peering into an unfathomable abyss. His skin was pale as porcelain, and his lips were of vivid crimson. The corners of those scarlet lips curled into an enigmatic smile, which, paradoxically, lent a hint of wickedness to Lu Shiming's otherwise gentle and handsome face. His visually captivating brows and eyes seemed to break through restraints, descending with an unsettling allure. "It's time to eat," he declared. Gulielu, faced with the man's unpredictable demeanor, oscillating between a beastly ferocity and a witch-like charm, Su Ruanruan swallowed nervously, taking 3 hesitant steps forward before stumbling and falling with a thud. "Wah, it's too frightening," she lamented, feeling that even a bucket of rice could not provide her solace at that moment. She desperately needed 2 buckets. And Yang lounged with his legs crossed, cotton stuffed in his nostrils, exhaling through his mouth as he spoke. Su Ruanruan cowered behind the sofa, her small head peeking out, alert like a timid little hamster. The 10 uncles laughed with the buoyancy of spring. Indeed, and Yang raised an eyebrow. "Where is everyone? After waiting for so long, we can finally catch them all." The 10 uncles chimed in unison. "We don't know." And Yang inquired, could it be that they've been discovered? The 10 uncles chuckled foolishly. And Yang, she must be overthinking it. Su Ruanruan quietly expressed her need to use the restroom. Lu Shiming moved his fingertips slightly, casting a vacant glance as if observing something elusive, or perhaps merely lost in thought. He remained rooted in place, beckoning to Su Ruanruan. She glanced at an Yang, then at Lu Shiming, and ultimately trotted over. With her head bowed submissively, she appeared fragile and timid, refraining from uttering a word. The man took hold of Su Ruanruan's delicate hand, leading her toward the restroom. The 10 uncles' eyes sparkled with intrigue. Su Ruanruan inexplicably felt a chill at her neck. Suddenly, Lu Shiming, who was walking ahead, halted abruptly. Su Ruanruan looked up at him. He lowered his gaze, wearing a peculiar smile. In that instant, Su Ruanruan felt something pressed down on her head, followed by a piercing scream. "Ah!" Su Ruanruan, in a state of panic, echoed the cry, "Ah!" and instinctively leaped towards Lu Shiming. She was bundled in a thick down jacket, round as a ball. Clinging to Lu Shiming, she remained as still as a statue. Yet her movements were tumultuous. What happened? And Yang rushed over, blocking his nostrils. She followed closely behind. "Something is tugging at my hair." Su Ruanruan cried out in distress, feeling as though she might soon lose all her hair. "I'm not beautiful anymore. What is the point of living?" she lamented. "Let me die, ah." Su Ruanruan desperately tried to collide with Lu Shiming to escape her plight, but was instead ensnared by the man who grasped her hair. The commotion escalated, and in an instant, the entire corridor was filled with a throng of people. Suddenly, a cacophony of clattering noises erupted from outside, prompting everyone to rush out in a frenzy. In the living room stood a man, wrapped in a blanket, trembling as he stood there. The fabric adorned with vivid crimson flowers resembling blood. "Boss!" The 10 uncles rushed forward. "And Yang, does your boss have a penchant for self-harm?" Lu Shiming stood beside Su Ruanruan, who could distinctly sense the man's body quivering. It seemed to be excitement. However, upon discerning the visage of this so-called boss, a palpable expression of regret crossed Lu Shiming's face, akin to a firecracker poised to explode yet suddenly deprived of its target, embodying a sense of dejection and longing. Su Ruanruan, puzzled, touched her floral hairbun and suddenly realized her lightning rod was missing. Where has it gone?" she mumbled, wandering over to the boss's side. There. She spotted the lightning rod embedded in his palm and counted diligently. 10, exactly as it should be, her lightning rod. How did you hide it in your head?" The moment the words left her lips, she promptly fell silent, and Yang squinted, reassessing this so-called boss, who exuded a clear aura of supernatural ability. This man was an ability wielder, yet Yang could not discern the nature of his powers. The boss removed the needle, blood gushing forth, and Su Ruanruan compassionately applied a sanitary napkin to staunch the flow. The boss, moved to tears, expressed his gratitude. Su Ruanruan reassured him not to be modest. In such a harsh apocalyptic world, mutual assistance and camaraderie were paramount. Surrounded by the 10 uncles, the boss became the center of a hushed discussion, their whispers punctuated by furtive glances towards Su Ruanruan. She vaguely caught snippets about instant noodles. She speculated that these individuals might be discussing how much instant noodles to consume for lunch. Just the thought of it made her feel hungry. Su Ruanruan glanced at her food stash, directed her gaze towards Lu Shiming, who sat beside her with a languid demeanor, seemingly devoid of hope for life. Slumped against her like a boneless figure, Su Ruanruan's delicate frame was nearly engulfed by the sofa under his weight. The room was steeped in silence, each person harboring their own ulterior motives, while only Su Ruanruan's thoughts revolved around food. Why had it taken so long to commence the meal? With a subtle bend in her spine caused by the male lead's presence, Su Ruanruan stole glances at him. Lu Shiming cradled his tattered bag with one hand, his fingertips tracing the contours of an axe, his expression indifferent, and his gaze deep and contemplative, as if lost in thought. Cautiously, Su Ruanruan extended her tiny hand into Lu Shiming's pocket. To her delight, she discovered a sizable lollipop. Chapter 24. With one lollipop nestled in her left cheek and another in her right, 2 sticks protruded from her mouth, making her resemble a hamster returning triumphantly from foraging. She greeted the newcomers cheerfully. However, the leader appeared somewhat sullen, his eyes sharp and predatory. He introduced himself succinctly, "I am Insheng." Appearing to be in his early 20s, Insheng's demeanor turned more ominous as he settled into his thick down jacket. When he looked over, his gaze was profoundly dark, as if it could seep into the very air, infiltrating through every pore. It was akin to a shadow that relentlessly clung to one's back. The oppressive aura surrounding Insheng affected everyone in the room, enveloping them in an unsettling stillness. Everyone appeared somewhat wary and silent. Even the dogs ceased their barking. Since the arrival of Insheng, the 10 uncles seemed to have found their backbone, towering protectively around him, their gazes a mixture of admiration and reverence. As for me, I am quite the hospitable host. Everyone is welcome to stay as long as they wish. After speaking, Insheng tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a chilling smile that indeed suggested an extraordinary hospitality. "Are you the master of this house?" Suddenly, Lu Shiming, who had hitherto worn an expression of disinterest, spoke up. He was toying with a soft Barbie doll, detaching its head, reattaching it, then detaching it again, as if crafting some delicate artifact with his dexterous, slender fingers. Insheng cast a glance at Lu Shiming, lingering on his face for a moment before nodding in affirmation. Lu Shiming responded ambiguously and returned to his uninterested fiddling with the doll, casually snatching a lollipop from Su Ruanruan's grasp. "You're just after my lollipop, you scoundrel." Only Anyang ventured into the kitchen, where Fan Mai was busily engaged. Her son trailed closely behind her, frequently whining of hunger. With a pang of sympathy, Fan Mai handed him a cold steamed bun. Leaning against the doorframe, Anyang pulled a box of chocolates from his pocket and offered it to the child. The boy's eyes lit up, and he eagerly reached out to snatch it and dart away. In a world turned upside down, chocolate had become a rare commodity, far more effective at sustaining energy than ordinary food. Anyang's generous gift of an entire box was indeed quite magnanimous. Certainly, all these items were merely scavenged from Su Ruanruan. She harbored no remorse. It is rather unfortunate. The child is naive. Fan Mai appeared somewhat anxious. "It's just a trivial matter. Consider it as accommodation expenses." Anyang cast a glance at the kitchen, where only Fan Mai was present. "Jasuali, niyang remarket." "The ring on your hand seems quite old." Fan Mai's expression faltered momentarily, then she instinctively touched the ring that nearly constricted her finger. "Indeed. It's been many years since I got married." After speaking, Fan Mai turned away, seemingly reluctant to elaborate further. Anyang narrowed her beautiful phoenix eyes, her demeanor sharpening. She pivoted and ascended the staircase. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, she encountered 3 individuals waiting for her in the corridor. Anyang paused, then suddenly recalled something, lowering her voice to say that Insheng possesses extraordinary abilities. "I cannot discern them. Everyone, be cautious. This villa truly harbors hidden talents. It seems this matter is quite extraordinary." The foremost figure, Xiaoji, nodded, remaining silent for a moment before finally speaking. "Anyang, may I inquire why you felt compelled to come to Fanmu village?" Su Ruanruan also peeked out, expressing her curiosity. Anyang lowered her gaze, her rough fingertips caressing the gun in her hand. After a long pause, she finally responded, "The ring that Fan Mai wears belonged to my sister." Such a diminutive item had escaped everyone's notice, yet Anai Yang, with her keen observation, instantly recognized the ring that did not fit Fan Mai's finger at all. No wonder Anai Yang's reaction was somewhat off. From his earlier probing to his insistence on accompanying Fan Mai to this fan tomb village, it all stemmed from that ring.
Su Ruanruan nodded in sudden comprehension.
She tugged at Lu Ximing's sleeve, gently tilting her head to look at him. While she could empathize with Anai Yang, she found it difficult to understand Lu Ximing. Since their arrival in this village and the entry into this rural villa, his emotions had fluctuated like a roller coaster. At times erratic, at others even more so. My apologies for burdening everyone, and Yang seemed a bit agitated. I never anticipated that matters would become so convoluted. We are not merely contending with Fan Mai, but rather the entire collective, and likely far more than the individuals we currently perceive. Yang had a foreboding sense that there would be many more lurking in the shadows. The village resembled a covert stronghold. Any misstep on their part could unleash hidden threats that would rend them to shreds. Yang was acutely aware that her abilities were insufficient to safeguard them all. It was she who had placed them at risk. Xiaoji immediately reassured her. "We came here to find your sister. There's no question of being a burden." Lu Ximing added, "Returning to familiar ground can be quite pleasant." Xiaoji inquired curiously, "Have you been here before?" Lu Ximing nodded slightly, a sardonic smile playing on his thin lips. "You could say this is where I was born." Su Ruanruan continued to grasp the situation. No wonder he was so familiar with this place. The expansive green fields outside lay abandoned, blanketed under thick layers of snow, and the village itself was nearly in ruins. From a distance, a vast expanse of white enveloped the scene, each visage marked by an indescribable tragedy, reminiscent of a world inhabited by the living dead. This was the true apocalypse, where despair clung to every countenance. Xiaoji turned his head and beheld Su Ruanruan. Her cheeks flushed and skin as tender as that of a pampered piglet, swallowing the final words that lingered on his lips. After speaking, Lu Ximing cast a cold glance at Su Ruanruan. Sensing the chill emanating from him, she endeavored to curl herself into a ball, her heart heavy with regret for her lack of enthusiasm. She resolved to seek oblivion the following day. Tomorrow would herald another day of reopening. She was the plumpest among them. The villa was enveloped in silence that night. Su Ruanruan snatched Lu Ximing's blanket and wrapped herself within it, rolling out like a round ball from the doorway, stealthily making her way to the bathroom. As she ambled down the hallway, she caught sight of Yang. The woman, clad in thin camouflage attire, leaned against the wall with a cigarette pinched between her fingers. Su Ruanruan had never known that Yang indulged in smoking. She approached her slowly. Amidst the pale blue haze, Yang's face appeared obscured, concealing a myriad of emotions. "It's quite chilly outside," Su Ruanruan remarked, draping her small blanket over Yang's shoulders, infused with the warmth and fragrance unique to a young girl. Yang paused, her expression shifting. "What brings you out here?" she inquired. "To use the restroom," Su Ruanruan replied obediently. Then, leaning slightly closer, she peered into Yang's eyes and asked, "Is it the wind? Has sand blown into your eyes? Allow me to help you." Without hesitation, Yang pulled Su Ruanruan close, enveloping her in the blanket. After a moment of silence, she spoke. "I miss her." Yang's voice was distant and prolonged, imbued with an inescapable sorrow. Outside, the wind howled fiercely, and the snow fell heavily. Yang clutched the corner of the blanket tightly, pondering whether she was cold or hungry out there. Su Ruanruan leaned closer, pressing against Yang, her voice gentle yet imbued with warmth, assuring her, "She is doing well." Suddenly, Yang's eyes glistened with tears as she crouched down. The cigarette in her hand fell to the ground, its fragmented remnants scattering like starlight. The white snow outside reflected the light, bright as day. Yang retrieved a necklace from around her neck, from which hung a ring. "This morning, I made a point to verify it. The ring on Fan Mai's hand indeed belonged to my sister. It is a pair of wedding rings, a legacy from my parents' marriage, inscribed with their initials and special symbols." Yang, a woman of remarkable strength, had her sister as her Achilles heel. Prior to arriving in Fanmu village, Su Ruanruan often witnessed her weeping silently over the steering wheel, choked with emotion. "I frequently dream of her," Although Anai may appeared audacious, she was, in truth, rather timid. With her disposition, I worried about the hardships she might endure alone in the world. I often thought of finding her, to tell her that her sister had come, that her sister was here. Anai wept uncontrollably. In the darkness, a tender and fragile embrace enveloped Anai. Su Ruanruan's soft, long hair cascaded like seaweed, intertwining, releasing a sweet floral fragrance that enveloped Anai. Above her, Anai felt the gentle touch of Su Ruanruan's hands, soft as dough. In a fleeting moment, her restless heart found solace. "I am here," he whispered. As Lu Shiming opened the door, he beheld two women curled beneath the window. Anai, slender and tall, and Su Ruanruan, delicate and fragile. Yet at this moment, it was the seemingly frail woman, as soft as a dodder flower, who enveloped Anai, the desert blossom, in her embrace. The two nestled together beneath a small blanket. Anai's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she clutched Su Ruanruan tightly, as if grasping the last vestige of hope and warmth in a world gone awry. The man approached silently and inquired, "Are your legs numb?" "Sho. She is asleep," came the gentle reply. Su Ruanruan tilted her head, gazing up at Lu Shiming, her small face pale from the biting cold outside, with a delicate frost forming on her curled lashes. As she spoke, wisps of breath escaped her lips, mingling with the chill of the air. The window was not sealed properly, and Su Ruanruan straightened slightly, shielding herself from the draft. Resembling a fragile, white flower braving the cold. Though delicate, she exuded resilience. Lu Shiming crouched down, tenderly drawing Su Ruanruan's small head into his embrace, radiating warmth akin to a furnace. The chill that had gripped her little frame began to dissipate. "Lu Shiming, is this your former home?" Su Ruanruan murmured softly against his ear, her gentle breath brushing against him. The man's gaze shifted, and he placed a hand over her small head, lost in thought. "What are you pondering?" he mused, encased in a down jacket, as Su Ruanruan nestled half her body within its warmth. The air was imbued with the refreshing scent of a man, akin to the crispness of wild mountains. Was it a mere figment of her imagination? Surely, she must be dreaming. Could there possibly be a hint? Su Ruanruan trembled slightly, determined to listen attentively, not allowing a single sound to escape her notice. The man's gaze turned icy, accompanied by a palpable drop in temperature. Su Ruanruan remarked that, given the chill in the air, it was ill-advised to speak, lest she risk freezing his esteemed tongue. Perhaps it was better to ponder silently, a soft whimper escaping her lips. As the morning sun cast its gentle warmth, Anai awoke to find the corridor empty and desolate. For a fleeting moment, confusion clouded her thoughts, swiftly followed by the recollection of the previous night's events. A blush crept upon her cheeks as she realized she had wept in front of a fool. Anai rubbed her face, noting the slight swelling around her eyes, rather unsightly. After a brief silence, she finally removed her hands from her face. Having lain in one position throughout the night, her body ached with stiffness. Yet, astonishingly, this was the most restful slumber she had enjoyed since the apocalypse. Truly remarkable. Rising to her feet, the blanket slipped from her shoulders. Anai gazed at the pink, lace-trimmed, cartoonish quilt with a soft chuckle. As she bent down to retrieve it, an unsettling sensation washed over her. With a gentle shake, a cascade of candies spilled forth. Another shake revealed an abundance of chocolates. Anai mused, did that self-proclaimed princess of the pea not find her pink lace quilt to be rather uncomfortable? Meanwhile, in the kitchen below, Sheng gathered the others, leaving two of his uncles to stand guard at the door. "My dear friend, I sense that these individuals are not to be trifled with. Perhaps we should reconsider our course of action." Whenever Fan Mai reflects upon the abyss she encountered in her initial glimpse of Lu Shiming, a shiver of dread courses through her. Such a terrifying place is unparalleled in her experience. Not even the most heinous of criminals exude such horror. What is there to fear? They merely wield a few firearms. We have faced off against those with abilities in the coal district. Why should we cower before mere guns? Her impulsive cousin interjected. Fan Mai opened her mouth, finally speaking. The one named Anai possesses abilities. Sheng's gloomy eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. What sort of abilities? Fan Mai replied, lightning. Sheng's excitement surged, a lightning-type ability. If they could extract her crystal core, it would be an immense fortune. Ever since the revelation that crystal cores could awaken the latent powers of ordinary individuals, their value has skyrocketed. Now, those with abilities must guard not only against zombies, but also against the treachery of their fellow humans. It is tragically true that many more ability users meet their demise at the hands of their kind than from the undead. In accordance with the original plan, I shall observe for a few days. Insheng could hardly contain his anticipation, a greedy glimmer illuminating his otherwise somber visage. The individuals named Su Ruanruan and Lu Shiming appear to hold considerable worth. As purveyors of a comprehensive service, they are professionals in this trade. Ni Yang and Xiao Ji are both former soldiers, possessing formidable counter-surveillance skills. Ever since the so-called leader arrived, they have instinctively sensed something amiss. Yet, every time they turn around, they find nothing but emptiness behind them. My bullets have vanished. Ni Yang realized the gravity of the situation. The baby's spicy chicken feet were also missing. Xiao Ji could only temporarily substitute with spicy dragon claws. Su Ruanruan was filled with dread, exclaiming that her bucket had disappeared. I sensed that this matter was far from simple. Ni Yang's demeanor was grave. We had lost so many items without a single clue to follow. Furthermore, the thief was audacious, not even attempting to conceal his actions, as if he were deliberately flaunting his misdeeds. Ni Yang and Xiao Ji had previously attempted to capture him, yet after vigilantly watching for 2 nights, they had come up empty-handed. All that remained was the emptiness of the air around us. Despite this, items continued to vanish, seemingly right under our noses. Must we truly discuss this in the wardrobe? Su Ruanruan felt a bit cramped, especially with Xiao Ji being rather large. Lu Shiming lifted Su Ruanruan onto himself, allowing everyone to finally breathe a little easier. I harbored suspicions that we were being watched. Ni Yang continued. For the strangeness of this situation was undeniable. After much contemplation, Ni Yang ultimately decided that the wardrobe in Lu Shiming's room would be the venue for discussing this significant matter. And then there was that Fan Mai. I found her abilities to be quite peculiar. After Ni Yang spoke, he turned to inquire, Lu Shiming, can you guess what her powers might be? From the darkness, Lu Shiming's voice came from Ni Yang's other side. I cannot. Ni Yang reached out to touch the shadowy mass before him, only to realize that he had been conversing with the wardrobe wall. Ruanruan has fallen asleep. We shall address this tomorrow. Lu Shiming opened the wardrobe door, gently extricating Su Ruanruan and placing her upon the bed. He tilted his head slightly, casting a glance towards the entrance, as if it were both intentional and inadvertent. With a soft click, the door made a faint sound as Ni Yang approached. Puzzled, she remarked, but I closed the door when I entered. Suddenly, her expression shifted, her voice quivering slightly as she pondered, do you think there could be Marxism in this world? Su Ruanruan, having dozed off for a moment, immediately raised her small hand with enthusiasm. Ni Yang then recalled, by the way, Su Ruanruan, didn't you mention that it felt like something had tugged at your hair? This memory surged back to her mind. Su Ruanruan, in a daze, contemplated before cautiously pointing towards Lu Shiming. It was him. He is envious of my innate beauty. I did not mean Lu Shiming. Lu Shiming interjected. Perhaps it was something that ensnared you.
Ni Yang nodded in confusion.
Her brow furrowed in contemplation as she departed. Due to her sixth sense, she found herself restless throughout the night, the unloaded gun resting against her temple. Any slight disturbance would rouse her instantly. Yet, she also felt as though she might be overthinking the situation. Surely, ghosts could not exist in this world. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the room as the window rattled violently. Ni Yang's senses sharpened, and she sat upright. With a whoosh, the aged window was thrust open, crashing against the wall with a deafening sound. A flurry of snowflakes drifted in through the window's ajar frame. Moments later, the door of the room was forcefully flung open. Ni Yang gripped her gun tightly, sitting upright on the bed, her eyes unblinking until the dawn light broke at 7 o'clock. She noticed several indistinct footprints on the floor. However, no one had entered the room the previous night. She remained fixated on the scene. Ni Yang, sporting dark circles under her eyes, emerged into the corridor. With a pensive gaze directed towards the heavens, she reflected on the peculiar events of the previous day, when suddenly, her attention was drawn to a ball racing about in the chicken coop. The ball was clad in a plastic raincoat and donned a pair of tiny rain boots. creating a cacophony of flapping feathers. Su Ruanruan, what on earth are you doing? Yang exclaimed in exasperation as she rushed down. Is it permissible to run around in such a perilous place? Su Ruanruan, gripping a struggling hen in her arms, looked utterly astonished. How can you see me?
How could I not see you?
What purpose does that get-up serve? It's not even raining outside. Yang tugged at the raincoat-like garment adorning Su Ruanruan, wrapping the naive girl up like a little plastic tent.
In a conspiratorial whisper, Su Ruanruan replied, I'm stealing chickens. Niang glanced down,
observing the hen in Su Ruanruan's embrace, plump, tender, and clucking incessantly. Cluck, 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 save the chicken.
Oh.
Su Ruanruan's expression soured as she lowered her head, mourning her wild chicken soup for 3 seconds. Then, she slowly peeled off her raincoat, bearing the expression of a young girl who has just realized the fairy tales she cherished were mere fabrications. Advertisements are all lies. This is simply an ordinary raincoat. The label on this raincoat, aside from made in, prominently features the words invisibility cloak. Clearly, this is meant to deceive children, isn't it? You fool. Yang could not help but twist Su Ruanruan's small ear, imparting a lesson with a rather forceful grip. Fool. How could such a thing as invisibility exist in this world? Before Yang could finish his sentence, he suddenly paused, his expression shifting. Wait a moment, invisibility? Just because there were no invisibility cloaks before the apocalypse does not imply their absence afterward. With the emergence of various peculiar abilities, it would not be surprising for invisibility to manifest as well. This realization connected all the dots for Yang, as if he had been enlightened.
Su Ruanruan.
You are truly becoming more astute. Unable to restrain himself, Yang playfully patted her head. Su Ruanruan asserted that she was indeed quite clever. Yang then eagerly summoned Xiaozhi and Lu Shiming, gathering the 4 of them once more in the large wardrobe. Su Ruanruan was still being carried by Lu Shiming, but due to the overwhelming odor of chicken droppings on her, he insisted on changing her outfit and spritzing her with fragrant perfume before permitting her entry. Invisibility ability? Xiaozhi was momentarily taken aback by Yang's conjecture, then remarked, such an ability actually exists? I never considered that. Yang exclaimed with excitement, if it weren't for Su Ruanruan, that foolish girl has fallen asleep again. Yang, filled with frustration, scolded and tossed a piece of clothing over Su Ruanruan to cover her, before continuing, now we must devise a plan to expose that individual's true nature. After all, apprehending a suspect and seizing evidence cannot be accomplished through mere suspicion. Regrettably, despite their lengthy deliberation, no conclusion emerged.
Suddenly, Su Ruanruan,
who had been nestled in Lu Shiming's arms, stirred. In the darkness, everyone's gaze instinctively gravitated towards her. With an air of mystery, Su Ruanruan produced an object with her tiny paws. Look, my watch glows in the dark. The crowd responded with silence. Wait a moment, Xiaozhi interjected. Is there anything like phosphorescent powder? Upon hearing Xiaozhi's words, everyone's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Su Ruanruan promptly concealed her luminous watch, only to have it forcibly snatched by Yang, who began to disassemble it and scrape off the luminescent powder. Su Ruanruan wept bitterly over her dismembered watch, exclaiming, You are all envious of my timepiece. This is phosphorescent powder. The plan has been clarified. Does anyone have any questions? Xiaozhi stated. If that truly is an individual with the ability to become invisible, this method could not be more suitable. After finishing, he directed the beam of his flashlight towards the 3 individuals before him. Yang squinted and replied, No issues here. Lu Shiming added, Indeed. Su Ruanruan nodded solemnly, feeling content that every step aligned with her plan, and tightened her little fists in determination. Yang then handed Su Ruanruan a Barbie doll and asked, But how shall we entice that person? Xiaozhi suggested. It would be best to find the most convincing person to lure them in. But where could one find a naive and gullible soul who would shine like the sun at a mere compliment?
Niang inquired.
Upon her words, everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards Su Ruanruan. Su Ruanruan, engrossed in playing with her Barbie dolls, expressed her disbelief. Do I not care about my dignity? The so-called plan entailed first spreading rumors about the existence of their crystal cores, then enticing the hidden individual to reveal themselves. The false crystal cores were placed on Su Ruanruan and Lu Shiming, while luminous powder was dusted on the door. Enai Yang and Xiaoji concealed themselves in the wardrobe, eagerly awaiting the moment to ensnare that individual in a sack. Su Ruanruan squatted in the backyard, clutching a box of jewels, her smile radiant. Yin Sheng appeared behind her, inquiring, "What is this?" Her flawless acting. As Yin Sheng beheld the sparkling objects that tumbled out, his eyes brightened. Shimmering. A crystal core?
Niyang.
Hiding not far away, initially felt a sense of satisfaction, donning a maternal smile, but 3 minutes later, her expression morphed into that of a ferocious sow. Surely, only a fool would be deceived by such poor acting. In the dark of night, Enai Yang and Xiaoji remained hidden in the wardrobe, while Su Ruanruan and Lu Shiming lay on the bed. Outside, snowflakes fell like feathers, while silence enveloped the interior. With a creak, the door of the room was pushed open. Yet, behind the door, there was naught but emptiness, with only the faint glimmer of luminous powder visible in the air. That glowing powder drifted toward the bed, revealing a clear hand, though it appeared to possess no roots. It seemed to have directly pressed against the door to enter, as the door itself was already in disrepair. Originally, there was not a glimmer of hope for Enai Yang. However, ever since he met that naive and innocent girl, he feels as though the entire world has become significantly sweeter. Upon hearing the light sound of the door opening, Su Ruanruan, feeling anxious, clutched tightly to Lu Shiming beside her. The box lay nestled between their pillows. A faint glow floated into the room, and it grasped the box. Suddenly, the box halted midair. Su Ruanruan felt a gentle breeze brush past her ear. With a timid squint, she opened her eyes slightly. She saw someone parting the strands of hair on Lu Shiming's forehead, and the blanket covering him was gently tugged aside, revealing his delicate, fair neck. Su Ruanruan's eyes widened in disbelief, and in a fit of frustration, she kicked the blanket off herself. "How dare you?" she exclaimed, "with my beauty? How could you possibly prefer him?" Despair washed over Su Ruanruan as she felt utterly humiliated, leading her to contemplate ending her life. Chapter 25. Yin Sheng is akin to a specter, the sort that would go unnoticed even in a crowd of passers-by. With divorced parents and no one to guide him, his upbringing has rendered him melancholic and disillusioned. When the apocalypse struck, he was alone in his room, which is precisely why he initially managed to evade disaster. However, due to the scarcity of food, he had no choice but to venture outside. In truth, Yin Sheng harbors no fear of zombies. His true dread lies within humanity. Those individuals behave as if possessed, indiscriminately attacking anyone or anything. One day, while scavenging for supplies alone, he endured great hardship to acquire 2 loaves of bread, only to be discovered. A horde of frenzied individuals surged toward him, intent on seizing his hard-won possessions. Even the little rascals, no larger than radishes, could fiercely bite him over food, compelling him to relinquish the bread in his grasp. At that moment, Yin Sheng wished fervently that he could remain unseen by those people. He was unaware of the intensity of his desire to vanish. He only knew that he had disappeared. Those individuals no longer perceived him, flailing about like headless flies. Yin Sheng seized all their supplies and then opened the great door, unleashing the zombies within. The chaos erupted as they screamed hysterically, resembling wretched, grieving dogs, scurrying erratically within the horde of the undead. Yet, none escaped the clutches of the zombies. Observing that scene, Yin Sheng grinned widely, laughing uncontrollably. How amusing it was! He found the act of killing humans far more entertaining than slaying zombies. From that moment on, his character was irrevocably twisted. He believed he had become the sovereign of this apocalyptic world, capable of controlling everything. Though currently ensnared in a sack and having endured a vicious beating, Yin Sheng understood that these people could never escape his grasp. "Indeed, it is you," Enai Yang furrowed her brow, yanking the sack open. Yin Sheng, bloodied and battered, sat within the confines of the sack, a sinister smile playing on his lips, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, having lost several teeth. With the Fade torn away, Enai Yang ceased to pretend. Time was of the essence. She grasped him urgently and inquired, "Did you hijack a vehicle from the coal district? Were there 2 ability users inside?" Yin Sheng's countenance revealed no trace of fear. Without hesitation, he retorted, "Are you from the coal district?" I have heard that a woman with lightning abilities has emerged from the coal district. It turns out to be you. With a peculiar smile, Yin Sheng remarked, even if you capture me, there is no escape for you. The entire village is filled with our people. You are merely trapped like fish in a barrel. Suddenly, with a loud thud, the door swung open, revealing Fan Mai at the threshold, flanked by 10 uncles. The 5 individuals in the room turned to look. Yin Sheng chuckled. See, they have arrived. The 10 uncles charged forward. As the captain of the suicide squad, Su Ruanruan immediately declared, I'll go first, you all follow behind. However, her efforts were in vain. They found themselves cornered within the room. Just as Yin Sheng had predicted, becoming trapped like fish in a barrel. It was never her intention to reach such a deadlock. Fan Mai, who was not particularly striking in appearance and often appeared to be a pitiful figure, gave no indication of possessing any formidable power, resembling an ordinary rural woman. Yet at that moment, in the darkness, her voice bore an odd tone, imbued with an inexplicable allure, reminiscent of a siren perched upon the rocks, beguiling sailors with her enchanting melody, leading them to crash upon the reefs and dragging them into the depths of despair. Yang had diligently sought to avoid direct confrontation with these individuals, hoping to locate and rescue her sister while ensuring the safety of everyone else. Yet now, the situation seemed to spiral beyond her control. Yang instinctively sensed that Fan Mai posed a greater threat than Yin Sheng.
Kill.
Annihilate them all. Yin Sheng shouted with excitement, his speech slightly slurred due to a lost tooth. Yang yearned to pull the trigger. Yet she found herself unable to even lift the gun in the presence of Fan Mai's voice. You are an honorable soldier, steadfast in your oath. However, in this apocalyptic world, the day will inevitably come when you shall forsake it. Fan Mai's tranquil gaze rested upon Xiaoji, and within the darkness, his voice emerged as if from the depths of hell, akin to a venomous frost enveloped in syrup. Xiaoji paused, feeling a fog envelop his mind, rendering him incapable of even grasping the weapon. With a clatter, the gun fell to the ground. He knelt, seemingly exhausted, closing his eyes. His robust form resembled a small mountain, slightly arching as he fell into a stone-like silence. This unexpected turn of events caused the expressions of those in the room to shift dramatically. Yang parted her lips, but found herself unable to utter a sound. Only the 10 uncles and Yin Sheng appeared unfazed, their faces betraying a sinister smile. Fan Mai slowly turned towards Yang, his tone gentle as a spring breeze. Yet it was, in reality, a series of sharp blades piercing her heart. You are a formidable woman, capable of dominating this desolation, yet you possess a vulnerability, your sister. Yang's eyes widened in shock, her tall frame lunging forward, the once agile motion now a feeble struggle upon the ground. Her eyes burned with a fierce crimson hue, gradually surrendering to the eerie cadence of Fan Mai's demonic chant. You. Fan Mai then turned to Su Ruanruan and Lu Shiming. An endless nightmare, a cruel abyss beckoned, urging her to descend. He raised his hand, then let it fall slowly. Akin to a devil's whisper, sleep now. In the corner, Lu Shiming raised his hand, cradling Su Ruanruan's body, which was about to collapse, within his embrace. His gaze, profound and contemplative, drifted towards Fan Mai before he wrapped himself in the quilt and lay down on the bed. Xiaoji wandered in a state of confusion, perceiving a light ahead. A familiar and cheerful male voice resonated, Captain Xiao, come quickly. Xiaoji paused, then beheld the face of his dear comrade. Hadn't they all perished? He ambled forward, encountering a series of blurred yet familiar faces. His consciousness began to waver, and he mused, so everyone had survived. The notion of an apocalypse, it must all be an illusion. A smile crept onto Xiaoji's resolute visage as he strode purposefully towards his team members. They embraced one another, chattering animatedly, sharing mundane grievances and the familiar jests of camaraderie among men. Xiaoji felt increasingly at ease. Indeed, the apocalypse was nothing but a fabrication. Captain Xiao. We've received word that a van has met with an accident ahead. We are to assist in addressing the situation, someone relayed. Xiaoji nodded, immediately stepping into his role. The van had struck a guardrail during transit, nearly tumbling off the precipice. It was rumored that the incident was caused by the van being overloaded without cause. As the captain, He took the lead, disregarding his teammates' cautions, and secured a safety rope around himself, cautiously approaching the van, whose front half was precariously tilted over the cliff's edge. The sound of impact echoed from within the van. Xiaoji cautioned, "Stay still. Do not move. You are in grave danger. Whatever you do, do not move." However, the sound of impact grew increasingly louder, and the van swayed precariously. With no other choice, Xiaoji accelerated. He approached the vehicle and forcefully pried open the deformed rear compartment with a tool in his hand. A hand emerged from within. Xiaoji seized it and pulled the person out. Kill them." The individual abruptly shoved Xiaoji aside and fled forward. The occupants of the van surged out, and Xiaoji was knocked off balance. He slipped on the loose gravel, teetering perilously close to the edge of the cliff. But fortunately, his teammates caught him. "Captain, I'm fine. No need to come over." Xiaoji urged his comrades to stay back from danger as he peered into the vehicle. Inside, a person was covered in blood, gnawing on another individual. Xiaoji's expression darkened. "Everyone, remain calm." He raised his firearm, aiming at the bloodied figure. The van was overcrowded with over a dozen people, who, upon escaping, hastily sought refuge behind the soldiers. The bloodied individual discarded the corpse and clambered out. However, the van had tilted to a dangerously precarious angle, and as he extended his hand, the vehicle toppled over the cliff, taking him with it. Xiaoji furrowed his brow and stepped forward, only to be horrified to see, not far from him, the figure clinging to the sheer rock face. Limbs contorted in grotesque angles, clawing upward like a grotesque spider. How is it possible that he survived such a fall? "Captain, several individuals seem unwell. We need to get them to the hospital." Xiaoji temporarily set aside his bewilderment and immediately began managing the aftermath. En route to the hospital, chaos reigned outside, with traffic gridlocked and a cacophony of frantic voices filling the air. "Captain, what on earth has transpired?" The soldier seated beside Xiaoji glanced around anxiously, his gaze suddenly fixating on the chaos outside the window. "Those people. They resemble zombies from a film." "Zombies?" Xiaoji's nerves tightened as he recalled the figure on the cliffside, his expression darkening significantly. Upon arrival at the hospital, the turmoil only escalated. Xiaoji exerted himself alongside his comrades to maintain order, but the sight of the injured masses, their arms bloodied from bites, howling in madness, rendered the atmosphere hellish. Soon, other armed soldiers arrived, striving to regain control over the pandemonium. "Captain, it seems your brother has also sustained injuries." A familiar face, having rushed to assist, brought Xiaoji's brother along, unaware that Xiaoji was also present at the hospital. "Captain, a bed has just become available. Let others use it first."
Xiaoji,
unwilling to exploit any privilege, noted that Xiaobao's wounds were not severe and he could manage the treatment himself. After considerable effort, the situation began to stabilize. Xiaoji held his sobbing brother, whose face was flushed with distress, as he tended to the wounds. It remained a mystery who had inflicted such harm upon the young child, a piece of flesh cruelly torn away. "Brother, thank you for rescuing us. Have some water." A person approached, offering water. They were one of the survivors from the van. Xiaoji declined, saying, "You all should drink." Several individuals gathered around, including several robust men who, in tears, knelt before Xiaoji, bowing their heads in gratitude while offering him the scant food they possessed. Thank you," they exclaimed. These souls, having traversed the perilous threshold of life and death, now comprehended the true value of existence. Xiaoji promptly assisted them to their feet. His initially stern visage might seem unapproachable, yet beneath it lay a heart of profound tenderness. Suddenly, a throng of armed soldiers stormed in, weapons drawn. The zombies had emerged. "Seal off the hospital," they shouted. Those bitten by the undead were already infected with the zombie virus. The injured were summarily executed on the spot. Xiaoji, holding a bottle of disinfectant, faltered, spilling most of its contents. Xiao Baobao cried out in pain. Instinctively, Xiaoji covered his mouth. The crowd surrounding him averted their gaze, witnessing Xiao Baobao's wounds, and retreated in fear. "Captain, has the baby been bitten by a zombie?" a teammate questioned anxiously. "Those bitten by zombies shall be executed on the spot." echoed the fervent cries of the armed soldiers. The space around Xiao Ji grew increasingly desolate, leaving only the pained whimpers of Xiao Baobao. He looked up to see a blur of faces, indistinct, yet their voices resonated clearly in Xiao Ji's ears. One of them was a zombie. No, it was his brother, his own flesh and blood. The injured nearby were executed without mercy, and those who resisted met the same grim fate. In an instant, the hospital transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse. Xiao Ji felt as though he had been torn asunder, helplessly watching the fragment of himself that had been severed away, dressed in the same military uniform and wielding a gun identical to his. The man's face was a mask of indifference and resolve. He raised the firearm, aiming it at Xiao Baobao. The crowd around him erupted in a cacophony of urgent shouts. Hurry, shoot. Eliminate this zombie. It is a zombie. We cannot allow it to live. Captain, we are soldiers. We must not spare this creature. A soldier. He is a soldier. He must fire. He must. Yet, no, it was impossible to pull the trigger. Xiao Ji screamed in his heart, paralyzed by fear and anxiety. His loyalty to his country was profound, but that was his younger brother. Xiao Ji felt himself stretched to the brink. The man, now severed from him, cast a cold glance in his direction before squeezing the trigger. Xiao Ji watched as Xiao Baobao's dark, misty eyes looked at him in bewilderment, his crimson lips parted slightly, as if to call out to him, "Brother." Then the bullet pierced through his skull. With a resounding crack, a beautiful bloom of crimson erupted. In that instant, time stood still. A ringing filled Xiao Ji's ears, and darkness enveloped his vision. He could see nothing, hear nothing.
No.
Xiao Ji's eyes widened in anguish, and he lunged forward, arms outstretched, desperately embracing Xiao Baobao's limp little body as he knelt upon the ground, tears streaming down his face. Finally, Xiao Ji let out a blood-curdling scream, a cry that tore through his lungs, nearly shattering his very being. Aniyang opened his heavy eyelids, his mind clouded and disoriented. The mottled white walls, the worn-out sofa, the scattered clothes, and various instant noodle wrappers rendered the entire room akin to a refuse heap. It was a familiar home. The door to the bedroom creaked open, and a girl emerged. She appeared to be in her early 20s, scantily clad, followed by a man. Aniyang furrowed his brow, his expression gravely serious. The man glanced at Aniyang, his bare torso exposed, raising his eyebrows with interest. Aniyang narrowed his phoenix-like eyes and coldly commanded, "Get out." The man was taken aback, a hint of fear crossing his features. Aniyang let out a disdainful snort, disregarding Aniyang entirely as she turned to grab the man's wallet, extracting some cash before cheerfully ushering him out the door. Aniyang stepped forward and seized her arm. "Aniyang, if you are in need of money, just tell me." "Indeed, you have plenty of money. But that is your wealth. It has nothing to do with me. I would rather starve than accept your money." Aniyang's voice grew increasingly louder as she forcefully shook off Aniyang's grip. Aniyang gazed at the purplish bruises adorning Aniyang's body, his eyes reddening with tears. "Why do you neglect yourself so?" "Neglect? I cherish myself immensely. Where is the neglect?" she retorted. "And who are you to control my life? If it weren't for you, our parents would still be alive. It is all your fault. You are a harbinger of misfortune." Aniyang screamed in anguish. "Why don't you just die?" After her outburst, Aniyang turned and stormed out. Aniyang stood frozen for a moment, then wiped his face with a trembling hand and hurriedly pursued her. The world outside was shrouded in darkness, the sky overcast as if brewing an impending cataclysm. Aniyang stood at the door, witnessing Aniyang engulfed by a horde of zombies, her beautiful face etched with terror. Her deep blue-dyed hair was stained crimson with blood. Aniyang. The clamorous summer night enveloped the scene. A young boy sat beneath the eaves, the cool breeze caressing him, imbued with the earthy fragrance unique to the countryside. With a sudden click, an iron gate swung open, and a man clad in a suit strode in. The boy caught a whiff of a familiar scent of alcohol, and his expression shifted to one of alarm as he dashed upstairs. The man below cursed vehemently, while an elderly man wearing a hat emerged, offering a few hushed words of counsel. The man roughly shoved the elder aside, bellowing, "Lu Shiming, you little brat. Get out here." The boy hastily secured the door, barricading it with furniture, and then concealed himself within the wardrobe. Stars twinkled like lanterns, their light filtering through the window to illuminate just a corner. Through a small circular hole in the wardrobe, he glimpsed a slender beam of light. He extended his hand to block the hole, rendering the wardrobe devoid of any illumination, creating an enclosed space that provided a sense of security. The cacophony outside gradually faded after half an hour. Another 30 minutes passed before a voice called from the other side of the door. "He has fallen asleep.
Come out for dinner."
Lu Shiming emerged from the wardrobe, his slender frame straining as he moved the furniture aside. Outside stood the elder's face, partially concealed by the brim of his hat. The old man trembled as he led him to the kitchen. "Your uncle's business is struggling. He drinks every day, and there's little he can do. If your mother hadn't chosen your father back then, your uncle wouldn't be like this." Lu Shiming silently ate his meal as the elder continued to ramble on. Life passed monotonously, until that fateful day. "Grandfather, go and fetch an axe for me from that room," the elderly man instructed, gesturing towards the modest dwelling in the backyard. Young Lu Shiming nodded and made his way towards the small house. The door was unlatched. With a gentle push, it creaked open. Inside, dust had accumulated over time, and a faint scent of alcohol lingered in the air. Just as Lu Shiming turned around, he was startled by the sound of the door being locked behind him. Stunned, he called out, "Grandpa?" "Shiming." A man's voice echoed from behind. Lu Shiming's body stiffened, frozen in place, as if glued to the floor. "Come here, Shiming," the man urged, his voice growing nearer. The summer sun blazed overhead, casting a shadow that loomed over him like a predatory beast. "Uncle, uncle," he stammered, his heart racing. Indeed, it was his uncle, staggering towards him with a bottle in hand, the stench of liquor wafting around him. Lu Shiming's eyes widened with fear, his slender frame slowly turning to face the approaching figure. In the dappled sunlight, the man's bloodshot eyes glimmered like embers. His attire, a once white tank top, now yellowed and stained with unsightly spills. The air was thick with dust and the oppressive warmth of summer. In a moment of panic, Lu Shiming whirled around and pounded on the door. "Grandpa, Grandpa, let me out. Grandpa, your uncle is here. What is there to fear?" came the dismissive reply. The man suddenly approached and grasped the neck of the young Lu Shiming with a fierce grip, his expression transforming into one of grotesque rage. "Damn it, you ungrateful wretch. Just like your vile mother. Do you look down upon me? Do you look down upon me?" The frail youth was pinned against the door, tears streaming down his face as he gasped for breath. "That filthy wretch. That filthy wretch." The man unleashed a torrent of blows and kicks upon the boy, then abruptly halted. The youth's clothing was torn away, revealing his delicate, slender form. His disheveled black hair framed his swollen, reddened eyes, exuding an androgynous beauty. "You bear a striking resemblance to your mother," the man's voice suddenly softened. Yet, the boy felt a chilling dread permeate his being. "Uncle, I am not my mother. I am not." The man hurled a bottle towards Lu Shiming with a violent force. The sound of shattering glass echoed, blood spraying forth. The boy's head spun, and he felt as though a thick veil of blood mist had descended before him. He struggled to widen his eyes, attempting to discern the man before him, grotesque and repulsive, akin to a rabid dog. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the door was flung open, and a cascade of white flowers engulfed the space. The man's contorted face was submerged within. A slender, delicate figure stood at the threshold, extending her hand towards him. Behind her, sunlight poured in, illuminating the scene. The girl appeared so enchanting, she seemed almost unreal. The boy, dazed, looked up as blood trickled down his face. Yet the scent that filled the air was not the metallic tang of his own blood, but rather the sweet fragrance of blossoms. Lu Shiming jolted awake, the lingering aroma of sweetness still clinging to his senses, invading his very being, tugging at his decaying soul, and drawing him away from the depths of ferocity. The room was enveloped in a profound silence, with others still immersed in slumber. Lu Shiming reached out to brush his damp, dark hair, a peculiar smile gracing his lips as he murmured softly, "This ability is indeed quite fascinating." As he lowered his gaze, he beheld Su Ruanruan nestled in his embrace. The young girl was swathed in a thick down jacket, her hat adorned with a circle of fine white fur, encircling her cherubic face. Resembling an infant curled up in his arms, lost in a deep sleep. Her cheeks flushed, and her small mouth moved as if savoring some delectable treat in her dreams. The man leisurely drew her closer, gently lowering his gaze to inhale the sweet fragrance emanating from the girl. It was as familiar as a cherished memory, akin to the essence of his very existence. This scent flowed through his veins like a gentle stream, gradually melting away the suffocating pain and undeniable fury, like snow slowly dissipating under the sun's warmth. In her dreams, Su Ruanruan envisioned a miniature Lu Shiming wielding an axe, approaching her with playful intent. As he swung the axe, he called out, "If we are brothers, then come and strike me." Su Ruanruan protested, asserting, "We are not brothers. We are nothing of the sort. Please don't harm me." Yet, upon realizing how diminutive Lu Shiming appeared, she questioned her fear of him. Stopping in her tracks, she lifted her foot and stomped down, pinning Lu Shiming beneath her. With a playful squish, she ground him beneath her foot, bursting into laughter as she awakened from the delightful dream. It was a dream so enchanting that Su Ruanruan momentarily struggled to comprehend the reality before her. Hadn't she just trampled him to death? How regrettable it was that it had merely been a dream. As her gaze met Lu Shiming's exquisitely handsome face, she cast a glance at their intertwined forms. Su Ruanruan immediately struggled in a state of terror. Were it not for your somewhat appealing appearance, I would have long since taken my own life. The young girl's beautiful, large eyes glistened with tears as she gazed over, exuding a sense of poignant vulnerability. Her soft, pink-tinged lips were pressed together, as if harboring an immense grievance. The man let out a few teasing chuckles, tightening his embrace further. "If you do not awaken soon, I shall have to administer artificial respiration." "Why do you utter such words with an air of excitement?" Su Ruanruan's recently opened mouth promptly closed. She then exerted herself to breathe heavily, striving to demonstrate her vitality. "Your breathing is quite sufficient. No assistance is required." Lu Shiming's slender arms encircled Su Ruanruan's delicate form, his thin lips brushing against her small ear, barely touching, exhaling warm breaths. For reasons unknown, Su Ruanruan felt herself weaken, as though her bones had vanished. The man's hand gently grasped her small face, giving it a slight tug, his tone gentle, reminiscent of a serene April day. "You truly had me worried, Ruanruan." With her little face distorted from the tugging, Su Ruanruan expressed that one should not presume her cuteness allows for bullying. The man sighed, seemingly relieved. Fortunate that Ruanruan had awakened. Su Ruanruan too exhaled a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Lu Shiming's smile faded, his gaze deepening as he looked at her, as if attempting to pierce through her exterior and gaze into the depths of her soul. The man's eyes resembled an expansive ocean, mysterious yet perilous, cruel yet beautiful. Beneath that calm surface lay a latent ferocity, capable of breaching any barrier. Arrogant and merciless. Su Ruanruan instantly felt a surge of anxiety. Rolling over to witness the still forms of Anyang and Xiaozhi lying on the ground. Why have they not yet awakened? Immediately rushing over with concern, one first gently patted Xiaozhi's head, then proceeded to do the same for Anyang. "Are you all right?" Suddenly, Xiaozhi spat out a mouthful of blood, groggily regaining consciousness. Anyang also struggled to rise. Lu Shiming leaned against the wall, beckoning to Su Ruanruan. "I am injured as well," he said, extending a finger adorned with a minuscule wound, which would heal on its own within a minute. Su Ruanruan, filled with sympathy, immediately blew on it and inquired tenderly, "It must hurt, doesn't it?" The young girl blinked her large eyes, glistening with concern. The man responded with a charming smile, seemingly gratified. "It's nothing, my dear fool. I only speak sweetly, but you occupy no space in my heart." The heartless Su Ruanruan provided a voiceover. The profound nightmares, a blend of reality and illusion, stirred the deepest struggles within one's soul. Each individual harbors their most vulnerable weaknesses, the ones that must not be touched. Fan Mai's ability lies in weaving these vulnerabilities into nightmares. Such psychological torment is far more terrifying than physical harm. One by one, they began to awaken, their expressions vacant, as if they had dreamt of something utterly horrifying. Suddenly, the door swung open. Fan Mai appeared at the threshold, disheveled. Meanwhile, Anyang and Xiaozhi looked dazed, as if struck by sudden stupor. Fan Mai's eyes gleamed with desperation as she pleaded with the group, "Please, I beg you, help me save my son." The situation unfolded too abruptly. Fan Mai knelt before them, repeatedly bowing her head, weeping uncontrollably, her voice hoarse with despair. In a desperate bid to avert her own demise, Su Ruanruan immediately leapt onto Lu Shiming. She was certainly not motivated by fear. At that moment, an Aiyang appeared to awaken from a sudden stupor. She swiftly raised her firearm, aiming it at Fan Mai. "What has happened to your son?" she demanded. "My son was just taken away by someone sent by the boss. He is only 12 years old. They explicitly stated that if I complied with their demands, they would release my son. Yet, they not only seek to extract my crystal core, but have also abducted my child." The potency of Fan Mai's abilities was formidable, drawing covetous attention from many, including the boss himself, who had issued a direct order for Fan Mai's crystal core. Fan Mai's eyes glazed over, her expression vacant, as if ensnared in a nightmare. In that moment, all her earlier bravado dissipated, leaving her resembling a frail, helpless woman. And Aiyang's face was etched with suspicion. It was clear she did not trust Fan Mai. "Do you not possess abilities?" she questioned. Fan Mai shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "It is futile. My powers are of no use against them. Those people are like soulless husks. I will atone for my sins. I will atone. My child is innocent." Suddenly, Fan Mai lifted her head, a fervent determination igniting within her. "I will extract my crystal core and offer it to you, if only you can save my child." Without warning, she produced a kitchen knife and attempted to cut her own throat. The crowd had no time to intervene. Blood dripped steadily from her wound, transforming her garments into a crimson shroud in mere moments, revealing her willingness to inflict harm upon herself. This woman, merciless towards the children of others, was yet fiercely devoted to her own. "Ah, this ring. I recognize it. It belongs to you. I offer you everything, provided you save my son." "The ring." And Aiyang immediately seized the ring. "Where is its owner?" The blood from Fan Mai continued to flow as she weakly replied. She was taken to the boss. "Who is your boss?"
Niyang preset on.
"The Northern Survival Zone." Suddenly, Fan Mai's eyes rolled back, and she began to convulse uncontrollably. Lu Shiming narrowed his eyes and stepped forward, asking, "What is your boss's name?" "His name is Lu Jianren." Su Ruanruan noticed a spark in Lu Shiming's eyes, akin to a bloodthirsty wolf cub fixating on its prey. His demeanor remained languid and nonchalant, even his tone unchanged. Yet his eyes roiled with intensity, his slender fingers cradling his chin, exuding an air of both elegance and wickedness. At that moment, Fan Mai suddenly stood up and lunged at an Aiyang. An Aiyang swiftly fired his weapon. With a loud bang, Fan Mai collapsed to the ground. Outside the window, the howls of zombies erupted. Xiaoji approached the window and discovered that the gate to the yard had mysteriously swung open. A military vehicle sped away. An Aiyang turned to gaze at Fan Mai's lifeless body. Aside from the gash inflicted by a kitchen knife, there were also bite marks on her neck. She had been bitten by a zombie. Lu Shiming strolled over leisurely, crouched down, and tapped Fan Mai's head. "Extract the crystal core." Chapter 26. An Aiyang moved forward and deftly extracted Fan Mai's crystal core. She squatted on the ground, her palms drenched in blood, cradling the crystalline core that had nearly cost them their lives. An Aiyang clenched her fist tightly, the pain of her grip biting into her palm. Yet, this discomfort paled in comparison to the horrors she had endured in her nightmare moments before. "Should I help her?" she referred to Fan Mai. Xiaoji remarked, "Regardless of how despicable the adult may be, the child remains innocent." Indeed, an Aiyang nodded. Silence enveloped the room, thick and heavy. Suddenly, an Aiyang broke the stillness. "Did you all have dreams?" Su Ruanruan nodded gravely, feeling an overwhelming weight of melancholy and deep sorrow. Such a splendid dream, only to discover it was merely an illusion? And Aiyang continued, "I thought I would be forever trapped in that nightmare." She lowered her gaze, concealing her expression. That nightmare was truly horrific, reflecting Fan Mai's extraordinary and unfathomable powers. Just as she felt her heart was about to shatter, a fragrance wafted through the air. She could not discern the type of flower, for an Aiyang, who had never received flowers and paid them little mind, was oblivious. Yet, The scent was rich and intoxicating, lifting one from the depths of despair to the heights of paradise with a single inhalation. The delicate and gentle aroma infiltrated her senses, allowing the wretched, tragic sorrow that sought to self-destruct to escape like a whisper through her nostrils. Her body felt purified, her soul elevated, as she found herself as empty and unblemished as a newborn babe. One cannot help but yearn to remain forever immersed in this splendid, pristine world. And Ayong appeared somewhat dazed. At that moment, it seemed as though she caught a whiff of an exquisitely sweet floral fragrance. She was uncertain whether this scent was a figment of her imagination or a tangible reality. Yet, the sensation was as comforting as being enveloped in paradise.
Can you smell it?
And Ayong lifted her gaze, her excitement palpable as she looked at the three individuals standing beside her. I can hardly recall, she confessed, a hint of disappointment flickering across her face. She then turned her attention to Lu Shiming and Su Ruanruan. Lu Shiming remarked, "There is no floral scent. You may have misremembered." Su Ruanruan inhaled deeply, her expression mirroring confusion. She felt a pang of hunger and wondered when they would be served a meal. Through the trio, Ayong gazed out at the expanse of pure white snow blanketing the ground. Indeed, in such an apocalyptic scenario and with this weather, how could one possibly expect flowers to bloom, let alone emit a fragrance that could waft so far? Ayong rose, declaring, "Let us first address the zombies. It seems they are attempting to ascend." The creatures outside were merely ordinary zombies, incapable of navigating stairs. They would require a good 10 minutes to crawl up. One might even risk being dragged down by the zombies below, should they happen to possess legs. At this moment, those zombies were laboriously striving towards their meal. Such spirit, such perseverance, such inspiration. Su Ruanruan mused that this year's top 10 outstanding zombies surely included them. Ha! The zombies strained their necks, catching sight of a glimmer of hope. Su Ruanruan excitedly waved at them.
He.
Observing the diligent efforts of the zombies, Su Ruanruan began to ponder whether she should first satiate herself or offer sustenance to the zombies. After a moment of contemplation, she gazed upon the yearning little faces of the zombies and felt a sudden pang of sorrow. Poor little darlings, they had become so emaciated. Stealthily, Su Ruanruan crouched down and extended her petite feet. Suddenly, Ayong shoved Lu Shiming and Su Ruanruan into the room and kicked Su Ruanruan's little darling out. The darling, as the leader of the zombies, tumbled down with the other little darlings, scattering in disarray. In an instant, it became impossible to discern whose arm belonged to whose leg, or whose head was whose behind. Lu Shiming, you and Su Ruanruan stay in the room and wait for us, Ayong commanded, and together with Xiaoji, they hefted their weapons and prepared to venture outside. Abruptly, Su Ruanruan, standing beside Lu Shiming, swayed her little head and then fell backward. Ayong's expression shifted to one of alarm as he rushed over Su Ruanruan. The man reached out and encircled the slender waist of the young girl, pulling her into his embrace. Ayong was left grasping at air, feeling an inexplicable sense of reluctance. Su Ruanruan curled up in Lu Shiming's arms, her eyes tightly shut. Her curled lashes fell like a delicate little fan. What happened to her? Ayong inquired. Lu Shiming rolled up his sleeve, revealing his luxurious watch, and glanced at the time, saying, "It's time for Ruanruan's afternoon nap." Ayong reached out, her hand resting on Su Ruanruan's heart, only to be met with a ghastly pallor as she realized there was no heartbeat. Lu Shiming cast his gaze downward, observing Ayong's hand, and with a deliberate motion, he pinched her sleeve, gently pushing it aside. "Of course, you won't detect anything through 3 layers of down jackets and 4 thick sweaters," he remarked. Ayong felt a twinge of embarrassment. She leaned in slightly, feeling for Su Ruanruan's breath, before gently prying open her eyelids for a closer look. It appeared she was merely asleep. Ayong's expression twisted into one of anguish. How could she possibly be sleeping at a time like this? Is she a fool? Frustration gnawed at her. Realizing the girl before her was blissfully unaware, her cheeks flushed like an innocent child oblivious to the world's calamities. Has she always been like this?
Niyang inquiret.
Lu Shiming's eyes darkened momentarily, as if recalling something, and he let out a sigh. His icy fingertips traced along Su Ruanruan's delicate face down to her slender neck, causing the sleeping girl to shudder, as if a block of ice had been thrust into her collar. In the past, she was not endearing at all. He gently pinched Su Ruanruan's neck, only withdrawing his hand once it had warmed to her body temperature, his tone soft and calm, tinged with a sense of satisfaction. And Yang pondered this. Could it be that a faulty drug had truly muddled her mind? She felt a wave of sympathy wash over her as she looked at Su Ruanruan, but her gaze turned even more sympathetic when directed at Lu Shiming. TSK, TSK, TSK. Yang and Xiaoji had dealt with the zombies below. Once again, the iron gate was shut, preventing the intrusion of the undead. Fortunately, this village lay far from the city, with only a few scattered zombies. Otherwise, the scent of blood would likely have attracted countless more. Lu Shiming, come out for a moment, called Yang from below. The man deftly bound the slumbering Su Ruanruan to himself using a technique akin to securing a year-old pig, then leisurely descended the creaky staircase. It was yet another beautiful day. Delicate rays of sunlight streamed through the window behind Lu Shiming, enveloping him in a radiant halo. Were it not for the bulging form behind him, this scene would resemble a top-tier poster with impeccable lighting. The man, striding with his long legs, approached at a languid pace. "Yin Shang is dead," Yang remarked, gesturing towards the lifeless body on the ground. "The fatal wound is a gunshot, and his core has been extracted." Yin Shang lay sprawled on the floor, his eyes wide open, his face contorted in a grimace, clearly reflecting the disbelief he felt in his final moments. It seemed he had not anticipated that the individuals sent by his employer would be his demise. Surrounding Yin Sheng's corpse were chaotic footprints stained with blood, and Yang speculated that they belonged to those sent by the employer. Lu Shiming gazed down for a moment, then unexpectedly produced a pair of white gloves from his backpack. He knelt, dipped a finger into the blood on the ground, and brought it to his nose for a whiff. "All that's missing is a pair of detective glasses," he mused. "Shiming, this blood is not human." "Not human? Then what sort of blood is it?" Xiaoji inquired, puzzled. Lu Shiming rose, a smile gracing his lips. "If I am not mistaken, it is likely chicken blood." The young girl, Su Ruanruan, with a flicker of alertness, struggled to lift her heavy eyelids. Her small mouth babbled insistently, expressing her desire. "Chicken. I want to eat chicken." "You cannot indulge in a feast without me." Yang glanced at the drowsy Su Ruanruan, who could barely keep her eyes open yet continued to murmur about chicken. In frustration, he stuffed a vacuum-sealed duck neck into her mouth. Half asleep, she nibbled on the duck neck. Lu Shiming followed the trail of blood into the kitchen, discarding his bloodied gloves. Inside lay a chicken with its throat cut. Outside the kitchen was the chicken coop, where the birds huddled together, trembling violently, further panicking at Lu Shiming's presence. Among them was an old hen with a crooked neck, also slain by a swift blade. Had someone murdered the chicken and splattered its blood upon the intruders? Xiaoji speculated. In the room lay the lifeless body of Fan Mai, and Yang hurried inside, discovering blood-stained feathers on her. Fan Mai's hands bore deep gashes, evidence of a fierce struggle, suggesting her state had been one of utter chaos, with several wounds deep enough to expose bone. Just moments ago, as I closed the iron door, I noticed a bloody handprint on it. Thus, the truth became evident. After the intruders burst in, they acted with brazen audacity, assaulting Yin Sheng right before Fan Mai's eyes, even attempting to snatch her son from her grasp. In a frenzy, Fan Mai, desperate to protect her child, resorted to severing the chicken's throat to draw blood, flinging it about in hopes of summoning the undead to her aid. The zombies have arrived, and the group hastily retreated. Fan Mai's extraordinary abilities proved ineffective against these mindless creatures, and she suffered a bite. However, she possessed such formidable powers. Why resort to such desperate measures against those beings? Xiaoji felt a twinge of confusion. As Yang contemplated Fan Mai's abilities, his expression turned pale. Lu Shiming remarked, just before she perished. She mentioned that her powers were futile against those beings. They are merely walking corpses. Walking corpses? What manner of undead could render even Fan Mai's abilities useless? A palpable sense of dread gripped the room as they began to comprehend the terrifying enemy they were up against. Silence enveloped the space, broken only by the sound of Su Ruanruan gnawing on a duck neck. Lu Shiming shifted the duck neck that rested against his neck, simultaneously tucking Su Ruanruan's incessantly bumping head into a woolen cap and fastening it tightly.
Su Ruanruan exclaimed, "I suddenly feel a bit suffocated."
Yet, the most alarming part is that I've just realized my duck neck has vanished. Xiaoji pondered. At this point, we can ascertain that Lu Jianren is ruthlessly scavenging for crystal cores and children. And Ai Yang replied, I can understand his desire for the crystal cores. But what does he want with the children? Lu Shiming responded, the most obedient walking corpses are those raised from a young age. And Ai Yang's eyes lit up with realization. Indeed, if these were trained from childhood, then Fan Mai's powers would be utterly ineffective against them. Such walking corpses exist as absolute instruments of destruction, devoid of emotion, devoid of heart, devoid of anything. A blade, one could hardly expect them to possess thought. The proprietor's meticulous planning was evident as he sent such a lifeless figure to manage Fan Mai as if it had been preordained. The expressions on everyone's faces were far from pleasant. Xiao Zhi remarked, I shall check on the baby, and swiftly dashed out. And Ai Yang followed closely behind. Within the room, only Lu Shiming and the morbidly transformed Su Ruanruan remained. The still air was thick with the lingering scent of blood. Suddenly, Lu Shiming paused, his gaze shifting towards the wardrobe that loomed in the corner. The immense wardrobe stood ajar, dark and ominous, resembling a beast with its jaws agape. Inside lay an abyssal darkness, seemingly bottomless. Lu Shiming took a step forward, slowly approaching. His slender, pale hand rested upon the wardrobe door, gently pulling it open. With a creak, the wardrobe emitted a mournful wail. A sliver of sunlight penetrated the gloom, illuminating a pink note affixed to the wardrobe's interior, inscribed with the words, Dear, do you like my gift? See you, love your Jianren. Lu Shiming's eyes narrowed in disgust as he donned gloves, tearing the notes down with fervor and clenching them tightly. The pink paper disintegrated in his grasp, fluttering down like snowflakes, only to be crushed beneath his feet. With the gloves discarded, a dark shadow enveloped Lu Shiming's gaze. The temperature around him plummeted to that of a frigid chamber. Their safety was not due to Fan Mai or any semblance of hope, but rather a gift from that individual, a show of dominance. Su Ruanruan shuddered in the cold, awakening instantly. She struggled to pull off the hat that had been shaped like a chrysanthemum, then gracefully emerged from the 3 layers of down jacket, slipping out like a fish. Making an effort to tiptoe on the ground, the round little girl was pressed against the wardrobe, her feet dangling as she kicked about, with a half-eaten duck neck still clutched in her mouth. Lu Shiming looked down at her, reached out to take the half-eaten duck neck from her hands, and then gently wiped her greasy little mouth with his fingertip. The duck neck was spicy, and the little girl's lips were as red as if adorned with a layer of rouge, slightly pouted, revealing an innate and innocent allure. Lu Shiming leaned down, slowly released her, and stood quietly, his brows lowered. His dark hair obscured his eyes, making his expression difficult to discern, and he simply said, Give me your hand. Su Ruanruan, trembling, raised her little paw and stammered, Look, I have 10 crescent moons. Quite healthy, no need for a massage. Please put away your little axe. I can already see it eagerly peeking out with a tiny foot. Lu Shiming grasped her soft, delicate hand with its 10 little crescent shapes. The little girl had been well cared for. Her palm was soft and tender, pliable like dough. Holding this soft little paw, Lu Shiming's previously gloomy mood lightened a bit. He then leaned down, held her little hand, and kissed the back of it. The man's lips were cold, akin to a piece of ice upon contact. Yet they were incredibly soft, yielding slightly like jelly. Su Ruanruan's eyes widened in surprise. I'm walking with you, and you're actually craving my body. The man lifted his gaze, the delicate corners of his eyes arching, seemingly displeased with Su Ruanruan's resistance. Su Ruanruan immediately teared up, expressing her distress that Xiao Huiji had shaken her heart. Unfortunately, Xiao Huiji showed no mercy towards Su Ruanruan and audaciously leaned closer, resting his chin on her shoulder and gently nuzzling her like a large dog. Instantly alert, Su Ruanruan wrapped her arms around her exquisite figure and earnestly cautioned, Driving recklessly leads to tears for loved ones. Lu Shiming asserted that he would soon obtain his seasoned driver's license, not merely in theory, but in practice as well, and gently urged Su Ruanruan not to worry. Through her tears, Su Ruanruan proclaimed that she was not at all concerned. Rather, Her anxiety stemmed from the fear that his frail and helpless body could not endure. Lu Shiming reassured her that her worries were unwarranted.
Su Ruanruan,
In a state of emotional turmoil, declared that even if he possessed her physically, he could never win her heart. Su Ruanruan pondered aloud, "Am I truly so unworthy?" The man grasped Su Ruanruan's chin, tilting his head slightly with a rather unsettling expression. However, perhaps it was due to his lack of 10 small crescents? Lu Shiming. Trembling, Su Ruanruan cautiously attempted to enlighten Lu Shiming about the significance of the small crescents. Essentially, the more crescents one possesses, the healthier one is. She held his hand, counting the absent crescents one by one, then exclaimed in astonishment, "How come you have none? Look at me, I have 10. I am exceedingly healthy. Your lack of crescents suggests you may meet an untimely demise." The man raised a brow dangerously. Su Ruanruan swallowed hard, summoning the courage to deliver her final conclusion. "You have too few crescents on your fingers. I fear you may leave me a widow." Lu Shiming gently brushed his hand over Su Ruanruan's small head, reassuring her, "It's all right. I will not allow you to face this alone."
Su Ruanruan,
In a moment of despair, exclaimed, "Cack." Following this, the man slowly leaned down. "The baby is gone. During the day, could you not be so careless?" And Ai Yang, who had barged in unexpectedly, nearly caused her freshly healed cornea to tear once more. "It's daytime. Could you not knock?" Su Ruanruan's vacant eyes reflected a profound loss of zest for life. And Ai Yang, taken aback by Su Ruanruan's sudden cleverness, knocked forcefully on the door. The already dilapidated door met its demise, emitting a sorrowful creak as it succumbed. And Ai Yang remarked, "Her strength is truly minimal. Let us all go out to search for Xiao Baobao." Su Ruanruan squatted in the chicken coop, intently fixated on the crooked-necked chicken.
so plump, so fragrant.
I long to indulge. "Su Ruanruan, where is your dog?" And Ai Yang called out, darting around like a frantic caretaker. Su Ruanruan remained transfixed, pondering that perhaps it had gone to hunt the chicken. "Crooked-necked chicken, am I not even safe in death?" Su Ruanruan retorted, "Even while you live, I shall not spare you. How much less so now that you are dead." At that moment, a zombie dog, drawn by the call, sprang forth, its muzzled head shaking toward Xiaoji. Following suit, Xiaoji inexplicably understood the canine communication and proceeded alongside. The zombie dog led Xiaoji to the front yard, where it began to dig a hole. Xiaoji remarked, "I did not seek you out to bury your excrement." The zombie dog continued its excavation, while Xiaoji turned to leave. Suddenly, his gaze faltered as he spotted a small child's hand in the shallow pit that had just been unearthed. Xiaoji's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately rushed over to dig alongside the zombie dog. Su Ruanruan, clutching her crooked-necked chicken, passed by with a look of sheer terror. She then hurriedly thrust the chicken into Xiaoji's arms, shouting fervently, "Eat the chicken. We have plenty of chickens. Don't resort to eating filth." Xiaoji remained silent. Fortunately, he had already unearthed Xiao Baobao from the ground. Having planted a Xiao Baobao in the morning, one could reap another by nightfall, even buried beneath the soil. Xiao Baobao continued to gnaw on spicy chicken feet. Su Ruanruan was intrigued by how such a challenging feat could be accomplished by Xiao Baobao. However, Xiaoji, now visibly anxious, cradled Xiao Baobao tightly as he walked away. And Ai Yang, spotting the dirt-covered Xiao Baobao, exclaimed joyfully, "Wonderful. We found him. Is he all right?" Xiaoji shook his head, holding Xiao Baobao even closer, his gaze filled with concern as it drifted towards Su Ruanruan, who was reprimanding her dog for its unsavory habits. "Is that the kind of junk food for dogs? Little pup, woof woof woof. Let's go give the baby a bath." And Ai Yang, devoid of any doubt, felt a soft glow in her sharp phoenix-like eyes. She shyly turned her body, portraying herself as a delicate flower. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, relieved that the baby was safe. "Should we help give the baby a bath together?" But Xiaoji had already dashed away, holding the baby tightly. And Ai Yang pondered, "Is she truly that intimidating?" "Eat the chicken." Su Ruanruan offered her crooked-necked chicken to Ai Yang. Ai Yang furrowed her brow fiercely, and with a swift motion, she snapped the already crooked neck of the chicken. Su Ruanruan exclaimed, "Cack. You terrifying woman. Our vehicle is totaled. We need to find a new one. After dispatching the chicken, an Ayong approached with bloodied claws, delivering the grim news. Lu Shiming produced his shared bicycle and electric scooter. However, as the electric scooter was out of power, the group was left with no choice but to resort to the shared bicycle. Thus, in the idyllic fields, they were to engage in a playful chase with the zombies, a life-and-death interaction where if a zombie caught them, they would face a rather unsettling fate. Yet, an Ayong firmly rejected this notion. She asserted that while they currently lacked a proper vehicle, relying on a flimsy shared bicycle would be utterly impractical. Therefore, they could ride around in search of a functional car nearby. They could search for a few days, and if all else failed, they would have to make do with the bicycle. Fortunately, the villa's generator and the large water reservoir were still operational. Managing for a few days would pose no issue, and they could comfortably take showers. The group unanimously agreed with Anai Yang's perspective. Suddenly, Xiao Ji, who was observing the zombies from the second floor with binoculars, spoke up. Someone is coming. In truth, the others had already noticed. Not far down the concrete path, a small car was struggling to make its way towards them. The vehicle appeared somewhat dirty and worn, evidently having endured a long journey from an uncertain origin. The small car parked haphazardly in front of the villa's iron gate, remaining silent for a moment before someone cautiously opened the door and stepped out. A young man, appearing to be in his early 20s, stood there clad in a thick down jacket, his overall demeanor somewhat unkempt. The other car door swung open to reveal an elderly woman. Her hair a mix of white and gray, her face etched with wrinkles, donning a cap typical of her age. Amidst this apocalyptic world, her expression remained remarkably serene. Just as the young man was about to approach and knock, the elderly woman grasped his arm, cautioning him, "You a grown man should not enter if there are women inside. It may be unsafe." It was unclear whether her concern was for the man's safety or the woman's. The young man nodded obediently, stepping back. The elderly woman, leaning on a sturdy branch, advanced slowly and gently tapped on the iron gate. The bloodstains within the villa had been meticulously cleaned by Anai Yang and Xiao Ji, and the bodies had been buried. Although the villa appeared somewhat dilapidated, it was evident that it was inhabited. Most striking was the rich aroma of chicken soup wafting through the air, almost intoxicating in its allure. Xiao Ji approached, firearm in hand. Upon seeing the tall and imposing figure of Xiao Ji, the elderly woman hesitated momentarily. The man beside her instinctively stepped forward, shielding her behind him. However, she gently pushed him aside, her voice humble as she inquired, "I sincerely apologize for the intrusion. We truly could not find any other place. Might you have some food?" They had followed the enticing scent of the chicken soup. Xiao Ji glanced at their car, then at the two individuals before him.
Ni Yang stood behind Xiao Ji.
Casting a fleeting glance at the young man, though his gaze lingered slightly longer on the elderly woman, furrowing his brow in contemplation, yet he grasped nothing definitive. With a hint of uncertainty, he invited, "Please come in." And Yang consented. A glimmer of joy illuminated the faces of both the elderly woman and the man. After so many days, this was their first experience of such warm hospitality. Despite the cold and unyielding demeanor of the man and woman, they were each presented with a bowl of chicken soup. The two sat in the living room, savoring the rare meal. And Yang suggested have some dry rations as well, and offered each of them a piece of bread. The two expressed their gratitude with delight. As the man consumed the chicken soup, tears welled up in his eyes, and he seemed on the verge of breaking down, pondering how the world had transformed into such a state. The elderly woman paused, her expression tinged with sadness, but quickly regained her composure. She comforted the man, saying, "The apocalypse isn't so bad. At least we don't have to worry about repaying debts." She was a remarkably optimistic and trendy old lady. The young man chuckled at her words, continuing to relish the chicken soup and nibble on the bread. And Yang couldn't help but smile as well, yet his inquisitive gaze remained fixated on the elderly woman. Sensing his attention, she gracefully halted her actions and remarked, "I encountered him by chance. He is a kind-hearted young man." The elderly woman then added with a touch of self-deprecation, "In this apocalypse, who would care about an old woman like me?" The man immediately refuted her, insisting, "It was you who saved me." As he spoke, a hint of sorrow flickered in his gaze directed at the elderly woman. She seemed to perceive his sentiment, her eyes reddening slightly as she lowered her head and resumed sipping her soup. On the sofa, a zombie dog and a small puppy sat wagging their tails. Su Ruanruan, vigilant, clutched her bucket, signifying that as long as the bucket remained, she too would endure. Should the bucket perish, so would she. No one could take away her rightful chickens, even if they were her dogs. Well then, let me offer you a few sausages. No, perhaps some chicken bones instead. All right, I shall give you a bit of meat. Chapter 27. The young man's surname was Gao, and he was called Gao Junsheng. Upon removing his hat, a somewhat refined face was revealed, marked by politeness and shyness. As for the elderly woman, her name was of little consequence, simply referring to her as grandmother sufficed. We were all ordinary people, devoid of any special abilities. Gao Junsheng sat on a chair, feeling somewhat uneasy in the presence of the assertive Anyang. In this apocalyptic world, those who survived without abilities were either physically robust or adept at banding together for survival, or they simply relied on good fortune. Clearly, Gao Junsheng belonged to the fortunate category. We intend to go to the northern survival zone, he stammered, clearly intimidated by Anyang, who held a firearm. However, his subsequent statement flowed more smoothly, tinged with urgency. I became separated from my girlfriend. I wish to find her. The anxiety in his voice was unmistakable. Lu Shiming, seated beside Anyang, rested one slender, jade-like finger on the table, tapping gently, the sound crisp and clear. Yet, under such circumstances, Gao Junsheng grew increasingly tense. Is your girlfriend in the northern survival zone? Lu Shiming inquired abruptly. The man's voice was melodious, yet when accompanied by the rhythmic sound of fingers drumming on the table, Gao Junsheng felt anything but at ease. Instead, he sensed an overwhelming pressure surging towards him incessantly. Striving to compose himself, Gao Junsheng shook his head and replied, I am unaware of my girlfriend's whereabouts, but I have heard that there is a psychic in the northern survival zone, capable of discerning any inquiries you may have. At this juncture, a spark of excitement ignited in his eyes. Anyang, however, furrowed his brow and exchanged a glance with Lu Shiming. Are you familiar with this individual? He inquired. No, came the reply. After their silent exchange, Anyang asked, How did you come to know this? Recently, I encountered numerous individuals migrating from the southern survival zone to the northern one. It was they who informed me. Thus, it appeared that this matter had become widely known among both the northern and southern inhabitants, while others remained oblivious. After a moment of contemplation, Anyang glanced at the vehicle parked in the yard and smiled. Perfect. We, too, are heading to the northern survival zone. Gao Junsheng immediately sprang to his feet, elated. That's wonderful. Let us go together. He understood that his survival thus far was merely a stroke of luck. Yet the individuals before him were different. Their continued existence was undoubtedly due to their prowess. Joining forces with them would significantly enhance his chances of survival. His gaze swept across the tall and agile Anyang, as well as the robust and imposing Xiaoji, concluding that they were the leaders of this contingent. As for the remaining two, the delicate, fair-skinned young girl sat gracefully upon the sofa, her slender brows gently arched, and her eyes perpetually glistening with a misty allure, veiled by thick, dark lashes. With her petite head slightly bowed, she exuded an air of poignant vulnerability. Cradled in her arms was an adorably plump puppy, reminiscent of a winter melon. Its tender youth unmistakable. The man who had conversed with her earlier approached leisurely, lifting the puppy from her embrace before enveloping the girl in his arms, meticulously brushing away the stray fur from her attire. This man, possessing a demeanor that was both gentle and refined, radiated an aristocratic charm akin to the gentle warmth of spring. Yet, Hai Junsheng, with his more perceptive nature, discerned that beneath this exterior lay a profound indifference. It was only when he gazed upon the young girl that a rare, tender affection surfaced in his demeanor. It must be said, however, that the young girl was exceptionally beautiful. While Anyang was already striking, this girl emanated an even more comforting, softer, and warmer presence, invoking an irresistible urge to draw near, to embrace her and hold her close. Hai Junsheng pondered this, and the man, too, acted accordingly. He effortlessly lifted the girl, who was dressed in a manner that made her resemble a little ball, placing her upon his own lap with ease, despite his seemingly frail frame. You're the one who's chubby. Your whole family is. The young girl, Su Ruanruan, retorted shyly, tilting her head slightly as if engaging the man in conversation. The dappled sunlight cascaded around them, illuminating her softness, purity, and innocence, qualities that seemed utterly out of place in this apocalyptic world. Evidently, she has been nurtured exceptionally well, remaining untainted by the grime of this apocalyptic world. Yet, this purity emanates from her very essence, as if it radiates from her bones. If the apocalypse embodies the utmost darkness, then she represents the epitome of light. Those misty, shimmering eyes, with just a single glance, transport one into a realm of nothingness. In that ethereal place, verdant mountains allure, and the fragrance of blossoms intoxicates, allowing one to forget all sorrows and find a fleeting moment of respite. Gao Junxing gazes at Su Ruanruan, unable to suppress his infatuation. It is akin to a person dangling from a precipice, yearning for that soul lifeline. It mirrors the pursuit of a glimmer of light by one ensnared in the depths of a dark abyss.
Lu Chimin, sitid bisaith Su Ruanruan.
Gently brushed aside a few strands of dog fur with his fingertips. His pitch-black eyes darkened slightly. The little puppy whimpered, retreating beneath the sofa, leaving only its round behind exposed. If you shed more fur, I shall shave you bald, the man murmured softly, his tone so tender that one might mistake it for a romantic whisper. Even his exceptionally handsome face bore a gentle expression. Instinctively, Su Ruanruan shielded her own hair with her hands, only to be patted on the head by Lu Shiming. After issuing an audacious threat to the still nursing puppy and comforting his trembling girlfriend, he turned his gaze towards Gao Junxing, who stood nearby. Gao Junxing's line of sight towards Su Ruanruan was obstructed by Lu Shiming. Upon meeting his gaze, an icy chill coursed through him. This sense of dread bore no distinction from plummeting from paradise into the depths of hell. Though both pairs of eyes belong to humans, how could one pair exude such purity while the other radiates such malevolence? The violent intensity in the man's gaze seemed to surge forth from his beautifully almond-shaped eyes, capable of cutting through flesh and slicing open throats. This couple sat together on the sofa, as if separated by the chasm between heaven and hell. Yet, these two extreme temperaments bizarrely coalesced, akin to the interplay of day and night, each indispensable to the other. "All right," came Anyang's cheerful response. Su Ruanruan slyly confided to Lu Shiming that she was simply coveting his car. "I heard that," Anyang exclaimed. Elderly madam sat there, her expression serene as she nodded, perpetually adorned with a gentle smile. In her twilight years, she felt that it mattered little where one went, as long as her presence was not deemed a burden by them. "Never, madam." Gao Junxing fervently shook his head, then looked towards Anyang with a plea in his eyes, seemingly apprehensive about Anyang's potential refusal. He had made up his mind. Should Anyang decline to take the elderly lady along, he would remain behind as well. Anyang, surprised by Gao Junxing's sense of gratitude, nodded and addressed the elderly woman. "I believe there is a cane in the room that would suit you perfectly. It will help you on the bumpy road ahead." Gao Junxing immediately beamed with gratitude. These individuals were truly kind-hearted. Just as his heart swelled with emotion, he caught sight of Lu Shiming and instinctively lowered his gaze in trepidation. This man, elegant as a nobleman, should have appeared the most appealing, yet for reasons unknown, he exuded an unsettling aura of danger. He looked so fragile, as if he could not withstand even the slightest confrontation. Before departing, everyone thoroughly scavenged the villa for anything of value. Su Ruanruan, accompanied by a small puppy, wandered around aimlessly. Suddenly, the puppy darted off, pulling Su Ruanruan along. Racing up to the second-floor room, the one where Su Ruanruan and Lu Shiming resided, the puppy then began to dig excitedly at the wardrobe. Su Ruanruan peeked inside, wondering if there might be some hidden treasure. Mimicking Anyang, she tapped and knocked on various surfaces, yet was unable to discern whether they were hollow or solid. There lay a notebook, secured with a password lock. She attempted to unlock it, but to no avail. Frustrated, she gave up, stuffing the notebook into her small bag and leading the dog outside. Gao Junxing's car, including the driver's seat, could accommodate 5 passengers. Now, with 6 individuals, a child, and 2 dogs, the zombie dog was placed in the trunk. Yang cradled the small puppy, while Xiaoji held onto Xiao Baobao. Lu Shiming discreetly tucked Su Ruanruan close to him. An elderly woman occupied the front passenger seat, with Gao Junsheng at the wheel. Though Gao Junsheng's driving skills were not quite on par with Yang's, they were still commendable. The most crucial aspect was that there were now 3 capable drivers, allowing Yang and Xiaoji to relax a little. "Oh dear, I wonder why I'm feeling a bit carsick," Yang murmured, rubbing his forehead weakly, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Xiaoji's robust arms. "Ah, such a strong physique." The small puppy barked, revealing its little legs, only to be playfully swatted down by Yang. Xiao Baobao, sitting atop Xiaoji, continued to munch vacantly on spicy chicken feet. Xiaoji shielded Xiao Baobao with one arm while rummaging through his pocket with the other. "I have some motion sickness medication," he announced. Yang expressed her desire for a particular individual, stating that what she truly craved was you. However, as a woman, she believed she should maintain a semblance of modesty. No matter, she reassured herself, she could withstand it. Yang was in excellent health. Su Ruanruan, after speaking, languidly added, "I heard you used to race cars." Yang shot a fierce glare at the timid couple, opening her mouth in a silent warning. "If you remain silent, no one will perceive you as mute." Su Ruanruan, feeling tense, inquired, "Do you want to eat chicken?" Yang redirected her attention towards Lu Shiming. "Lu Shiming, it's time for you to learn how to drive." Lu Shiming, with one arm wrapped around Su Ruanruan, leaned against the car window, his countenance appearing as a meticulously crafted icy poster against the cold, snowy backdrop, mysterious, noble, and pure. Upon hearing Yang's words, he suddenly lowered his gaze, his voice crisp and clear. "I cannot. A man must not utter such a phrase." Su Ruanruan, eager to assert her presence, exclaimed, "I can learn." Considering Yang's reluctance to meet an untimely demise, she graciously declined Su Ruanruan's suggestion. "I am not ready to die yet." Such a direct response. Yet, she herself wished for an end.
Su Ruanruan sighed deeply,
feeling that they were simply envious of her talents. As a genius, she often felt profoundly lonely. Propping her chin on one hand, she gazed out of the car window. The thick snow fell incessantly, the roads not only piled high with snow but also covered in a thick layer of ice. Eventually, everyone decided to disembark from the vehicle. Only Gao Junsheng remained seated in the car, inching forward as the snow was cleared just a bit ahead. The small vehicle emitted an unsatisfied sputtering sound. "You are insulting my car. This is too slow. If only something could swiftly clear the way," Yang remarked, straightening up to glance at the endless expanse of white snow, lamenting the ineffectiveness of her powers against the accumulation. With the snow still thick, the snowfall resumed from the sky. The snow was so deep that even the zombies had vanished without a trace. Su Ruanruan squatted beside an enormous snow pile with an elderly woman, first fashioning a head for the snow mound, then adding 2 eyes. "Wow, look at her deft hands." "Ruanruan, stop playing. Be careful not to freeze your hands," Lu Shiming urged as he pulled her away. Realizing the car might no longer be able to move, Gao Junsheng joined them in shoveling snow. Witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but express envy, saying, "You two have such a great relationship." After a brief pause, he added, "My girlfriend is quite adorable as well." Lu Shiming's gaze towards Gao Junsheng suddenly darkened. A chill ran down Gao Junsheng's spine. Had he said something wrong? Was complimenting someone now a matter of life and death? Suddenly, the enormous, ambiguous snowman stirred, then moved again. Su Ruanruan hurried over to press down on its head. The snowman struggled vigorously, and Su Ruanruan strived to hold it down while seeking assistance, exclaiming, "It's trying to escape." The elderly woman raised her cane and struck down fiercely. The snowman quieted for a moment, then began to thrash even more wildly. Observing Su Ruanruan and the elderly woman still playing with the snowman, Yang approached swiftly. "Stop playing and help clear the snow. By the way," she handed the bucket in her hand to Su Ruanruan.
"Oh."
Su Ruanruan pitifully clutched her bucket and then placed it atop the snowman's head. Surely it was the cold that prompted it to stretch a bit. To her surprise, as soon as the bucket settled, the snowman sprang forth from the snowdrift. The snow adorning its body fell away in a flurry, revealing tattered garments beneath. Its head was ensnared by the iron bucket, flailing its arms wildly in disarray. Alas, it resembled a zombie. Su Ruanruan immediately declared, "I will hold it off. You all run." And with a resounding thud, she tumbled into the snow, legs flailing skyward, needing to be pulled free. "It's a zombie. Everyone get in the car." Ni Yang's expression turned serious as he swiftly scooped up Su Ruanruan and the old lady, tossing them into the vehicle. The others hastily followed suit. Before long, the expansive, thick blanket of snow revealed countless zombie heads emerging from the depths. They struggled to navigate through the meter-deep snow in pursuit of their next meal. Clad in rags with vacant stares, they persisted against the harsh winter. This spirit of perseverance could rival that of a wolf enduring hundreds of episodes without feasting on a single sheep, truly admirable.
My dog.
Su Ruanruan exclaimed excitedly as she flung open the car door to search for her canine companion.
Ni ang shouted in alarm.
Su Ruanruan reached out to stroke the head of a zombie dog, only to be flung onto its back. Su Ruanruan? The zombies were alarmingly close, and Ni Yang had already dispatched several with gunfire. However, the snow was too deep, leaving them trapped inside the sedan, unable to move. At this moment, it seems that Su Ruanruan, who is frolicking outside with the zombie dogs, is indeed the most promising among them. Jostled about by the zombie canines, Su Ruanruan feels utterly disoriented, her screams piercing through the chaos, her head spinning. The zombie dogs, now larger in stature, carry her through the snowy landscape, reveling in their youthful exuberance. They leap high, trampling upon the heads of the undead, reminiscent of a whack-a-mole game. With exhilaration, Su Ruanruan spreads her arms wide, exclaiming, "I wager my entire intellect that I shall certainly perish this time." Oh, her beloved little ones. Her dear treasures huddled together like sardines, bulldozing their way through the snow, leaving no untouched patch in their wake. Suddenly, the zombie dogs accelerate, and the horde behind them, sensing their meal is fleeing, quickens its pace as well. This is a contest of endurance and stamina. On the athletic field, the athletes sweat out their youthful vigor, embodying soaring dreams. The zombie dogs race further into the distance, while the horde trails behind, increasingly remote. Everyone stares blankly at the path cleared by the bodies of the undead, their eyes glazed over. She is luring the zombies? Gao Junsheng is moved to tears by such selfless dedication. Ni Yang, with an impassive expression, interjects, "Don't overthink it. She's simply foolish." Gao Junsheng responds, "Let us drive." The man seated by the window fiddles with an old backpack in his hands, leisurely caressing his small axe with his fingertips. Quietly, Gao Junsheng starts the car. The path ahead had been largely cleared by the horde of zombies. Displeased with Gao Junsheng's inability to keep pace with their relentless advance, Ni Yang swiftly maneuvered ahead, seizing the driver's seat to showcase her extraordinary drifting skills. Time seemed to blur as she drifted, until a junction with 10 roads appeared before her. Meanwhile, Su Ruanruan, having unknowingly outpaced the zombies, glanced at her limbs and felt her intellect had been insulted. She vowed never to invoke her intelligence again. What if, by mere chance, she acted foolishly? Exhausted, the zombie dog had shrunk to a normal size. Cuddled in Lu Shiming's embrace, Su Ruanruan whimpered for 3 minutes about how terrifying it was, before succumbing to slumber in the first second of the 4th minute. Lu Shiming gently placed her hat over her head, his fingertips brushing against her wind-kissed, rosy cheeks, giving them a light pinch. The little girl let out a discontented whimper, instinctively burrowing closer into his warmth. The air was filled with the chill of snow, mingled with the familiar scent of the man. Observing the small creature nestling against him, a smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of his lips. Ahead something loomed. Xiaoji peered through the binoculars out the car window, spotting a roadblock adorned with a sign. It appeared to denote a survival zone. Could there truly be a survival zone here? Ni Yang muttered, yet continued to drive towards it. In this frigid landscape, they indeed required a sanctuary, albeit this survival zone was somewhat different from their expectations, a modest area, no larger than a small neighborhood. The management is somewhat lax, perhaps due to the presence of ordinary individuals. We are, after all, good people. The coarse visage of Xiaoji suddenly appeared at the car window. The individuals at the entrance of the survival zone immediately raised their weapons in alertness. Ni Yang, having just awakened Su Ruanruan, whose expression was one of bewilderment, lifted her and pressed her face against the window. "Show your face." The young girl leaned against the glass, her delicate fingers covering her small mouth as she stifled a tiny yawn. A thin veil of mist enveloped her enchanting eyes, while her seaweed-like black hair cascaded down, resting against her rosy cheeks, accentuating her fragility. And Ayong couldn't help but swallow hard as he gazed at Su Ruanruan's beauty. How was it that she seemed to grow more exquisite? A glance that once left him awestruck now drew him into a state of captivated longing. Oblivious to her transformation in Ayang's eyes from a celestial fairy to a bewitching enchantress, Su Ruanruan finished her yawn and waved slightly to the people outside the car. "Hello there." The onlookers stood dumbfounded, their mouths agape, as the drool that had just fallen was instantly frozen in place. Consequently, through the art of charm, nay, the display of beauty, the little car smoothly entered the survival zone. The zone's overseer personally came out to greet them. He was a man who appeared to be in his 30s, and upon seeing Su Ruanruan, his eyes lit up. However, his gaze lacked the admiration or infatuation of others. Rather, it resembled that of someone appraising pork. "We especially welcome women and children. In these apocalyptic times, women and children must always be prioritized." Much like the silent vessel that ran aground upon an iceberg, women and children were always prioritized. The overseer passionately proclaimed the motto of their survival zone. Some phrases were rather lengthy. "Is there no need to surrender food?" And Ayong inquired, somewhat puzzled. The overseer promptly shook his head, "No, no." He then turned his gaze towards the smallest among them, little Xiao Bao. Producing a piece of candy from his pocket, he presented it to Xiao Bao, teasingly stating, "Uncle particularly enjoys children. If Uncle lets you have a bite, will you let Uncle have a bite too?" Xiao Bao opened his tiny mouth wide. At once, Xiaoji produced his feather duster. Xiao Bao promptly shut his mouth. The overseer laughed heartily, "Ha ha ha. Uncle is merely jesting. Come, have some candy." The sweet was then placed into Xiao Bao's mouth.
"Xiao Bao et galim, ah."
Before resuming his nibbling on spicy chicken feet, the overseer remained silent. For the time being, everyone settled into the survival zone. The inhabitants were warm and welcoming, even offering Ayong and the others a tour of their greenhouse vegetables. It was quite remarkable that they could still cultivate produce in such a post-apocalyptic world. Su Ruanruan crouched beside a small cabbage, extending her paw to touch it, then touching it again. "Su Ruanruan, do not move," Ayong cautioned.
"Oh."
The survival zone was modest in size, thus only a few rooms were available. Everyone proceeded to the cafeteria for their meals. Xiao Ji entrusted Xiao Bao to Su Ruanruan without a hint of worry. As she watched Ayong walk away with his bucket, her gaze lingered longingly. She pulled out a fairy tale book and began to narrate stories to Xiao Bao. "Look, this is Little Brain Axe. Little Fierce Su. Big West G." In a fit of rage, May exclaimed, "Little Fu and I. Little Hai is in pain. Strong Neck is furious. Great Python shoes. Great Poor Cat. Dan Ding Goats." Su Roro slurped up some ingredients. "And Ayong, are you aware that these are globally endangered species?" Su Roro swallowed hard. It must be delicious, otherwise. How could they be endangered? Upon finishing her thought, Su Ruanruan immediately began to feast, meticulously discarding the finest cuts of meat into the trash. Observing Su Ruanruan's actions, Ayong expressed astonishment. "You actually do not eat meat?" Su Ruanruan pouted her little face, feeling aggrieved. "I don't know why, but the sight of this meat makes me feel nauseous, as if I might vomit. It must be spoiled."
Ni Yang sat beside Su Ruanruan, his gaze suddenly turning profound.
"Have you been feeling lethargic, gluttonous, and perceiving yourself as overweight lately?" Su Ruanruan pondered carefully. "Not really." After speaking, she felt drowsy again. There was no choice but to eat while dozing off. Ayong looked at Su Ruanruan with a complex expression, then glanced at the inexplicably increasingly clingy Xiao Bao Bao. And a bold thought suddenly emerged in his mind. He then lowered his gaze to the meat in his bowl. For some unknown reason, he too sensed that the meat appeared spoiled. Nearby, the men approached with their lunchboxes, having not taken any meat. "Let the women and children have the meat, Xiao," she stated. Gao Junxing nodded in agreement, evidently sharing the same sentiment. The old woman remarked that she could not chew it. Lu Shiming was rather straightforward. "I do not fancy him. Yang's gaze fell upon Lu Shiming, scanning him from head to toe, alternating between astonishment and admiration. Su Ruanruan, who intermittently slept and ate, caught the look in Yang's eyes and began to suspect that he might have taken a liking to her boyfriend. The group had resided in the survival zone for 3 days, intending to depart once the snow softened. Su Ruanruan, feeling quite anxious, confided in Lu Shiming about a little secret she had unearthed. I think Yang might be in love with me. The man raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Su Ruanruan wore an expression that conveyed her certainty that he was skeptical and that she would prove him wrong. She dashed in circles on the ground, her excitement palpable. Yang, who had been conversing with Xiaoji, hurried over and tugged at her ear, admonishing, "Be careful. What if you fall?"
Su Ruanruan, in tears, insisted.
"It is impossible for us." To which Yang retorted, "What on earth are you thinking?" He endeavored to suppress his irritation and gently inquired, "Did you have enough to eat today?" Faced with Yang's sudden gentleness, Su Ruanruan touched her little belly and replied, "Yes, I am full." "Is there anything uncomfortable?" he asked. "No," she responded, feeling increasingly unnerved. Yang nodded, finally releasing her from his attention, and walked towards Lu Shiming, stating, "I have something to discuss with you." Lu Shiming leisurely followed Yang outside. Standing beside Xiaoji, Su Ruanruan gazed at the silhouettes of the 2 departing figures, inexplicably feeling a twinge of sorrow. Perhaps she was simply hungry. "Have some more," she suggested. In the corridor, only Yang and Lu Shiming remained. Yang crossed her arms, her annoyance palpable as she withdrew a cigarette, lit it, and took a few puffs before finally speaking. "Why aren't you taking any measures?" Lu Shiming leaned against the wall, his long black hair cascading to his shoulders, secured by a hair tie that Su Ruanruan had whimsically fashioned into a small bun. "Measures?" Lu Shiming's lips parted slightly as he pushed open the window. Yang shivered from the cold, her cigarette instantly extinguished by the frigid air. She tossed it away in irritation. Su Ruanruan is pregnant. In an instant, Lu Shiming's gaze darkened, a surge of hostility radiating from him, suppressing even the vast expanse of white snow outside. Yang had never witnessed such a profound emotional upheaval in him before. In her eyes, this once meek man seemed utterly incapable of anger in such a dystopian world. Yet, even the most timid of men possess a certain dignity inherent to their masculinity, particularly when faced with infidelity. Yang felt as if she had stumbled upon a monumental secret. "So, does that mean the child isn't yours?" A cold laugh escaped Lu Shiming's lips, and the small axe behind him seemed to stir with anticipation. Yang swallowed hard, an inexplicable fear washing over her.
"But
that foolish girl has been with you all this time. She couldn't possibly be with another man, could she?" Another derisive snort from Lu Shiming sent a chill down her spine. Yang's cold sweat began to pour out more rapidly. She had initially thought the wind blowing in from the window was too frigid, but now it felt distinctly insufficient. How she wished it could sweep her away. "Over there." Su Ruanruan quietly followed, inadvertently locking eyes with Lu Shiming, whose gaze seemed to harbor tumultuous waves. Caught in the act of eavesdropping, she cleared her throat and spoke in a soft, aggrieved tone. "I merely wished to enjoy the breeze. I did not intend to overhear your conversation." After saying this, she approached the window and pushed with all her might, yet it would not budge. Suddenly, a surge of anger coursed through her, prompting her to pound the window with her small fists. Yang remarked, "Look at you, drowsy, gluttonous, emotionally volatile, suspicious and irritable, with a declining intellect. Oh, wait, it was never high to begin with. If it drops further, there will be nothing left. These are all signs of pregnancy." The man narrowed his eyes and stepped forward. With a sharp sound, the frost-laden window yielded to his touch. The icy wind blasted Su Ruanruan's face, nearly distorting her features. She opened her mouth to protest, only to have it filled with a mouthful of snowflakes. Shivering from the cold, she exclaimed, "I sense that you harbor some dissatisfaction towards me. Is it because I ate pickled vegetables in bed last night that you are upset? I can share a bag with you." The man reached out, gripping her small face firmly. Dazed and disoriented by the cold, Su Ruanruan glared at him in defiance. "Do not compel me to retaliate. Release me, let go." Yet, he tightened his grip. With tears welling in her eyes, she implored, "You let go first. I can entertain myself. The man's gaze grew darker, shrouded in mystery. The biting snowflakes swirled around him, yet they dared not draw near. What insurmountable fury was this? I can always share 2 bags with you, she whimpered. If it comes to it, I could even pilfer pickles to support you. Chapter 28. Let's discuss this matter, and Yang hurriedly approached to mediate the conflict, assuring, My lips are sealed, you need not worry. After speaking, Yang exchanged significant glances with Lu Shiming. The man's expression darkened as he turned to leave. This infuriated Su Ruanruan. How could Yang have a little secret with Lu Shiming without her knowledge? Lu Shiming remained oblivious to the tightness of Yang's lips, but after a while, he sensed that half of the survival zone regarded him with a gaze tinged with pity. It was the kind of expression that suggested a man's ineptitude, warning him to be cautious of the neighboring green hat. Upon witnessing this development, Yang felt a sense of responsibility. She approached Su Ruanruan, addressing her with an unusually affectionate tone. So, Ruanruan. At this, Su Ruanruan's ears perked up with caution. You and Lu Shiming seem quite affectionate lately? Yang, fiddling with her gun, accidentally disengaged the safety. Su Ruanruan responded with a slight retreat, her large eyes blinking innocently as she replied sweetly, We have always been very affectionate. Despite the duration, the male lead had never wavered in his intent to metaphorically cleave her into 18 pieces. Such unwavering devotion moved Su Ruanruan deeply, bringing her to tears. Just as Yang wished to continue the conversation, Lu Shiming, who had maintained a stoic demeanor all morning, suddenly strode over and sat beside Su Ruanruan. It seemed he had come to terms with his metaphorical green hat. Her expression transformed into a serene calmness as she retrieved a small, crimson apple from her pocket. Su Ruanruan gazed at it with longing eyes. Lu Shiming smiled and said, Allow me to peel an apple for you. Oh, yes, please, she replied eagerly. The man then produced a fruit knife from his pocket. Su Ruanruan continued to watch intently, her small expression gradually contorting. His method of peeling was markedly different from the delicate and gentle technique he had previously employed. With one hand cradling the apple and the other wielding the knife, he hacked away at it, one cut from the left, another from the right, one from above and one from below. In mere moments, the once whole apple had been reduced to mere sticks, as if he bore a grudge against it. Please cease your brutal chopping style reminiscent of a butcher,
Su Ruanruan implored.
Finally, he handed her the remaining circular core of the apple. Su Ruanruan reacted with disbelief. Upon witnessing the apple's tragic fate, Yang instinctively touched his neck, resolving to seek atonement on his next visit. His initial foray had ended in defeat. After some contemplation, he deemed it prudent to approach Lu Shiming instead, for it appeared that he harbored genuine affection for Su Ruanruan. Surely, it must be true love, right? Standing in the empty corridor, Yang practiced his lines against the wall. That, being pregnant is so arduous. Does the child not belong to you? I suppose it matters little now. Just then, Su Ruanruan passed by and exclaimed, What sort of callous woman's rhetoric is this? Deep in thought, Su Ruanruan rested her chin on her hand, her countenance grave before suddenly being struck by a realization. Could it be that Yang was with child? No wonder she had recently sensed a maternal glow emanating from him. He never allowed her to frolic or leap, and constantly regarded her with an odd gaze. Whose child could it possibly be? Could it be Xiaoji's? No, it shouldn't be the case. Otherwise, how could there be quotes from manipulative women? After Yang finished speaking, she turned and found herself staring into Su Ruanruan's pair of bewildered eyes. The two exchanged glances for a moment before Yang swiftly turned to leave. Upon witnessing the guilty expression on Yang's face, Su Ruanruan suddenly had an epiphany. Could this be the little secret between her and Lu Shiming? Su Ruanruan was filled with indignation, feeling as though she had been wronged. However, upon glancing at Yang's athletic physique and then at her own double chin, she felt a sense of defeat. All she could do was stamp her foot in frustration and silently vow that she would seek vengeance in her next life. She hugged her plump self, feeling a pang of sorrow. Due to this troubling matter, Su Ruanruan's appetite had drastically diminished, leaving her to consume only 3 bowls of rice each day. Recently, Xiao Baobao had taken to clinging to Su Ruanruan even more. When Xiaoji came to take her away, he happened to catch sight of Lu Shiming leaning against the wall. The man was idly toying with a small axe, which appeared both ancient and weighty. Yet, in Lu Shiming's hands, it transformed into a beautiful display. As he observed the sharp little axe, for reasons unknown, Xiaozhi felt a chill creeping along his neck. He led Xiao Baobao past Lu Shiming, but after merely 3 steps, he indeed sensed a sudden coolness at the back of his neck. Instinctively, he turned his head with caution. The small axe had embedded itself into the wall beside him with a crisp sound, as if the wall were cracking. A hand reached out from behind, grasping the axe, and a voice, cold and frigid, whispered near his ear, "Apologies, my hand slipped." Xiaozhi, drenched in cold sweat, turned around. He had barely uttered a word when he met Lu Shiming's gaze, which resembled a brewing storm. Instantly, Xiaozhi's expression became vacant. The man leaned in, propping himself against the wall behind Xiaozhi, his voice laden with darkness. "Is it you?" Xiaozhi, in a daze, shook his head. Lu Shiming narrowed his eyes, his face contorting with rage. It was said that on that fateful night, all the men in the survival zones were plagued by a terrifying nightmare. They dreamt of being relentlessly pursued and hacked at by a colossal axe which, while striking, kept asking, "Is it you? Is it you?" That night, it was rumored that even male infants nearly cried themselves into a fit. Upon hearing this news, Xiaozhi instinctively touched his neck, feeling an inexplicable sense of having survived a disaster. Was it merely because he was the only one who had not experienced that nightmare? Yet, why had he found himself alone in the corridor yesterday? Why could he remember nothing at all? Grasping his head, Xiaozhi pondered for a moment, only to realize he retained no memories, save for the recollection of retrieving Xiao Baobao from Su Ruanruan and walking to the corridor. After that, it was a blank. As he thought of Xiao Baobao, Xiaozhi was astonished to discover that the child could speak now and even bore expressions. In the corner, Xiao Baobao, pale-faced, was nibbling on spicy chicken feet while making earnest attempts to articulate, "Not. A paternal smile of gratification spread across Xiaozhi's face, reminiscent of hearing a newborn's first utterance of daddy. Xiaozhi immediately jotted down this poignant moment. Su Ruanruan sat at the dining table, eating her meal while glaring at Lu Shiming with gritted teeth, a mixture of desire and reluctance evident in her demeanor. "Humph. What makes you think other girls are better? Would I ever provoke your anger? From now on, you shall have neither my body nor my beautiful heart." The man, carrying his shabby bag, sat opposite Su Ruanruan, his pale and slender fingers gripping a metal spoon as he stirred his coffee cup. He exuded an elegance reminiscent of an upscale CAF in the afternoon, rather than a humble canteen in a post-apocalyptic survival zone frequented by middle-aged women. "Is it delicious?" "Humph, that's a little secret." Su Ruanruan twisted to the left, ignoring him. "Not tasty?" "Humph, that's a little secret." She twisted to the right, still disregarding him. "Do you love me, Ruanruan?" The man suddenly spoke, and although they were separated by a table, his voice was as enticing as a whisper in her ear. Startled and forced to respond, Su Ruanruan, with a mouthful of rice, stammered, "Love, I suppose." There was a hint of hesitation in her tone. The man propped his chin on one hand, his shoulder-length black hair cascading down, and when he tilted his head slightly, his fair profile was revealed. In his short-haired form, Lu Shiming appeared noble and elegant, akin to a beautiful red-crowned crane. With long hair, he added a touch of alluring charm to that nobility and elegance. Like a splash of red on a crane, his every gesture oozed a certain mischievousness. When his eyes leisurely met hers, they held the depths of an abyss, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. Su Ruanruan, grasping her bowl of rice, felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. For reasons unknown, sorrow always seemed to envelop her. She merely desires to preserve her integrity. Why must it be so arduous? Suddenly, the man raised his hand, his wrist slightly drooping, and across the table, his fingertips lightly brushed against Su Ruanruan's forehead. In an instant, her gaze became vacant. The man's voice seemed to emanate from a distant realm, cold and piercing, imbued with a palpable aura of menace.
"Who is that man?"
"Who? What does who signify?" Su Ruanruan's expression grew increasingly bewildered. Lu Shiming narrowed his eyes, rose from his seat, and approached Su Ruanruan, leaning slightly closer, his hand grasping her chin and tilting her face upward. Su Ruanruan found the position somewhat constricting. Lu Shiming repeated his inquiry. Who is that man? The atmosphere felt tense and charged. The man's countenance darkened to an extreme. Gurgle. Su Ruanruan's stomach emitted a mournful sound. Although she felt no fear, she wished for a semblance of normalcy, apprehensive of potential violence. Lu Shiming suddenly seized her abdomen, and in her fright, Su Ruanruan quickly promised to moderate her eating habits, pleading for mercy for her innocent belly. Upon feeling the flatness of her stomach, Lu Shiming's expression shifted dramatically, akin to a magician's trick. His hand, which had grasped Su Ruanruan, glided upward along her jawline, now pinching her cherubic face with a blend of helplessness and affection. Meanwhile, Xiao Ji and Gao Junsheng, preparing to join the meal, detected the acrid scent of romance wafting through the air and were on the verge of changing tables. However, Su Ruanruan eagerly beckoned them over, exclaiming that she could not bear this pervert alone. Faced with Su Ruanruan's unusual enthusiasm, Lu Shiming immediately straightened his posture. Though he possessed a slender physique, his aura was undeniably formidable. Upon encountering Lu Shiming's piercing gaze, which seemed to scrutinize her intently, Xiaoji promptly distanced herself from Su Ruanruan by 3 paces. Ignoring her bright, sparkling eyes, she sought out the farthest table with Gao Junsheng. Oh, you little rascals! Su Ruanruan felt profoundly wounded by the human coldness in this apocalyptic world. Thus, she sought solace in food to soothe her hollow spirit, inevitably overindulging. She pinched the soft flesh on her belly, clad in 4 oversized sweaters and 3 down jackets, and began to wrestle with herself on the sofa. Huff, huff, huff. Is half a sit-up truly so exhausting? The little puppy scampered over, clutching its food bowl, struggling to rise. Su Ruanruan fixed her gaze on the puppy and began to mumble. Humph, little secret, humph. Anayang recalled the morose expression that Lu Shiming had recently worn. Casting another glance at Su Ruanruan's innocent, beautiful demeanor, she pondered how to delicately nudge her. I recently encountered an individual in the survival zone, claiming to be an old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, who imparted a few techniques to me. Would you like me to demonstrate?
Su Ruanruan regarded Niyang with puzzled curiosity.
Anayang seized her small hand, pressing firmly on the back of it. You, my dear, are experiencing a joyous pulse. Su Ruanruan responded with bewilderment. How can you discern a joyous pulse from the back of my hand? Anayang leaned in closer, lowering her voice.
Fool.
You're pregnant, and you don't even realize it? Su Ruanruan shook her head, her large eyes glistening with moisture, exuding an air of innocence. I don't know, do you? Anayang's expression was one of frustration, feeling helpless against the softness of the situation. She gazed at Su Ruanruan's youthful visage, letting out a deep sigh. Seeing Su Ruanruan still wearing a clueless expression, Anayang, somewhat flustered, remarked, Why can't Lu Shiming just endure a little longer? Su Ruanruan replied that he had indeed been remarkably patient. After all, he had not yet dismembered her into 18 pieces. Of course, it was also possible that she was simply too adorable for him to bear such a thought. He was quite capable of enduring.
Upon hearing this,
Anayang was finally convinced that the child could not possibly belong to Lu Shiming. Clearing her throat, she made an effort to suppress her curiosity and inquired, So, whose child is it really? Su Ruanruan lowered her head, gently caressing her small belly. She speculated that the child might be a product of candy, chocolate, mung bean cake, osmanthus cake, braised pork, instant noodles, or a large chicken leg. Anayang thought to herself, despite this little fool's usual silly demeanor, she was actually engaging in. Ahem. No, that was not right. Anayang's expression suddenly turned serious as she cupped Su Ruanruan's small head and asked, Have you been bullied by someone? Are you afraid to tell Lu Shiming? After contemplating, Anayang concluded that this notion seemed the most plausible. There are far too many people who bully me. Anayang's face turned pale as the realization hit her. Her precious pig had been taken advantage of. Yet she remained oblivious. Tears welled in Anayang's eyes, her gaze reddening. Indeed, with such a beautiful pig, how could there be no one eager to take advantage? Su Ruanruan slowly articulated the words, You always bully me. Anayang retorted, Fool. That is not the kind of bullying I meant. I was referring to the kind that could lead to your pregnancy. Su Ruanruan immediately donned an expression of innocence, as if to say, I am still a child. You are utterly inappropriate. Moreover, wasn't it you who had become pregnant? The two were at a standstill. At that moment, the administrator from the survival zone approached upon hearing the commotion. He announced that they had established a special maternity building, complete with dedicated nutritionists to prepare balanced meals, and an abundance of delectable food. Su Ruanruan was about to protest that she was not pregnant, but upon hearing about the plethora of delicious offerings, she exclaimed that her stomach could no longer contain itself and that she needed to move in immediately. Although the medical facilities were not ideal, they assured her that they would provide attentive care. The administrator's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. And Yang swiftly grabbed Su Ruanruan, who was nearly ready to follow the administrator, and insisted they needed to consider their options. During Su Ruanruan's afternoon nap, Yang sought out Lu Shiming. I believe this place has its merits. Since Su Ruanruan is pregnant, why not settle here? The path ahead was fraught with danger, and Yang was reluctant to let Su Ruanruan venture into peril with her burgeoning belly. Lu Shiming stood by the window, his gaze penetrating as he stared through the glass. In a nearby corner, a small head peeked out, adorned with a green hat. Its furtive demeanor clearly reflected on the window before Lu Shiming. Lu Shiming extended his hand, lightly tapping the small head on the glass before him, then spoke. All right. Yang sighed in relief, stating, I will make arrangements for you. The following day, Yang, along with the caretaker, escorted Su Ruanruan to the maternal love building. Standing before the entrance, Su Ruanruan noticed the sign, no outside food allowed. She gently caressed her soft, rounded belly, resolutely affirming her commitment to transformation. Striving to live well and hoping to emerge soon, only pregnant women were permitted entry. The caretaker blocked Yang's path. Su Ruanruan cast her a puzzled glance, asking, Aren't you coming? Yang hesitated, wondering if she was reluctant to part with her. With a motherly sentiment, she felt a surge of emotion, her eyes reddening as she urged Su Ruanruan to eat well, behave properly, and not to think of her, assuring her that she would visit again. With a creak, the massive iron door swung shut. Su Ruanruan waved vigorously at Yang, only to be gently ushered inside by the caretaker, who announced that it was time. Yang, her eyes glistening, turned to glance back, only to find that Lu Shiming had not arrived. Alas, men and their damned pride. Inside, Su Ruanruan followed the caretaker, revealing her burgeoning belly. The caretaker's eyes widened in astonishment, akin to bright light bulbs. The petite girl, clad in a down jacket, appeared delicate, yet her belly suggested otherwise. It was evident that more than one life thrived within. The caretaker gazed at her with a mix of envy and desire. Indeed, the facilities within the maternal love building surpassed those outside, and the cafeteria staff would no longer tremble in apprehension. Su Ruanruan, with her prominent belly, approached with enthusiasm, eager to leave a delightful impression on everyone. Oh, are you eating? She inquired. Indeed. Would you care to join us? Responded the other expectant mothers courteously. Without hesitation, Su Ruanruan produced her own bowl. The mothers exchanged glances, surprised. Once everyone had finished, she commenced her third bowl of food. The mothers mused. Is she carrying an entire football team? After the meal, Su Ruanruan made her way to the adorable infants nestled in their strollers.
Wow, hello there,
she exclaimed. The little one remained silent. Why aren't you responding? Su Ruanruan tilted her head, pondering if this baby might be a bit dim-witted. One of the mothers retorted. I think you're the one who appears dim. He's not even 5 months old. How could he respond? I'm here to eat. With a playful growl, Su Ruanruan startled the entire building's infants into tears. After offering her condolences to the little ones, she felt she had navigated social interactions quite adeptly and cheerfully entered the small room prepared for her by the manager. Though modest in size, the room was amply equipped, featuring a charming vase, a little lamp, and even a small balcony. To her delight, there was also a tiny bathtub. Su Ruanruan gazed longingly at the little tub and promptly shed her clothes. To her astonishment, a plethora of snacks and a plump little puppy tumbled out from her belly. Curiously, she picked up the puppy, wondering when she had managed to tuck it away. But she dismissed it as unimportant. After indulging in a fragrant bath and savoring a delightful nap, Su Ruanruan opened her eyes to find the manager standing before her.
수로로 로흐렛 할가제.
fixating on the rope hanging from her neck, her face instantly contorting in terror as she exclaimed, "What do you intend to do?" With a fearful expression, she tightened the loose knot with all her might, striving to elongate her neck to showcase her most graceful silhouette. The manager, realizing the situation had been unveiled, immediately contorted his face in a menacing manner and exerted force through his subordinates. The young girl's delicate visage was adorned with a pitiful expression, her voice soft and trembling as she murmured, "I fear pain." The manager promptly assured her that he would ensure her demise would be devoid of suffering.
Suddenly,
A vase struck the manager squarely on the forehead, causing him to collapse to the ground. Su Ruanruan, weeping softly, insisted it was unintentional, urging him to proceed. Bloodied and staggering, the manager rose, only to raise the rope again, when Su Ruanruan hurled a nearby lamp at him. "Oh dear, I truly did not mean to," she lamented, her expression one of deep grievance. With a pitiful suggestion, Su Ruanruan proposed, "I believe it would be better if you bound my hands first." Her fervent will to survive rendered her unable to restrain her frail little hands. The manager acquiesced, securing her hands before continuing to tighten the noose around her neck. In response, Su Ruanruan delivered a swift kick.
"Why not bind my feet as well?"
she softly remarked, explaining her reaction as a knee-jerk response. The manager retorted, "I am not well read. Do not deceive me." He then proceeded to bind her feet. With a sense of relief, Su Ruanruan closed her eyes and waited for 10 minutes. She opened her eyes and found herself confronted by an enormous, plump, and fluffy winter melon. A small puppy, freshly awakened, suddenly dashed out from nowhere, barking at the manager with its tiny mouth agape. Naturally, the manager would not regard such a toothless little creature with any seriousness. However, upon witnessing the puppy's gaping maw, he was instantly taken aback. Remarkably, the dog's mouth expanded infinitely, resembling an exaggerated expression effect, stretching wide enough to encompass half of the manager's body. Oddly enough, the round little body remained its usual size, akin to a character with a large head and an oversized mouth effect. The manager trembled uncontrollably, on the verge of fainting. With a sudden yelp, the puppy gulped him down, clothes and shoes included, then merrily set about gnawing through the ropes binding Su Ruanruan. Su Ruanruan immediately shook the puppy's head vigorously, urging it to spit him out, to hasten its release. Dazed from the shaking, the puppy burped and regurgitated a key. But just as it seemed ready to expel something else, Su Ruanruan swiftly clamped its mouth shut. Perhaps it was best not to bring anything else up. Dinner was reportedly on the horizon. Su Ruanruan never imagined that even a small puppy possessed extraordinary abilities, while she herself felt utterly inadequate. Heartbroken, she resolved to atone for the manager's plight. In a moment of desperation, she attempted to shove her own head into the puppy's mouth. "Come on, go ahead, devour me. Don't hold back. I'm freshly cleaned." Meanwhile, over yonder, Anayong took the opportunity to explore the survival zone after escorting Su Ruanruan to the heartwarming maternity building. Suddenly feeling an unsettling sense of unease, I sought out Lu Shiming. At that moment, the man was leisurely polishing his small axe. Anayong remarked, "I find it rather strange. There hasn't been a sight of fresh meat throughout the entire survival zone. Where do you suppose their meat originates from?" Lu Shiming responded with a light, enigmatic smile, remaining silent. Anayong furrowed his brow, expressing concern for Su Ruanruan. I must check on her at the maternal love building. As Anayong climbed through the window and pushed open the door, he was greeted by the sight of Su Ruanruan straining to squeeze herself inside a dog's mouth. The poor little puppy was on the verge of being contorted at an angle, wailing pitifully. The sound sent shivers down Anayong's spine. He strode forward decisively and rescued the little pup. The dog cowered behind Anayong, looking both pitiful and aggrieved, trembling with its rotund figure, on the verge of tears. For reasons unknown, in just half a day's absence, Anayong felt that the round little dog had gained weight. Su Ruanruan, even more distressed, pulled a handful of small greens from her pocket to nibble on, signaling that only food could alleviate her sorrow. Anayong questioned, "Where on earth did you acquire that vegetable?" After nibbling for a while, Su Ruanruan found it unyielding. "Why can't you bite through it?"
"Niyang won did it."
Perplexed by her struggle. Just then, Lu Shiming appeared, effortlessly prying open Su Ruanruan's mouth. Now. Open wide. This is plastic. Su Ruanruan was heartbroken. The little greens she had nurtured for 3 days turned out to be mere plastic. And Ayong frowned. Where did you steal those vegetables from?
Su Ruanruan Peret.
From the greenhouse. It turned out that she had swiped someone as small greens on her very first day. And Yang's expression darkened. This survival zone was exceedingly peculiar. We must depart swiftly. Su Ruanruan, in tears, expressed her reluctance to part from her little jar. Within mere seconds, she began to yearn for its slippery texture and delightful sensations. Oh, her little jar had led her astray. With a swift punch,
Ni Yang shattered Su Ruanruan's cherished jar into countless fragments.
Su Ruanruan, QAQ, was obediently led away. Oh, her little jar. With a heavy heart, she squatted on the ground, drawing circles. The little puppy was trapped within the circles, with no escape. Su Ruanruan resolved to drown her sorrows in drink. She stealthily pilfered a bottle of cooking wine from the small kitchen of the survival zone, downing it in one go. Then she snatched Xiao Baobao's spicy chicken feet. Xiao Baobao exclaimed, "No, no, no." The child was so anxious that they began to speak. Su Ruanruan staggered away, munching on the spicy chicken feet while burping from the alcohol. In the empty corridor, her face flushed as she stumbled about. Suddenly, she tripped over a little puppy that was carrying a food bowl, begging for scraps. Su Ruanruan tilted her head, her large eyes shimmering like blooming peach blossoms. She playfully tugged at the puppy's small ears. From this moment forth, I shall name you gluttonous divine beast. The little puppy. Then,
She seized the zombie dog.
now I shall name you swift-legged divine beast. It seemed a tad lengthy, so let us shorten it to swift-leg. The zombie dog, now completely bare, shed tears of sorrow. Su Ruanruan consoled, in this life, who is without their minor ailments. Shedding for this year means regaining flesh next year. The effects of the wine surged too rapidly. Su Ruanruan, with a small puppy in her left hand and a zombie dog in her right, dashed down the corridor in a lively manner. Suddenly, she found herself in an unknown place, overwhelmed by a nauseating stench. She blinked, then blinked again. The small puppy clutched a key, unlocking the door, and nudged Su Ruanruan to enter. Yet, she remained rooted at the threshold. The evening snow was always so enchanting. Though it was both domineering and cruel, its beauty was undeniable. Standing in the snow, she beheld the scene inside the room. Children, their bodies bare, hung from enormous iron hooks like newborn piglets, suspended like cuts of pork. Su Ruanruan thought she could even hear their faint cries, a pitiful mewl reminiscent of a cat. Yet, they were all, in truth, already deceased. Standing at the doorway, her stomach churned violently, threatening to expel its contents. With her misty, clear eyes wide open, she felt a rigidness envelop her. A slender figure appeared before her, extending a hand to obscure her view. Su Ruanruan blinked, her eyelashes brushing against the man's palm. Do not be afraid, I am here. A familiar, chilling scent of snow, mingled with the aroma of crushed herbs, enveloped her, bringing her solace as she closed her eyes and leaned into Lu Shiming's embrace. He lifted the intoxicated young girl effortlessly and reached up to retrieve a note from the iron gate. Dear, do you like the second gift? With enduring love, Jianren. Lu Shiming narrowed his eyes slightly and raised his hand, summoning a torrent of snow that surged from the ground, thundering down and completely burying the warehouse beneath its weight. What was wrong with her? Su Ruanruan pouted, her small face scrunched up in distress. With a gentle touch, Lu Shiming's fingertip grazed her forehead, curling ever so slightly as if to extract some hidden discomfort. Instantly, the troubled expression on Su Ruanruan's face softened, and like a fledgling bird, she nestled deeper into Lu Shiming's embrace. And Ayong approached with a thermometer, concerned that she might have a fever. What should they do? Pregnant women couldn't take medication. But she wasn't pregnant. Lu Shiming retrieved a fever-reducing pill and a bottle of water. He placed the pill in Su Ruanruan's mouth and followed it with a sip of water. 3 minutes later, she stirred awake, her eyes fluttering open.
Ni Yang Bria Su red hair?
It's all right, you just have a slight cold. With a flushed face from the fever, Su Ruanruan clutched Lu Shiming's hand tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks as she whimpered. Just bury me. Woe is me. There's no need to treat a serious illness, and for a minor one, just wait it out. Heaven is just around the corner. Oh yay. Your mother. And Yang playfully scolded as he secured the inebriated Su Ruanruan in her blankets after a wild night of drinking. Chapter 29. The intoxicated little girlfriend finally fell asleep. Lu Shiming sat by the bed, gazing down at her. The young girl's cheeks were flushed, her breathing steady, curled up like a gentle and pitiable little cat. Despite consuming so much daily, she still appeared delicate and slender. Her fingers, as delicate as white jade, were adorned with a hint of soft pink, clutching a small blanket, fragile yet exquisite, akin to a dodder flower entwined around a towering tree.
Niyang stot basideher.
Lowering his voice, how do you know she isn't pregnant? The man's fingertips gently caressed her tender cheek, tentatively gauging the warmth upon it. Then parted his thin lips to utter a profound word, trust. And Yang retorted, I trust you, a mere weakling? Just yesterday, your face was as grim as a worn-out shoe sole, as if someone owed you countless lives. In the face of Yang's skeptical gaze, Lu Shiming added, since the onset of the apocalypse, she has been by my side. If there were to be a pregnancy, it would have occurred before the end. Yang pondered for a moment before nodding. This feeble couple indeed seemed inseparable, even to the extent of holding hands when visiting the restroom. At this thought, Yang suddenly realized she might have committed a significant blunder. Acknowledging faults without evasion was her principle. Yang, I apologize. I acted without clarity. It's quite all right, Lu Shiming replied, his brows lowered, dark hair cascading to partially obscure his face, yet his expression bore a gentle and profound smile. I owe you my gratitude. Gratitude? What for? Yang's expression was one of bewilderment. Surely this couldn't be an antonym? Yang felt rather straightforward, unable to decipher such convoluted remarks. Lu Shiming was indeed expressing his thanks. The man reached out and playfully flicked Su Ruanruan's forehead. Stay calm. Then, with a sudden bounce, he displayed a lack of restraint. Once more, he bounced, revealing a lack of intellect. On this latter point, Yang deeply resonated. The man's expression was one of calmness, yet his eyes held profound depths. She embodied his impulsiveness, his lack of control, his folly. She unveiled to him the most terrifying nightmares that lurked within his heart. His dreams and his nightmares were both entwined with her being. She transformed him into someone unrecognizable. The room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the delicate strands of winter sunlight seeping through the narrow window. The fragmented light caressed the man's slender form, climbing through his dark hair, enveloping him in a halo of divine radiance, rendering him astonishingly elegant and noble. His eyes, too, sparkled with a hint of light, yet they remained shrouded in darkness. It was only later that Yang realized that this light was not the dawn itself, but rather the essence of Su Ruanruan reflected within his gaze. The man's gaze fell upon Su Ruanruan, his fingertips gliding over her soft cheek, as if merely brushing against a treasure too precious to touch, too delicate to disturb. Yang mused that this must be the essence of love. She quietly withdrew, only to collide with Xiaoji, who was rushing down the corridor. Yang, have you seen the baby? Xiaoji inquired, his expression fraught with urgency as he grasped Yang's arm. At the point of their connection, Yang felt the melody of love fluttering in her mind. Ah. Come forth, love. Be joyous, love. Be whimsical, love. She blushed slightly, shaking her head as she endeavored to suppress her racing heart. The baby? He is missing? Upon hearing Yang's elevated tone, Xiaoji paused momentarily. Uncertain of the reason, he sensed an air of excitement. Xiaoji took a moment to compose himself, his expression grave as he nodded. In a moment of distraction, I had failed to notice him. Yang promptly reassured, it's all right. I will search alongside you. The baby will certainly be safe. Yang understood that Xiaoji held the baby in high regard, just as she cherished her younger sister. Lu Shiming possessed treasures. Who among us did not? Xiaoji parted his lips, yet no words emerged. His concern was not for the baby as safety, but rather for the potential trouble the baby might inadvertently cause to others. For instance, if some dubious character sought to engage in a game of taking turns, the one to suffer would undoubtedly not be the baby. Yang halted Xiaoji's intention to open the door. Xiaoji acquiesced, joining Yang in the search for Xiao Baobao. Meanwhile, Su Ruanruan, having just awakened from a drunken stupor, felt as though a colossal weight rested upon her, akin to a heavy pickle pressing down. She was entirely immobilized, save for her small head, which could barely shift. Straining to open her eyes, she beheld Lu Shiming, who lay atop her, deeply asleep with his eyes closed. His lashes were long, and there was a hint of dark circles beneath his eyes, indicative of a restless night. Yet, despite this, his countenance remained strikingly handsome. Having shared a bed and a small pillow with him for so long, Su Ruanruan was astonished to realize just how handsome he truly was. His eyes were captivating, his nose perfectly sculpted, and his lips alluring. His breathing was steady, and his expression serene. His soft black hair was far more obedient and pleasant to touch than its owner. With her mind in a haze, she stared at Lu Shiming for a while, then tilted her head, inexplicably compelled to reach out and touch his head. The man's hair was soft, gliding through her fingers like delicate silk. It seemed to carry the fragrant essence of verdant grass and lush woods, mingled with the misty allure of distant mountains and the refreshing scent of ripe fruits. Su Ruanruan understood that this was all due to the ethereal space surrounding the male protagonist. Not only were there tiny apples and peaches, but also little goslings, cozy dwellings, and playful fish. Just as Su Ruanruan was becoming increasingly intrigued, the man suddenly opened his eyes. His enchanting peach blossom eyes shimmered like a chalice filled with crystal-clear wine, and a single glance could ensnare one's senses. Especially since he was deliberately teasing her, his gaze held a beguiling blend of drowsiness and innocence. He lifted his eyelids towards Su Ruanruan, pure yet mischievous, a curious amalgamation of allure and enigma. Unexpectedly, he seized her, propping himself up with one hand beside her ear, slightly raising his body before slowly leaning in closer. As he moved, his hair tie slipped away, allowing his tousled black locks to cascade over his shoulders, obstructing her view. Su Ruanruan swallowed hard, feeling that the scene was inexplicably inappropriate. Was the male protagonist finally shifting from theory to practice, launching an experimental advance towards her? She pondered whether to feign rejection, struggle fiercely, or simply lie back and savor the moment. The coolness of his forehead pressed against hers, their proximity intensifying the mingling of their breaths. This tantalizing dance of desire was even more electrifying for Su Ruanruan. The young girl's cheeks flushed crimson, resembling budding peach blossoms in April, trembling delicately. Then she heard the rhythmic pounding of her heart, as though it might leap forth from her chest. Su Ruanruan instinctively pressed her hand against her heart, as if to shield the frightened little deer within. She bit her lip tightly, fearful that the creature might escape from her throat. Yes, she still had a fever. The man, whether aware of Su Ruanruan's embarrassment or not, gently brushed his cool fingertips through her hair, seemingly tidying it. What once felt like a natural act now sent a shiver of trepidation through her. As he leaned in closer, she suddenly turned her head away, her heart racing as if it might burst from her throat, her mind a muddled haze. That night, it seemed she had dreamt of something. Yet, the details eluded her. Perhaps it had been about an abundance of meat? Or perhaps meat hanging in the air. Did Ruanruan dream of me last night? The man's cool voice reached her ears, laced with a strangely sweet undertone, reminiscent of the honey cake she so adored. As this thought crossed her mind, Su Ruanruan swallowed hard, her stomach protesting with a soft rumble. Lu Shiming tenderly tousled her hair, advising, "I will fetch you some food. It's dangerous outside, so do not wander off. Be good." The man smiled, his expression laden with meaning, and slowly rose, his dark hair gliding past her skin, causing her heart to race once more. Su Ruanruan obediently nodded, watching as he finally withdrew, taking with him the heavy, suffocating air from the room. The door was gently closed behind him. Su Ruanruan, with a visage marked by terror, clutched her fragile heart and nestled beneath the covers. Alas! She had been so frightfully startled by Lu Shiming that she feared she might succumb to heart disease. This male protagonist was truly formidable. Alone under the blanket, Su Ruanruan trembled, desperately attempting to quell the tumult within her weak heart. On one hand, she pondered whether the agony of dying from heart disease would be swift, contemplating whether to engage in something reckless to provoke an episode. Conversely, she felt that the male lead was akin to a walking weapon of mass destruction. having terrified her to such an extent that her heart faltered. As she shook with fear and hunger, the latter ultimately triumphed. Perhaps it was best to eat before delving further into her thoughts. Fatigued, she found herself lost in contemplation for nearly half an hour. In the pre-apocalyptic era, fevers and colds were commonplace. However, in this post-apocalyptic world, where viruses and bacteria thrived, even a minor ailment could prove fatal. An elderly woman sat beside her bed, gently holding Su Ruanruan's hand, her expression warm and kind. "Are you all right?" Su Ruanruan shook her head, her gaze vacant. The hand clasping hers felt pleasantly warm and dry, a soothing sensation that seemed to envelop her, infusing her with a gentle warmth that made her instinctively squint with comfort. "That is good." Gao Junsheng, standing nearby, nodded slightly and produced the last piece of chocolate he possessed, offering it to Su Ruanruan. Upon seeing the chocolate, the elderly woman smiled softly. "Isn't that the piece I gave you?" Gao Junsheng chuckled in response. "Indeed, at that moment, I thought I would not survive. Little did I know how fortunate I was to be saved by you." He once again expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the elderly woman, stating how fortunate he felt to have encountered her. Gao Junsheng gazed at the old lady in a daze, his eyes brimming with tears, as if overwhelmed with emotion. Then, seemingly recollecting something, he vigorously wiped away his tears. Meanwhile, Su Ruanruan remained in a state of stupor, munching quietly. With a creaking sound, the door swung open. Su Ruanruan's previously vacant expression shifted as she cautiously peeked out, revealing only half of her little head. A man stood there, clad in the most ordinary black down jacket and knee-high boots, his tall stature nearly filling the doorframe. Sunlight cascaded behind him, and upon his entrance, he seemed to carry with him a refreshing aura reminiscent of the mountains and forests. What was most astonishing, however, was that Su Ruanruan perceived an explosion of colors blooming behind him, akin to a vibrant floral display, almost like something out of a whimsical manga. What on earth was happening? Su Ruanruan squeezed her eyes shut, then reopened them. The man stood there, impeccably clean, devoid of any flowers. Was that merely a figment of her imagination? Wait a moment. Why did her eyes keep gravitating toward Lu Shiming's face? This was utterly bizarre. Su Ruanruan made a concerted effort to restrain her gaze. "Yes, very well, keep it together." She struggled to roll her eyes, resolutely avoiding any direct eye contact with Lu Shiming. Though her resolve wavered at times, she was determined to persevere. Gao Junsheng glanced at Lu Shiming, who was busy peeling an apple for Su Ruanruan, and remarked once more on how remarkably kind her boyfriend was to her. "Are you two in a relationship? The kind where disagreements lead to severed heads?" The elderly woman chimed in. "Are you thinking of your girlfriend again? She is quite fortunate to have someone like you who cares for her. Wherever she may be, she will surely be happy." But was she truly happy? Gao Junsheng seemed to murmur uncertainly. The old woman nodded and said, "Of course. But have you ever considered that she might have left you on her own?" "Impossible." Gao Junsheng raised his head, his gaze resolute. "She would never do that." The old woman's expression remained unchanged as she remarked, "You will certainly find a girlfriend. She is truly fortunate to have a boyfriend like you." Su Ruanruan, who had been handed a small apple, felt equally fortunate. Having been in a relationship with Lu Shiming for so long, she was surprisingly still alive. Yet, she wondered if the apple could be sliced into pieces, as it seemed rather large for her petite mouth. You see, even eating an apple could lead to a choking hazard. The man gently reached out to wipe the corner of Su Ruanruan's mouth. Succumbing to her persistent discomfort, Su Ruanruan finally rolled her eyes downwards. There, she found the man with his long black hair cascading around him, elegantly licking the apple juice from his fingertips, then arching an eyebrow as he leisurely glanced over. "Wait a moment, elegantly?" Su Ruanruan questioned her choice of words. Oh no, her mind must be muddled, perhaps even flooded. After searching all day, Xiao Ji and Anai had yet to locate Xiao Baobao. As Anai passed by Su Ruanruan's room, finally breaking free from the allure of male beauty, he remembered Su Ruanruan, the ailing patient. Upon entering, he found Su Ruanruan sitting on the bed with a dazed expression, resembling a bewildered child. Her small head was filled with profound confusion. The moment she spotted Anai, she nervously grasped her hand and stated solemnly, "I think I might be having a heart attack." Anai was momentarily taken aback, then reached out to gently touch Su Ruanruan's forehead. Yes, she still had a fever. Come, lie down properly, he urged. Su Ruanruan, resembling a struggling caterpillar, fought for a moment but could not escape, so she stubbornly continued. Every time I see Lu Shiming, my heart races. Something must be wrong. She believed this was a manifestation of fear instilled by the male protagonist. Ni ang remarked? It appears the fever is quite severe. He tenderly ruffled Su Ruanruan's hair, wearing an expression filled with affection akin to that of a caring elder sister. Su Ruanruan even perceived a halo of light behind her. A good sleep will remedy it. Su Ruanruan protested, claiming she had already slept plenty. Surely, her body was failing her. In addition to heart disease, she must have glaucoma, cataracts, mental illness, hallucinations, and athlete's foot.
All right.
Yang seized Su Ruanruan and shook her firmly, attempting to pull her from the delusions of an impending cancer diagnosis. Striving to embody the role of a compassionate older sister, he asked, "What other ailments do you have?" Su Ruanruan, filled with trepidation, exclaimed, "I've recently noticed. How come his eyes are eyes, his nose is a nose, and his mouth is a mouth? Were there people whose eyes weren't eyes, noses weren't noses, and mouths weren't mouths? And who is this he?" This foolish girl couldn't possibly be referring to Xiaoji, could she? Yang felt a sense of urgency. Fixing a serious gaze upon Su Ruanruan, the young girl sat there, her expression melancholic, with delicate eyelashes cast down, her beautiful eyes dim and lacking luster, exuding an air of vulnerability. She tightly twisted her delicate, pale hands, as if engulfed in profound panic. The pitiable appearance of the girl evokes an irresistible urge to embrace her tightly and shower her with affection. Yang was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that this foolish girl had fairer skin than her, longer hair, and a more appealing visage. Even her soft whimpering was far sweeter than her own. Most crucially, her intelligence seemed to pale in comparison. Yang felt utterly defeated, particularly on this last point. Nevertheless, she firmly believed that a woman's happiness must be earned through her own efforts. Meanwhile, Su Ruanruan continued her rebuttal. Though we all possess eyes, noses, and mouths, Lu Shiming's features are simply unparalleled. Upon hearing the name Lu Shiming, Yang felt a wave of relief wash over her, loosening her tightly clenched fists. She refrained from greeting Su Ruanruan's lovely face with any hostility. Yet, Yang's expression hardened as she contended that only Xiao Ji's eyes were true eyes, his nose a genuine nose, and his mouth an authentic mouth. Oh, those luscious lips, Yang mused.
Su Ruanruan promptly countered,
elaborating on how Lu Shiming's eyes were exceptionally eye-catching, his nose remarkably prominent, and his mouth undeniably captivating.
Niang, unwilling to concede,
engaged in spirited debate with Su Ruanruan over the merits of their respective features throughout the morning. Ultimately, it was Yang who noticed Su Ruanruan's cheeks growing increasingly flushed, prompting her to cease this verbal skirmish devoid of any actual conflict, but abundant in saliva. Why hasn't your fever subsided yet? It's been a day and a night. You won't end up a fool, will you? In truth, Su Ruanruan did not perceive herself as feverish. She merely felt a slight heaviness in her head, a sense of disarray clouding her thoughts, her heart racing, and an overall chill enveloping her. Wasn't this akin to a heart condition? There. After a prolonged 3 minutes without sustenance, the small puppy made its grand entrance, clutching its bowl. Yang emerged from beneath the bed, ready to pour the dog food for the little creature. To his surprise, the puppy suddenly opened its mouth wide and devoured an entire sack of dog food with astonishing swiftness, leaving not a trace of the bag itself. Yang exclaimed, "What on earth is this?" Su Ruanruan replied, "This is my gluttonous beast." Yang was left speechless. The puppy proceeded to demonstrate its voracious appetite once more, leaving him in a state of shock. In this world, even a small puppy possessed extraordinary abilities. Wait a moment, gluttony? Wouldn't such a power be more fitting for a bottomless pit of a person? Why subject a mere dog to this? Yang pondered deeply before his gaze fell heavily upon Su Ruanruan. If she were to have a fever. Yang suddenly felt a surge of excitement, shaking Su Ruanruan vigorously, saying, "Su Ruanruan, could it be that you are about to gain extraordinary powers? You're no longer a mere nobody. You may harbor your disdain for me silently, but please refrain from vocalizing it. However, if even dogs can possess extraordinary abilities, how could she possibly be left out? A fierce smile spread across Su Ruanruan's face as realization dawned upon her. This was a test bestowed upon her by the heavens. Although she had unexpectedly developed a heart condition, the divine had also opened a new door for her. Her talents and strength were poised to surge forth like a flood unleashed. Su Ruanruan felt as though she would awaken from her dreams laughing. She embraced her blanket, laughing from morning until noon, and from noon until evening. Her laughter was so infectious that Anayong distanced himself from her, and the puppy fled in fright. It was not until Lu Shiming sauntered into the room that her laughter continued unabated. Hee.
Su Ruanruan stroket her için tor.
No dislocation. Splendid. Continue. Hee.
What are you laughing at?
The man stood by the bedside, looking down from his elevated position. After playing the role of the perfect boyfriend for an extended period, exuding masculine charm, he still found this fool in the same foolish state. Lu Shiming squinted his eyes slightly. Thinking that the beauty strategy was utterly ineffective against such a simpleton, perhaps a good thrashing would yield better results. The man, displaying a hint of irritation, reached up to gather his cascading black hair, revealing his strikingly handsome visage. Yet, at this moment, the expression on his face was somewhat sullen. Lu Shiming fixed his gaze on Su Ruanruan, contemplating whether to simply tie her up. The tendrils coiling around his fingertips were restless, glowing with an ethereal green light. In response to Lu Shiming's inquiry, Su Ruanruan, seated on the small bed, rolled her eyes upward, not out of fear, but rather excitement, exhilaration, and audacity. How dare you? You insignificant fool, speak to your father in such a manner. Su Ruanruan stretched her little neck, striving to enhance her aura of dominance. She could no longer afford to be timid. Come on, you pathetic fool. Come on, you weirdo. Dinner is served. Humph. I shall allow you to be arrogant for a few more days. The delivery. Maintaining such fervor, Su Ruanruan even dared to ask Lu Shiming to peel her little bunny apples. Not just one, but many little bunny apples. Su Ruanruan lay on her small bed, gazing at a row of tiny bunny apples on the bed's edge, feeling that this was her noble starting point. The moment she transformed from a mere peasant to a triumphant figure, like a salted fish flipping over with determination. Su Ruanruan puffed up her small chest, gleefully toppling one after another of the rabbit-shaped apples meticulously carved by Lu Shiming, her face radiating an audacious and domineering smile. Subsequently, Lu Shiming gently pried open her small mouth, stuffing those delightful rabbit apples inside. As she struggled and rolled her eyes in a state of mild distress, she secretly vowed that once her powers erupted, she would decisively trample Lu Shiming underfoot and mercilessly torment him. She envisioned him consuming 1,000 rabbit apples, reduced to tears, lamenting the injustices he had inflicted upon her. Are they delicious? They are indeed delightful. Humph. This was merely a fade of compliance. You foolish man. You are utterly at my beck and call. If they tasted so good, then he ought to indulge her further. The man tirelessly continued to feed Su Ruanruan those delectable rabbit apples, though she was still burning with fever. Su Ruanruan understood that this was a trial bestowed upon her by the heavens. She was determined to showcase her brilliance and emerge triumphant in overwhelming fashion. Seizing the opportunity while Lu Shiming was occupied with her meal, Su Ruanruan boldly pushed open the door and strode confidently down the corridor. She knew that she was on the cusp of conquering the apocalypse, trampling the male lead, and ascending to the pinnacle of her life. Alas, her gait was so assertive that she felt a bit lightheaded. Seeking support, she leaned against a wall for a moment. After 3 minutes, she caressed its smooth and fair surface, nodding in appreciation. You have served me well. Henceforth, share in my fortunes. Yet, after another 3 minutes, Su Ruanruan felt even more dizzy. In a state of confusion, she caught sight of Lu Shiming approaching, and with great effort, she extended her hand weakly, her limbs feeling utterly powerless. Could you please find me a place to eat? She implored. The man promptly placed a piece of chocolate into her mouth and swept her into his arms. You have a fever. Why are you wandering about? She thought. Considering his timely assistance, she mused that she might allow him to wash her feet in the future. But no, it seemed her heart condition was flaring up again. The familiar yet domineering scent of the man enveloped her, and she pressed her hand against her racing heart, resolving that Lu Shiming must not be the one to wash her feet. Perhaps she could instead assign him the task of cleaning the foot basin. In this apocalyptic world, the weather changed swiftly. The distinction between day and night was often blurred, with daylight lasting merely 3 or 4 hours at times, while night could drag on for 20. It was during such hours that the zombies roamed freely. As Lu Shiming escorted Su Ruanruan down the silent corridor, a sudden, harrowing scream pierced the air. Zombies had breached their sanctuary. The first to dash out was Xiaoji, who quickly surveyed the scene, noting the presence of several ordinary zombies. It was only after confirming that it wasn't Xiao Baobao that he raised his weapon. Su Ruan's expression hardened, her spirit igniting as she sat up abruptly, her illness momentarily forgotten. "Come on, you worthless creatures. Experience the might of Su Ruanruan." With that declaration, she surged forward, plunging into the untouched snow outside. No matter. A master of hidden prowess like her would inevitably engage in some bewilderingly clever antics. Su Ruanruan rose, only to stumble again. She picked herself up once more, only to fall yet again. Finally, when she arrived, her face adorned with snow, Xiaoji had already dispatched all the zombies. Su Ruanruan gave Xiaoji a solemn nod. "Excellent, you shall be my subordinate from now on." Standing amidst the biting wind, she cradled her exquisite visage and sought assistance from her companion, pleading for help in extricating herself. The snow was too deep, ensnaring her waist. As Xiaoji took a couple of steps towards her, Lu Shiming approached with his long strides, effortlessly extracting Su Ruanruan from the snow as if she were a mere turnip. Filled with envy and disdain, she glared at Lu Shiming's elongated limbs. When she acquired her powers, she vowed to seize his small axe and diminish his towering stature, transforming him into a diminutive figure. Humph! After shaking off the snow that clung to her, she was finally permitted to descend. Su Ruanruan caressed her smooth chin, enjoying the service while contemplating deeply. As a traveler from another realm, she had witnessed much. Initially, she believed herself to be a mere pawn, but now she was convinced she was a true celestial being, favored by the heavens to the extent that even the roof was lifted away. After enduring countless trials, she had finally witnessed the light break through the clouds. Though the male protagonist was formidable, Su Ruanruan understood that she would become even stronger. "Come forth, face the fierce winds, you peculiar one." Su Ruanruan first walked to the left of Lu Shiming, finding him excessively tall. She then moved to his right, still feeling his height was overwhelming. No matter. From now on, he shall only hunch. In her eagerness to assert her authority, Su Ruanruan extended a delicate finger and playfully poked Lu Shiming's arm. Her tone imbued with significance. "Go, build me a small snowman. I am aware that I am a little rascal, and I shall undoubtedly become even more mischievous in the future." Hee. Lu Shiming cast his gaze downward, briefly meeting her eyes. The little girl looked up at him with misty eyes, her long, curled lashes casting shadows upon her rosy cheeks, which appeared as though brushed with a layer of blush. Due to her fever, tears glistened in her beautiful eyes, enhancing her pitiful appearance, which was truly impossible to resist. Lu Shiming turned and walked away. Su Ruanruan, feeling triumphant, mused that he must have been overwhelmed by her presence. He understood that she was on the brink of acquiring immensely powerful abilities, and in a bid for self-preservation, he was compelled to heed her every command. With a proud tilt of her chin, Su Ruanruan felt certain that she was a woman favored by the heavens, destined to have the very roof lifted off for her. Meanwhile, the man swiftly constructed a small snowman the size of his palm. The snowman was exquisitely charming, adorned with tiny carrot eyes and a nose. Su Ruanruan's eyes sparkled with delight as she devoured the carrot, instantly transforming the snowman into one devoid of eyes and a nose. The man's expression darkened. Su Ruanruan, her little face being tugged, emitted a soft, plaintive wail. Su Ruanruan sensed that her authority was being challenged. She glared at Lu Shiming with her large, expressive eyes, striving to convey her indignation. The man reached out to pat her little head. Though a smile graced his face, it lacked warmth, colder than the little snowman she held in her hands. The snowman one desires should be held by oneself. Su Ruanruan expressed her indignation, declaring that she was on the verge of anger.
Man,
You cannot withstand the wrath I am capable of. The man maintained a smile, his expression unchanged, though the corners of his lips slightly drooped. His tone remained gentle as he said, I allow you to cherish it properly. Su Ruanruan shivered, realizing that a wise person does not suffer immediate losses. She thought it would not be too late to teach this audacious man a lesson once she acquired her powers. It is so cold, the young girl lamented, blowing on her frostbitten hands. The man leisurely extracted a pair of gloves from his pocket and firmly placed them on Su Ruanruan's hands.
It
will melt, she protested. Then I shall hold it until it melts, he replied, lifting the snowman that struck her hands.
Sororo retortet man.
You will regret this. I shall make you pay dearly. Brr, it's so cold, she whimpered, clutching the little snowman while leading the small puppy alongside Lu Shiming in search of Xiao Bao Bao. The survival zone was neither vast nor cramped, with the little puppy sniffing around. However, it seemed that the heavy snowfall had obscured Xiao Bao Bao's scent. After searching for a long while, without success, the sudden appearance of zombies plunged the entire survival zone into chaos. After a day of fruitless searching, Gao Junsheng, exhausted, dozed off on the sofa. The surroundings were eerily quiet and deserted. An elderly woman sat beside him, draping a blanket over his shoulders. Leaning slightly, her rough, gnarled hand brushed against his forehead, lingering momentarily before she bent down laboriously. A gentle kiss landed on Gao Junsheng's forehead, a soft touch that was immediately withdrawn. Though she was advanced in age, the gleam in her eyes as she gazed at Gao Junsheng was remarkably bright, akin to the most radiant star in the night sky. The old woman slightly turned her head and caught sight of Su Ruanruan, who stood nearby holding a dog. She paused for a moment, then raised her hand to her lips, signaling for silence. Su Ruanruan turned away and walked off with her dog. Such was the grandeur of maternal love. After witnessing this poignant display of affection, Su Ruanruan continued her search for someone while leading her dog. Nearby, a man leaned against the wall, consuming dry bread. Su Ruanruan seldom witnessed him eating such a simple fare, as he was notoriously particular. She approached and, to her astonishment, discovered that it was far from mere dry bread. It was, in fact, an exceptionally fresh sandwich. Oh, and there were even cherry tomatoes. Both she and her dog gazed on enviously. Lu Shiming lowered his gaze and brought the sandwich, which bore his bite mark, to Su Ruanruan's lips. She stared at the indentation with considerable hesitation. Clearing her throat, she began, I would prefer another, before the half-eaten sandwich was unceremoniously stuffed into her mouth. The little puppy, attempting to be adorable, displayed a look of disappointment. In the realm of cuteness, it seemed to have been outdone, as it was forced to endure a mouthful of sandwich. Feeling quite wronged, Su Ruanruan made a valiant effort to eat. The man gently cradled her chin and offered her a sip of water. The spring water was slightly sweet, quite delightful. Su Ruanruan felt satisfied with the man's attentiveness and decided that he could wash her basin in the future. Are you full? He inquired. Yes, I am quite full, she replied, her cheeks flushed with color as she nervously took a step back. Although she was a formidable figure, she was still in her youthful phase. But I am hungry, she added. The man tilted his head and glanced over, with the sun just having risen behind him. The ardent sunlight danced in Su Ruanruan's eyes, causing her to tremble with fear, while simultaneously feeling her heart begin to falter. She hesitantly retrieved a piece of candy. The man's gaze darkened. In an instant, Su Ruanruan began to whimper and produced all her remaining sweets. Yet, the man remained unsatisfied, his expression souring to that of a grimy shoe sole. Why don't you just eat it? Su Ruanruan bravely pushed a small puppy towards Lu Shiming. The puppy retorted, I am not human, but you truly are a dog. The man's face grew even more displeased. He muttered a curse under his breath, calling her a fool, before turning to leave. Su Ruanruan stared at the handsome silhouette of the man, her resolve hardening as she rolled up her 7-layered sleeves with determination. Wielding her sleeves like a warrior, she declared fiercely, Man, you're doomed. Immediately, she complied, pressing herself against the wall, awaiting punishment. Come here.
Oh.
You will regret this. The lengthy night passed, and the movements of the zombies slowed. Su Ruanruan perched by the window, eager to engage. Come on, you pathetic creatures. Let me show you the might of Su Ruanruan. However, the window was too high for her to scale, leading to her defeat. I shall grant you a temporary reprieve. The zombies retorted, just last night, you called us little cuties. You ungrateful woman. Xiao Baobao was still unaccounted for. Su Ruanruan and Lu Shiming wandered through the survival zone with their dog. As they passed a narrow alley, they were confronted by several towering men. Well, well. The little beauty, blinding to your eyes. How could she be considered small? Su Ruanruan proudly thrust her petite chest forward. Her entire form round and plump like a bowling ball. Even her small head was nearly engulfed by the 3 layers of her down jacket's hood, revealing only a delicate face the size of a palm. As she moved, the hood unfurled like petals, fully revealing her exquisite visage. The men were captivated, initially intending merely to jest, yet they found themselves enchanted by such a lovely young lady. Their intentions swiftly shifted. They were now set on seizing her beauty. The young girl stood timidly with her dog, seemingly chilled by the cold. Amidst the snowy backdrop, her crimson lips and striking large eyes resembled those of a Barbie doll, while her skin was as fair and translucent as freshly fallen snow. Fine frost adorned her brows and lashes, rendering her a snow fairy emerging from the winter landscape. The men gulped audibly, a sense of longing washing over them. They were a makeshift patrol team, hastily assembled in the survival zone due to the mysterious disappearance of the overseers and the sudden incursion of zombies. The few remaining men in the area were summoned to repair the walls and fend off the undead. Hesitant to take risks, they had taken refuge here, hoping to wait until others completed their tasks, never anticipating they would encounter such a stunning beauty. A man, burdened with a tattered bag, approached from behind with an air of impatience. His gaze lazily swept over the men in front of him, the hostility on his face unmistakable. Leave. Su Ruanruan maintained her composure, eyes fixed forward, heart steady. As a formidable figure in her youth, she understood that now was not the time to reveal her true strength. The group of men, upon seeing the slender and somewhat androgynous figure of Lu Shiming with his shoulder-length hair, erupted into raucous laughter. What is this unmanly creature? One of the men squinted, questioning the ambiguity of his appearance. Su Ruanruan swallowed hard, realizing that even with her formidable presence, she might not be able to save them before her powers were unleashed. The man leisurely retrieved his cherished little axe from a tattered bag. The axe gleamed brightly, exuding a sweet scent reminiscent of baby lotion. Upon sighting the axe, the men erupted into further laughter. Shall we gift you a Barbie doll as well? They guffawed, their mirth so intense that they nearly doubled over. Little did they know, they were about to lose far more than their laughter. Su Ruanruan felt an urgent need to intervene and prevent this impending tragedy. Thus, she promptly took hold of her little puppy and fled. As a powerful figure, she had never involved herself in the squabbles of the weak. Uncertain of how far she had run, Su Ruanruan merely hoped that the bloodshed would not reach her. Suddenly, the little puppy barked vigorously at a thick patch of snow. However, due to its diminutive size, it could not access the mound of snow that could nearly bury Su Ruanruan. It could only pace anxiously in the corridor. Su Ruanruan attempted to lift the puppy, but failed. Look at you, eating all day, without purpose, she scolded, and with determination, she hoisted the little puppy onto her shoulder before stepping into the deep snow. With a sudden plunge, both she and the puppy fell into the snowdrift. Su Ruanruan remarked, "Look at me. What good does it do to eat so much?" As she excavated the snow, she struggled to move, the soft snow yielding beneath her efforts, forming pit after pit. Suddenly, the little puppy began to bark excitedly. "Is it here? Is this the spot?" Su Ruanruan exclaimed, digging fervently. After a while, she unearthed a spicy chicken foot, which the puppy eagerly snatched up before continuing to bark. With great difficulty, Su Ruanruan pushed aside the snow, her gloved hands succumbing to the cold, becoming numb to the extent that she could no longer bend her fingers. Reluctantly, she removed her gloves and continued to dig with her bare hands, now buried in the snow. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Ji and Anai Yang rushed over. The snow was deep, having fallen for several days and nights. With the 3 of them excavating together, their progress indeed quickened. However, before they could uncover anything, A cacophony of noise erupted nearby. Zombies are breaking in. The wall has collapsed. Everyone, hurry to the women's shelter. Amidst the shouts, a throng of zombies surged forth, seemingly heedless of the danger, clawing at the snow and struggling to bite. You all continue digging. I will handle this, Su Ruanruan's voice echoed from the snowdrift. Yet she did not emerge after a considerable time. An Ayong stood up, drew her gun, and began shooting, each bullet finding its mark.
All right.
Here's your chance to shine in front of her, she thought. However, the horde of zombies was overwhelming. Soon, An Ayong was out of ammunition, leaving her with no choice but to resort to her abilities. As she unleashed her electrical powers, a swath of zombies was instantly swept away. Yet, the strength of her abilities was insufficient, and the cooldown time was too prolonged. Fortunately, just as she was on the brink of exhaustion, Xiaoji suddenly exclaimed with delight. We've found it! In the expansive snow pit, a child's foot was protruding. Xiaoji recognized it as belonging to Xiao Baobao. The man continued to dig further and soon discovered that Xiao Baobao was inverted in the snow. Su Ruanruan couldn't help but marvel at the peculiar position. Hurry! The zombies are approaching. An Ayang's face was ashen as he struggled to hold on. Su Ruanruan immediately asserted that it was time for the expert to take action. She crawled out of the snow cave, exerted herself to stand, but failed to rise. Again, she attempted to stand, but still could not manage it. Goodness! Her heart condition had yet to improve, and now it felt as though her legs were broken. The zombies surged towards them, encircling the group. The little puppy had already coiled in anticipation, hiding behind Su Ruanruan, emitting a dreadful whimper. Woe is me! Xiaoji continued digging. An Ayong cast a glance at Xiaoji, gritted his teeth, and suddenly let out a fierce roar. Cover your heads! Su Ruanruan quickly shielded her head while clutching the little puppy, plunging into the snow. With a thunderous boom, a massive explosion resonated, leaving the surroundings eerily silent. Cautiously, Su Ruanruan peeked out to see that all around were the adorable forms of the zombies, now reduced to charred remains. Oh, her poor little darling. An Ayong staggered forward, taking a couple of steps before losing his balance and collapsing. Xiaoji, holding on to Xiao Baobao, caught him effortlessly. An Ayong had overexerted his abilities. With An Ayong in his left arm and Xiao Baobao in his right, Xiaoji began to lead them down the corridor. Su Ruanruan remarked, Wait, little brother, your leader is still kneeling here, isn't he? She felt a pang of hurt. Suddenly, a pair of long legs appeared before her. The man leaned down, an aura of fresh blood surrounding him. Oh, dear, my leg is broken. The little girl knelt on the ground, exuding an air of utmost distress, her eyes glistening with tears, as if a mere word from Lu Shiming could unleash her sorrow. As a powerful figure, demonstrating a modicum of vulnerability could disarm the opponent. The man reached out, brushing his hand across her face. The blood on his fingertips smeared onto her fair, delicate visage, resembling a crimson plum blossom blooming in pristine snow. He lifted her off the ground, cradling her gently, and then squeezed her little leg, reassuring her it's all right, just a bit numb. Who wouldn't be enchanted by such a soft, tender creature, especially in this frigid apocalypse? So warm, so fervent, and delightfully fluffy. Su Ruanruan nestled in Lu Shiming's embrace, a sly smile playing on her lips. Look, this peculiar man has fallen for her ruse once again. Oh, this wretched woman, favored by divine intervention. Truly, she is astute. Due to the overwhelming number of zombies, everyone had gathered in the Caring Women's Building, the only refuge fortified with iron gates that could temporarily ward off the undead. Inside, the little puppy continued to frolic exuberantly. After running for about 5 minutes, An Ayong finally managed to restrain the dog, only to discover a door before her. It appeared to lead to the basement of the building. Furrowing her brow, she approached it, sensing considerable commotion from within. She drew a dagger and pried open the lock on the iron door. With a creak, the door swung open, releasing a foul odor mingled with a hint of milk. An Ayong instinctively covered her mouth and nose. The interior was shrouded in darkness, rendering her vision futile. She retrieved a flashlight and cast its beam inside, only to be met with a shocking sight. Women were confined within cages, reminiscent of cows being milked, some of whom were visibly pregnant. An Ayang's expression morphed into one of disbelief. She had not anticipated such a grim scene. Trembling, she took a hesitant step forward, only to freeze in her tracks as footsteps approached from behind. A group of pregnant women had come seeking medical supplies for the injured in the basement. Unbeknownst to them, they stumbled upon this horrifying sight, causing gasps of horror to escape their lips, with some nearly collapsing in terror. Women were imprisoned in the basement, their purpose reduced to providing fresh milk. News of this atrocity swiftly spread throughout the entire Loving Mothers building. It was noted that, aside from the manager, no one had ever ventured into the basement, leading to the conclusion that this heinous act was orchestrated by him. Yet, where was this man now? Indulging in a lavish massage, he reveled in his gluttonous pleasures. A small dog burped contentedly nearby. Meanwhile, an Aiyong hurriedly coordinated the rescue of the women trapped in the basement. Upon their release, they clamored for their children, wailing and crying in a frenzy. The chaos escalated, and an Aiyong along with Xiao Ji worked tirelessly to restore order. Suddenly, an Aiyang's gaze halted. She scanned the crowd and locked eyes with a woman huddled in the corner, her hair a faded shade of blue. It was an imprecise description, as the hair had long lost its vibrancy, now resembling a pale blue. In the dim light, the strands glimmered faintly, matted together like a massive blue pom-pom. An Aiyong stepped forward cautiously. The woman suddenly sprang to her feet, attempting to flee, but an Aiyong grasped her arm firmly. The woman emitted a strained, desperate cry, as if she had not tasted water in an eternity. Trembling, an Aiyong brushed aside the tangled strands of hair obscuring her face, revealing her features. The woman's skin was coarse, her lips chapped, and her eyes devoid of life. Yet, upon seeing an Aiyong, her expression shifted involuntarily. She struggled to escape, but an Aiyong pinned her to the ground with unwavering strength. He produced handcuffs and secured them around her wrists. "Let me go," the woman finally uttered. An Aiyong pressed her down, burying his face against her neck, his voice choked with emotion, nearly inaudible as he trembled all over. "And I may." The woman forcefully turned her head, attempting to strike an Aiyong, exclaiming, "Do not call me by my full name." Meanwhile, in the adjoining basement, Su Ruanruan remained oblivious to the turmoil as she was confined by Lu Shiming, serving her in the very room where an Aiyong had violently shattered a small jar previously. Su Ruanruan was currently honing her supernatural abilities. Sizzle.
It was not a spider's web.
Bala Bala energy. Magical attack. It was neither a little fairy nor a flurry of snowflakes. What, then, could her extraordinary powers be? Something that could astound the heavens and move the spirits. Su Ruanruan felt a surge of impatience. She pondered whether she needed to stimulate her abilities to unleash their potential. How did others awaken theirs? Perhaps by seeking out zombies. Realizing this, Su Ruanruan promptly pushed open the window. "Wait, this is the second floor. I need to find a staircase to descend." "What are you doing?" Lu Shiming, seated on the sofa polishing a small axe, furrowed his brow. "Can someone of your caliber comprehend the thoughts of a superior?" Su Ruanruan dashed out of the maternity building, her heart racing. Upon seeing the little zombies confined beyond an iron gate, she exclaimed, "Oh, my precious darlings. How adorable you remain." Without hesitation, she rushed forward, intent on enveloping her little darlings in a warm embrace, only to be abruptly pulled back. Once returned to her designated room, Su Ruanruan sat despondently, absent-mindedly rubbing her small feet. After a moment of contemplation, she mused, aside from zombies, what else could there be? Her gaze drifted towards Lu Shiming. Perhaps she could find a peculiar individual to engage with? An idea sparked within her, and she lifted her petite chest, striding towards him. She extended her arm, attempting to lean against the sofa behind him, but her arm was too short, resulting in her tumbling directly into his embrace. "No worries. Failure is but the mother of success." Snuggled in his arms, she wore a serious expression and said, "Come, indulge me with some affection." Lu Shiming paused his axe polishing, instinctively raising an eyebrow. Leaning in slightly, he inhaled deeply. No scent of alcohol, he noted, then glanced at Su Ruanruan's flushed cheeks. It appeared she was simply a bit muddled. A faint smile graced his lips as he leaned down, his gaze softening. "If you cannot act coy, perhaps I could unleash a bit of wildness on your behalf?" The small axe, coated with a baby-safe cream, gently pressed against Su Ruanruan's delicate face. causing her to feel a sudden jolt of energy, every hair on her body standing on end. Why do you seem perpetually angry? I was merely jesting with you. No, that won't do. She must not back down. As a formidable figure, can she not withstand such trivial tribulations? Oh, is that so? The man smiled, his charm radiant. Indeed, he was a rogue. The little darling, sweet and adorable, Su Ruanruan instinctively endeavored to appear endearing. It was only when she pursed her lips that she realized she had once again succumbed to this wild man's playful advances. The man continued to smile. Su Ruanruan kindly advised, "Let us refrain from playing with that, as it may lead to injury." With utmost caution, Su Ruanruan removed the playful toy from her cheek, gently rubbing her face to smooth out the baby lotion that had adhered to her skin. The young girl's visage was tender and fair, akin to the finest water egg. Suddenly, the man's gaze darkened. He reached out, grasping Su Ruanruan's delicate chin and firmly pressing her onto the sofa. Su Ruanruan gazed up at the man with wide eyes. Mouth agape. At some point, a luscious red strawberry appeared at his fingertips. Oh my, what a delightful creature this was. Su Ruanruan's eyes widened, her intellect momentarily fading. Instinctively, she opened her mouth. The large strawberry was placed inside, its sweetness utterly astonishing. Is it delicious? She was prompted.
Su Ruanruan nodded fervently.
The man smiled, wiping the strawberry juice from the corner of her lips, the vibrant red liquid glistening with a sweet allure, reminiscent of blood in its brilliance. Truly beautiful. Su Ruanruan declared herself a woman of both talent and beauty. She opened her mouth. In an instant she complied. Wasn't that her little strawberry? Chapter 30:10. I no longer wish to consume strawberries. My lips feel as though they might split apart. Su Ruanruan crouched on the sofa, weeping profusely. Despite her fervent effort to siphon away all the air from Lu Shiming, hoping to suffocate him, she had clearly failed. For he remained vibrantly alive, thriving even more splendidly than she had anticipated. The man leaned back on the sofa, gently grasping Su Ruanruan's delicate chin, his fingertip brushing against the corner of her lips, collecting a trace of bright red strawberry juice. Let us try once more, shall we? The books all suggest such. The air was thick with the familiar scent of the man, intertwined with the sweet, fruity aroma of strawberries that slid down her throat, overwhelming her senses. Su Ruanruan whimpered softly, lowering her gaze, only to catch sight of the book in Lu Shiming's hand, the overbearing CEO's million kisses, and the unparalleled wife of the evil king. Why would you believe in such works penned by a perpetually single author? What has become of your intellect, male lead? Has it all been consumed by her? Su Ruanruan continued to sob, imploring him to seek out more scholarly literature. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Shiming produced a book on color theory. Su Ruanruan was in great distress. It was said that the archetypal male protagonists were inherently talented, self-taught, and exceptionally skilled, yet here he was, lacking in technique and woefully inadequate, particularly dismal. Su Ruanruan lamented whether it was the strawberries that were unappealing, or if it was merely her that he insisted on devouring. Allow me to introduce you to my sister. Anayong stepped aside to reveal the person behind him, brimming with excitement as he urged everyone to recognize her face. The woman donned an aged-down jacket, her hair partially dyed blue, and wore a rather displeased expression. She bore a striking resemblance to Anayong, though in contrast his poised and spirited demeanor. Anayong leaned more towards a delicate and alluring femininity. Anayong, unlock this thing for me. Anayong insisted, tapping vigorously on the handcuffs she held.
No. Niang replied firmly.
You would run away. I want to run, Anayong countered. I don't believe you, Anayong stated resolutely.
Su Ruanruan interjected.
Can't you two extend a modicum of trust towards each other? Just as I do with Lu Shiming. The man gently caressed Su Ruanruan's little head, proclaiming, I have found a highly specialized book. Suddenly, Su Ruanruan bent over, clutching her stomach, and began to wail. Ah, it hurts so much. I feel like I'm dying. Lu Shiming swiftly grabbed hold of Su Ruanruan, who was about to make her escape, asserting that only through mutual trust can the world become a better place. Anayong, perched nonchalantly on the sofa with her legs crossed, cast a glance at the entangled Su Ruanruan and Lu Shiming. In this day and age, someone can look like that and still be alive? Hey, and Yang, is that your man? And Mei playfully gestured towards Lu Shiming. Let me have a taste just once. Without waiting for Yang's response, she suddenly stood, approached Lu Shiming, her fingertips gliding over his chest, teasingly stating, "Handsome, my skills far surpass my sister's. What do you say? Shall we have a night-long conversation? I'm particularly eager to spend time with you." The final 4 words were almost whispered directly into Lu Shiming's ear by Mei. Indeed, Mei possessed a captivating beauty, a charm that exuded femininity, which Su Ruanruan lacked. Peeking out, Su Ruanruan, who was not particularly loquacious, announced, "I'll keep you company." Mei responded with a pause. Yang approached, his expression awkward, saying, "Enough of this. They are a couple." Mei was instantly taken aback. "You're actually a couple?" Su Ruanruan gazed solemnly at Lu Shiming, realizing their secret affair had been uncovered. Lu Shiming spoke slowly, "Just eliminate her." Mei reacted with a scoff. "And so, what if you are a couple? In this world, who doesn't have 3 or 5 lovers?"
Oh?
Lu Shiming lowered his gaze towards Su Ruanruan. She immediately raised her hand, swearing that he was the only one in her heart and eyes. Lu Shiming gently replied, "In my heart, eyes, and even my kidneys, there is only Ruanruan." "Wait, what do you mean by kidneys?" Outside the love-heart-pregnant women's building, the area remained besieged by zombies. Supplies were becoming increasingly scarce. Yang forcefully pulled Mei from among the men. "I'll get you food. Stop this nonsense." "What nonsense?" Mei, unabashed, was barely clothed, drawing the attention of the men around her. Yang drew his gun, causing the men to scatter immediately. He then confined Mei to a room. "I will find you something to eat." As soon as Yang departed, Mei immediately pushed open the window, preparing to leap down, when the door swung open unexpectedly. "Yang, I'm coming to hide." In the interplay of a door and a window, Su Ruanruan and Mei exchanged wide-eyed glances. Seizing the moment while Su Ruanruan was still taken aback, Mei swiftly knocked her down and dashed outside. Su Ruanruan, sprawled on the ground, whimpered and clutched at Mei's trousers, indicating that she would not rise without 3 bowls of rice. "Let go of me. For heaven's sake, let go." Frustrated, Mei raised her foot, poised to kick, but upon encountering Su Ruanruan's delicate visage, hesitated, leading to her old cotton pants being yanked down.
Mimi.
What a coincidence. Beautiful. The men Mei had previously flirted with approached once more. They scrutinized her from head to toe before their gaze landed on the fallen Su Ruanruan, their eyes gleaming with interest. "What do you intend to do?" Mei crossed her arms defiantly, exuding an air of authority, if one were to overlook the burden at her feet and her current attire. The men chuckled. "Didn't you just let that pregnant woman leave, claiming you'd keep us company?" Mei replied, "I no longer wish to accompany you. I find you utterly repugnant." The men's expressions soured instantly. With zombies lurking outside, the pregnant women in the building were, apart from them, merely defenseless women and children. Thus, the pregnant women had become the undisputed rulers of the premises. The men seized Mei and Su Ruanruan, dragging them into a corner. Su Ruanruan cried out, "Don't be afraid. I will protect you." Suddenly, she tripped and fell with a thud. The men, filled with concern, rushed to help her up. Su Ruanruan whimpered, expressing her pain from the fall. Mei scolded her fiercely, exclaiming how could there be such a foolish person in the world, especially one so beautiful. Has heaven truly lost its sight? You run ahead. I will catch up with you. Su Ruanruan dusted off her clothes and spoke softly to Mei. The men remarked, "We all heard that. None of you will escape today. Rest assured, our skills are quite proficient." Su Ruanruan inquired with curiosity, "Are they better than Lu Shiming? Perhaps you should compare notes first. Is Lu Shiming your boyfriend?" Mei tossed her long hair. Su Ruanruan replied, "Yes, indeed, his skills are quite lacking." Mei remarked, "It's evident he's just a novice. What a pity, for such a face. Yet, is we women who suffer from the inadequacy of such skills." Su Ruanruan nodded earnestly in agreement. Suddenly, the previously neglected man erupted in anger.
Su Ruanruan,
filled with terror, exclaimed, "What do you intend to do? I will not submit." Just then, an impatient voice emerged from beside her. Su Ruanruan swiftly complied. retreating into the crowd of men. Lu Shiming's expression darkened. I will count to 3. Su Ruanruan trembled, pulling Mei down beside her. Mei complained, why on earth must I squat too? And what are these men, who seem to have nothing but a face and not an ounce of muscle, trying to prove?
3.
Where are your 1 and 2? Su Ruanruan gazed in terror as Lu Shiming effortlessly hurled both her and the man before Mei out of the window to feed the zombies. How brutal! I merely stepped out to enjoy the scenery. Mei can attest to this. Gripped in Lu Shiming's hand, Su Ruanruan continued to argue vehemently. Mei, already petrified, crouched on the ground and met Lu Shiming's gaze, exclaiming, it's not my fault. She said your skills were lacking.
Su Ruanruan. Oh.
Lu Shiming arched an eyebrow. Mei brushed off her sleeves and had just turned when, with a snap, she found herself restrained once more. In the stillness of the night, seizing the opportunity while Lu Shiming was in the restroom, Su Ruanruan swiftly made her escape. The corridor was sparsely populated, as everyone had gathered below to strategize against the zombies outside. Su Ruanruan's eyes fell upon an elderly woman, leaning on a cane and shuffling slowly toward her. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but Su Ruanruan felt that the old woman appeared even frilier than the first time she had seen her. Her back was more hunched, her movements more sluggish. Su Ruanruan took 10 steps, while the woman seemed to advance only 1. As Su Ruanruan brushed past her, a figure suddenly darted out, colliding with both of them. The old woman toppled onto Su Ruanruan without injury. Struggling with her limbs flailing, Su Ruanruan finally managed to rise, the elderly lady in tow. However, before she could steady herself, another person rushed out, creating a gust of wind, and was even shouting, Mei. Su Ruanruan was infuriated. You knocked someone down. And yet you dare to yell at us? Forget it. She decided to let it go, granting you a reprieve. The old lady lifted her gaze, and, upon seeing Su Ruanruan's crimson lips, suddenly broke into a smile. Such affection. Su Ruanruan, her cheeks aflame, insisted that it was merely due to the oversized strawberries, and had nothing to do with Lu Shiming. But the old lady laughed even more knowingly, wearing an expression that clearly conveyed her understanding. Su Ruanruan scolded her for being disrespectful due to her age. The old lady retorted that she was merely keeping up with the times. Stop quibbling. Look at the way he gazes at you. It's distinctly different. In a fluster, Su Ruanruan claimed that she was merely being polite. As a formidable individual, she always had to put on a facade, just like a pretender. You see, he frightens me so much it feels as though I might have a heart attack. With a serious expression, she covered her little heart, lamenting that every time she laid eyes on him, it felt as if it might leap from her chest. Even her dreams at night revolved around him, brandishing a tiny axe and chopping away at her, much like one would with carrots or rabbits. The old lady laughed even more raucously, her cane thumping rhythmically against the ground. Silly girl, this is love. Su Ruanruan stood frozen in place, contemplating whether her mind was inundated not with water, but with Lu Shiming? No, you're absurd. I am not. The thought of her mind being occupied by Lu Shiming felt far more despairing than any flood or beast ravaging her thoughts. Miss Su, might you assist me to the riverside for a moment? The old lady suddenly inquired. The caring maternity building had thoughtfully constructed a river in the courtyard for the psychological well-being of expectant mothers. Still immersed in sorrow, Su Ruanruan nodded blankly as she assisted the elderly woman towards the riverbank. The snow in the sky had long ceased its descent, and the old woman sat alone by the water, gazing calmly at the thick layer of ice covering the river's surface. It's freezing. What are you doing wandering about? Gao Jun exclaimed in exasperation, panting as he rushed out. Upon spotting the elderly woman by the river, he first scolded her before, with reddened eyes, removing his down jacket and draping it over her shoulders. In the tranquil riverside, the old woman leaned against the young man's shoulder. Sing me a lullaby, she requested with her aged voice. All right, Gao Jun replied. His deep, soothing voice gradually filled the air by the river, resonating with a remarkably simple lullaby. There were no lyrics. He simply hummed aimlessly, yet it was exceptionally melodious. Su Ruanruan recalled the elderly woman's previous boast that Gao Jun was a singer. When she expressed her confusion about knowing Gao Xiaosong and Su Song but not Gao Jun, the old woman indignantly retorted, Is it forbidden for someone to be unknown? At an indeterminate moment, Lu Shiming appeared behind Su Ruanruan, his dark eyes fixated on the two nestled on the bench, and uttered an oddly peculiar statement. No matter how Ruanruan changes, I will recognize her. Upon hearing the man's voice, Su Ruanruan instinctively covered her head. Get up, Lu Shiming commanded. Oh. The young girl stood up reluctantly, casting a timid glance at the man, then at the old woman. Indeed, I would recognize you. Even if she were reduced to ashes, she would still be identifiable. The man suddenly narrowed his eyes dangerously, leaning down to gaze at Su Ruanruan. His tall, imposing shadow enveloped her delicate frame like a ferocious beast. Little deceiver. A smile graced Lu Shiming's face, though it lacked depth. His unbound black hair cascaded down, obscuring half of his visage. The eye that was visible was darker than the night itself, more profound than the twilight. It fixed its unwavering gaze upon Su Ruanruan, causing her legs to tremble involuntarily. Her throat, once ravaged by a demon, felt the weight of dread. In an attempt to ease the tension, Su Ruanruan tentatively suggested, "How about I sing you a lullaby?" The man's expression seemed to warp slightly. Su Ruanruan pondered whether he desired to hear her sing or wished for silence. Such perverse individuals have become exceedingly difficult to appease. Suddenly, the man brushed past her and strode forward. As Su Ruanruan sought to follow, he lifted his hand, pressing it against her forehead, immobilizing her in place while he advanced alone to a nearby bench. The old woman had peacefully closed her eyes. To endure until now, even with her powers depleted, was quite remarkable. Gao Junsheng gazed intently at the river surface, continuing to sing the lullaby, tears streaming down his fair face. She has passed away, Lu Shiming spoke. Gao Junsheng's lullaby abruptly ceased. He opened his mouth wide, yet no sound emerged, even though he was aware of the inevitable outcome. Its arrival rendered him unable to accept it. I had known it was her all along, yet she wished for me not to recognize her. She was so enamored with beauty that if I spoke of it, she would undoubtedly depart. I, too, am aware that she saved me. Why is she so foolish? Why would she save me? Gao Junsheng spoke with a choked voice, embracing the person beside him. She has always been a kind-hearted soul since childhood. Why do virtuous individuals seldom receive their due rewards? Why is that? Gao Junsheng's voice rose in a desperate roar, his eyes wide with anguish. Lu Shiming raised a hand, gently pressing down on the frenzied Gao Junsheng. With just that light touch, the man on the brink of collapse ceased his struggles. Lu Shiming's voice was soft, as if echoing from a distant realm. He said, "Because this world does not permit it." Why does it not permit it? Why must we adhere to such constraints? Gao Junsheng murmured to himself. Lu Shiming's lips curled into a faint smile, instinctively turning to gaze at Su Ruanruan. Amidst the pure, white snow, the young girl stood there, delicate and fragile, whiter than the snow itself. Upon meeting his gaze, she gently revealed a smile, akin to a small white flower blooming in the harshest of conditions. The distance was too great. Su Ruanruan could not hear their words. Suddenly, Lu Shiming flashed her an enigmatic smile. Indeed, if the world does not allow it, then let us shatter its constraints. With his flesh and blood, he would shield her innocence and purity. Ah! Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from a distance. Gao Junsheng remained unmoved, clutching the lifeless body of the old woman. Su Ruanruan had already dashed away. Wherever there was a disturbance, she would be present. Lu Shiming lowered his gaze towards Gao Junsheng. Unbeknownst to him, Gao Junsheng had grasped a fruit knife, plunging it deeply into his own heart. Blood flowed forth, merging with the river, silently and gradually being consumed. If one cannot contend with the harsh realities of this world, one must inevitably face such a fate. Something seems to be stirring in the river. Meanwhile, heavy snowflakes are descending from the sky like feathers. Gao Junsheng embraces the lifeless body of the old woman. They lean against each other, gradually being blanketed by the white snow. Not far from the riverbank, a commotion ensues. Ah, leave it be. Just get lost. With a rumble, "And I may stand upon the ice," her words barely spoken before the ice beneath her gives way, cracks widening, revealing a significant expanse of water. Caught off guard. "And I may plunges directly into the frigid depths. And I Yang, standing by the riverbank, rushes to her aid, only to find himself submerged, his head disappearing beneath the surface. And Yang, an inexperienced swimmer, struggles. Just then, Su Ruanruan, who has just arrived, rolls towards a river in an attempt to rescue Yang, but only realizes upon entering the water that she too is a novice swimmer. 3 inexperienced swimmers flounder in the water. Hearing the commotion, Xiaoji hurries over to lend assistance. He manages to lift Yang to safety first. However, when Xiaoji attempts to rescue Su Ruanruan, he discovers that her clothing is saturated, rendering her immovable. As Su Ruanruan gulps down water, she is yanked upward by the back of her collar. Dazed, she gazes up to see Lu Shiming standing behind her. The man pulls her towards the shore, and once they reach safety, he cradles her face in his hands. Su Ruanruan's slippery cheeks are squished, her eyes wide with terror, resembling a startled little frog. She expresses her alarm. "What are you doing?" With an impassive demeanor, Lu Shiming replies, "Artificial respiration." Su Ruanruan immediately springs up, asserting that she is perfectly healthy and in no need of such assistance. There, Xiaoji had already set aside Yang to rescue Mei. Logically speaking, given Xiaoji's physical prowess, saving another Mei should have posed no challenge. Yet, upon reaching Mei, his body swiftly sank. In mere moments, only half of their heads remained above the water's surface. Mei,
Brother Xiao.
Yang bellowed, attempting to plunge back into the depths, only to be forcibly thrown ashore by the irritable Lu Shiming, who had not yet performed artificial respiration. The man rolled up his sleeves and re-entered the frigid waters with remarkable agility, moving as gracefully as a fish despite the icy currents that penetrated his very bones. 3 minutes later, with Xiaoji in his left hand and Mei in his right, Lu Shiming emerged from the river. Both individuals still retained some awareness. As soon as Mei touched the ground, she staggered forward, embracing Yang tightly as she knelt, overcome with sorrowful cries. After all, she was merely a young girl. In the familiar embrace of her sister, Mei's terror of the apocalypse erupted uncontrollably. "Why did you only come to find me now? Do you know I have been waiting for you? I am truly so frightened that I may never see you again." Yang clung desperately to Mei, her eyes reddened. I'm so sorry." But Mei shook her head vigorously. "No, I'm sorry, sister. I'm so sorry. It is not your fault. It is all my fault. I was just so afraid that you would no longer want me. That's why I lived so recklessly, wanting to capture your attention in this extreme manner." In the room warmed by the smoldering charcoal brazier, everyone changed out of their damp clothing and gathered around the fire. Lu Shiming held in his arms the feverish Su Ruanruan, who remained intent on consuming watermelon. The young girl's eyelids gradually grew heavy, and eventually, she succumbed to slumber. Lu Shiming lay beside her, burying his head in the crook of her neck, finding a familiar and comfortable position for sleep, resembling a pair of entwined mandarin ducks in repose. Yang sat on the floor, watching the weary Mei, who was fast asleep on the sofa, and slowly began to speak. "My parents died to save me. At that time, Mei was still very young. They relied on the meager savings left by their parents to get by. I was too busy, especially after entering the police academy. I could hardly care for her. It is I who have allowed her to become this way. I owe her an apology." Thus, Yang was exceedingly tolerant of Mei's capriciousness. Yet, this leniency undoubtedly stemmed not solely from guilt but also from love. After finishing his confession, Yang wiped away the tears from his face. The image of her as a strong woman was rarely shattered, and she appeared quite out of place in her vulnerability. Xiaoji removed a blanket and draped it over Yang. "You have already done remarkably well." Yang tilted her head to gaze at the steadfast and handsome Xiaoji standing beside her. His rough fingers rested warmly and firmly on her shoulder. Noticing Xiaoji's hand, Yang thought of Lu Shiming. "By the way, I recall that you and Mei were rescued by Lu Shiming. Each of you being carried out by him? Mei was a lightweight after all, being a girl." The figure of Xiaoji loomed large, towering over 2 Lu Shimings in both height and mass. How could that seemingly refined gentleman possibly have lifted someone from the river? What manner of creature was this? At this thought, Yang was suddenly gripped by a chill. A smile of realization crossed her lips. She should have anticipated this. He was certainly no ordinary individual. We had all been deceived by him. Xiao Zhi wore an expression that suggested he had much to say, yet hesitated. And Ai Yang understood his unspoken sentiment. I know. She reassured him. To us, he is a good person and that is sufficient. In this apocalyptic world, that alone suffices. With that, Ai Yang turned her gaze toward Ai Mei. Ai Mei's face was flushed, as if afflicted by fever. It was no surprise. Her constitution was weaker than that of Ai Yang and Xiao Zhi, and having been submerged in the frigid waters for so long, illness was inevitable. Ai Yang administered antipyretics to her sister, her fingertips tenderly brushing through Ai Mei's hair, her eyes filled with affection and care. Today marked a decade since I first heard her call me sister. A sweet smile graced Ai Yang's face as she looked at Ai Mei. Unable to suppress her tears once more, leaning down, she gently embraced her slumbering sister, as if to reassure both herself and Ai Mei that they would surely thrive in this desolate world. Xiao Zhi gazed at Ai Yang's enchanting visage, illuminated by the light. Momentarily caught off guard, his cheeks flushing as he instinctively turned away. Suddenly, his gaze faltered. Xiao Zhi crouched down, extending her hand to cover Ai Mei's exposed ankle, her expression somewhat peculiar as she glanced at Ai Yang, hesitatingly uttering, "Have you ever considered that perhaps there are zombies that do not bite?" Outside the window, a small puppy, engaged in the task of burying its own excrement, felt a sense of indignation, yet couldn't help but acknowledge the truth in the statement. Su Ruanruan was abruptly awakened by a piercing scream. As she opened her eyes, she was met with the sight of a gun. Ai Yang stood there, tears streaming down his face, the weapon aimed squarely at Ai Mei. Ai Mei remained stationary, seemingly still processing the situation. Lowering her gaze, she noticed her ankle. Earlier that morning, Ai Yang had assisted Ai Mei in changing her bandages, revealing a wound that, though festering, bore the unmistakable marks of a zombie bite. Furthermore, Ai Mei's body was undergoing a rapid transformation, uncontrollably shaking, her eyes rolling back as if on the verge of revealing her zombie essence. Ai Yang stood opposed to Ai Mei, raising his weapon. Once a sharpshooter, now trembling with fear. Ai Mei tilted her head back, tears of blood streaming down her face. Yet a smile graced her lips. "Come on, I know my sister has always been a person of unwavering resolve." Ai Yang disengaged the safety catch. The sound crisp and clear. With tears flowing, he reassured her, "Do not worry, I will accompany you down." The dark muzzle of the gun represented the coldest reality of this apocalyptic world. Having anticipated this day, Xiao Zhi swiftly approached, leading Xiao Baobao by the hand. Standing there, her expression was one of grave seriousness. "I have something to discuss with everyone." Xiao Zhi took a deep breath, as if he had prepared himself mentally, before raising his hand to remove the hat from Xiao Baobao's head. He then proceeded to strip him of his clothing. The zombie possessed no sense of temperature. Thus, even if Xiao Baobao stood naked in the frigid air, he would not feel the chill. Nonetheless, he still felt a sense of violation, despite being merely a small being. With a somber expression, Xiao Zhi tossed the feather duster from his waist before Xiao Baobao. The latter immediately assumed a docile demeanor. As Xiao Zhi removed Xiao Baobao's upper garment, revealing his body, a bite mark was visible on his arm. It had not healed but was instead wrapped in bandages. Now, with the bandages undone, the wound was exposed, unmistakably a result of a zombie bite. Ai Yang was the first to be taken aback, nearly losing her grip on the gun in her hand. Xiao Zhi stated, "Baby, he is in fact a zombie." Xiao Baobao responded with a series of clicks. Ka-cha, ka-cha, ka-cha. With a sudden bang, Su Ruanruan placed a bucket over Ai Mei's head. Ai Mei, now completely transformed, exclaimed, "What the hell?" Chapter 32. Wow. Su Ruanruan gasped in astonishment.
Wow.
Lu Shiming echoed her surprise. Standing still, Xiao Zhi looked pale as he gazed at the crowd, seemingly summoning immense courage to reveal Xiao Baobao's true identity. Ai Yang, in shock, staggered back a step. Behind her, Ai Mei, with the bucket atop her head, flailed about, only to be kicked aside by Ai Yang. After 3 minutes of silence in the room, Ai Yang stepped forward, scrutinizing Xiao Baby from top to bottom. "May I touch him?"
Niyang inquiret.
"It's fine. He doesn't bite," Xiao Zhi promptly replied. stepping aside to reveal his pet zombie. And Yang crouched before Xiao Baby, maintaining a distance of half a meter, seemingly still a bit apprehensive. She took a deep breath and slowly reached out, her fingers brushing against Xiao Baby's frail chest. There was no heartbeat, no warmth, only rough skin and vacant eyes. He resembled a zombie, yet was not entirely so. Does he possess any awareness?
Niyang asked.
Xiaoji nodded and then shook his head, stating, from my observations, they seem to comprehend parts of our speech, yet they are evidently more attuned to the laws of survival among the strong. What does that mean? And Yang queried, her expression puzzled. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoji decided to demonstrate through action. He bent down to retrieve his feather duster, saying, Baby is most afraid of this. I usually use it to intimidate him. Upon seeing the duster, Xiao Baby visibly trembled. Xiaoji handed the feather duster to Yang, and as she took it, Xiao Baby immediately scurried behind Xiaoji. Thus, I believe they have some level of awareness, Xiaoji concluded. No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Baby, hiding behind him, opened his mouth as if to bite. In response, Xiaoji swiftly countered with a punch, sending Xiao Baby sprawling on the ground. I apologize. It's a habit, Xiaoji said sheepishly. When raising a zombie, we adhere to a regimen of discipline through physical correction. After all, as long as the head remains intact, a zombie can survive. And Yang, clutching a feather duster, instinctively cast a glance towards May, who was still clumsily bumping about with the bucket. Taking a deep breath, Yang rose to his feet, wielding the duster with determination, resolved to try anything, even a dead horse as a live one. Are you ready?
Niyang inquired.
Raising the feather duster, Xiaoji, restraining May's hands and feet, nodded affirmatively. Su Ruanruan stood atop the sofa, holding the bucket still perched on May's head, her expression serious as she nodded gravely. With a solemn expression, Yang commanded, pull the bucket off. Summoning all her strength, Su Ruanruan yanked upwards with fervor. Hoo. May's head emerged, and she began to thrash violently, attempting to bite anything within reach. Yang swung the feather duster, prompting an even more ferocious howl from May. Xiaoji struggled to maintain control over her. How fierce! Boo! Hoo. I fear the feather duster may prove ineffective against May, Xiaoji remarked, casting a sympathetic glance at Yang's pale visage. It's all right. We can try something else. Is there anything that frightens your sister? After a full minute of fixating on May, who was still wildly spinning with the bucket, Yang suddenly directed his gaze towards Su Ruanruan. Give it to me, he commanded assertively. Su Ruanruan crossed her arms defensively, stammering, but it's broad daylight. Isn't that inappropriate? She added shyly, moreover, the ethical implications are quite complicated. Lipstick. Yang, having snatched the lipstick from Su Ruanruan, held it before May. Bound by hemp rope, May rolled her eyes, yet her gaze fell upon a lipstick, prompting her to regain her composure. Su Ruanruan, intrigued, leaned her petite head closer, pondering how one could perceive objects while rolling their eyes.
Ah!
Those two exquisite little white beads resembled the vacant eyes of a dead fish. Yang leisurely twisted open the lipstick and took a seat. Humph. May struggled fiercely. Yang let out a cold laugh, pressing her thumb down forcefully, resulting in a decisive snap of the lipstick. May abruptly ceased her struggles and knelt down with a thud. Su Ruanruan exclaimed in surprise, Wow! She asked, crying. Aside from her slightly stiffened face and the paleness of her eyes, May appeared quite normal. At that moment, tears of regret streamed from her lifeless eyes. Observing the sobbing May on the ground, Yang finally displayed a hint of ease on her face. She approached, gently stroking May's head, saying, I forgot to give you the ring. With that, Yang knelt beside her and adorned May with the ring, then embraced her tightly, declaring, I told you. We will be together forever. As May opened her mouth to bite, Yang, without raising her head, landed a punch. And remember, biting is absolutely forbidden, understood? After patting May's head, Yang stood up, confiscating 18 lipsticks from Su Ruanruan. The latter whimpered and ran over to complain to Lu Shiming. The man stood by the window, extending a finger to gently press against Su Ruanruan's mouth, his tone tender, sure. As Xiaoji and Yang approached, They gazed through the window, taking in the scene of a snow-covered expanse outside. It is undeniably a breathtakingly beautiful and sacred landscape. Unfortunately, this is an apocalyptic world. Despite its splendor, the tragic backdrop imbues it with an overwhelming sense of desolation and terror. The number of zombies is steadily increasing. As Xiaoji gazed down at the ever-growing horde of the undead, his expression grew increasingly grave. The maternity building, filled with injured individuals, lacked sufficient medical supplies to tend to their wounds, and the stench of blood permeated the air. The barbed wire of the survival zone had been breached by the zombies. Naturally, the scent of blood attracted more and more of them. They were now akin to turtles trapped in their shells, unable to move at all. Moreover, the iron gate of the maternity building would not hold for much longer. Even though the pregnant women and men were hastily moving furniture from inside to fortify the iron door and walls, attempting to remedy the breaches made by the zombies. It was ultimately a temporary solution. Where could such a multitude of zombies have come from? And Ai Yang felt a wave of unease. Lu Shiming raised his hand to press against the window, where a layer of condensation formed, clearly outlining the imprint of his fingers. His voice, soft and clear as a spring, inquired from there.
Su Ruanruan strength tipto closer.
Alas, even as she contorted her face into an adorable piglet expression, she could not discern the location Lu Shiming was indicating. Are you suggesting that the zombies came from the water? Xiaoji was the first to respond, his face reflecting astonishment, clearly not anticipating such a conclusion. How is that possible? Can zombies swim? And Ai Yang also appeared bewildered. They certainly could not swim. However, they could walk. Niyang, momentarily dazed, gradually regained her senses and softly muttered that the undead, devoid of breath and sight, could indeed traverse the riverbed.
Suddenly,
a realization struck her with urgency. There was a river within the maternity building. The zombies could emerge from there. Without hesitation, Niyang flung open the door and rushed outside, vociferously urging the crowd to gather anything that could obstruct the flow of water and transport it to the riverbank. They must seal the river promptly. The occupants of the building exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of Niyang's intentions. Hurry! She bellowed, her powers crackling around her. As a few individuals began to stir into action, the rest quickly followed suit. Due to her extraordinary abilities, the people regarded Niyang with a mix of fear and respect. Though they were baffled by her motives, they promptly began to carry out any movable items to block the river. Observing their sluggish pace, Niyang furrowed her brow and clarified, "Zombies are coming through the river. If you wish to survive, move swiftly." Upon hearing this, fear washed over the faces of the people, prompting them to quicken their efforts. Yet, skepticism lingered among some, primarily the men. After all, it was only natural for them to doubt a woman's claims. How could zombies possibly swim? You must be out of your mind. One man scoffed. Indeed, it seems you are mad. Throwing things into the river is akin to tossing away money. Another jeered. That which seems intent on leading us to our doom. Just then, a zombie dog lunged forward, seizing the last speaker by the leg and dragging him towards the river.
Ah!
The man screamed in terror. As Su Ruanruan diligently poured mud into the river using a bucket, she was immediately halted. "How can you casually discard waste?" she exclaimed. "Ha ha ha." A man, trembling and pale, cowered on the bank, pointing toward the water's surface. "There's something down there." The man appeared to be on the brink of collapse. He lay on the grass, attempting to rise, only to discover his legs were too weak to support him. He crawled forward, pleading, "Help, please save me. There's something below." The man clutched an Ai Yang's leg, only to be kicked away by an Ai Yang. An Ai Yang raised his firearm, narrowing his eyes, a sharpshooter, his aim unfailing. Even in the face of illusory water shadows, he could still deliver a fatal shot. Gurgling. One by one, zombie heads emerged slowly from the river. "Zombies are coming. It's the undead." Panic erupted among those who were moving objects as they hastily prepared to flee. Bodies jostled against one another, cries of terror, shouts of anger, and lamentations filled the air. And Ai Yang fired a shot into the sky. Xiaoji followed suit, striving to maintain order. "There are still few zombies. There's no need to panic." It seemed that the presence of an Ai Yang's weapon instilled fear, and gradually, everyone calmed down. Under Xiao Zhi's direction, the terrified crowd slowly retreated into the building. Meanwhile, Su Ruanruan, accompanied by her 2 dogs, continued her tireless efforts to dump mud into the river, resembling a fool determined to fill the sea with pebbles. And Yang remarked, "You could pour for 100 years and still not fill it." Yet, undeterred, Su Ruanruan joyfully persisted in her task, while her dogs diligently scraped the ground with their hind paws. Regrettably, most of the mud ended up on Su Ruanruan's head.
Ugh.
Su Ruanruan furiously upended the bucket of mud onto the head of the zombie dog. The zombie dog, with a swish of its tail, sent the nearby winter melon puppy tumbling into the river. Su Ruanruan gasped and quickly scooped it up with the bucket, just as a hand suddenly emerged from the water. Grasping her bucket, it was a zombie. The creature slowly rose from the river, and in a fit of anger, Su Ruanruan shouted, "Why are you stealing my bucket?" The zombie tilted its head with a guttural sound escaping its throat. Then it lunged, attempting to bite the little puppy. The puppy let out a piercing cry before swallowing the zombie whole. Burp. Su Ruanruan, momentarily taken aback, pulled the puppy from the river and continued pouring mud into it.
How exhausting.
Why was there no excavator at such a time? Suddenly, an idea struck her. She rummaged through her bag and produced a fully automatic battery-operated excavator. Arranging it in a circle around her and activating them all, the little excavators began to toil diligently. And Yang watched in disbelief. "Are you playing house?" As more zombies approached, and Yang found himself overwhelmed. One gun was no match for the horde. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhi directed Xiao Baobao and Ni made him move items to block both sides of the river with a feather duster and lipstick, while providing cover for Yang. Observing from the building, the onlookers saw even the small Xiao Baobao and the woman Ni Mei working hard, while they remained inside, waiting for others to rescue them. The first to step forward was a middle-aged man, alone and seemingly unafraid. He rushed over to assist Xiao Baobao with the items. "You are a good child," he commended. Xiao Baobao, no. "Do not be modest." A man patted Xiao Baobao, causing her to tilt her head. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Zhi immediately helped Xiao Baobao straighten her head, then muttered with cold sweat, nearly met with demise. "Xiao Baobao. The first person has stepped forward." The remaining individuals hurriedly joined in to assist. The riverbank, which was originally narrow, had swelled significantly due to the excessive snowmelt, nearly submerging vast areas of the shore. Thus, the river, initially 3 meters wide, had now expanded to a full 6. The makeshift barriers they had hastily erected were swiftly overwhelmed by the onslaught of zombies. "Everyone, hurry inside." And Yang had exhausted her ammunition and began to employ her abilities. This time, however, it was executed with order. Women and children were allowed to proceed first, while men armed themselves at the rear. Although they faced failure, a sense of pride emerged within them, a determination to overcome fear. To protect oneself and safeguard one's family, each individual could be a hero. Only Yang and a few others remained outside, fighting valiantly. "You all must enter as well." Yang prepared to shoulder the burden alone. Yang, do not act recklessly. Xiao Zhi stood beside Yang, pressing against her back to provide cover. "Do not be foolish. You could perish." Though Xiao Zhi lacked abilities, he understood that excessive use of powers could lead to dire consequences. Yang gritted her teeth. There was no other choice. The horde of zombies was overwhelming, and if she did not take action, they would all perish. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the decorative stone bridge above the river collapsed, annihilating countless zombies in the explosion. At the riverbank, Su Ruanruan sat in a daze, her hand absent-mindedly brushing through her wild hair. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the cloud of smoke. A man carrying a tattered backpack. Behind him, a billowing white vapor reminiscent of a mushroom cloud hung in the air. He was tall and slender, with fair skin and slightly tousled black hair. His enchanting peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, delicate eyelashes fluttering as snowflakes descended softly, tenderly adhering to those elongated lashes. He was an elegant and handsome man, Lu Shiming, and Yang exclaimed in surprise. The man approached, a smile gracing his lips. "I blew up the bridge," he declared. "Where did we come from?" Su Ruanruan asked, her expression one of bewilderment. "I did it myself," he replied. Su Ruanruan could only mutter, Thank goodness for the apocalypse, otherwise, you alone could bring about the world's destruction. The bridge lay in ruins, successfully obstructing one side of the river, while large furniture blocked the other, providing temporary relief. The remaining zombies were eradicated by Ni Yang's lightning abilities. Squatting in the building with her tousled hair, Su Ruanruan felt a deep sadness. She suspected the man's actions were intentional. Lu Shiming reached out, gently ruffling her wild mane, the soft sensation reminiscent of a small puppy. This made Su Ruanruan feel despondent, as even her beloved little apple could not provide her warmth. She believed she was engulfed in melancholy, teetering on the brink of demise. Let's eat something, Ni Yang suggested, bringing over instant noodles. Su Ruanruan protested. I don't want to eat, I don't want to. With a gentle yet firm motion, Lu Shiming pried open her chattering mouth and fed her a mouthful of noodles. Oh, this is really delicious, Su Ruanruan exclaimed. Although they have temporarily weathered the storm, those measures have merely served as a fleeting barrier against the relentless tide of the undead. Presently, they resemble burdened camels, precariously teetering on the brink, where a single straw could spell their downfall. They must devise a means to extricate themselves from this dire predicament. In the corridor, Ni Yang was inspecting the injured when she chanced upon the peculiar sight of Su Ruanruan. What are you doing? She inquired. Su Ruanruan began by sketching a large watermelon, slicing it in half, offering the left side to Ni Yang while keeping the right for herself. Testing my noble abilities, she declared. Ni Yang regarded the quirky hairstyle Su Ruanruan had fashioned and pondered for a moment before responding. You might simply be suffering from a common cold and fever. Su Ruanruan halted momentarily, then burst into tears, exclaiming, I refuse to believe it. You heartless wretch. Ni Yang immediately offered comfort. It's all right. After all, we've endured this for so long, a lifetime more seems inconsequential. Su Ruanruan paused, then asked, by the way, where is Gao Junsheng? Ni Yang glanced around. Lu Shiming said Gao Junsheng has found his girlfriend. Ni Yang's expression shifted to one of surprise. Well, that is indeed worthy of congratulations. What about the old lady? She has found her boyfriend as well. Then let us wish them happiness, Ni Yang replied. By the way, what is this? Su Ruanruan extracted 2 items from her pocket. What are these? Ni Yang inquired as she received them. Retainers. Lu Shiming made them himself. Intended for Ni Mei and Xiao Baobao. Ni Yang's eyes glistened with emotion as she suddenly stepped forward and enveloped Su Ruanruan in a tight embrace. Thank you. Thank you both. Su Ruanruan struggled to loosen the grip around her neck, which was tightly held by Ni Yang, and declared, the reward is 2 sausages. Is this what Lu Shiming said? Ni Yang inquired. No, it's what I said. It's a fee for running an errand. What the hell? You haven't even moved from this spot. Nevertheless, Ni Yang ultimately handed over the errand fee to Su Ruanruan. I have something to attend to. Please deliver this to Brother Xiao. It was the dental retainer for Xiao Baobao, which Su Ruanruan had just given her.
Su Ruanruan, clutching her sausages.
Trotted off on her errand. Ni Yang remarked, Xiao Ji is in the basement. In the dimly lit basement, Xiao Ji crouched on the floor, extending his arms to embrace Xiao Baobao. In the shadows, the man's voice trembled slightly. I'm sorry, I was too impatient. A solitary figure. He was enveloped in the warmth of the child, as if enduring an immense sorrow. This anguish nearly overwhelmed the resilient man. Xiao Baobao gazed at the large head in her arms, opened her mouth, and took a bite. Xiao Ji instinctively raised a hand to shield himself. But Xiao Baobao only managed to grab his hair, pulling it forcefully. A patch of hair was ripped from Xiao Ji's scalp. In a swift motion, he struck back. Did I not tell you not to bite hair? Xiao Baobao protested. No, no, no. Still attempting to argue. No, no, no.
Xiao Ji,
trying to remove the hair from Xiao Baobao's mouth, instinctively reached for his own head, pulling out a significant clump. The sight was quite alarming. Xiao Ji stared at the hair in his hand. Wig or hat? That is the question. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside, prompting Xiao Ji to rise immediately, his expression alert. Upon recognizing Su Ruanruan, his face relaxed instantly. Su Ruanruan extended her hand, offering him her dental retainer. Gratefully, Xiao Ji accepted it and, adhering to Su Ruanruan's request, handed her 2 sausages as a token of gratitude. As Su Ruanruan looked up, she noticed the top of Xiaoji's head as he bent down to retrieve the sausages. "Oh, my friend. Are you still experiencing hair loss?" Su Ruanruan whispered. "So goji berries in your thermos. It cures premature baldness." Xiaoji paused momentarily before snatching Xiao Baobao's hat and placing it atop his head. "Xiao Baobao, no, no, no." The fleeting peace did not last long. In the dead of night, Su Ruanruan was jolted awake by a knocking at her window. The man beside her had already risen, leisurely propping himself up, allowing the blanket to slip down a corner, revealing his slender physique. In the darkness, Su Ruanruan swallowed hard, and then again. Ever since Lu Shiming had entered her thoughts, she felt as though her eyes possessed a will of their own, frequently glancing toward him. The man appeared completely oblivious to Su Ruanruan's gaze, meticulously buttoning his shirt to conceal his sculpted abs and alluring V-line. The knocking grew louder. Isk, isk, isk. Regardless of who was outside, they certainly had a discerning eye. A zombie? Su Ruanruan stood at the window, the wind tousling her hair. Below, a zombie wielding a stone was relentlessly banging on the window. Uncertain of the reason, Su Ruanruan inexplicably found the zombie somewhat familiar. What transpired? Lu Shiming raised his hand to catch the stone, and Su Ruanruan seized it, bringing it down with force. The agile zombie skillfully evaded the attack.
Oh!
Su Ruanruan immediately began to roll up her sleeves, tossing various objects out of the window. Regardless of what she threw, the zombie managed to dodge each one, even emitting mocking hisses of laughter. Enraged, Su Ruanruan thought, how dare it provoke her father? Wait. Dogs shouldn't be thrown. The commotion was too loud, prompting An Yang and Xiaoji to rush over with Xiao Baobao and An Mei. The room quickly filled with people, while the zombie continued its taunts outside. Overcome by fury, Su Ruanruan felt a surge of warmth emanating from within her body. In a moment of panic, she exclaimed, "I think I'm about to have a heart attack from anger." Where was her bucket? Would she be able to enjoy a hearty meal before her demise? She clutched her heart, pondering if she could finish 3 buckets before she passed away.
Fool!
"You're about to awaken your abilities." An Yang scolded. Abilities? She was about to acquire abilities? She had abilities now. Her powers were coming. Suddenly, Su Ruanruan felt no pain in her waist, no fatigue in her legs, and her mind felt remarkably sharp. She resolved that she would change her name. She was no longer Su Ruanruan. Henceforth, she would be Su Yanyan. "You pathetic fools." Su Ruanruan glared at the zombie below, which was still provocatively dancing, and shouted, "Let me handle this."
Hey! Ha!
Just as she prepared to leap out of the window, she felt a tightening grip on her neck. She tilted her head back, catching sight of Lu Shiming standing behind her. "Let go of Dad, you scoundrel." The man's eyes narrowed. Su Ruanruan quickly corrected herself. "Dad, please release me first." Lu Shiming pulled Su Ruanruan down and relinquished his grip. Suddenly, a delicate petal fluttered down, landing softly in the man's outstretched palm. Lu Shiming raised an eyebrow. Su Ruanruan looked up in astonishment. Could it be that her extraordinary ability was to transform petals into hidden weapons? She began to envision the martial arts masters from television dramas, where leaves danced chaotically, silently taking lives. This was too thrilling. She felt herself becoming overly excited.
Step back.
"I wouldn't want to harm you." Su Ruanruan focused on her breathing, inhaling deeply. She sensed a surge of vibrant energy erupting from within her, coursing from the crown of her head to the soles of her feet. Hey ha! Suddenly, a cascade of beautiful petals fell from an unknown source, gracefully drifting down with an intoxicating sweetness. Like the purest snow, they settled upon everyone's shoulders, resembling an exquisite landscape painting. Even the zombies outside stood frozen in awe. Su Ruanruan thought, wait a minute, wasn't it supposed to be about silently vanquishing zombies? Perhaps my stance is incorrect. She assumed a posture akin to a hen laying an egg and made one last desperate effort.
Hey!
More petals descended, cascading gently with a soft, sweet fragrance, enveloping the entire room in a carpet of petals, evoking the essence of spring. Su Ruanruan remarked. Quite beautiful. An Yang hesitated for a moment, gazing at the lovely little white flower in his palm, and uttered an honest confession. Perhaps it is edible? Xiaoji raised his hand and put it into his mouth. Su Ruanruan. She might as well perish. Do not stop her. Do not hinder her. Chapter 33. Su Ruanruan felt a profound sorrow. She could no longer be Su Yanyan. As the little fairy grew despondent, delicate white petals began to fall from the heavens. Anayang held a small white flower in his hand, pondering its familiarity, yet he could not recall from where. He shoved the flower into his mouth, closed the window once more, and then cast his gaze upon the zombie on the ground collecting flowers, inquiring, "What is that creature?"
A zombie.
Su Ruanruan fixed her gaze intently on the zombie, who clutched the flowers and wore a foolish grin. Anayang rested his chin on his hand, musing that the zombie appeared somewhat familiar, particularly recalling its earlier act of hurling stones. Yet, zombies all seemed to share a certain resemblance, did they not? After voicing his thoughts, Anayang turned to Su Ruanruan, who wore an expression of melancholy, and gently patted her head, saying, "Do not fret, dear one. Your lack of abilities is not your fault." But whose fault could it be? Su Ruanruan. She, Su Ruanruan, had never before experienced such humiliation. As the little fairy grew angry, the sky showered down white petals once again. Anayang waved away the fluttering blossoms before tenderly ruffling her hair, saying, "It is all right. At least, they are rather lovely." He then turned to tend to the zombie that had resumed its stone-throwing after finishing with the flowers. Xiaoji also offered words of comfort to Su Ruanruan before joining Lu Ximing to assist the injured. With a heart heavy with both anger and sorrow, Su Ruanruan stood alone before the glass window, gazing at the reflection of her own visage. The sight deepened her melancholy and longing. As she blinked, the figure within the glass mirrored her action. Her once disheveled curls had transformed overnight into delightful little spirals, cascading like seaweed over her shoulders, reminiscent of a porcelain doll. Su Ruanruan cradled her face in her hands, grateful for her beauty. Alas, how did I come to possess such a visage? It is truly disheartening. How many men will succumb to my charms as I mature? A smile began to unfurl, becoming more audacious. But no, ensnaring only Lu Ximing would suffice for now. She shook her petite head, realizing that it was not mere thoughts of water swirling within, but rather Lu Ximing himself. Su Ruanruan suspected that she might be losing her mind. How else could she have developed affections for a madman, a twisted, head-chopping overlord? Ever since she recognized her feelings for Lu Ximing, she began to contemplate the essence of life. Although the current circumstances were dire, was she the kind of woman who would be daunted by adversity? Certainly not. Su Ruanruan resolved to seize the day, believing that to live fully was to embrace the inevitability of death. Thus, she crafted a new plan, to first seduce Lu Ximing and then to meet her demise. Oh, her clever little mind was simply exquisite. According to previous accounts, Lu Ximing, being a peculiar individual, possessed a rather discerning taste. Nevertheless, Su Ruanruan was confident that with her extraordinary emotional intelligence, she could ensnare him within her culinary delights. Following the recent zombie outbreak, most residents of the building had sustained injuries, and Lu Ximing, acting as an unlicensed medic, was diligently tending to their ailments. Su Ruanruan cheerfully followed along, proclaiming herself as a helper. "Doctor, could you please take a look? I feel a tightness in my chest." The man, with a cool demeanor and downcast eyes, replied indifferently, "I will examine you." Su Ruanruan abruptly pushed Lu Ximing aside, exclaiming, "I can do it." With a swift motion, she clapped her hands, and the woman experiencing chest discomfort immediately felt relief. The man cast a languid glance at Su Ruanruan, then continued to the next patient. "Dr. Lu, I believe I may have twisted my thigh." "How on earth can one twist their thigh?" "It seems your mind is the one twisted." Su Ruanruan interjected again, forcefully pushing Lu Ximing aside, and attempted to demonstrate a twist herself. Unfortunately, her arms could not compete with a leg's strength. Grasping her own hand in despair, she lamented, "Oh no, my hand. It feels as if it is broken." The barefoot doctor, Lu Ximing, assessed her injury, gently stating, "It's not broken, merely sprained." He then draped a cloth around her neck. Despite the pain, Su Ruanruan bravely continued to follow him, trying to convey through her gaze that these women mothers and children should retreat. Alas, her efforts bore little fruit. At last, after a long day, Su Ruanruan observed the throng of women still surrounding Lu Ximing. her frustration simmering just beneath the surface. Yet, she restrained herself. Her exuberance was not for public display. With great valor, Su Ruanruan liberated Lu Shiming from the clutches of the crowd, subtly hinting, "You are the leading fish in my pond." Lu Shiming slowly removed his medical gloves, discarding them into the trash, and with a slight parting of his lips, he responded, "Oh, how many fish do you have left?" It was a disaster. "Be quiet."
Oh.
Although she encountered failure for the first time, Su Ruanruan firmly believed that failure is the precursor to success. As the saying goes, when intellect falls short, emotional intelligence must compensate. Su Ruanruan resolved to become a more emotionally attuned woman. For instance, the manner in which one opens and closes a door is quite significant. Upon entering, one must dazzle others with one's visage, without turning away. Upon exiting, the same principle applies. Alas, oh dear, my hand is caught. Su Ruanruan found herself dangling by the doorframe, only to be pulled inside by Lu Shiming. "It feels as if my arm is broken again." Su Ruanruan felt utterly aggrieved. Lu Shiming raised his hand and gently pinched her slender arm, stating, "It's not broken, merely twisted."
Oh.
Su Ruanruan sniffled, and upon catching sight of the perfect profile of the man, her heart fluttered once more. "Can you not aspire to greater heights?" Su Ruanruan made a concerted effort to steady her racing heart. Then, before it could erupt, she hastily scurried out of the room. Oh dear, her heart felt tainted. The bridge destroyed by Lu Shiming yesterday had inexplicably been swept away, allowing a horde of zombies to traverse the debris. Aniyang confined Su Ruanruan and a group of frail pregnant women and children together, armed with a gun. Alongside him were men wielding weapons. Aniyang employed his abilities while also firing his weapon. However, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. As the zombies surged forth, the pathway on the other side, obstructed by furniture, appeared on the verge of being breached. Xiaoji shielded Aniyang as they retreated. Lu Shiming stood by the window, gazing into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, the water in the river began to surge. The surface of the river was adorned with ripples, which gradually expanded into swirling vortices, drawing in the zombies still lingering in the water as if through a drain. Gurgling sounds echoed as the undead gradually vanished from sight. Then, the water rose tumultuously, sweeping the zombies on the banks into its depths, resembling a colossal beast capable of devouring all. Aniyang's expression hardened as he gazed at the river, murmuring, "It is an ability of the water element." Outside, the sounds of approaching vehicles were audible. A convoy was arriving. Someone exclaimed in delight, rushing towards the iron gate. Unbeknownst to them, the zombies encircling the building had been consumed by the torrent, leaving an eerie cleanliness in their wake. Countless men wielding shovels leaped from a large truck. They first cleared the snow and then unfurled a red carpet, extending from the door of a black stretch limousine to the entrance of the building. Su Ruanruan stepped forward, testing the ground beneath her feet, leaving 6 small footprints in her wake. With a click, the car door swung open, revealing a young man clad in black. He bent down, speaking respectfully to someone inside the vehicle. Moments later, a wheel emerged from the car, followed by another, and finally a wheelchair. The empty wheelchair was set upon the ground, and the man in black carefully lifted a figure from the back seat. The distance was too great for anyone to discern clearly, and as the figure was placed in the wheelchair, it was shielded from view by a black umbrella. A man clad in black pushed a wheelchair along the vibrant red carpet. As if in slow motion, the winds and snow swirled around him, accompanied by the somber strains of a hymn. Onlookers gazed intently, as though enveloped in a serene sanctuary. With a clang, the iron gates of the building swung open. The black umbrella was shifted aside, revealing an elderly gentleman draped in a priestly black robe, seated in the wheelchair, reverently guided forward by the man in black. The gentleman appeared to be in his 40s, slender in build. His seated position obscured his height, though it was evident he was not particularly tall. A blanket lay across his knees, concealing his legs, while a book, resembling a Bible, rested upon them. He emanated an aura of tranquility and benevolence, especially amidst the deliberately cultivated sacred melodies. His voice, hoarse and gravelly, carried an unusual lilt. "My dear, I have come to fetch you." The elderly man's gaze, piercing like a beacon, turned towards Su Ruanruan. Instantly, She swore to Lu Shiming that she had no acquaintance with this disabled gentleman. The man stood beside her, his eyes profound and his expression serene. Yet, Su Ruanruan perceptibly noted a slight tremor coursing through his body, not from fear, but from an exhilarating thrill, the kind that craved destruction and savored carnage. This fervor thrived within his gaunt frame. The strands of his long hair danced gently, as if stirred by an unseen breeze, imparting an air of ostentation. Beneath the dark locks, Lu Shiming's eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson. Instinctively, Su Ruanruan reached out and clasped his hand. The man lowered his gaze to behold her. As she gazed into Su Ruanruan's pure and flawless eyes, it seemed as though she had finally extricated herself from that bloodthirsty madness. The sound of the wheels turning echoed, click, click. The wheelchair rotated, revealing that the divine melody emanated from a small speaker affixed to it. The elderly man, confined to his chair, faced Lu Shiming. His face, marked by deep creases, bore a smile that was both avaricious and enamored. "Shiming, after all these years, do you not long for me?" Su Ruanruan's eyes widened in disbelief. With beauty and charm at her disposal, how could Lu Shiming possibly harbor affection for a man like this, a mere uncle in a wheelchair? The old man cast a glance in her direction, his expression serene, as if he embraced all that was before him. Strangely, ever since his arrival, the very atmosphere seemed transformed. Everyone fixated on him, their gazes filled with a yearning and reverence akin to witnessing a miracle. Could he be a deity? Suddenly, a man emerged, dragging his injured legs, crawling until he reached the disabled elder, his countenance imbued with profound devotion. "The divine has come to save us. The divine has come to save us." Amidst the exultation, the elder's expression remained unchanged. He merely instructed those behind him to enter and assist the injured within, arranging for their transport to receive treatment. Enai Yang stood solemnly beside Xiaoji, observing the ecstatic individuals around her, as if under a spell, following these strangers with expressions of gratitude. They could not be dissuaded. Yet, what perplexed her most was that even upon first sight of this elderly gentleman, she instinctively felt a sense of the miraculous. Her body and mind, akin to a marionette, seemed to be ensnared in a prolonged gaze, leaving only fervent prayers and melodious hymns echoing in her mind. At last, only Lu Shiming and Su Ruanruan remained in this place. "You are increasingly resembling your mother," the uncle remarked, his gaze fixed on Lu Shiming as he caressed the Bible in his hands. The small speaker hanging from the wheelchair continued to play hymns. The uncle gently closed his eyes, seemingly enraptured and savoring the moment. Lu Shiming lifted his eyelids slightly, emitting a soft scoff. "You do not deserve to mention her." The uncle's expression faltered, twisting for a brief moment before he quickly regained his composure. He turned to the crowd, his demeanor amiable and approachable, introducing himself. "I am Shiming's uncle." His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly among those present. Lu Shiming narrowed his eyes, the corners of his thin lips curling in disdain as he regarded the uncle as if he were observing something detestable. Su Ruanruan suddenly realized, "You are that Jianren." The young man pushing the uncle's wheelchair was immediately displeased, ready to unleash a jet of water at her. Unyielding, Su Ruanruan brandished her dual water guns, spraying little droplets in defiance. Meanwhile, the man in black was halted by the uncle. "Children will speak without reservation. A gentle reprimand will suffice." The young man promptly released a more forceful jet of water. Lu Shiming turned to shield Su Ruanruan, and as the water column approached, it parted around him, cascading away in a splash. It was the first time Su Ruanruan witnessed such a combative demeanor from Lu Shiming.
She understood then.
"You are having an affair." Lu Jianren had brought a multitude of people with him, no less than 3 trucks worth. Men and women alike were engaged in various activities, cooking, washing clothes, playing with fire and water, and even jumping through hoops of flames, evoking an atmosphere reminiscent of a grand wedding scene rather than a horror film. Witnessing such a lavish spectacle, Su Ruanruan felt her status precariously threatened. This concern blossomed anew within her as she cradled a small white flower in her hands, filled with melancholy. Though the elderly man was disabled, he possessed nothing but wealth, making comparison with him utterly futile. "Are you Su Ruanruan?" A raspy voice emerged from behind her. Startled, She turned to see the elderly man seated in a wheelchair, accompanied by a man clad in black. Faced with a rival, she resolved to exude an air of superiority to overpower him. She tilted her head back, attempting to gaze down upon him. I do not take advantage of the disabled. You should leave swiftly. Jianren's expression twisted momentarily before he smiled faintly. Do you enjoy playing games? Just as Su Ruanruan was about to respond, her mouth was suddenly covered by someone. Lu Shiming had approached without her noticing. He stood beside her, his gaze icy as he regarded Lu Jianren, before silently pulling Su Ruanruan away. As they walked briskly, the man abruptly yanked Su Ruanruan into a room. The soundproofing was commendable, muffling the chaos outside. He pressed her against the wall, his voice cold. He's a lunatic. Keep your distance from him. Su Ruanruan was taken aback, aren't you? Ever since Jianren's arrival, she had noticed a distinct change in Lu Shiming's demeanor. He began to incessantly apply baby cream to his little axe, particularly during the late hours of the night. Su Ruanruan clutched her fragile heart, pitifully claiming to suffer from a heart condition. Yet she could not deter the man's frenzied obsession. Su Ruanruan felt that her status as the legitimate wife was gravely threatened. Lu Shiming was no longer preoccupied with harming her. Astonishingly, he contemplated inflicting harm upon others. With a heavy heart, Su Ruanruan lamented, I can bear your children, but can that old man? A sorrowful bloom unfurled within her. She rose, opened the door, and stepped outside. The once dilapidated building had transformed into a realm of opulence with the arrival of Lu Jianren. In the corridor, a group of women approached, giggling and chattering, adorned with heavy makeup and scanty attire. Su Ruanruan keenly recognized them as the women brought by Lu Jianren. It was rumored that many men in the building had already fallen victim to their charms. Are we truly to proceed with this? One woman questioned, her face betraying hesitation. It is not our choice. It is the young lady's directive, another replied with a laugh. Men are all the same. Once they've had a drink, they shed their inhibitions. Upon uttering these words, they gathered together, sharing lewd laughter. One could only wonder what Lu Shiming would be like once he shed his veneer of restraint. Su Ruanruan mused that it was a sight they could hardly bear. Despite his slight frame, Lu Shiming was undeniably handsome. Even a single night of intimacy would be worthwhile. Moreover, he was a relative of the esteemed figure, though it remained a mystery how he had offended the young lady. They referred to Lu Jianren as the esteemed one. Every time it is mentioned, her face bears an expression of blissful near-fainting. Yet, who is this young lady? Su Ruanruan proclaims, is my man someone you can touch? However, wasn't Lu Shiming already in a relationship with that stunning beauty named Su Ruanruan? Yes, indeed. That very one. Su Ruanruan proudly puffs out her petite chest. What use is beauty if one lacks curves? Women, after all, must prioritize allure. Moreover, as for men, the allure of a homegrown flower pales in comparison to that of a wild blossom. Indeed, this reflects the notion that a wife is inferior to a concubine, and a concubine is inferior to a clandestine affair. You lot are merely